The apocalypse game has descended, and lifespan has become the only currency of value. Each monster dropped a different wheel of destiny, and spinning it required sacrificing one's own lifespan. Someone shouted, "Brothers, big news! Chen Liang just drew an elixir of longevity from the green wheel." "What? Doesn't the green wheel cost 10 years of life to spin?" "The key is that elixir of longevity can extend one's lifespan by at least 100 years. Spending 10 years to gain 100? That's a deal you can't lose." But alas, Chen Liang, like us, is just a measly life parasite in the Happy Club. Life parasites are nothing but lifespan reserves for the strong. Whatever they draw from the wheel, whether good or bad, they must hand it all over to the club. Chen Liang's elixir of longevity won't stay with him. The club will take it all. Don't be so negative. Although a life parasite's position is lowly, and they're not allowed to keep the rewards from the wheel, they also don't have to face ferocious beasts directly. Even if they draw a beast from the wheel, the club's elites will take care of it. Life parasites don't have much to worry about in that regard. Living as a life parasite in Happy Club isn't bad. At least they don't lose their lives immediately. If you're like Chen Liang and draw an elixir of longevity, the club will even reward you. The treatment will be better. Chen Liang will probably get a private room after this and have enough to eat and drink moving forward. Ah, what's so great about living in a private room? What pride is there in being a life parasite? A thug with tattoos sprawling across his hands lounged lazily, his eyes filled with disdain. Sure, life parasites don't need to risk their lives facing ferocious beasts. But living in this filthy, chaotic underground garage, it's sheer, miserable survival. Our lifespans will just keep dwindling little by little on those wheels, with no chance of increasing. If we keep this up, sooner or later, we'll die of old age. Look at that wreck in the northwest corner. He barely has a year of life left and doesn't even dare to spin the wheel anymore. The poor guy's been starving for days. If we don't make a change, we'll end up just like him soon enough. I think we should learn from Gao Chong. He drew +1 to all attributes on the wheel and rose to become an official club member. Though official members have to go out and fight monsters, at least they get to control their own rewards when spinning the wheel. If luck is on your side, you could even rewrite your fate. When the tattooed man said, "Rewrite your fate," his face lit with excitement. At that moment, a young man with black-rimmed glasses sneered. "I heard that on Gao Chang's wheel, 9 out of the 10 options were negative. The chance of getting +1 to all attributes wasn't even 0.1%. Gao Chong landing that option was nothing short of divine mercy. It's not something people like us can ever dream of. Our life parasite exclusive wheels are 90% filled with all kinds of negative outcomes. Dreaming of rewriting your fate by gambling on those garbage wheels? Keep dreaming. Gao Chong is an exception, not a reality for small ants like us." The tattooed man listened, unable to find a rebuttal. As life parasites, their destiny was preordained, to scrape by and wait to die. Luckier ones like Chen Liang might draw something good like an elixir of longevity, get a better living space and die a little more dignified. In this world, the weak had neither dignity nor illusions of grandeur. "What are you all discussing? The vibe seems pretty gloomy here." A strong, firm voice suddenly called out from the doorway. The life parasites lying on straw mats immediately sat up, eagerly greeting him. "Brother Liang's back. Hey, we heard you drew an elixir of longevity. Is it true? Your treatment level will definitely improve now, right? No way you're staying in this underground garage anymore." Huh. Chen Liang looked like just an ordinary young man who might still be a college student. His appearance was unremarkable, and there was an unpleasant, unwashed smell about him. But at this moment, his cheeks looked bright and rosy, and he even belched contentedly. Facing the others' praises, Chen Liang raised his head proudly and said, "I indeed got lucky and drew a green-grade elixir of longevity. Boss Sun immediately promised to improve my benefits on the spot. This underground garage? I, Chen Liang, will absolutely not set foot here again," he added coldly. "This time, I'm here because the feast the club rewarded me with was too lavish. I couldn't finish it all myself, so I'm here to share the leftovers with you brothers." As soon as he spoke, the underground garage erupted into cheers, as if Chen Liang were their savior. For these life parasites, who struggled even with basic sustenance, their only source of material goods came from spinning lifespan wheels. Getting Chen Liang's leftovers was nothing short of an unexpected boon. When the food cart was wheeled in, it was laden with half-eaten, leftover scraps of meals. Yet the life parasites, as if starved for an eternity, rushed to grab at it. Some even started fighting each other. The chaotic noise finally stirred a frail young man in a shadowy corner. Jiang Yi struggled to open his eyes, his body weak, as a rotting stench filled the air. What the hell is this place? Zhang Yi thought, disoriented. He distinctly remembered being killed by that beam of golden light. How was he still conscious? Could this be hell? The dark, filthy surroundings made a chill creep through his heart. As he pondered, a figure blocked his path, and immediately after, something was thrown down in front of him. It emanated a rich aroma, causing Zhang Yi to involuntarily salivate. As his mind gradually cleared, only one thought remained: hunger. His stomach felt tight, as if it was glued to his back. He had the sensation that he could devour an entire cow. A mocking voice beside him sneered coldly, "Zhang Yi, out of old classmates' camaraderie, Brother Liang brought you a treat, a piece of dog bone. Though it's been chewed clean down to just the bone, let me tell you, it's from a silverback jackal. Highly nutritious." Someone else nearby jeered, "Brother Liang is so kind to his old classmate, even saving this nutrient-packed dog bone for Zhang Yi." Further away, the crowd of pitiful longevity leeches whispered among themselves. "Seems like Chun Liang has some grudge against Zhang Yi? Of course. I mean, just look at that bone. There's not even a sliver of meat left. It's obviously meant as an insult. I heard they both chased the same girl back in university." "No, I heard Chun Liang harassed Zhang Yi's girlfriend. Do you know who she was? Chong Jiaoyi." "What? The Chong Jiaoyi?" "That's right. The very same Chong Jiaoyi who ranks first on Jiang City's longevity leaderboard. The top-tier alchemist admired by all four great forces." The revelation of Chong Jiaoyi's identity was so dazzling it left them stunned. None of them could fathom how she could ever have been involved with this pathetic longevity leech, Zhang Yi, lying in the grimy underground parking garage. Yet, when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. The apocalypse had descended just a month ago, and the world had been utterly transformed. People's fates had diverged drastically overnight. Take Chun Liang, for example. He was once a wealthy heir before the apocalypse, but now he had plummeted into the ranks of perpetually hungry and destitute longevity leeches. Meanwhile, He Zhang, the president of this club, had been nothing more than an ordinary security guard before ascending to the top 100 fighters in Jiang City after the apocalypse struck. And as for Chong Jiaoyi, her meteoric rise came entirely due to her acquisition of the formula for the longevity pill. So, it wasn't entirely impossible that, before the apocalypse, such an illustrious prodigy could have accidentally ended up with such a useless boyfriend as Zhang Yi. Because of this, a group of longevity leeches couldn't resist crowding around Zhang Yi, scrutinizing him. Objectively speaking, he looked reasonably good-looking, but his frail state made him seem like someone teetering on the brink of death. Just as they were secretly ridiculing him, Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze fiercely scanning the crowd around him. He stared with incredulity as he shouted at Chun Liang, Chun Liang? Is it really you? Didn't you long since kick the bucket?" Chun Liang's face turned ashen, his expression growing increasingly ugly. "Fuck off. I'm alive and well. You're the damn dog on the brink of starving to death." Chun Liang cursed furiously, kicking the dog bone that was lying by Zhang Yi's side. "Starve to death for all I care, you dog bastard. Don't think for a second I don't know. You've only got a year left to live." He spat venomously at Zhang Yi. "Barely a year of lifespan left, huh? You can't even activate the most basic white-tier fate roulette. Just wait a couple of days. I'll be thrilled to gather your corpse." Zhang Yi sat there, stunned. Those vile words reverberated in his mind as a horrifying idea suddenly surfaced within his thoughts. He immediately shouted calmly, "Data panel!" In an instant, a familiar screen materialized before his eyes, the data panel every person had after the apocalypse descended. Name: Zhang Yi. Level: 0. Lifespan: 1 year, 38 days. Level 0. A little over a year of lifespan. And trapped in this putrid underground garage. Zhang Yi's hands trembled slightly as the realization hit him like a thunderclap. He had been reborn. He had returned to 1 month after the apocalypse, to the moment when he was on the verge of starving to death in the underground parking garage of the leisure club. What kind of screwed-up joke was this? Zhang Yi, who had just awakened from rebirth, was almost so enraged he fainted on the spot. Sure, being reborn was great, but this point in time, this specific moment he'd been sent back to, was absolutely awful. Couldn't he have been sent back to before the apocalypse started? That way, he could have stockpiled supplies ahead of time. Even being sent back to the day the apocalypse began would have given him an opportunity to turn the tide. Or perhaps to the moment before Chong Jiaoyi stole the longevity pill formula. Then he could have used his alchemy expertise to make a name for himself. Or what about going to the time before he risked his life to save Tang Ku, that backstabbing ingrate? He could have gotten his revenge. But no. Instead, he was sent back to 1 month after the apocalypse had already begun. The longevity pill formula was long gone, stolen by Chong Jiaoyi. That ungrateful roommate, Tang Ku, had already been saved by him at the cost of his own life. Now both of them were thriving. And him? He had fallen to rock bottom, becoming one of the lowest of longevity leeches, starving, lightheaded, and barely alive. With only 1 year left to live. 1 year, the bare minimum lifespan required to spin the lowest-tier white roulette. And honestly, forget about living for a year. At this rate, how could he even survive 1 more day without starving to death? What kind of hellish start was this? Rebirth like this, he might as well have skipped it. In his previous life, at least he had managed to claw his way back into a decent situation. While he hadn't avenged himself completely, he'd at least managed to scrape by. Now you're telling him he has to walk that miserable path all over again? God knows how grueling and nightmarish that path had been for Jiang Yi in his previous life. It was a journey that constantly hovered on the brink of death. At that time, lying half dead in this underground garage, he had been completely hopeless. He didn't even bother gnawing on the dog bone Chun Liang had thrown his way. In this desperate survival system, longevity leeches like himself had to trade away their remaining lifespan for a spin on the roulette wheel to secure a bare minimum of supplies from the club. In his past life, when he could no longer endure the hunger, he used the last year of his lifespan to apply for a spin on the prize wheel. Even if it meant dying, he had to fill his stomach. But as bad as his luck was, it didn't seem to be the worst. That time, when he took the gamble, he incredibly managed to win the longevity pill, just like Chun Liang. However, as a lifespan leech, the longevity pill he won wasn't rightfully his. Just like Chun Liang, the club forcibly confiscated it on the spot. According to club rules, they should have rewarded him with improved benefits as compensation. But Sun Hao, the supervisor in charge of the prize wheel, noticed that he only had 38 days left to live after the spin. He figured it wasn't worth enhancing the benefits of a man who was about to die. Such a person had no value left. In his despair, Jiang Yi noticed Sun Hao's thoughts and made an audacious decision. He joined the club's suicide squad. After the apocalypse descended upon the world, all sorts of factions began to rise. In Jiang City, the Letian Club might only rank as a third-tier organization, but it still had its rules. The hierarchy was clear. At the top were the elite core members with tremendous combat power. The middle was populated by official members with real skills. At the bottom were fearless fighters willing to risk everything but lacking in combat strength, the expendable cannon fodder. But even cannon fodder wasn't a position just anyone could take. Some people, completely abandoned by the world, were considered such burdens that not even the suicide squad would accept them. In his past life, when Jiang Yi said he was willing to join the suicide squad, Sun Hao immediately mocked him, saying, "Do you want to die? I can help with that any time. The suicide squad isn't something you can just join." That should have been the end for Jiang Yi. Yet fate had other plans. It so happened that Gao Chang passed by, stared at him for a while and said, "I lead a suicide squad. Want to join?" And just like that, Jiang Yi joined Gao Chang's suicide squad. Gao Chang was originally the lowest-ranking lifespan leech as well. But he hit the jackpot on the prize wheel, gaining an all-stats increase of +1. Everyone thought this made him invincible. However, in truth, he lacked experience and wasn't even accepted by the official members. In the end, the only position left for him was as the leader of the suicide squad. But many in the suicide squad were battle-hardened with real combat experience. Gao Chang, being inexperienced and lacking authority, struggled badly upon arrival. Even fewer people were willing to follow him. Jiang Yi sticking with him. It was truly suicidal. He survived countless life and death situations, drenched in blood, covered with the gore of monstrous beasts and even his own teammates. His whole being grew desensitized, expressionless on the outside, numb on the inside. That dark chapter in his life. Jiang Yi could barely bring himself to recall how he endured it. But he did survive. In his previous life, he scraped and fought desperately to save up enough lifespan currency and club points over the course of a month. Only then did he manage to redeem a white-grade longevity pill, which extended his life by 2 years. He knew that particular pill had been refined by his enemy, Chang Jiaoyi. How ironic. He had fallen to the point where he had to rely on a pill made by his foe just to keep living. But he had no choice. Survival was the only path forward. Yet in this life, was he about to relive those same hardships and humiliations all over again? Even if he was willing, could he even draw that same pill this time around? Could he still find a way to join Gao Chang's suicide squad? Could he somehow dodge that fatal catastrophe again? Just the slightest misstep, and it would all be for nothing. Even though he had been reborn, death could always be around the corner. He might not make it as far as the first life. Thinking about it, Jiang Yi felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could only blame the horrible timing of his rebirth. But there was no choice. He had to accept the situation now that he was here. Taking a deep breath, He struggled to sit up from the worn-out mat on the ground. Beside him, Chun Liang and his lackey frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yi ignored them, raising his voice to yell toward the middle-aged woman outside the garage. "I want to apply for a spin on the prize wheel." The woman had no combat abilities of her own, but as a family member of a Letian Club Corps member, her looks and demeanor were far superior to the lifespan leeches occupying the garage. She carried herself with natural arrogance. She cast a brief, impatient glance at Jiang Yi and asked, "How much lifespan do you have left? White or green wheel?" The white prize will required 1 year of lifespan to spin, while the green one required 10. The level of the wheel dictated the quality of the prizes. For example, a white-grade longevity pill might grant only a few dozen extra years, while a green one could extend lifespans by over 100 years. With only 1 year of lifespan remaining, Jiang Yi was unqualified to spin the green wheel. Stepping forward calmly, he replied, "White wheel." Seeing the determination on his face, the woman didn't press further. Tossing aside a watermelon seed shell as if bored, she casually said, "All right then, follow me." With that, she turned to leave. Just then, a sudden voice called out from the depths of the underground garage, "Aunt Lu, I want to spin too." It was the tattooed man who'd been mocked earlier as a worthless lifespan leech, now stepping forward. Aunt Lu glanced at him and asked the same question in a level tone. "Which wheel?" The tattooed man replied, "I've got 12 years left. White wheel." Aunt Lu nodded, then led Jiang Yi and the tattooed man away. After they left, the lifespan leeches remaining in the garage couldn't resist breaking into discussion. Didn't Luo Shan just eat Brother Liang's leftovers? Why is he spinning the wheel now if he's not hungry? He said it himself, being a lifespan leech never ends well. He's hoping to change his fate with the wheel. Humph. How many people really manage to defy the odds with the prize wheel? There's no way he's unwilling, provoked by Gao Chong and Chun Liang. Some people think too highly of themselves. They believe they're the protagonists, the leaders. But in reality, they're worth nothing. Clearly, this group of resigned wastrels considered Luo Shan's aspirations to be delusional and beyond hope. As for Jiang Yi, a man near death, they didn't even bother to mock him. Within a few minutes, Jiang Yi and Luo Shan followed Granny Lu toward the club's designated lottery spin area. Just a month ago, the apocalypse began, and Blue Planet underwent a data transformation. The original landmasses were torn into countless fragments, floating amidst an endless ocean. Jiang Yi's location, Jiang City, was one of these fragments. Jiang City was its name before the apocalypse. A year after the apocalypse began, it was renamed Qingchuan Base, as other fragments were likewise rebranded, and bases began to communicate with one another. The apocalypse, by then, was no longer solely a catastrophe. It was like a new world where order was being reconstructed, and mysterious energies had awakened. Under this new system, facilities like orphanages, schools, hospitals, and transportation were gradually restored, and laws were reestablished. However, in reality, the law was merely a tool for the strong to oppress the weak. Power in this world always rested in the hands of the influential. This was the trajectory of Jiang Yi's previous life. In this present moment, it was still the early days of the apocalypse. Qingchuan Base was still called Jiang City, and most were clueless about the bigger picture. Fragments were not yet interconnected. Currently, Jiang City bore a strong resemblance to the starting village in a video game. The future elites were also fumbling to adapt, frantically enhancing their strength and building their factions. After a month of development, Jiang City began to see the emergence of organized factions, akin to in-game guilds. These factions each had their own designated lottery spinning zones. The lottery was risky. One might gain an immortality pill or summon a fierce beast or even trigger a beast tide or natural disaster. To mitigate the risks, creating lottery zones had become a necessity. Depending on the wheel's level, the lottery zones were divided into ranks like white, green, and blue. At this early stage of the apocalypse, the Latte Club, a third-rate organization, only had the first 3 lower-grade zones. Meanwhile, the advanced purple-grade lottery zone was jointly established by the Latte Club, the Mountain River Club, and the Blood Swallow Club. As the sun set and the evening sky turned crimson, the 3 clubs had gathered to surround the purple-grade lottery zone. The purple zone used to be a strawberry field in the outskirts of Jiang City before the apocalypse. The white plastic greenhouses were long gone by now. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 factions were gathered there. Latte Club's leader He Zhang was a brawny man, formerly a villa security guard before the apocalypse. Post-apocalypse, his luck soared as he continuously drew powerful skills from various lottery wheels. He founded the Latte Club in the villa district where he had worked. The Mountain River Club's leader, Yang Miao, was a lean man and a 12th grade senior from Jiang City's suburban high school. Thus, his faction's base of operations was established in the same school. Blood Swallow Club's leader, Wang Shuyan, was a female college student from out of town, a rare strong woman in the apocalyptic world. Before the apocalypse, her looks were mediocre, scoring perhaps 50 points at best. However, in a survival environment bereft of makeup, beauty filters, and with prolonged starvation and dirtiness, everyone's appearance declined dramatically. Wang Shuyan, equipped with formidable strength and sufficient supplies, could elevate her appearance to an impressive 80 points just by slight grooming. But her physique was still broad and sturdy, comparable to the towering He Zhang, and from behind, she looked like a muscular man with long hair. At this moment, these three leaders had gathered to fulfill an alliance protocol. Whoever wished to activate the Purple Grade Lottery will had to summon all three factions' leaders to function as guardians. The power of the Purple Wheel was immense. Should it summon a beast tide or a natural disaster, the whole area would be affected. The guardians not only minimized risks but also exchanged critical information. This time, it was Blood Swallow Club's Wang Shuyan preparing to spin the Purple Grade Lottery wheel. While Yang Miao exhaled smoke rings, he teased her, "Sister Wang, it's only been a few days, and you're eager to spin the purple wheel again?" His tone carried a hint of probing towards her strength. Wang Shuyan didn't answer directly. Instead, with a playful voice, she said, "This time it's not me. It's my brother." She stepped aside as a young and handsome man emerged. This man was Zhou Yiming, not her real brother but her boyfriend. Before the apocalypse, he had been a top-tier idol, and Wang Shuyan was one of his obsessive fangirls. In peaceful times, her family background and appearance wouldn't have allowed her to get close to him. Yet, in the apocalyptic world, her immense power turned the tables, making Zhou Yiming her follower. But one shouldn't pity him for his fall. In the bleak apocalypse, survival was paramount. Many sought to cling to her for survival, and Zhou Yiming became an object of envy thanks to his looks. Logically, Zhou Yiming should have kept a low profile, but Wang Shuyan, being a love-struck woman, allowed him to behave with arrogance. Facing He Zhang and Yang Miao, he displayed no humility, confidently continuing where Wang Shuyan left off. "I'm the one spinning the purple wheel this time." He Zhang and Yang Miao were stunned and questioned him in disbelief. "You? Spinning the purple wheel? 1,000 years of lifespan?" Zhou Yiming frowned, his chin lifting arrogantly as he replied, "Of course." Wang Shuyan's eyes brimmed with admiration as she said proudly, "I used my accumulated longevity pills to stack Yimingji's lifespan up to over 1,000 years. He definitely has what it takes to spin the purple wheel." The purple wheel's rewards I have still include a formula for longevity pills, which is way stronger than the ordinary green ones. Yimingji used to be called the lucky koi in the entertainment industry. There's no way he won't hit the jackpot and get the recipe for the longevity pills this time. Her zealous fangirl demeanor left Yang Miao and He Zhang utterly speechless. He Zhang bluntly criticized, "You're usually rational, but the moment you see this pretty boy, it's like you've been possessed. And you're just giving him something as precious as the purple wheel and 1,000-year lifespan for free? What kind of brain-dead sycophant behavior is this? You even dare to bring up Chang Jiaoyi?" He Zhang paused, his gaze turning cold and sharp. "Don't you know that the formula for Chang Jiaoyi's longevity pills was given to her by one of her simpering admirers, who must have had their brain short-circuit?" He paused again, stress lacing his tone. "And now, Chang Jiaoyi is thriving. But where's that sycophant of hers? Long dead, without a trace or anyone caring." He Zhang's blunt words were meant to remind Wang Shuyan not to be overly blinded by love. Guys like this pretty boy, spoiling them and keeping them as toys to entertain yourself is one thing. But putting actual resources into them, sooner or later, they'll stab you in the back. Right now, the only reason Zhou Yiming could be Wang Shuyan's boyfriend was that he lacked the confidence and relied on her entirely for his livelihood. But if the day came when he truly got his hands on a purple longevity pill formula, wouldn't it just mean he'd kick Wang Shuyan to the curb the first chance he had? The admirer turned victim in Chang Jiaoyi's story was the perfect cautionary tale. Yet, if Jiang Yi had been present to hear He Zhang's remarks, he would have undoubtedly erupted in rage. Who's the sycophant? Who gave away the formula? That formula was stolen from him by Chang Jiaoyi. Stolen, not given. Unfortunately, in this world, only the strong had a voice. Someone like Jiang Yi, a minor and inconsequential figure, wasn't even worthy of He Zhang remembering his name. A casual label like sycophant admirer was enough to dismiss him. In a reality where only strength mattered, no one cared about the truth. He Zhang's intention was simply to advise Wang Shuyan against being deluded by emotions. But true love-sick individuals could never be reasoned with through mere words. Wang Shuyan didn't take He Zhang's words to heart at all. Instead, noticing Zhou Yiming's expression darkening, she glared coldly at He Zhang. "What do you mean by that, He Zhang? What do you mean, pretty boy? What do you mean, toy to play with? I am genuinely dedicated to Yimingji, not just fooling around." She was furious, afraid that Zhou Yiming might doubt her feelings. Hurriedly, she started making promises and oaths to reassure him. Zhou Yiming, having spent years navigating the entertainment industry and surrounded by beautiful women, could never truly fall for someone like Wang Shuyan, who was more akin to a bulky brute. But his situation left him no choice. Gently patting her head, he said softly, "Yenner, don't worry. I won't let anyone sow discord between us." Wang Shuyan, hearing his words, was so moved that her eyes reddened with tears. He Zhang clenched his teeth in frustration. A strong contender on the power rankings like himself, being ridiculed by a gold digger like this pretty boy as a troublemaker? The audacity! His killing intent flared, and he considered confronting Zhou Yiming directly. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Wang Shuyan became instantly alert. She stepped in front of Zhou Yiming, her gaze cold and sharp. "What are you planning to do?" The atmosphere in the purple lottery zone quickly thickened with tension, threatening to ignite sparks at any moment. Fortunately, Yang Miao, ever the diplomat, managed to smooth things over, persuading both sides to calm down and refocus. Once the mood settled, the three of them turned their attention back to preparing for the Purple Wheel Lottery. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, over at the White Lottery Zone of the Happy Heaven Club, was completely unaware of the ongoing chaos in the Purple Zone. Yet, he knew that in his previous life on this very night, a beast tide had erupted in the Purple Zone. It had engulfed the territories claimed by the Tianshui, Shanshui, and Blood Swallow clubs, bringing chaos and destruction. In his past life, Zhang Yi, having just joined the Suicide Squad, had barely adjusted to his new environment before being thrust into the fight against the beast tide. But compared to the battles on the brink of life and death that he had faced before, the task of resisting the beast tide was child's play. Reborn, Zhang Yi had resolved to follow the same path, join the Suicide Squad, take on the beast tide mission, and claw his way to that crucial first pot of gold. Most importantly, he remembered that tonight's mission concealed a pivotal opportunity. Though in his previous life, that opportunity hadn't belonged to him but to someone else. Luo Shan. Luo Shan, before the apocalypse, had been a carefree street idler, addicted to internet cafes and video games. He hadn't feared the apocalypse's arrival. Instead, he had been excited, seeing it as a chance to defy fate and change his life. In reality, he had nothing, but he had done decently in video games. So, he treated the apocalypse like a battle royale survival game, hoping to turn the tides with his skills. Unfortunately, he failed. In this world, talent and hard work mattered far less than one thing: luck. If you had good luck, you'd spin the wheel and get treasures that would elevate your abilities. Without luck, no matter how hard you worked, you'd just die faster. Luo Shan clearly didn't have the luck on his side and ended up living a miserable existence. Around this time in Zhang Yi's previous life, Luo Shan, like him, had been applying to spin the wheel with Lu Anti but hadn't managed to get anything useful. Later, Zhang Yi joined Gao Chang's Suicide Squad, and Luo Shan had begrudgingly followed suit. That night, during the chaos of the beast tide, Luo Shan had inadvertently saved Zhou Yiming. After the tide, Wang Shuyan sought out Zhou Yiming too, and expressed his gratitude to Luo Shan. Luo Shan seized the opportunity and managed to secure the chance to become Zhou Yiming's assistant. What happened afterward, Zhang Yi didn't know. It was only much later that he heard. After joining the Blood Swallow Club, Luo Shan had tried to live off Wang Shuyan, but failed. Instead, he ended up being resented by Zhou Yiming, didn't become his assistant, and ultimately died quietly and unnoticed. In Zhang Yi's previous life, he had no connection with Luo Shan or Zhou Yiming. In this life, if he ended up taking Luo Shan's opportunity, one could say it might indirectly save Luo Shan's life. However, under no circumstance would he ever agree to be Zhou Yiming's assistant. Before the apocalypse, being an assistant to a celebrity was already a thankless job. In the current apocalyptic environment, who knows how Zhou Yiming might torment people. Though he wouldn't become Zhou Yiming's assistant, Zhang Yi could still make other requests to Wang Shuyan. Wang Shuyan was particularly devoted to Zhou Yiming. She would undoubtedly offer substantial gratitude to the person who saved him. As Zhang Yi contemplated his path in this reborn life, he suddenly heard Aunt Lu's sweet voice saying, "Captain Sun, I've brought 2 tumor worms to spin the white wheel." Inside the security booth of the Villa District, Sun Hao gave Zhang Yi and Luo Shan a casual glance, then confirmed with Aunt Lu, "Both for the white wheel?" Aunt Lu nodded eagerly. "Yes, both white." Yawning, Sun Hao lazily said to Zhang Yi and Luo Shan, "You know the rules, right? Before spinning a white wheel, you can eat a bag of bread and a box of milk. However, whatever you draw belongs entirely to the club. If you draw high-value items, there are additional rewards." With that, he waved his hand, and 2 bags of bread and 2 boxes of milk suddenly appeared on the table. The bread was expired, and the milk was nearing its expiration date, but in the apocalypse no one cared. Jiang Yi was starving. In just a few bites, he wolfed down the bread and milk. Though it slightly filled his stomach, his body still felt weak. In the previous life, even though things hadn't gone well for him, at least he never had to worry about food and drink. Now, reborn, not only was he starving and freezing, but he also had to continue living on the edge of life and death. It was infuriating. Why couldn't this opportunity of rebirth have gone to someone who truly needed it? Jiang Yi felt no joy in his heart, only oppressive frustration and resentment. But soon, reality conquered him. After going through the formalities, Sun Hao led them to the lawn outside the villa district. That was the white lottery zone, where all the Lotto Club's members who drew white wheels would gather. With a wave of his hand, a cardboard box suddenly appeared. It was filled with white wheels the size of a bowl, more than 50 of them. These wheels, called fate wheels, were rare drops from defeating monsters. They were single-use, and whatever you drew, the wheel was discarded afterward. Each wheel contained 10 options of varying probabilities. The color indicated its quality, and experts further categorized them into 6 tiers: perfect, exquisite, high-grade, mid-grade, low-grade, and trash. A perfect wheel meant all 10 options were high-quality positive effects. Jiang Yi had only ever heard of one in his previous life. An exquisite wheel contained at least 8 positive effects, with more than 6 being high-quality positive effects. Bread and milk were considered positive effects, but in the eyes of big players they held no value. The truly high-quality options included attributes, skills, talents, and powerful items. Generally, the more positive effects a wheel had, the higher its quality was. Conversely, with fewer or none, the lower its quality. Most people would use a high-quality wheel themselves, as extremely high-quality ones could even fetch high prices. But the wheels the club gave to the tumor worms were only the undesirable low-grade and trash wheels. Even low-grade was rare. Almost all were trash wheels. Pick a wheel yourself, fill out the selection form, and you can start drawing, Sun Hao said lazily, continuing the standard procedure. Luo Shan's eyes lit up like stars as he rummaged through the box. Finally, he picked a white wheel that had a total attributes +1 option. But this total attributes +1 was ridiculously rare on the wheel, less than even the width of a human hair compared to the other options. The remaining 9 were almost all negative effects: ferocious beasts, diseases, curses, and so on. Thankfully, the negative effects of white wheels were considered relatively mild. Luo Shan spat twice into his hands, rubbed away the month-old dirt, and, as if handling a sacred artifact, gingerly held the wheel with utmost care. He prayed desperately in his heart, wishing for the god of fate to notice him, just once. Eyes shut tight, he swore passionately. If he could just draw total attributes +1. He vowed to become the most loyal follower of the god of fate and promised to stay single for life. Anything and everything. With teary eyes and trembling hands, he pressed down hard on the center of the wheel and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Spin! Total attributes +1. Give me total attributes +1. Ding! The wheel's notification sound rang. Congratulations. You have won. A pile of feces. Shit! The familiar notification made Luo Shan's face turn beet red with rage. He flung the pile of excrement that had appeared in his hand far away. The wheel he had just been cradling so carefully was thrown to the ground and stomped on with all his might. His curses flew from his mouth incessantly. Damn it! You're such a pile of shit. Damn it! Damn it all! Why? Why? His furious and unwilling shout echoed with despair. Sun Hao had seen this kind of scene so many times that he just rolled his eyes. All right, finish your spin and get out of here. Stop acting crazy. Luo Shan was so enraged that he didn't dare to talk back. He could only swallow his anger, but he didn't leave right away. Instead, he stayed and muttered, "Let's see what this kid can spin." The kid he referred to was Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had no hopes at all. Even if he spun out the longevity pill, it wouldn't belong to him, it would go to the club. In his previous life, he had spun so many wheels and felt disappointment too many times. His heart had grown numb. Anyway, without expectations, there would be no disappointment. Nevertheless, he still decided to carefully pick one out of the 50 or so trashy white wheels in the box. However, as soon as his hand touched the first white wheel in the box, a sudden system prompt rang out in his mind. Please select the reward you wish to designate for the wheel. 1. Foot odor. 2. Mouth ulcer. 3. Weakness for 3 days. 4. Stinky crocodile. 5. What? Designate a reward. Jiang Yi was so shocked that he could hardly believe it. Could he really directly designate the reward that the wheel would give out? Was he so hungry that his brain had started imagining things? He didn't dare to believe it before confirming, but he still clung to a faint glimmer of hope to try. If he really could designate the reward, then he would need to carefully choose from these garbage-level white wheels. Yet, rewards like the longevity pill and various physical items were out of the question because of the club's rules. Any physical item spun would belong to the club. In comparison, rewards like all attributes +1, which Luo Shan so desperately yearned for, directly benefited the person spinning. That kind of reward was the sole glimmer of hope for creatures like him to overturn their cursed destiny, although such opportunities were absurdly rare. Hurry it up! Sun Hao, seeing how much time Zhang Yi was spending picking a wheel, grew impatient and urged him on. In his view, nothing good could possibly come out of trashy wheels like these. What Zhang Yi was doing was simply a waste of time. Luo Shan, however, watching Zhang Yi carefully selecting a wheel, began to feel a faint sense of sympathy. Are you also trying to use this lottery to change your fate? Luo Shan asked. I heard you've only got about a year left to live. If you don't spin something good, you probably won't make it. Hearing this, Sun Hao became even more disdainful. He was about to press Zhang Yi further when Zhang Yi finally selected a wheel from the box. I've chosen. It's this one. Luo Shan leaned over to take a look. He saw that the wheel Zhang Yi had chosen had 9 negative effects and only 1 positive reward, the longevity pill. So Zhang Yi had spent all that time only to choose a wheel with the longevity pill? The longevity pill was indeed valuable, it could extend one's life. But for lowly creatures like them, even if they spun it, the club would seize it by force. At best, they might receive a better living condition in trade, but there was no way it could reverse their fate. What was Zhang Yi even thinking? Was he so close to the end of his life that he had simply given up? Not surprising, though. With only a year of life left, no matter what he spun, his odds of turning things around were basically nil. So this spin of the wheel was likely nothing more than Zhang Yi treating himself to one last meal before the end. Luo Shan thought he had seen through Zhang Yi's intentions, but instead of mocking him, he felt a complicated emotion of shared misery. He knew his own turn to be in Zhang Yi's shoes wasn't far off. Though he talked a big game about defying fate, deep down he knew the chances were terrifyingly slim. Zhang Yi paid no mind to what Luo Shan was thinking. He picked up the wheel and prepared to spin. But before he could start, a voice called out from a distance. Old Sun, come give me a hand. Sun Hao looked over at the voice to find a scholarly young man waving at him. Chengdu, what do you need? The young man was holding a white wheel in his hand. Help guard me. The destiny wheels sometimes contained dangerous options like fierce beasts. When uncertain about the risks, players would request a guard to be ready to assist in taking down threats. When Zhang Yi or Luo Shan spun, Sun Hao acted as their guard to handle anything perilous that might arise. Chengdu was asking him for the same kind of protection. White wheels rarely posed dangers, so guards typically weren't needed. Sun Hao frowned, but he still walked over, muttering, what kind of danger could a white wheel have? Zhang Yi and Luo Shan also walked over to see what was going on. Luo Shan was purely curious, while Zhang Yi harbored a hidden agenda. He secretly observed Chengdu, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Chengdu, in Zhang Yi's previous life, could be considered a borderline legend. A month later, Chengdu spun a green wheel and astonishingly ended up with the reward, schizophrenia. Schizophrenia was an illness, a negative reward, undoubtedly. But the absurd part was that after developing schizophrenia, Chengdu became a completely different person. From a meek, bookish type, he turned into a ruthless, cold-blooded demon who killed without blinking. His combat prowess skyrocketed. His decisions grew brutal and swift, to the point where he betrayed his team, even murdering the Sun Hao of that timeline. In the end, he escaped the club and became a cold, merciless lone killer. The weak band together, the strong walk alone. In the post-apocalyptic game, group alliances were common, but so were powerful solitary figures. Not many. Zhang Yi would likely part ways with the club in the future and become a lone wolf. But for now, he's still too weak, forced to endure momentarily, relying on the club for cautious growth. Pulling his thoughts back from his previous life to the present, Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the white roulette in Chengdu's hands. This white roulette was clearly much better in quality compared to the trash roulette used by the tumor bug. Among the 10 options, 6 were positive rewards, longevity pills, a spatial ring, diamond talismans, tang sabers, marten fur coats, and spicy grilled bullfrog. All decent items, especially the longevity pills and the spatial ring, which were considered exceptional at this tier. Sun Hao glanced over and immediately guessed. You're aiming for the spatial ring, aren't you? Chengdu nodded shyly, but Sun Hao shook his head, saying, the odds of getting a spatial ring are too low. Even if you get one from a white roulette, its capacity won't exceed 1 cubic meter. Chengdu didn't mind. The white roulette only costs a year of lifespan, so there's no harm in trying. Sun Hao didn't argue further, changing the subject instead. So you asked me to guard you because you're afraid of the negative effect, Like the illusory powder butterfly swarm appearing, right? Chengdu nodded. The scent of the illusory powder butterflies can cause hallucinations, and the phosphorus powder on their wings causes paralysis. I can handle up to 10 of them, but I don't know how large the swarm might be. Sun Hao understood, nodding. All right, go ahead and spin. The probability of the butterfly swarm appearing isn't high. It might not happen. Feeling grateful, Chengdu clasped his hands together in prayer. His approach wasn't as intense as before, but still very sincere. After his prayer, he pressed the button at the center of the white roulette and confidently called out, "Draw." The roulette emitted a notification. Ding. Congratulations, you drew. Illusory powder butterfly swarm. Swish, swish, swish. Sun Hao reacted instantly, shooting a black net from his palm that completely ensnared the swarm of illusory powder butterflies. Within 3 seconds, all were eliminated. Hundreds of dead butterflies lay scattered on the ground. Chengdu looked both disappointed and fearful. I didn't believe in Murphy's Law yesterday, but I fell right into it today. I thought the odds were so low, why did I have to get hit? What terrible luck. Sun Hao had seen worse and, with little patience, offered some comfort. Let it go. Don't overthink it.
Chengdu nodded.
It's just a white roulette. It's not a big deal. Just after he spoke, a lean young man with piercing eyes locked onto him. Chengdu frowned and looked at Zhang Yi. You're the tumor bug, aren't you? Zhang Yi nodded, then spoke up. Can I have those illusory powder butterfly carcasses? Chengdu furrowed his brows in suspicion. What do you need them for? Zhang Yi swallowed nervously and said eagerly, Eat, I'm starving. I can't hold on much longer. It was said that Chengdu used to be a righteous and kind-hearted man before his mental breakdown, and those words softened his heart. Without much thought, he waved his hand. A pile of useless carcasses. Take them if you want. It has nothing to do with me once they're dead. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, and he quickly offered his thanks, packing the hundreds of butterfly carcasses into an empty bread bag. Chengdu shook his head, wondering if Zhang Yi could really eat such things. Then he turned to thank Sun Hao before walking away. Though kind-hearted, Chengdu wasn't overly compassionate. There were far too many tumor bugs like Zhang Yi, he couldn't save them all. Sun Hao said nothing, only urging Zhang Yi impatiently. All right, it's your turn now. Hurry up and spin, then leave. Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly as he pressed his right thumb against the center of the white roulette. A familiar notification echoed in his mind. Please select your reward. 1. Longevity pills. 2. 3 days of insomnia. 3. Stuttering. 4. Cross-eyed vision. 5. Body odor. 6. Bloodthirsty parasite swarm. 7. Before the voice finished reading, Zhang Yi silently chanted in his heart. Choose number 6. Bloodthirsty parasite swarm. Immediately, the center of the white roulette emitted a familiar beep. Ding! Congratulations on drawing your reward. Bloodthirsty parasite swarm. He had actually drawn the bloodthirsty parasite swarm, the very reward he had silently chosen. Zhang Yi's adrenaline spiked. His entire body felt as if his blood was rushing to his brain, leaving him dizzy. His excitement was palpable. He could hardly believe what had just happened before his eyes. He truly possessed the ability to control the roulette and select his reward. This was utterly game-changing. While others gambled their lifespan with every spin of the roulette, for him it was like robbing a bank. He could get whatever he wanted. If he went on a mad spinning spree, he'd essentially become invincible. The sheer joy of this discovery almost made him burst into uproarious laughter. But having lived 2 lifetimes, Zhang Yi quickly reined in his emotions. Stay calm. For now, his lifespan was only 38 days left. Barely enough to handle a single white spin roulette. He needed to stay cautious and plan everything step by step. His eyes turned towards the bloodthirsty parasite swarm, which had appeared out of thin air. In the eyes of most players, the bloodthirsty parasite swarm was a negative entity, akin to a deadly beast, yet its attack power was remarkably weak, so weak that even the feeblest tumor bug could easily handle it. Zhang Yi acted quickly, covering the bloodthirsty parasite swarm with his jacket. The speed left Sun Hao stunned. Sun Hao wasn't too surprised, though. He said plainly, All right, just hand over your lottery registration forms, and you can be on your way. Luo Shan had already filled out the form and handed it over. Zhang Yi squatted down to fill out his form as well, and took the opportunity to ask Sun Hao, Boss Sun, can I handle these bloodthirsty parasites myself? Sun Hao rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you're thinking of eating those disgusting things? Do whatever you want with them. The club doesn't keep them. Zhang Yi's tense nerves finally relaxed. He quickly packed the bloodthirsty parasites one by one into empty bottles. When he handed in the form, he spoke again. Boss Sun, I've got just over a month of life left. Hanging out in the underground parking garage as a parasite living off borrowed time is meaningless to me. Can I join the Suicide Squad? I'm not afraid of dying. Sun Hao rolled his eyes even harder. Not afraid of dying? Want to die? Should I send you on your way now? The Suicide Squad isn't for just anyone who feels like joining. As they spoke, someone suddenly walked toward the white lottery wheel area. It was Gao Chong. He wasn't there to spin the wheel, just to watch others do so. He was still unfamiliar with this doomsday game. Happening upon Jiang Yi and Luo Shan, something sparked in Gao Chang's mind. While he didn't recognize Jiang Yi, Luo Shan's tattoos were unmistakable. A guy who looked like trouble. Gao Chang also often heard Luo Shan boast about defying fate in the underground parking garage. Thinking of his own situation in the Suicide Squad, Gao Chang considered something. Should he recruit Luo Shan to join the team? At that moment, Luo Shan was deep in thought, stirred by Jiang Yi's words. The Suicide Squad did offer a slim chance to defy fate, but the death rates were staggering. Many people didn't survive even 24 hours after joining. Dismembered bodies on the following day were not uncommon. That path was paved with blades, fire, corpses, and rivers of blood. Luo Shan wanted to change his fate, but he didn't want to die. When he looked back at Jiang Yi, he saw in him a reflection of his own future, a life nearing its end. Luo Shan had only 11 years left himself, and even with 11 chances at the white lottery wheel, the odds of a good draw were slim, even if he spun it 100 times over. After grappling with his inner conflict, Luo Shan began leaning toward joining the Suicide Squad. Gao Chang, sensing this shift, walked over to him. Instead of directly addressing Luo Shan, Gao Chang looked at Jiang Yi and asked, "You just said you want to join the Suicide Squad?" Jiang Yi nodded firmly. "Yes." Feigning thought for a few seconds, Gao Chang said calmly, "Coincidence. I happen to run a Suicide Squad. Want to join?" Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately answered loudly, "Yes, I do." His voice was filled with passion, as if he had stepped onto a path of light and hope, not into a bloody road of no return. Even Luo Shan, standing nearby, felt a bit encouraged. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up. "Brother Chong, does the Suicide Squad need more people? I want to join too." He quickly added, "I'm way tougher than him. I fought in elementary school, ruled middle school as the boss, and dominated internet cafes in high school." Gao Chang chuckled and nodded, agreeing to let him in. However, there was still Sun Hao with his authoritative position to consider. Gao Chang turned to ask for his opinion as well. Sun Hao waved it off dismissively. "Your squad, your call. I don't interfere." And just like that, Jiang Yi and Luo Shan both joined Gao Chang's team. What differed from his past life was that instead of the longevity pill, Jiang Yi had obtained bloodthirsty parasites in this one. He had also collected phantom powder butterflies, with only fireflies of light left to complete his plan. Jiang Yi was carefully plotting his next steps in his mind. As Gao Chang led them toward the villa district, he explained as they walked. This villa district has 320 units. The best 20 are reserved for the core members of the club. Regular members have 120 units, and our Suicide Squad occupies 180 units. The remaining spaces here and there are makeshift shelters. The welfare benefits for the Suicide Squad are roughly the same as those of regular members. The main difference lies in the danger level of the missions. Gao Chang painted them a picture. It's like before the apocalypse. Imagine earning the same $10,000 per month. The Suicide Squad is like backbreaking construction work, while regular members are in air-conditioned offices, living the easy life. Jiang Yi already knew all this. Luo Shan, however, listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Seeing his interest, Gao Chang continued, "Once someone in the Suicide Squad reaches level 1, they become a regular member." He looked at Luo Shan and asked, "Do you know the difference between level 0 and level 1? Luo Shan, not well informed, shook his head. Jiang Yi knew but chose not to say anything. Gao Chang clarified, "When I drew the All Attributes +1 reward, I realized after engaging with other club members that level 1 players acquire something called a Fate Disc. Initially, it looks like an ordinary coin, but it can transform into anything. Most people use their Fate Disc as a phone for chatting, trading, checking rankings, and adding friends." Luo Shan suddenly understood. "No wonder I always see the big shots playing on their phones. So that's their Fate Disc." Gao Chang nodded. "Exactly. Only those who get their life disc and level up to level 1 can be considered as truly playing this apocalypse game." Speaking with great fervor, Luo Shan listened enthusiastically, his blood boiling with excitement. Unable to restrain himself, he asked impatiently, "Then how does a level 0 player level up to level 1? I don't even see an experience bar." Gao Chang shook his head and sighed. "This apocalypse game is not easy. Leveling up is way harder than in ordinary games. Most members of the Suicide Squad have just one goal: to level up to level 1, obtain the exclusive life disc, and officially become a player. That's my goal too. I'm giving it everything I've got to reach level 1. According to the bigwigs in the club, currently, there are only 2 ways to level up to level 1. Strictly speaking, it's one method, but with 2 paths. And that's using the upgrade life token. There are 2 ways to obtain an upgrade life token. The first is relatively simpler. You use a blue or higher tier spin wheel to draw it. But it has to be a spin wheel that includes an upgrade life token option, or else you won't get it. Luo Shan was stunned upon hearing this. A blue or higher tier spin wheel. Doesn't that cost at least 100 years of life? Yes, sacrificing 100 years of life to level up is indeed over the top. Gao Chang nodded. I was just as shocked when I found out. But on second thought, maybe that's something the poor couldn't comprehend. For those rich and powerful big shots, 100 years of life means nothing. Either way, for us level 0 players, this path is still incredibly difficult to follow. The second path is even harder. The high mortality rate of the Suicide Squad. Do you know why? Luo Shan connected the dots. Does it have to do with the second path? Precisely. Right now, the entire River City is surrounded by an ocean. The clean zones have turned into invasion pathways. Not only the ocean, but the lakes, rivers, and even ponds within River City have become routes for ferocious beasts to invade. These creatures can use these waterways to enter our world, and we, in turn, can use these points to counterattack their world. According to Brother Liao, the beast world is both perilous and full of opportunities. In there, you might stumble upon upgrade life tokens without needing to draw them. Back when Brother Liao was part of the Suicide Squad, he accidentally obtained a life token while exploring the beast world, which allowed him to level up and become a formal member. He told me not to lose heart. Despite the high danger of the Suicide Squad, every squad member is a provisional club member. Compared to those destined to have their lives end as life mites, joining the Suicide Squad at least offers a chance to defy fate. Gao Chang spoke passionately, and Luo Shan listened with fiery determination. But Zhang Yi remained unusually calm. He understood that the Brother Liao Gao Chang spoke of was merely painting a pretty picture. In reality, what the club offered to the Suicide Squad were all illusions. The so-called Beast World was actually what future generations called the Realm Battlefields. From what was later analyzed, it was barely possible to survive in the Realm Battlefields at level 5. The fact that level 0 players dared to enter was sheer recklessness. While secretly sighing at their naivety, Gao Chang led them to the door of a villa. The sky was growing darker, and Gao Chang lowered his voice, saying, "This is my squad's villa. The squad originally had 7 members. With you 2, it makes 9 now." The 3 of them entered the villa, which was quiet. In one corner of the living room on the first floor, a muscular man was doing push-ups. Seeing someone so strong and fit, Luo Shan wanted to take the initiative to greet him and build rapport, but Gao Chang grabbed him by the arm. "Come with me first. I'll show you to your rooms." Gao Chang spoke in a hushed tone as he led them up to the 4th floor of the villa. The room given to Zhang Yi was only 5 or 6 square meters, essentially a walk-in closet. Luo Shan's was slightly bigger, an 8 or 9 square meter study. Gao Chang reminded them, "Members of the Suicide Squad aren't easy to get close to. Don't disturb them lightly." Luo Shan was puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to get to know our teammates?" Gao Chang felt awkward. He had thought the same when he first joined. It's like when people join a new team just before the apocalypse. They typically introduce themselves first. But when he applied this pre-apocalypse approach and tried to blend in, the others were so cold and indifferent that they nearly outright ignored him. One guy outright said in a chilly tone, "The dead mingling with the dead? What's the point of introductions?" That sentence, while cruel, held undeniable truth. Ironically, the guy who said that died the very next day. Gao Chang did not share that brutal sentiment with Luo Shan. Feigning a deep demeanor and putting on an air of authority, he said, "Members of the Suicide Squad need to prove themselves with their strength before they're worthy of knowing each other." Luo Shan didn't think much of it, but Zhang Yi immediately discerned Gao Chang's real meaning. Members of the Suicide Squad must survive first before they earn the right to know others. Otherwise, who would bother getting chummy with the dead? After finishing what he had to say, Gao Chang outlined a few precautionary rules, confirmed the squad's next mission would start at 9 a.m. the following morning, then left. As soon as he was gone, Luo Shan pulled Zhang Yi aside and whispered, "Don't you feel that something's off about this Suicide Squad? It's so oppressive." Zhang Yi shot him an annoyed glance. "If you survive a few more days, you'll feel it too." Luo Shan's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but regret his decision to join the squad. As he was mulling it over, Zhang Yi suddenly asked, Luo Shan, do you want to defy fate and rewrite destiny? Defy fate and rewrite destiny was something Luo Shan often had on his lips. Even that tumor-like creature in the underground parking lot used to mock him for it. Hearing Jiang Yi bring it up out of nowhere, he naturally assumed it was yet another jab. Years later, Luo Shan would repeatedly recall this moment, sighing. He had proclaimed his desire to defy fate and rewrite destiny every day. Yet at that exact moment, he failed to notice that the wheel of fate had begun to turn. What do you mean? Luo Shan raised his voice. Do you want to fight? Or have you just lost the will to live? I've never killed anyone before. Perfect chance to practice on you. He cursed and acted tough, pretending to be menacing. Jiang Yi, however, saw right through his bluff. Jiang Yi glanced at him indifferently and said leisurely, the literal meaning, before the echo of his words faded. He patted the bag beside him that contained the corpses of dust moths and blood-sucking goo bugs. Luo Shan wanted to argue but suddenly asked, what exactly do you mean? Jiang Yi tilted his chin. Let's talk in your room. The two quickly entered the room, and as soon as the door shut, Luo Shan whispered, you didn't collect those moths and bugs to eat, did you? Jiang Yi didn't answer directly. Instead, he cautiously took out a dust moth corpse and, in an unhurried tone, asked, when you were bragging to the tumor bug, did you ever hear of Chang Jiaoyi? A flicker of contempt crossed Luo Shan's eyes. He was about to mock him when he suddenly noticed. Jiang Yi's movements as he handled the dust moth corpse were incredibly meticulous, deftly avoiding the phosphor powder on the moth's wings. The dust moth resembled an ordinary butterfly in appearance, but it was laced with hallucinogenic and mildly paralyzing venom. This venom wasn't weak at all. Touching it in excess could cause severe paralysis and a bluish discoloration of the skin. Yet, despite handling a large number of these moth corpses, Jiang Yi's hands showed no signs of harm. He was even able to precisely manipulate the moth's delicate antennae, his movements natural and fluid. This sight left Luo Shan astonished. The man before him, who appeared feeble and was rumored to have less than a month to live, might not be as simple as he seemed. He swallowed his scorn and nodded. Of course I've heard of her. Chang Jiaoyi is Jiang City's only master capable of refining longevity pills. Jiang Yi sneered coldly but said nothing. He continued working on the moth, his voice unhurried. Do you know which school Chang Jiaoyi attended before the apocalypse? Luo Shan blurted. Hanyang University. Jiang Yi carried on calmly. And have you heard about the Beast Tide incident at Hanyang University on the 7th day of the apocalypse? Luo Shan nodded vigorously. I heard that some students spun the blue lottery wheel and triggered the Beast Tide. At that time, the 7th day of the apocalypse, most people's strength was as weak as that of tumor bugs like us. The Beast Tide triggered by the blue lottery wheel was an absolute cataclysm for players back then. I heard that all the teachers and students from Hanyang University were nearly wiped out. Luckily, a team led hundreds of students and barely escaped the Beast Tide with their lives. There was an invincible top-tier expert in that team, but his name never gained widespread attention. After that, no one heard of him again. Rumor has it that the expert might have died. Jiang Yi chuckled softly, taking a small knife and a bottle cap from the room. He carefully scraped the phosphor powder from the dust moth's wings into the bottle cap. While continuing his task, he spoke in a calm tone. That expert was powerful because he gained attribute enhancements from the lottery wheel. Luo Shan nodded. Of course, to lead people out of a Beast Tide, he must have unlocked some ridiculously powerful ability. Jiang Yi shook his head, his tone steady. He didn't rewrite destiny. The ability he gained was time-limited, not permanent. So, 7 days later, he vanished without a trace. I see. Luo Shan suddenly understood. I remember that the green lottery will also has these time-limited abilities. What a pity. Gaining such an ability only for it to last a short while. No wonder he couldn't ultimately defy fate. If only he'd had more time to continue strengthening himself during the time limit, he might really have rewritten destiny. Sigh, what a tragic waste. Luo Shan loved stories about defying fate, and even this kind of failure carried a certain poignant allure. Suddenly he frowned, glaring at Jiang Yi. You seem awfully familiar with that expert? Wait a minute. His eyes widened in realization. You went to Hanyang University with Chang Jiaoyi. You're one of the survivors saved by that expert during the Beast Tide, aren't you? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, but not quite. Luo Shan was confused. What do you mean? What do you mean? What's wrong? Jiang Yi paused his movements and looked at him indifferently. I am that nameless expert. Luo Shan's jaw dropped open, forming a big O. Took him a while to recover. Really? Are you serious? You're not bluffing, are you? Jiang Yi didn't reply but said calmly. A scrawny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though the abilities I draw have a time limit, I once shone brightly. So I ask you again, do you still want to defy destiny? Luo Shan instantly stood up straight. I do. Hell yes I do. Zhang Yi carefully placed the bottle cap filled with phosphorus powder on the table and brought out another bottle containing living bloodthirsty goo worms. The wriggling goo worms crowded the bottle, looking like it was filled with dirty blood. He deliberately showed it to Luo Shan, raising an eyebrow as he said, if you want to defy fate, go get me a bag of fireflies. What? Fireflies? Luo Shan was dumbfounded. Buddy, I have nothing. Where the hell am I supposed to find insects? Zhang Yi glanced out the window. The sky was already dark, but the moon was bright, and the room wasn't too dim. Turning back, he said to Luo Shan calmly, fireflies aren't rare. Many people collect them as lanterns. Go find some of the other daredevils in this villa. Chances are they have some. Luo Shan looked even more bewildered. Just from Gao Chang's attitude earlier, it was obvious everyone in this daredevil group has a bad temper. I'm a newbie with no skills. And you think they'll give me fireflies just because I ask? I'm not their parent. Luo Shan clearly understood his own position. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Then I'm not your parent either, so why should I help you defy destiny? His words were blunt and hit hard. Luo Shan caught the meaning between the lines and froze. After a moment of silence, he glared at Zhang Yi with gritted teeth and said, if I go through all that trouble to get the fireflies and it turns out you're lying to me. He snorted coldly and turned to leave the room. Behind him, Zhang Yi hurriedly reminded, don't take more than 5 minutes, because the beast tide from his previous life was approaching fast, and time was running out. 5 minutes passed as Zhang Yi worked alone, frowning as he glanced toward the door. A moment later there was a knock. Zhang Yi walked over and opened it. Luo Shan stood there, grumbling as he entered. 5 minutes? And you locked the door? Zhang Yi didn't bother explaining, his eyes immediately catching sight of the glowing bag in Luo Shan's hand. There was no doubt. That bag contained fireflies. Closing the door, Luo Shan looked like he had escaped death, starting to complain. I went all the way downstairs to get this from that big guy just for this dumb bag. And it cost me a precious time coin. Zhang Yi froze when he heard that. You actually have time coins? Luo Shan smugly nodded. Just a few. I picked them up right after the apocalypse started. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. After all, during the early days of the apocalypse, people were still clueless about the situation. Some careless individuals ignored the time currency dropped next to the corpses of fierce beasts. Sharp-eyed opportunists took advantage of this, collecting the rare time currency. Time currency came in 6 forms. Second coins, minute coins, hour coins, and the even rarer day coins, year coins, and immortality coins. The exchange rates corresponded to time units. 1 minute coin equaled 60-second coins. 1 day coin equaled 24-hour coins. 1 year coin equaled 365-day coins. The mysterious immortality coins were valued differently depending on their quality, calculated in varying amounts of renminbi. Players with their own life charts used time currency as a primary trading medium. Non-official players circulated smaller denominations such as second coins, minute coins, and hour coins. However, their lack of information often left them exploited by official players in transactions involving time coins. Luo Shan exchanging a minute coin for fireflies was undoubtedly a ripoff, but from the perspective of Zhang Yi, a seasoned apocalypse survivor, it was a bargain. After all, no one truly understood the real value of beast materials. Only the meat of fierce beasts had clear market value, while other materials were discarded as waste. This explained how Zhang Yi had managed to easily acquire bloodthirsty goo worms, phosphorescent butterflies, and now even the fireflies. He wasted no time and began processing the fireflies. When clustered together, fireflies resembled a glowing ball, but a single one was no bigger than an uncooked grain of rice. Its tail had a pinpoint-sized glowing spot, the source of its light. Carefully, Zhang Yi used the tip of a knife to pierce that tiny glowing spot. A few seconds later, a drop of fluorescent, viscous liquid slowly dripped into the cap containing the phosphorus powder from the phosphorescent butterfly. A sizzling sound followed as the phosphorus powder roiled as if ignited. Since the liquid amount was tiny, the sound faded away after a few seconds. He punctured another light spot, letting another drop fall into the cap, reviving the sizzling sound. This process repeated, his actions smooth and natural. Luo Shan, watching, initially thought it seemed simple, but upon closer observation he realized, the light from the Dao glow is too faint, but Zhang Yi's movements are extraordinary. No one could do this so effortlessly. Though Luo Shan wasn't aware of the full context, he couldn't help but secretly admire Zhang Yi. After a few minutes, the powdered phosphorescence on the wings of the illusion powder butterfly in the bottle cap had been completely burned into a deep green liquid by the Firefly lamp liquid. Jiang Yi carefully poured the liquid into the container holding the bloodlust goo bug. Suddenly, an even more intense sizzling and crackling sound erupted. The blood-red shell of the bloodlust goo bug inside the bottle began to disintegrate slowly under the action of the deep green liquid. 3 minutes later, the entire blood-red exterior of the bloodlust goo bug dissolved completely, transforming into a thick, dark black liquid, resembling venom in appearance. Jiang Yi held the bottle of venom and said to Luo Shan, "Stretch out your hand." Luo Shan instinctively reached out but quickly pulled back after noticing Jiang Yi's intent. "What the hell? You better not pour that creepy stuff on me." "Me?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "This isn't some creepy stuff. It's good stuff." Luo Shan looked skeptical. "If it's such good stuff, why aren't you using it yourself? Why are you pouring it on me?" Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and, without hesitation, poured the liquid onto his own hand. "Fine, I'll use it myself. Don't come crying to me about missing out." Seeing Jiang Yi's unwavering stance, Luo Shan panicked and quickly shouted, "Wait, I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't pour it on yourself." Jiang Yi smirked, tilting the bottle and letting the dark black liquid drip into Luo Shan's trembling palm. As he poured, he asked, "How does it feel?" Luo Shan's body stiffened, and his voice was as rigid as steel. "Hot. Tingling." Jiang Yi nodded knowingly, thinking everything seemed normal. He instructed Luo Shan to spread the liquid all over his body. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yi asked, "How do you feel now?" Luo Shan's face flushed slightly, his breath uneven. "A bit warm, and my muscles ache." Jiang Yi continued to nod, affirming, "That's a normal reaction." But Luo Shan was growing increasingly uneasy. He couldn't shake off the feeling that he'd been turned into a guinea pig for experimentation. He started to worry, what if there were side effects? 2 minutes later, Jiang Yi told him, "Open up your data panel and take a look." "Data panel?" Luo Shan muttered in confusion. But when his eyes fell on the panel, he yelled in shock, "What the heck? My all attributes increased by 5 points. This can't be real. All attributes plus 5. Although Luo Shan didn't fully grasp how rare that kind of stat boost was, he was well aware it wasn't something an ordinary white-tier spinner could grant. Even in the green-tier spinners, such an all attributes plus 5 reward was practically unheard of. He was utterly stunned. Even gambling away 10 years of his life might not have earned him this kind of reward. But Jiang Yi had managed to obtain it so easily. Luo Shan's mind was reeling, his thoughts spinning into chaos. Then Jiang Yi's voice interrupted, pouring cold water over his excitement. "Don't get too excited. This all attributes plus 5 comes with a time limit." Luo Shan tried to calm himself and asked nervously, "How long does it last?" Jiang Yi replied, "About a day." "A day? That's incredible too." Luo Shan's excitement surged again. "The process is so simple. We can make more of it and keep using it." Jiang Yi rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Don't get ahead of yourself. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This black liquid is called Body Fortification Potion. Sure, it's easy to make for now, but there are 3 major issues. First use, all attributes plus 5, effect lasts 1 day. Second use, all attributes plus 2, effect for half a day. Third use, all attributes plus 1, effect for 3 hours. Beginning with the 4th use, your body will develop resistance, and it'll stop working entirely. Also, don't think the stuff is easy to make. Firefly lamp insects are common enough, but illusion powder butterflies are rare, hard to come by in everyday scenarios. And the bloodlust goo bug? Even rarer. It takes 1,000 white-tier spinners just to encounter a single option featuring the bloodlust goo bug. The odds are ridiculously low, about as low as hitting an all attributes plus 1 reward on a white-tier spinner. This rarity, combined with market demand, meant that materials derived from the bloodlust goo bug were priced almost at the same level as those of green-tier items. So for Jiang Yi to have encountered a white-tier spinner containing an option with the bloodlust goo bug swarm, it was nothing short of astonishing. Even Jiang Yi himself had been surprised. But without his heaven-defying ability of specified reward selection, he couldn't possibly have landed on that exact option, even if it was visible on the spinner. Luo Shan wasn't privy to these secrets, so to him, the situation felt utterly absurd. The bloodlust goo bug swarm, a choice harder to land on than the all attributes plus 1 reward, had actually been picked by Jiang Yi. Luo Shan's expression turned strange as he stared at Jiang Yi and asked, "When you picked that spinner, don't tell me you were specifically aiming for the bloodlust goo swarm?" Jiang Yi's face remained completely calm. "I examined my options thoroughly and decided all the others were garbage. This spinner had both longevity pills and the bloodlust goo swarm. To me, those were two high-grade, positive outcomes, so of course I chose it. I never expected to actually hit the bloodlust goose swarm. Zhang Yi's ability to tell bold-faced lies with such ease was nothing short of masterful. Luo Shan didn't doubt him. After all, who would believe someone could intentionally choose a spinner reward? After Zhang Yi finished his brief explanation, he took the remaining half bottle of body fortification potion and applied it to himself. At first, Luo Shan didn't think much of it. After all, with such a valuable concoction, it made sense for Zhang Yi to want to use it too. But soon enough, his brows furrowed as he remarked. Gao Chong said, "Our mission isn't until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that means we should use the potion tomorrow morning to make full use of its 24-hour effect of +5 to all attributes. Using it now would just waste the bonus for the entire night." He sounded regretful. Zhang Yi nodded absent-mindedly. "You're right. I didn't think it through." Around the same time, in the purple lottery area where the three major clubs converged, He Zhang, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuyan wore solemn expressions. Meanwhile, Zhou Yiming seemed restless, incessantly complaining. "This is ridiculous. The Beast Tide option has less than a 10% chance on the purple wheel. We spent a whole 2 hours preparing for that tiny probability. If we don't draw it, it's all a colossal waste." He Zhang shot him an annoyed glare. Missing the Beast Tide draw would indeed be wasteful. But do you understand how disastrous it would be if we weren't prepared and actually drew the Beast Tide? You've heard about the Seventh-day Apocalypse Beast Tide that almost destroyed the entire Hanjiang University, haven't you? That was just from a blue-tier wheel, and it was terrifying enough. And now, you're drawing from the purple-tier wheel. One outcome could mean a century's worth of life sacrificed to summon a Beast Tide. Another could mean a millennium's worth of life. The Beast Tide from this could be 10 times more destructive than the one at Hanjiang University. If we're unprepared, all 3 of our clubs could be wiped out. He Zhang's voice was firm, his tone heavy. Zhou Yiming scoffed, the impatience clear on his face. "I'm not saying the Beast Tide isn't dangerous. I'm just saying the odds are so low I don't think I'd be that unlucky." He Zhang rolled his eyes and chose to ignore him. Before Wang Shuyan could explode with anger, Yang Miao stepped in to mediate. "No one here wants to draw a Beast Tide. All this intense preparation is just in case. It helps us feel more secure." This has also been the consensus of all 3 major clubs from the beginning. Now that everything is ready, there's no point in arguing further. The moonlight's perfect tonight. We should start the draw. Although the Doomsday game had only been going on for a month, many players believed that drawing under the moonlight increased the chance of getting better rewards. No one could verify the truth behind this theory, but most players preferred to believe it was true. Wang Shuyan had even invited a feng shui master to pick the optimal spot in the purple lottery zone. With a wave of her hand, a 1-meter-high platform suddenly appeared in that spot. On the platform sat a purple lottery wheel, about the size of a rice bowl. The purple wheel was much more exquisite than its white-tier counterpart. Even He Zhang and Yang Miao, both experienced and powerful players, were visibly tempted. The stronger their desires grew, the more disdainful they felt toward Zhou Yiming. This pretty boy who lived off women. How could he be the one to spin such a precious purple-tier wheel? Was Wang Shuyan out of her mind? Zhou Yiming's eyes glittered as he stared fixedly at the purple wheel, his gaze especially locked onto the longevity pill recipe option. His heartbeat quickened in excitement. That was a purple-tier longevity pill recipe. In the entirety of Jiang City, the only person capable of crafting longevity pills was Chang Jiaoyi, and even she only held a green-tier recipe. If Zhou Yiming managed to obtain this purple-tier recipe, who cared about the Blood Swallow Club anymore? Even the 4 major powers in Jiang City would fight over him. He'd no longer be some pretty boy living under a woman's shadow but a pinnacle figure, Zhou Yiming. Even Wang Shuyan would be unworthy of him then. The thought flushed Zhou Yiming with excitement, his blood surging with ambition. Just as he prepared to spin the wheel, Wang Shuyan's nagging voice rang once more. "Brother Yiming, remember, if the wheel lands on Beast Tide, use the teleportation stone I gave you immediately, and don't lose the locator compass either," she repeatedly emphasized. No one has ever witnessed a purple-tier Beast Tide in Jiang City, but if it appears, the situation will be unimaginably chaotic. So keep this in mind. Outwardly, Zhou Yiming nodded earnestly. Inwardly, however, he cursed. Beast Tide. Beast Tide. Talk about overreacting. Her obsessive nervousness felt like bad luck to him, as if these crow-like words would jinx the draw and summon the damn Beast Tide. Finally, Wang Shuyan finished her instructions and, after performing a quick hand gesture, cast a blessing aura on Zhou Yiming. "All right, go ahead." Zhou Yiming finally got to this moment he had been waiting for. He silently prayed to all the gods and spirits he could think of, then placed his hand steadily in the center of the wheel. In a cold, firm voice, he proclaimed, "Spin!" He Zhang, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuiyan all held their breaths, fully armed and tense, ready to defend against the beast tide, though none of them truly believed Zhou Yiming would land on it. And yet, Murphy's Law did not disappoint. Ding! The center of the purple will lit up with text. "Congratulations! You've drawn a reward. Beast tide." "What the hell? Are you kidding me? I actually drew the beast tide." Zhou Yiming was dumbfounded, muttering curses under his breath at He Zhang, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuiyan, blaming their doom prophecies for jinxing him into this bad luck. The three of them looked equally grim. This was the result no one wanted to see. Wang Shuiyan was the quickest to react, screaming, "Use the teleportation stone now." Only then did Zhou Yiming regain his senses, hastily activating the teleportation stone to flee to safety. The moment he vanished, the remaining three swiftly moved according to their contingency plans. About 2 minutes later, a tremendous explosion shook the area near where the three clubs were headquartered. Jiang Yi, who had been lying on a single bed resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes at the sound of the explosion. Opening his eyes, he calmed himself down. Luo Shan was initially reluctant to give up the +5 to all attributes effect. He was in the middle of a push-up contest with the burly man downstairs, doing over 100 push-ups in one go without breaking a sweat, leaving the strong man in awe. Just as he was about to seize the moment to strike up a conversation, a loud bang suddenly erupted, startling him enough to blurt out, "What the hell?" The burly man's expression changed drastically. "Something's happened." "What happened?" Luo Shan asked anxiously. The burly man rolled his eyes. "How should I know? Wait for the news." Just as Luo Shan was about to ask more, the strong man interrupted him. "Official players can communicate quickly through their destiny plates. Although Gao Chong isn't an official player, he's the captain of the Suicide Squad and probably knows someone who is. At that moment, they heard hurried footsteps rushing down the villa stairs. Gao Chong shouted at the top of his lungs, "Gather! Gather! Everyone in the villa! Gather immediately!" Worried that no one would take him seriously, he added an extra note. 7th Squad's Liao Gu, Liao Yuanfeng has sent a message. Liao Yuanfeng was an official player, and his presence carried far more weight than Gao Chong. In no time, the 9 members of the Suicide Squad arrived one after another, gathering in the villa's first-floor lobby within 2 minutes. Jiang Yi blended into the crowd unnoticed. Luo Shan looked at his fellow squad members and felt his heart sink. Each of them appeared haggard and down and out. 2 or 3 of them were even visibly injured. Deep in his heart, he began to feel uneasy. Was joining the Suicide Squad really a wise choice? No, it was the right decision. Luo Shan convinced himself inwardly. After all, he still had the +5 to all attributes bonus. His gaze fixed on Jiang Yi. In his mind, he thought even Gao Chong isn't a match for him on this team. Quietly, Luo Shan moved to sit beside Jiang Yi. With a loud bang, Gao Chong slammed the table, unfurling a map as he spoke urgently. "Just received word. Over in the purple spinner zone, members of the Blood Swallow Club have triggered a beast tide." "What? A beast tide? And in the purple spinner zone?" The squad members immediately erupted into chaos. Someone shouted, "A purple-grade beast tide is 10 times more terrifying than that incident at Hanjiang University last time. 10 times more. The gap between them is like comparing a 100-year lifespan to a 1,000-year one. Meanwhile, we, with our mere 10-year lifespans, don't stand a chance against a millennium-grade beast tide. We're the Suicide Squad, not a squad that actually wants to die." Voices of anger and complaints echoed through the room. Gao Chong slammed the table again. "Everyone quiet down." With resolve in his tone, he assured them, "Calm down. Although this is a purple-grade beast tide, the major figures in the clubs have already made preparations. The loud sound you heard earlier wasn't the beasts. It was the sound of traps being triggered. The combined strength of our 3 major clubs is more than enough to suppress this beast tide. Besides, our Suicide Squad isn't tasked with charging straight into the battlefield." Gao Chong pointed to the map. "This is the core area of the purple spinner zone, where the beast tide will be most intense." He then drew a red circle in the outer perimeter. "The first line of defense will be held by the core members of the 3 clubs." Next, he drew an even larger yellow circle. "This is the second line of defense, where the official members of the clubs will stand guard." Hearing this, the squad members finally began to calm down slightly. Luo Shan let out a sigh of relief and asked, "So, where does that leave us, the Suicide Squad?" Gao Chong pointed again to the map. "A beast tide spreads like ripples in water, layer by layer, outward. The first 2 defensive lines are exceptionally strong, but there will still be beasts that manage to slip through and spread outward." Using a fluorescent pen, he drew an even larger circle around the map. This will be our responsibility, the outermost area. However, the burly man frowned when he saw how vast the area was and questioned. This area is huge. Do we even have enough manpower for this? Gao Chang smiled, reassuring him. No need to worry. After the beast tide passes through the inner defenses, its density will have thinned considerably. For us, it won't even count as a proper beast tide. The Suicide Squad only needs to hold key positions within this area. The rest of the region can be swept up for any lingering beasts after the tide subsides. Next, he circled the region belonging to the Latte Club on the map, overlapping with the fluorescent-marked area. Then, shading the intersection points with his pen, Gao Chang addressed the rest of the group. This is the area our Suicide Squad will be responsible for. The group of people, their tension momentarily alleviated, nodded their approval. Jiang Yi listened closely to Gao Chang's analysis, which mirrored predictions from his previous life. A slight sense of relief washed over him. This beast tide, in truth, didn't terrify him too much. What truly stirred his interest was the opportunity that would come alongside the tide. Even though he now had the unrivaled ability to select rewards from the spinner of his choice, coupled with the +5 to all attributes buff, it might seem as though he were invincible. In reality, though, a cruel truth loomed over him. He only had 38 days left to live. 38 days. That was barely enough time to even spin the lowest level white spinner once. No matter how exceptional his abilities were, what use did he have for them if they were shackled by such a short lifespan? Sure, Jiang Yi could survive the next month by desperately struggling within the Suicide Squad, scraping together time credits and points to exchange them for the club's subpar longevity pills like he did in his past life. But those pills had been crafted by Chang Jiaoyi. Not only was the entire process painfully slow, but it also wasted immense time and energy. More importantly, he absolutely had no intention of buying Chang Jiaoyi's poisonous pills again in this lifetime. Therefore, he needed to seize the opportunity during this beast wave and quickly earn qualification for his second draw. Meanwhile, the group of loitering worms in the underground parking garage only heard a loud noise and saw the club's executives rushing out. They murmured among themselves, "Something's definitely gone wrong." However, they weren't concerned. Instead, they shrugged it off, thinking, "If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it. We loitering worms have nothing to worry about." Some bored ones even ran to the garage entrance to spectate the commotion. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Whoa! Isn't that Luo Shan? Why is he mingling with the Deathsworn Squad? This doesn't make sense. Did he really join the Deathsworn Squad? Look, Gao Chang is over there too." These two actually became members of the squad. What a twist. They've truly put their lives on the line. And even that waste Jiang Yi followed along. Those two have zero experience. They've just joined the squad, and they're already being sent to the battlefield. It's basically suicide. My guess is, this outing will be their last, and they'll perish with no remains left behind. Anyone who likes them, take a long look now. You probably won't even see their corpses later. To be honest, it's way more comfortable being a loitering worm. You lay back, do no work, and live longer too. Exactly. They're out there risking their lives, but we have it easier and live longer. It's totally not worth it. I figured it out ages ago. Working yourself to death for capital isn't as good as just lying flat and letting things rot. Even if you work hard, you gain nothing. You can't afford a house. You can't get hospitalized. You're living like a dog. Before the apocalypse, I decided to completely lie flat. Now, being a loitering worm is heaven. A group of loitering worms satisfied with their current lives mocked and sneered at Luo Shan and Jiang Yi's choices. Elsewhere, inside the large tented camp, Chun Liang caught sight of Jiang Yi within the Deathsworn Squad from a distance. His heart clenched, and his mind flashed back to the apocalyptic beginning and that formidable man, Jiang Yi. Yes, it was him. As Chun Liang stared at Jiang Yi's back, an inexplicable sense of tension crept over him. But he quickly shook his head and cursed inwardly. Back then, Jiang Yi only lucked out with a powerful ability in a draw, but it had a time limit. 7 days. Once it expired, he was nothing but trash. Trash. Trash that even Chun Liang thought was beneath him. And now, such useless trash dared to join the Deathsworn Squad? If he followed them on a mission, there was no way he'd make it back alive. Chun Liang kept reassuring himself that Jiang Yi was basically dead meat, though he couldn't suppress a growing wave of unbridled fear. At this moment, Jiang Yi paid no attention to the gazes surrounding him. He followed a large group heading toward the northwest side of the Villa District. That was precisely the Beast Waves expansion area circled on Gao Chang's map, where it intersected with the club, a sprawling camping ground with excellent greenery and open visibility. Holy crap! What is that monster? It was Luo Shan's first mission, and he wasn't used to the sight yet. From afar, he saw a massive, writhing shadow of black surging forward, his face turning pale with fear. His startled cry earned him several annoyed glares. Suppressing his displeasure, Gao Chang explained, "Those are white thread spiders, also called black widows." Another Deathsworn member added, "These things are pretty common in the beast realm. They're fast, so it's normal for them to arrive in the first wave. Don't overthink it. They look intimidating, but their actual combat power is pretty lousy. Just don't get yourself entangled and strangled by the silk they spit out, and it won't be a big issue." Gao Chang nodded in agreement. But this is just the beginning. As time goes on, other beasts will gradually show up. During combat, you absolutely cannot let your guard down. This statement was specifically directed at the newcomers, Luo Shan and Jiang Yi. Luo Shan nodded, then asked, "Do the Black Widows have any weaknesses?" As he asked, he observed the squads already engaged in combat, and quickly realized that Gao Chang's team comprised only 9 people, including himself and Jiang Yi. The other Deathsworn teams averaged around 20 members each. Within those teams, some groups of 4 attacked the spider legs together, while others operated in threes, pairs, or even solo combatants. It dawned on Luo Shan that the pairs and solo fighters likely had substantial skills. At this moment, Gao Chang further explained, "Black Widows are amongst the weakest tier in the beast realm. We don't need to aim for any particular weak spot. Just a few of us working together to chop off its spider legs and crush its head will do the job." Luo Shan quickly realized something. But Jiang Yi and he wanted to ask about their lack of weapons. Were they expected to fight barehanded? Before he could finish, an impatient voice came from behind them. "You two talk way too much." It was Sun Hao. Luo Shan was stunned. Sun Hao? Wasn't he in charge of the Loitering Worms lottery? Why was he here? He glanced back in confusion as Sun Hao. He rolled his eyes at him and shouted loudly to all the members of the death squads. "Those without weapons, come to me and collect one." He added, "After the beast tide ends, all weapons must be returned." The members of the death squads were familiar with this process, and some immediately rushed toward Sun Hao to pick up their weapons. Luo Shan noticed that some squads were almost entirely equipped with private weapons, ready to join the battle without needing to collect any from Sun Hao. Meanwhile, everyone in Gao Chang's squad had to come to Sun Hao for their weapons. Having just arrived, Luo Shan didn't understand much, but he had a vague feeling that Sun Hao's role in the club went far beyond just hosting the lottery. He seemed to manage the distribution of basic supplies as well. Moreover, the strength of the death squads varied drastically, with some being strong and others weak. The squad led by Gao Chang was considered the weakest. Previously, Luo Shan admired Gao Chang a lot, but now his feelings were complicated. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit shocked. He had seen all of this in his past life. Walking straight to the pile of weapons managed by Sun Hao, Jiang Yi quickly locked his eyes on the weapon he intended to pick. The weapons provided here for the death squads to use for free mostly came from white-tier spin rewards, and their quality was poor. They consisted mostly of conventional items like knives, axes, and clubs. Just as Jiang Yi was about to reach for the weapon of his choice, a sharp, mocking voice pierced the air. "Kid, do you really think no one dares to pick that compound bow, so you can claim it and get lucky?" Following the voice, Jiang Yi turned to see that the target of the sneer wasn't himself, but Luo Shan. Luo Shan's eyes lit up, and, as if he had gone mad, he dashed toward a sleek, black compound bow with an extraordinary texture. The guy who had mocked him stood nearby, arms crossed, waiting to see Luo Shan embarrass himself. In truth, this compound bow was indeed the most exquisite weapon among the available ones, but no one dared to choose it because it was too heavy. Even the elites of the death squads could only use it for a few minutes before exhausting themselves. For ordinary people, carrying it for just a few steps was near impossible. Most would abandon it voluntarily. The sneering guy was ready to watch Luo Shan struggle under the weight of the bow and become a joke for everyone. Unexpectedly, Luo Shan lifted the compound bow with ease, as if it were an ordinary blade or sword. Not only that, but he was even able to wield the bow single-handedly, looking as delighted as a child playing with a new toy. This scene left the mocker wide-eyed in shock. Impossible! That bow! Could it really be that one? The crowd began to murmur, all turning to look at Luo Shan as though he were a ghost. Even Sun Hao, who had been supervising the weapon selection, paused in surprise. His brows furrowed as he quickly walked over and commanded in a serious tone, "Open up your data panel." The data panel was a feature everyone had access to ever since the Doomsday game began. It detailed their personal stats, but by default it was private and no one could force another to reveal it. Normally, such a request would be seen as highly rude, but in the world of the Doomsday game, power spoke louder than courtesy, and it wasn't uncommon for someone to be made to comply. Sun Hao's authority here was absolute. Though Luo Shan felt uncomfortable, he had no choice but to obey. Moments later, Luo Shan's data panel was openly displayed. Name Luo Shan. Level 0. Lifespan 11 years 158 days. Talent none. Profession none. Skills none. Status none. Strength 1 plus 5.
Constitution 1 plus 5.
Speed 1 plus 5. Spirit 1 plus 5. Combat power 108. Hiss all attributes plus 5. Combat power over 100. This guy, could he be secretly a big shot? Don't jump to conclusions. The attributes in brackets come with a time limit. Once it expires, they'll revert. Deep down, he's still just an ordinary person with all stats at 1. But even a temporary boost like this is remarkable. Many began casting envious glances toward Luo Shan. Even Gao Chong appeared both shocked and conflicted. The guy who had mocked Luo Shan earlier quietly retreated to the back of the crowd in shame. Standing there, Sun Hao seemed lost in thought. He furrowed his brows as if about to ask something, when suddenly Jiang Yi strode forward and blurted out, looking furious. Sun Leader, help me out here. Luo Shan stole my bloodthirst goo and ate the whole thing. As a result, he got this plus 5 boost to all his stats. That buff should have been mine. His tone carried resentment, as if Luo Shan had robbed him of his opportunity. At first, Luo Shan was stunned, but he immediately discerned Jiang Yi's intentions. Seizing the chance, he retorted, "Well, I've eaten it already. What are you going to do? Make me spit it back out? Besides, this plus 5 boost to all stats comes with a time limit. It's not a permanent ability, so what's there to argue about?" Their heated exchange made it look like they might start fighting at any moment. Sun Hao rolled his eyes at them and roared, "Enough! Stop bickering. Luo Shan, this plus 5 to all stats, even if temporary, is your stroke of luck. Seize it and you might grow rapidly. Miss the window and you'll lose the chance." With that, he shook his head and didn't elaborate further. When his gaze shifted to Jiang Yi, however, a trace of kindness and patience appeared on Sun Hao's face. He seemed unusually calm in his treatment of the parasitic worm. But the moment he turned back to Jiang Yi, his expression immediately darkened. "Jiang Yi, isn't it? You want me to stand up for you? Ha! How naive." He sneered coldly. In this apocalypse game, power is the absolute rule. Now that the bloodthirst goo has been taken by Luo Shan, he has gained a full plus 5 attribute boost, and you're still just a piece of trash. A loser should recognize their place. You're unqualified to point fingers at the strong. Sun Hao's words struck Jiang Yi hard. The nearby death squad members murmured in hushed tones. An average person, encountering such humiliation, might feel wronged and try to resist, even shouting something like, "Don't look down on me. Tables can turn in 30 years. Jiang Yi, however, was different. He had endured trials across 2 lifetimes, his heart as firm as steel. He was well aware that Sun Hao was right. The apocalyptic rules only acknowledged the strong, and power was the ultimate standard. He even understood that if he too possessed a plus 5 boost to all attributes, Sun Hao's attitude toward him would undoubtedly change. Jiang Yi didn't take it to heart. Instead, in his mind, it felt as though Sun Hao wasn't targeting him personally but rather criticizing all the weak. Luo Shan, on the other hand, displayed a hint of embarrassment. Just as he was about to speak up for Jiang Yi unexpectedly took the initiative to break the silence. "I might have overthought about the bloodthirst goo, but I still hope that Luo Shan could provide some sort of compensation." Sun Hao's expression darkened, and he opened his mouth, ready to rebuke. Before he could, Luo Shan quickly responded, "Just tell me what you need. As long as it's not outrageous, I'll agree." Seeing this, Sun Hao refrained from saying more. Jiang Yi glanced briefly at Luo Shan, thinking that this guy was far better than those ungrateful people like Tang Ku and Chen Liang. Luo Shan didn't see himself as particularly noble though. After all, Jiang Yi was indeed instrumental in the acquisition of the plus 5 attribute boost. It was only natural to feel some gratitude. However, if Jiang Yi's request was absurd, he wouldn't hesitate to decline. But when Jiang Yi stated his request, it left everyone dumbfounded. From the weapon pile, he casually picked up a shovel and earnestly said to Luo Shan, "Your attributes are high. Help me sharpen the blade of this shovel." Luo Shan immediately rolled his eyes, and the surrounding onlookers were initially puzzled. Then, unable to hold back, they began to whisper amongst themselves. Jiang Yi's request is too laughable. Is he trying to humiliate Luo Shan on purpose? Even Sun Hao felt that Jiang Yi was unreliable. Just as he was about to rebuke him again, Jiang Yi clarified with a serious demeanor, "I genuinely plan on using this shovel as a weapon, but it's too dull. I'd like you to sharpen it." Luo Shan, knowing that Jiang Yi wasn't messing around and faced with his sincerity, decided not to question his intentions. "You really intend to use this shovel as a weapon?" Luo Shan's expression turned odd. Zhang Yi nodded vigorously. Luo Shan thought for a moment and then agreed. All right, I'll help. He turned to borrow a grindstone from Sun Hao. Sun Hao was dumbfounded, wondering what game the two were playing. However, at this point, it seemed better to just let it pass, so he lent out the tool. The sharpening took some time, but eventually, Zhang Yi and Luo Shan returned to the defensive line with their weapons. Many people noticed Zhang Yi holding a shovel, their expressions ranging from puzzled to disdainful. No one was willing to team up with him. Unexpectedly, Luo Shan approached Zhang Yi and, in a low voice, made a proposal. Why don't we team up? I'll have your back. Zhang Yi gave him a faint glance, and Luo Shan immediately felt immense pressure. It further convinced Luo Shan of the rumors that Zhang Yi once led the students of Hanjiang University through a blood-soaked path amidst a beast tide. Although his abilities had diminished, that imposing aura was undeniable. Sure enough, Zhang Yi declined without hesitation. With a +5 attribute boost, you can handle 2 Black Widows alone. Why would you need a teammate? That was a clear rejection. Luo Shan accepted this sensibly and didn't insist. However, he kept an eye on things and deliberately chose to defend a spot adjacent to Zhang Yi. At this point, the beast tide was just starting. Many beasts hadn't reached their position yet, so the defense was still relatively manageable. After standing guard for a while, Luo Shan suddenly pulled back his bow and released an arrow, sending it straight into the head of a Black Widow spider. Boom! The arrow landed perfectly, exploding the Black Widow's head. Luo Shan raised his chin smugly, feeling a rush of thrill and exhilaration. Previously, when he had been a mere support in the group, staying back to handle logistics felt safe but uninteresting. Now, he finally understood why so many Death Squad members refused to retreat to the role of logistics handlers. The feeling of holding actual power was utterly intoxicating. If, in the past, Luo Shan's desire to defy fate was nothing more than youthful fantasy, now his heart surged with determination. He wanted to become strong, to seize fate in his own hands, and to never yield. Zhang Yi observed the subtle shift in Luo Shan's mindset. After a thoughtful pause, he asked, "Have you trained in archery before?" Luo Shan shook his head. "Not formally trained. As a kid, I used slingshots to shoot birds. In middle school, I even made my own crossbow." Before he could finish, his face abruptly changed, and he shouted urgently to Zhang Yi, "Watch out!" The atmosphere tensed immediately. His reaction suggested an imminent crisis. But all Zhang Yi did was bend slightly. In one swift motion, he stabbed forward with the sharpened shovel. The sharp, gleaming blade glided along the ground and struck directly under the Black Widow spider's abdomen. Hiss! The Black Widow immediately collapsed, killed on the spot. The spider's close-to-ground crawling posture left it with an underbelly barely 10 centimeters above the surface, a blind spot during battle that most wouldn't dare to attack. Yet Zhang Yi, with casual precision, executed a sliding attack and effortlessly felled the ambushing Black Widow. This left Luo Shan stunned. Though he was capable of landing a precise arrow to its head, it took significant effort. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, pulling the bow. Zhang Yi's actions looked effortless, but there was clearly a secret behind it. It wasn't just Luo Shan. The other members of the Death Squad around him stared in stunned silence as well. Gao Chong, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He blinked and exclaimed, "Kid, you've been hiding this deep, huh? Could it be that you've also got an all-attribute +5 boost?" He shook his head again and said, "No, it doesn't seem like you used that much effort earlier to take down the Black Widow." Suddenly, Gao Chong fixed his gaze on the shovel in Zhang Yi's hand, and it dawned on him, it's the shovel! Looking once more at the corpse of the Black Widow on the ground, he suddenly understood. "Kid, don't tell me you've figured out the Black Widow's weakness?" This declaration astonished all the Death Squad members. Killing a Black Widow quickly wasn't rare, but if someone had truly uncovered its weakness, that would be heaven-sent news for everyone. All eyes turned toward Zhang Yi, filled with anticipation and excitement. Zhang Yi had no intention of keeping it a secret. After all, the Black Widow was not particularly difficult to handle. Any halfway decent player could take it down with a headshot. It was the weaker Death Squad members who needed the knowledge of its weakness to improve their efficiency. He explained confidently, "That's right. The reason I was able to kill the Black Widow instantly is that I hit its critical weakness with precision. A Black Widow has a pair of protrusions on its abdomen called spinnerets. They consist of many silk spinning tubes that connect to its internal silk glands. Those spinnerets are the Black Widow's fatal weakness," someone suddenly exclaimed. "The reason Black Widows crawl so close to the ground is to protect this vulnerability from being discovered." Upon hearing this, everyone had an epiphany. So that's how it works. But crawling that low, hitting the weakness precisely still seems pretty difficult. Their eyes finally shifted back to the shovel in Zhang Yi's hand. They now realized that Zhang Yi had asked Luo Shan to sharpen the shovel for a good reason. The tool was surprisingly efficient at targeting the Black Widow's weak spot. A group of people hurried to thank Zhang Yi and then rushed to find Sun Hao to exchange their weapons for long-handled tools. Sun Hao was positioned at the rear of the battle line, far from Zhang Yi, and he hadn't witnessed what was happening on the front line. When he saw dozens of people rushing over to select long-handled weapons like shovels and hoes, he was shocked after learning the reason. That good-for-nothing Zhang Yi actually knows the Black Widow's weakness? So he chose the shovel for a reason, Sun Hao muttered, startled. His thoughts began to race. Recalling how Zhang Yi had approached him earlier and claimed the bloodthirsty goo, could it be that Zhang Yi had already known consuming it would give him an all-attribute +5 boost? And yet, that opportunity had been snatched by Luo Shan. Gradually, his opinion of Zhang Yi began to rise. Previously, he hadn't thought much of Zhang Yi. But now, it struck him that this kid destined to die soon might have deeper capabilities than he had realized. Though Zhang Yi had only joined their faction briefly, his shortened lifespan implied that he likely had a rich, eventful past. It must have been those past experiences that taught him the Black Widow's weak point and the secret behind the bloodthirsty goo. Could he be hiding other secrets as well? Despite his curiosity, Sun Hao didn't press Zhang Yi for answers. He understood that in a post-apocalyptic world as chaotic as this, countless people came with unique stories or abilities. The only thing that mattered was surviving. Survival proved one's worth. Meanwhile, even though the Death Squad members now wielded long-handled weapons and knew the Black Widow's weak spot, hitting it precisely remained challenging at first. After numerous trial-and-error attempts, they gradually mastered the technique. Once they understood how to strike the Black Widow's fatal point, the once formidable creature declined in threat level. What used to require for people to take down could now be defeated by a single person in most cases. This improvement significantly eased the pressure on the front lines. However, as time dragged on, the onslaught from the beast tide grew more ferocious. More and more fearsome monsters, including an increasing number of Black Widows, surged from the heart of the beast wave. Among them, new and unknown threats began to appear. Half an hour after the outbreak of the beast tide, Zhang Yi's tightly wounded nerves reached a breaking point. He remembered how, in his past life, it was around this same moment when the Death Squad suffered its first casualty. As if on cue, destiny repeating itself, an abrupt scream pierced the tense atmosphere. Zhang Biao! Zhang Yi waited for a moment before the report came through. Someone's dead over there. It was a beast even more agile than the Black Widow. And not just agile. That beast was incredibly stealthy. It vanished without a trace after killing someone. Zhang Biao wasn't weak. Even before knowing about the Black Widow's weak point, he could take one down single-handedly. And now, even he was silently killed by that mysterious beast. What do we do now? If Zhang Biao met such a fate, how can the rest of us hope to resist? Stay calm. Word is that Fan Hu's team is already working on identifying and tracking that mysterious beast. They should handle it soon. Fan Hu's team ranked among the top 3 strongest squads in the Death Battalion. But despite this reassurance, panic lingered among the squads. If this enigmatic monster wasn't dealt with soon, anyone could end up like Zhang Biao, dead in complete silence. Such was the tragedy of the Death Squads. And this was the cold-hearted reality of the apocalypse, the helplessness and despair of the weak. Survival mostly hinged on luck. For a moment, unease spread through the Death Squads, and tension climbed to new heights. Zhang Yi couldn't shake a growing sense of anxiety. He couldn't help but remember his earlier choice of the white roulette wheel. There had been a permanent all-attributes +1 upgrade he could have selected, yet he had forsaken it. Instead, he ended up with a temporary all-attributes +5. This was purely for self-preservation, pushing his safety measures to the maximum. Other members of the Death Squad could only rely on luck, gambling that they wouldn't be targeted by ferocious beasts. But Zhang Yi wasn't willing to gamble with his life. His life was far too valuable, and now with the specified roulette reward, he couldn't afford to lose it so easily. Therefore, he didn't dare to be greedy, opting instead for stability. He claimed the all-attributes +5, and relied on his battle awareness and sharp instincts honed in his previous life. He thought to himself that if the shadow-eyed cat still managed to kill him instantly, it wouldn't just be a matter of bad luck. He must have made a mistake. In truth, during his previous life, Zhang Yi hadn't been attacked by the shadow-eyed cat. But he understood all too well the concept of the butterfly effect. While he had been reborn, and the general trajectory of events seemed the same, the finer details had undoubtedly changed. In his past life, that shadow-eyed cat hadn't come for him. But in this life, who could say what might happen? Staying vigilant as he fought, he gently struck with his spade and crushed a Black Widow spider. Suddenly, a flash of white light caught his eye, and Luo Shan exclaimed in astonishment, "Zhang Yi, you hit the jackpot." It's a white roulette. Zhang Yi himself was startled when he saw the white light dissipate, revealing a white roulette wheel. The drop rate for roulettes from low-level ferocious beasts like Black Widows was exceptionally low, less than 1%. The fact that he had managed to get a white roulette was incredibly lucky. However, by this stage in the Apocalypse game, white roulettes had lost much of their value. Many inferior white roulettes were handed out freely, and no one wanted them. The other Death Squad members barely reacted, though Luo Shan, who was new to the team, was particularly excited. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, had seen far too many white roulettes in his past life to be fazed. But as Zhang Yi approached to pick up the roulette, even he was taken aback. Luo Shan leaned in, staring at the options displayed on the roulette, his eyes widening further, utterly shocked. With a sharp glance from Zhang Yi, Luo Shan quickly shut his mouth, though his face was still full of envy. Deep down, Luo Shan also understood Zhang Yi had less than a year left to live. Such a premium white roulette was of no use to him. So what would Zhang Yi do with it? Just as Luo Shan was pondering this, Zhang Yi calmly said, "Guard this spot for me. I'm heading to the rear to find Sun Hao." With that, he carried the white roulette off toward the logistics area. Before long, Zhang Yi reached the logistics checkpoint. Sun Hao raised an eyebrow, frowning, and asked, "Why aren't you holding the defensive line? What are you doing back here?" Zhang Yi displayed the palm-sized white roulette and answered, "I just killed a monster and got this white roulette." Sun Hao arched an eyebrow, his tone dismissive. A white roulette? In the Death Squad, even white roulettes were a common sight. As the person in charge of low-level supplies, Sun Hao didn't even regard them as worthy of attention. Lazily, he explained, "For Death Squad members, white roulettes are either for personal use or handed over to the club. If you hand one over, you'll get points you can exchange for supplies. A white one barely gets you 10 points. Points can eventually be traded for longevity pills." Sun Hao, knowing that Zhang Yi had little time left to live, subtly hinted that he should start saving points to get pills to extend his life. What Sun Hao didn't expect was Zhang Yi's utter lack of reaction to the mention of longevity pills. With a serious expression, Zhang Yi replied, "I'm not exchanging this white roulette for points. I want to make a deal with you using this." Sun Hao chuckled. "A deal with me? Don't tell me you actually think this measly white roulette has any real value." But before he could finish, Zhang Yi's sharp gaze pierced through him like a knife. Sun Hao's mocking laughter abruptly froze. His reaction mirrored Luo Shan's earlier. His eyes widened so much they practically bulged out. Usually composed and collected, even Sun Hao couldn't help but curse in shock. "Holy sh! Take this." He was so shaken he almost tried to snatch the item in excitement. But Zhang Yi reacted quickly, pulling his hand back. Fixing his gaze on Sun Hao, he said sternly, "As you know, I have less than a year left to live. Naturally, I won't be the one activating this white roulette." Sun Hao finally calmed himself down. Right, there was no need to panic. This kid couldn't even activate the white roulette. No matter how exceptional the roulette might be, it was only good for trading. Regaining his composure, he nonchalantly remarked, "So, what are you looking to exchange for it? Don't even think about asking for a longevity pill. At the end of the day, it's still just a white roulette." Of course, Sun Hao's words were far from the truth. He knew very well that the white roulette Zhang Yi had was extraordinary. It included an option for the recipe of the longevity pill, with a probability as high as 20%. Among 10 options, this percentage was outrageously high, and the value of the recipe for the longevity pill was immeasurable. In Jiang City, home to tens of millions before the apocalypse and still with a population in the millions after, only one person had ever drawn the recipe for the longevity pill from a roulette wheel, despite countless attempts. That showed just how rare and precious it truly was. Even more significant, the occurrence of the longevity pill recipe option on any roulette wheel was incredibly uncommon. And when it did appear, probabilities for it were often under 1%. Any roulette wheel featuring this option was far more valuable than a typical one. The fact that Zhang Yi's white roulette showed a staggering 20% chance made its value absolutely astounding. If Sun Hao were to put it on the open market, someone might even be willing to exchange a low-quality longevity pill for it. Such a trade would be extraordinarily profitable. But of course, Sun Hao would never admit this outright. His aim was to drive the price down. Zhang Yi, however, wasn't a rookie. He was well aware of the roulette's worth. Still, he also understood his own unremarkable status and didn't expect to sell it for its full value. In truth, he planned to trade the white roulette for a low-grade longevity pills that Chang Jiaoyi had concocted. He had sworn never to touch them. So, without any argument, he said directly, "I want to trade this white roulette for a white lottery ticket." A white lottery ticket? Sun Hao was momentarily stunned. This thing wasn't considered particularly valuable. It could offset the 1-year lifespan consumption required for a spin of the white roulette and was worth roughly the same as a year of life. However, its practical value was slightly lower, akin to the difference between a $100 shopping voucher and $100 in cash. The voucher could only be used for shopping, while cash had more versatile uses. Sun Hao initially thought that Jiang Yi would be eager to extend his lifespan, but unexpectedly, what Jiang Yi wanted was a white lottery ticket. As a manager of low-tier resources, Sun Hao naturally had those on hand, but he hesitated whether to agree outright or negotiate to lower the price. Before he could make up his mind, Jiang Yi firmly stated again, "Right now, I only need the white lottery ticket. If Boss Sun isn't willing, I'll find someone else." As he spoke, he genuinely had the demeanor of someone ready to walk away. Of course, Sun Hao wasn't about to let go of this exquisite white roulette that easily. After thinking it through, he said, Fine. Seeing that you're a sharp one, I'll agree to the trade." Jiang Yi showed no sign of surprise. Trading such a premium white roulette for a single white lottery ticket, Sun Hao was undoubtedly making a profit. Shortly afterward, the two completed the exchange. Sun Hao handed Jiang Yi the white lottery ticket and obtained the exquisite white roulette in return. Though Sun Hao had encountered countless white roulettes before, this particular premium roulette was the one that stirred his heart the most. Fearing any mishaps, he raised his hand without hesitation, firmly pressing it down on the center of the roulette as he loudly exclaimed, "Spin!" Moments later, a clear chime echoed from the roulette's core. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the reward. Recipe for a longevity pill. A white scroll engraved with mysterious runes appeared instantly in Sun Hao's hand. At that moment, his heart raced with uncontrollable excitement, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. However, Jiang Yi, standing nearby, suddenly sensed a chilling killing intent closing in. A dark figure darted rapidly before his eyes. "There's danger! Meow! Foul beast! HSSSS!" Following were four simultaneous shouts. The one who shouted "There's danger" was Jiang Yi, though the danger wasn't aimed at him but rather at Sun Hao, who was still immersed in his joy. The ferocious, pouncing shadow turned out to be an infamous and fearsome phantom-eyed cat. Taken completely by surprise, Sun Hao was nearly struck down in a single lethal blow by the creature. In the nick of time, a streak of blue light flashed, causing the phantom-eyed cat to let out a tormented screech of HSSSS. Before it tumbled to the ground in a pitiful mess, Sun Hao narrowly escaped death and was left panting heavily, the terror evident on his face yet to dissipate. The blue light originated from a young man in his early 30s, who teased with a playful tone. "And here I thought you, Manager Sun, could handle yourself, scared senseless by a mere phantom-eyed cat." However, as soon as his gaze fell on the white scroll in Sun Hao's hand, his expression darkened instantly. His steps quickened, and with a sharp and aggressive presence, he charged toward Sun Hao. His posture screamed one intention: to fight. What he sought to seize was the unparalleled and precious recipe for the longevity pill. Sun Hao reacted quickly, and before Liao Yuanfeng could reach him, he abruptly tore the scroll into pieces. The scroll transformed into shimmering white particles, which merged directly into Sun Hao's forehead. Witnessing the sight, Liao Yuanfeng ground his teeth in fury and snapped, "Had I known you'd drawn the recipe for the longevity pill and weren't alert, I wouldn't have rushed to save you. I should have let the phantom-eyed cat kill you outright, so I could have scooped up this treasure scroll for myself." The venom in his words was both genuine and cutting. Sun Hao, still relishing his narrow escape, shot him an exasperated glare. As Liao Yuanfeng gradually regained his composure, he remarked with envy and jealousy, "You actually managed to draw the recipe for the longevity pill. Old Sun, your fortune is about to skyrocket. Isn't it? I saved your life just now. Shouldn't you thank me with a few hundred longevity pills? A few hundred? Why not ask for a few 100 billion? Sun Hao rolled his eyes so hard it practically hurt. "That would be even better." Liao Yuanfeng grinned ear to ear, as though he genuinely believed he could acquire billions of longevity pills. Sun Hao rolled his eyes again and tossed him a small vial. "Here's one. Don't dream of asking for more." Liao Yuanfeng took the small bottle with a satisfied smile but still pressed cheekily, "Old Sun, your future looks limitless. Don't forget my help when you're basking in glory." The two continued to exchange playful jabs, their tone lighthearted and easygoing. Liao Yuanfeng suddenly noticed Jiang Yi and asked offhandedly, "Who's this kid? What does he do?" Only then did Sun Hao remember Jiang Yi. After all, it was thanks to him that such an exquisite scroll could be drawn. After a brief moment of hesitation, he said, "In light of the recipe for the longevity pill, I'll promise you this. If you can make it until 3 days from now, come find me, and I'll grant you a longevity pill to extend your life." 3 days? Extend life with a longevity pill? Jiang Yi smirked inwardly. By then, he might already have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Would he even need such a thing? Sun Hao, sensing Jiang Yi might feel bitter over the matter, figured that the recipe's value was too great and decided to leave Jiang Yi some small benefit. However, for Jiang Yi, the recipe for a white-tier longevity pill could only create ordinary white-tier pills, which held little significance. Additionally, those manually crafted longevity pills, the quality is far inferior to the pills drawn from the roulette. Manually crafted white longevity pills, depending on their quality, can extend lifespan by anywhere between 1 to 10 years. Crafting them requires personally gathering materials, consumes significant time and effort, and even carries the risk of failure. However, white longevity pills drawn from the roulette guarantee a minimum lifespan extension of 10 years. The disparity is glaringly obvious. For ordinary people, obtaining a longevity pill is almost out of the question. Although the roulette-drawn white longevity pills start with a high lifespan increase, the odds of actually getting one are extremely low. Even spinning the white roulette 100 times doesn't guarantee getting a single longevity pill. Thus, most people rely on manually crafted, low-quality longevity pills to barely eke out more time. But Jiang Yi was different. For him, drawing a longevity pill had nothing to do with odds. As long as the roulette contained a longevity pill, he could directly designate and draw it. All it took was the sacrifice of 1 year of his lifespan, and he could instantly obtain a superior quality pill that added 10 years to his life. While others needed materials and time to craft pills, all he needed was lifespan and the roulette to churn them out in bulk. This difference was staggering. There was absolutely no reason for him to waste his time crafting pills. Therefore, Sun Hao's promise to give him a longevity pill in 3 days was nothing Jiang Yi took seriously. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and made a request to Sun Hao. Can we swap the promise for something that can be fulfilled immediately? Sun Hao's face darkened at once. Watching Jiang Yi bargain like this left him feeling sour. But before Sun Hao could respond, Jiang Yi continued. I'd like to trade it for 3 white roulettes, even low-quality ones would be fine. This was Jiang Yi deliberately making a concession. Low-quality white roulettes were almost worthless. 3 of them were not even as valuable as a single longevity pill. Of course, Sun Hao agreed, but he couldn't help asking curiously, what do you need 3 white roulettes for? With your lifespan, you could barely spin even one. Jiang Yi was prepared for this question. The miraculous roulette I just obtained. Luo Shan was right next to me watching. I'm afraid he might feel upset, so I want to take the roulettes out in advance. He didn't elaborate further, but Sun Hao immediately felt that Jiang Yi was quite tactful and understanding. Nodding in agreement, Sun Hao then waved his hand, and 3 large boxes of roulettes appeared before Jiang Yi. I'll give you 3 minutes. Hurry up and pick. Jiang Yi quickly thanked him and began meticulously inspecting the roulettes. On the side, Liao Yuanfeng observed the scene and immediately deduced that the white longevity pill roulette Sun Hao had drawn must have come from Jiang Yi. He cast a few deliberate glances at Jiang Yi, but didn't dwell on the matter. At this moment, Sun Hao turned to Liao Yuanfeng and asked, Why are you here all of a sudden? Did something happen on the second line of defense? Surely not? Even if there's trouble over there, you should be seeking reinforcements from the first line of defense. Why come here instead? As Jiang Yi squatted next to the boxes, picking out roulettes, he perked up his ears to listen. Liao Yuanfeng complained directly to Sun Hao. I just received a new mission and came over here. Do you know Zhou Yiming from the Blood Swallow Club? Sun Hao nodded. That top-tier celebrity from before the apocalypse? I heard he's now just the pampered boy toy of the Blood Swallow leader. Liao Yuanfeng sneered. He's not your average boy toy. The Blood Swallow leader spoils him pretty well. During this chaotic beast tide, that boy toy used a teleportation stone and ended up in the area near our Happy Club. Not in the safe zone, but the chaotic zone outside the club. Sun Hao nodded again. You know how it is outside the clubs. Untended fierce beasts everywhere, and a jungle of rogue players without affiliations. Chaos reigns, morals are non-existent. It's the ultimate apocalypse zone. After some thought, Sun Hao commented, the beasts aren't the real issue. It's those rogue players. Even though most of them are on par with our Suicide Squad in strength, there are so many of them that you're bound to run into a few tough nuts. Liao Yuanfeng agreed. Exactly. Zhou Yiming is currently in that chaotic zone teeming with rogue players and fierce beasts. The mission I received is to take a team and bring Zhou Yiming safely back to the secure area, Liao Yuanfeng said. But there's heavy pressure on the second line of defense. Resources are tight, and they can't spare anyone. So, I thought, why not just pull some people from the Suicide Squad? It shouldn't be an issue, he added. Sun Hao nodded in agreement, analyzing, the Happy Club has a bit of influence around here. The average rogue player wouldn't dare provoke us easily. Just taking people from the Suicide Squad should suffice. All right, go ahead and pick some men. But not too many. Keep it under 20, Sun Hao instructed. With that, Liao Yuanfeng headed toward the Suicide Squad's line of defense. By this time, Zhang Yi had just finished choosing his 3 white roulettes. He hurriedly followed behind Liao Yuanfeng and eagerly asked, "Brother Liao, can I join the new mission with you?" Liao Yuanfeng glanced back at him casually and asked coolly, "Which team are you in? Who's your team captain?" This wasn't a casual inquiry. The Suicide Squad comprised nearly 200 teams, divided into 5 major factions, each backed by a formal member heavyweight. Liao Yuanfeng would only recruit within his own faction, and Gao Chong was one of his team captains. Zhang Yi didn't panic and directly replied, "My team captain is Gao Chong." Liao Yuanfeng paused to think for a moment, fixing his gaze on Zhang Yi as if evaluating him. Weston nodded and said, "All right, come with me." Zhang Yi immediately followed him. Sun Hao watched their backs and thought to himself, "This kid knows how to seize opportunities." Being allowed to follow Liao Yuanfeng on missions was a big deal, a rare honor. If he could gain Liao Yuanfeng's approval, the hidden benefits would be substantial. But alas, Zhang Yi's time was almost up. Sun Hao had originally planned to nurture him, even promising him a longevity pill in 3 days as a means to recruit him into his own faction. If Zhang Yi managed to grow under his guidance, Sun Hao would certainly place him in an important position. However, for some reason, this kid actually refused the longevity pill. Perhaps he knew he wouldn't even last 3 days. Sun Hao didn't say much else. He took out his personal life compass and reported to the upper management of the club about his ability to refine white longevity pills. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi followed Liao Yuanfeng back to the Daredevil's front line. Upon seeing him, Gao Chong and Luo Shan were surprised, thinking Zhang Yi had caught a lucky break and earned the acknowledgement of Liao Yuanfeng. They soon realized the truth. Liao Yuanfeng was selecting people from the Daredevils to undertake a mission. When word got out, many members of the Daredevils eagerly signed up. In the end, Liao Yuanfeng chose 12 individuals, including Luo Shan and Gao Chong. Liao Yuanfeng also noticed Luo Shan carrying a compound bow, which few dared to use within the Daredevils. He made a remark, "Not bad. You seem to handle that compound bow with ease." Luo Shan, delighted, explained that he had gained a temporary boost of +5 to all attributes. Liao Yuanfeng nodded in encouragement. "Such opportunities are rare. Make the most of them. There may be great rewards awaiting you." Luo Shan nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Gao Chong stood at the side, his expression a mix of envy and jealousy. Liao Yuanfeng didn't dwell on it. Instead, he swung his arm and dropped more than a dozen sets of uniforms onto the ground. "This mission requires us to leave the base camp. Wearing these unified outfits will prevent unnecessary trouble." The uniforms represented a specific faction. With them, entering chaotic zones would make it less likely for others to provoke them. Normally, only official members had the privilege to wear these uniforms. This time, however, an exception was made for the Daredevils. Before long, all 14 members, including Zhang Yi, donned their new uniforms and prepared to set out. Luo Shan, who had previously been relegated to a short-lived and lowly role in the past, was now thrilled to be part of such a significant mission. The 14 members were then divided into 3 smaller teams, 1 team of 4 and 2 teams of 5. Liao Yuanfeng, being the strongest among them, took charge of the 4-member main team for critical tasks. The 2 smaller 5-person teams were also assigned team leaders. Due to Luo Shan's temporary +5 attribute buff, he was appointed as a provisional team leader. Naturally, Zhang Yi and Gao Chong ended up in Luo Shan's team. The other 2 members of their team included an honest-looking middle-aged man named Li Shaod and a thin, sharp-faced young man named Zhang Peng. After introducing themselves, Liao Yuanfeng led the 3 teams to collect 3 cars. The teams then drove out of the villa estate side by side. Inside Luo Shan's car, Zhang Peng chattered incessantly. "Before I joined the club, I'd seen official members of the Happy Sky Club go on missions. It was so impressive. I was envious beyond words. I never thought that one day I'd wear the club's official uniform and represent the organization on a mission." Li Shaod nodded in agreement repeatedly. Gao Chong and Luo Shan both ran their hands over their black uniforms, silently envisioning the day they could officially join the ranks. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was preoccupied with figuring out how to secretly retrieve the 3 white turntables he had just acquired, as well as completing the mission to find Zhou Yiming. In his past life, he hadn't been chosen for this mission, so he didn't know how Luo Shan saved Zhou Yiming at this juncture. But now, with the chance to personally experience it, he saw an excellent opportunity. While lost in thought, the vehicle suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Zhang Peng, caught off guard, smacked his head on the front seat. He was about to vent his anger but noticed Luo Shan's steady driving skills and held his tongue instead. What happened? Why the sudden break? Luo Shan gestured toward the front. The boss's car stopped first. Everyone in the car turned their gaze forward and saw that Liao Yuanfeng's lead vehicle had halted before an unfamiliar off-road vehicle. Gao Chang squinted. Looks like a lone player trying to seek refuge with our club. Zhang Peng smirked disdainfully. Those scrawny refugees? Joining the club would only mean becoming cannon fodder. Luo Shan and Gao Chang, both originating from similar lowly positions, wore slightly displeased expressions upon hearing that. Jiang Yi stayed silent but furrowed his brows the moment he saw the face of the person exiting the car. The individual was Yu Yu. Was this the time when Yu Yu joined the Happy Sky Club? In his past life, by the time Jiang Yi got to know Yu Yu, the club had already been embroiled in fierce competition for rankings. By then, Yu Yu had become one of the top official members, highly respected and well-networked. When Jiang Yi had just become an official member himself, he thought he had made a reliable friend by calling Yu Yu his brother. That was until one mission, where Jiang Yi stumbled upon a rare professional turntable in the Border Realms battlefield ruins. Typically, standard turntables were single-use with random outcomes of varying quality. But professional turntables were different. They could be used multiple times and offered 10 highly valuable profession choices. This item, in the early days of the apocalypse, West was incredibly valuable. If taken back to the club, it could be exchanged for massive points and even lead to a rise in status. Jiang Yi fought desperately and defeated the guardian beast, preparing to claim the spinning wheel. However, right at that moment, Yu Yu appeared and snatched the wheel away first. What made it even more exasperating was that Yu Yu smiled and said, "Jiang Yi, let me give you a free lesson. In this apocalypse, there are no eternal friends, no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Without this career wheel, we could still be friends. But sadly, you've chosen a dead end." The moment he finished saying dead end, Yu Yu launched an attack on Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, already weakened from battling the guardian beast, was no match for Yu Yu and should have died at his hands. Thankfully, Yu Yu had spent enough time rambling, giving Jiang Yi the chance to use a teleportation stone to escape successfully, narrowly avoiding death. Later, upon returning to the club, Yu Yu used the career wheel to ascend to the position of a core member. Jiang Yi tried to expose Yu Yu's misdeeds, but no one believed him. At first, Jiang Yi thought it was because Yu Yu was skilled at socializing and no one wanted to entertain his accusations. It was only later that he realized that, in the world of this apocalyptic game, the truth was irrelevant. No one cared what kind of person Yu Yu truly was. The only thing that mattered was that he was stronger than Jiang Yi. It was just like Chang Zhao's recipe for the elixir of longevity. No one cared whether it was real or fake. In the end, it was all about survival of the fittest. Strength determined who had the right to speak. Jiang Yi, being powerless in his previous life and constantly targeted by Yu Yu, eventually couldn't maintain his standing in the club. To avoid being framed by Yu Yu, he chose to leave the club and entered a period of obscurity. By the time he next heard the name, Yu Yu, the Letian Club no longer existed, and Yu Yu had risen to become the leader of the Practitioner Alliance at the Qingchuan base. His authority, status, and power far exceeded Jiang Yi's. But Yu Yu's end was not a good one. He died earlier than Jiang Yi and in a far more tragic manner. As he was lost in these bitter memories, Jiang Yi heard Zhang Peng nearby suck in a breath of cold air, exclaiming, "Hs! An angel!" It wasn't just Zhang Peng. Even Gao Chang, Luo Shan, and the elderly Xiao had their gazes transfixed in awe. Jiang Yi wasn't surprised and looked over calmly, seeing a delicate and fair-skinned girl standing beside Yu Yu. Her aura was pure, her features exquisite and beautiful, radiating both vitality and innocence. A mesmerizing beauty who could leave any man unable to look away. In his past life, part of the reason Jiang Yi had been so close with Yu Yu was because of how well Yu Yu navigated relationships. The other part was linked to this girl, Yu Shui. Jiang Yi once thought his fondness for Yu Shui was natural, but it wasn't until he read forum threads about Yu Yu's death that he realized the truth. Yu Shui wasn't actually Yu Yu's true sister. She was a succubus. Yu Yu's good reputation and Jiang Yi's favorable impression of him were due in no small part to the influence of this succubus. Yu Yu's rise to becoming the leader of the alliance was also aided by Yu Shui. But just as success comes from fortune, so too does misfortune. Yu Yu's ultimate downfall was triggered by the revelation of Yu Shui's succubus identity, which reportedly involved some messy scandals among top brass. Rumors exploded across the forums, and though Jiang Yi could never unravel the underlying truths, he simply became a bystander, treating it as a juicy gossip. He could only sigh. Those who laugh the brightest in this world don't necessarily get the last laugh. Jiang Yi had grown more cautious, and his thirst for vengeance had waned significantly. Meeting Yu Yu and Yu Shui again in this life left him feeling much calmer. If the opportunity arose, he might seek revenge himself, but if the chance never came, it didn't matter. Present, all he wanted was to survive. Life had become unimaginably precious to him. Nothing else could compare. At this moment, Liao Yuanfeng also snapped out of Yu Shui's enchanting beauty. Because of her, his attitude toward Yu improved slightly, but he still proceeded with formalities and said, "Words alone aren't proof. Reveal your data panel." Yu, with his refined appearance, seemed agreeable and nodded in compliance. He called out, "Data panel." A glowing blue screen appeared before him. Name, Yu. Level, 2. Lifespan, 323 years and 281 days. Talent, none. Career, none. Skills, super speed, grade D. Status, Moon Goddess Blessing. Strength, 11. Constitution, 10. Speed, 13. Mental power, 10. Combat power, 282. These numbers left Liao Yuanfeng completely stunned, nearly shouting out loud, "Level 2. Combat power almost at 300. And your lifespan, more than 300 years." His voice wasn't loud, but it brimmed with shock. The nearby Luo Shan and his group could not hide their astonishment at this revelation. Gao Chong, Luo Shan, and the others had their eyes widened in disbelief. Particularly Luo Shan, who had just mocked Zhang Peng as a parasitic worm, now looked as though he had seen a ghost, his complexion turning pale with fear. In contrast, Liao Yuanfeng quickly composed himself, becoming significantly more serious. He pulled out a device that resembled a mobile phone. Luo Shan whispered to Gao Chong, "Is that a life compass exclusively for official players?" Gao Chong nodded. Brother Liao is definitely messaging the club's higher-ups about this. This new recruit might skip straight to being an official member of the club, on the same level as Brother Liao. From a distance, Zhang Peng was also observing and analyzing. No wonder the woman beside him looks like a goddess. In these times, without strength, you can't hold on to something like that. What a beautiful woman. Li Xiao also nodded in agreement and said, "But that kid, if he doesn't join a faction and tries to go it alone, I'm afraid even the woman won't stick around. Joining the club is the wise choice." Zhang Peng sighed sourly. It's the same apocalypse game, but the gap is so huge, that guy must have absurdly good luck. Luo Shan also felt a hint of bitterness. In a world like this, is there anyone with strength who doesn't have good luck? As everyone was chatting away, another car came from the direction of the club and directly picked up the siblings, Yu and Yu Shui, taking them back to the club's base camp. Meanwhile, Liao Yuanfeng's squad, after this little episode, continued heading in the opposite direction, away from the club. Liao Yuanfeng was leading the way, followed by 2 other vehicles. Rookie member Luo Shan, newly joined to the Daredevil squad and lacking experience, murmured to himself as he drove, "Weren't we going to look for someone? I thought it would involve searching all over the place, but judging by how Brother Liao is acting, it's like he already knows exactly where they are." Talkative Zhang Peng quickly chimed in to explain, "Official players carry all sorts of gadgets. That lost Zhou Yiming must have a tracking compass with him. And I figure Brother Liao probably has the coordinates directly paired to his compass." Luo Shan frowned. "So what you're saying is, we're not exactly searching for someone, we're just going to pick them up? All we have to do is reach the specified spot and get them?" Zhang Peng smirked smugly. "Exactly. What did you expect?" Luo Shan, who'd imagined a mission filled with risk and excitement, ended up feeling a bit disappointed that it would be this simple. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Yi felt differently, sensing that things wouldn't be quite as straightforward as they seemed. If it were merely a matter of reaching a designated spot to retrieve someone, then all the credit would go to Liao Yuanfeng. Luo Shan certainly wouldn't have had an opportunity to save Zhou Yiming before. Sure enough, not long after, the convoy led by Liao Yuanfeng came to a stop on a commercial street. He pulled out a compass, its needle pointing directly at a shop on the street. The vehicles couldn't go any further, so Liao Yuanfeng signaled for everyone to get out. Luo Shan stepped out of the car and was immediately hit by a pungent, choking smell. He wrinkled his nose and asked, "What's that smell?" Liao Yuanfeng replied coolly, "Beast-repellent incense. With this smell on us, most ferocious beasts won't come near. Remember, beast-repellent incense smells like something burning, smoky and acrid. But if you smell something cool and minty, that's no incense to relax around. That's beast-attracting incense, which lures ferocious beasts." Luo Shan nodded, agreeing that he had learned something new. Liao Yuanfeng continued to emphasize sternly, "You all need to stay vigilant. Beast-repellent incense doesn't mean there's no danger. The conditions out here in the wild are chaotic, far more complicated than the safety zones within the club's stronghold. Some beasts are unaffected by the incense, and don't forget, some humans with malicious intent are just as likely to kill you." His words carried a heavy weight, and everyone immediately became more alert. Liao Yuanfeng then sorted out their formation and led the squad in the direction indicated by the compass, heading towards a shop. The shop, like the rest of the post-apocalyptic world around it, was in a desolate and miserable state. Its doors were wide open, the interior ransacked. They could even spot human corpses and remnants of ferocious beasts within. A sickening stench of blood and decay filled the air. The shop that Liao Yuanfeng's compass was directing them to had its iron door firmly shut. At the entrance lay a pile of rotting meat, its source indistinguishable, whether from human corpses or beast carcasses. A lone longevity tumor worm was slowly crawling toward the decaying flesh. A longevity tumor worm was the weakest ferocious beast in this post-apocalyptic world. They fed solely on carrion and were utterly harmless, practically considered trash among beasts. Among humans, the term longevity tumor worm was used to describe someone completely useless. Liao Yuanfeng had no interest in dealing with the creature. He approached the iron door with the compass in hand, confirmed the location, and then banged on the door loudly, shouting, "Zhou Yiming? Zhou Yiming, are you in there? I am Liao Yuanfeng from the Letian Club, sent by Wang Shuyan to rescue you. If you hear this, open the door and come with me back to the club, or I'll break the door down." He pounded on the door for a full 2 minutes, but there was no response from inside. His brows furrowed as he stepped back and quietly instructed the members of the Daredevil squad. "Prepare to breach the door. There might be danger. Stay on your toes." The team clutched their weapons tightly. Luoshan raised his compound bow, aiming it at the iron door. Just as they prepared to force their way in, the door suddenly opened. 3 young men stood inside, gripping weapons nervously, their expressions taut as if preparing for a fight. But when they saw the imposing force outside, their faces turned pale. They quickly dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. "We mean no harm, powerful sirs. We're humans. No ill intentions. Let's talk this out properly." Clearly, they were perceptive enough to recognize when to yield, understanding the strength in numbers. Liao Yuanfeng glanced over the 3 men, his frown deepening. "Just you 3? Where's Zhou Yiming?" "Zhou Yiming?" asked one of the boys, who looked like a street thug, stumbling over his words. "Who's Zhou Yiming?" Another, who appeared sharper and more calculating, countered with a question of his own. "Are you referring to that celebrity Zhou Yiming from before the apocalypse?" Liao Yuanfeng nodded. The sharp-looking young man shook his head. "There's no one like that here." "Lies!" Liao Yuanfeng growled fiercely, raising his compass. "It's thanks to this compass that we found this place. Zhou Yiming is here in this shop." The shrewd youth rolled his eyes dramatically and began to, pulling a compass out of his pocket. He asked, "Is this what you're looking for?" Liao Yuanfeng snatched it from him, his face turning cold. "Why is this in your hands? Where is Zhou Yiming?" Jiang Yi knew what this meant in his heart. While the tracking compass had been recovered, Zhou Yiming was missing. A mission to pick someone up might have just turned into a troublesome search operation. Liao Yuanfeng interrogated the 3 young men to gather some context. It turned out that they were former members of the Green Bay Group, a team that had formed during the apocalypse and was originally named after a local internet cafe called Green Bay. Its members were mostly students and riffraff who frequented the cafe before partnering up for survival when the end of days abruptly arrived. The Green Bay Group initially had over 50 members, but infighting and casualties over time caused the team to disintegrate, leaving only 8 or 9 people now. These 3 had recently severed ties with the group over a dispute regarding interests. The clever young man explained that the group's leader had promised him a green dial prize but ended up taking away what rightly belonged to him. In such an unruly group, where there were no set rules or governance, disputes erupting into fights over resources and items were a common occurrence. Unlike the structured lottery system in the Optimus Club's prize draws, small unregulated groups like this relied on chaos, and their instability meant long-term survival was unlikely. It was inevitable that factions like the Green Bay Group would fracture and fall apart. Only organizations led by an authoritative figure, a core, powerful individual who commanded absolute influence and strength, had the potential to gradually grow and thrive. Clearly, the Green Bay Group lacked such qualities. After giving a clear account of his backstory, the clever young man shifted the focus of the issue regarding the compass back toward the Green Bay Group. "The Green Bay Group's leader snatched my pair of Windrunner boots and gave me this compass as compensation," he explained, his account so detailed and logical that it seemed impossible to be a lie. The short young man standing beside him grumbled under his breath. "I told you this thing is useless. We should have just tossed it away earlier. Would have saved us a lot of trouble." The clever young man quickly nudged him as a signal to stop talking. Turning toward Liao Yuanfeng, the clever young man stated, "Don't listen to his nonsense. If this compass can help you, then we're more than happy to hand it over." His words were calm and well-reasoned, easing some of the irritation simmering inside Liao Yuanfeng. Truth be told, Liao Yuanfeng was conflicted. In times like these, no one would waste time searching for an ordinary missing person. But Zhou Yiming was no ordinary individual. Wang Shuiyan from the Blood Swallow Club highly valued him, evidenced by the generous mission reward she had offered, which meant she was determined to find Zhou Yiming, whether alive or dead. After pondering for a moment, Liao Yuanfeng decided to take action. He asked, "Are there any official players within the Green Bay group? If there were, he could send out a message through the official player channels to aid the search." The clever young man looked puzzled, his curiosity piqued. "What's an official player? Are you guys official players? How do you become one?" Hearing that, Liao Yuanfeng felt a bit disappointed and simply shook his head without answering. He followed up, "Then where does the Green Bay group usually operate?" The clever young man seemed to have an answer. Their original base was the Green Bay Internet Cafe, but they've since moved around a lot. When we left, their location was at the Baishang Supermarket on Rongjiang Road. I overheard the leader mentioning plans to head to Yucai Elementary School on Shashi Village Road. Baishang Supermarket and Yucai Elementary School were in two completely different directions. Liao Yuanfeng scanned his team with a brief moment of silence before turning to the designated captains. Luo Shan and Fan Hu. "Are you familiar with either of these locations?" he asked. Fan Hu, a burly man, responded immediately. "I know Baishang Supermarket well. I used to go there all the time." Luo Shan scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I'm more familiar with the Green Bay Internet Cafe. I spent a lot of time there gaming." Making a swift decision, Liao Yuanfeng declared, "I'll lead my team to Yucai Elementary School. Fan Hu, you head to the supermarket. Luo Shan, you check out the Green Bay Internet Cafe. Zhou Yiming is a top celebrity in the entertainment industry. You all know what he looks like. Our mission is to find him as quickly as possible." Fan Hu, a veteran of the Daredevil squad who'd taken on far riskier missions, accepted the order without hesitation. Luo Shan, a newcomer to the team, couldn't help but feel nervous but buried his fear, unwilling to appear weak in front of Liao Yuanfeng. Zhang Peng, a member of Luo Shan's team, turned pale and muttered under his breath, "We're just a team of 5 without any official players. What if something bad happens?" The clever young man shot Zhang Peng a knowing glance, seemingly aware of their situation. Liao Yuanfeng, catching Zhang Peng's murmurs, shot him a sharp glare and said coldly, "This mission is a walk in the park compared to the Beast World expeditions. Yes, there's danger. The apocalyptic world isn't going to offer the safety and peace of the old days. But this is the world we live in now. We don't have a choice. We adapt or we perish." Zhang Peng fell silent, lowering his head without further complaint. Fan Hu sneered at him. "The Green Bay Internet Cafe is just a short distance from this commercial street. You've got the easiest task, yet you still have the nerve to whine about danger." Though Zhang Peng possessed enough skill to defend himself, he swallowed his frustration and remained quiet, unwilling to argue back. Liao Yuanfeng ignored the exchange, instead handing small cloth pouches to both Fan Hu and Luo Shan. "Inside are beast dispersal incense and sky-piercing arrows. If you find Zhou Yiming, fire the sky-piercing arrow. If you fail, rendezvous back here by midnight tonight." Fan Hu and Luo Shan nodded in acknowledgement, and the three groups split up to begin their respective searches. After they were gone, Zhang Peng muttered under his breath, "It's just a bit of strength. What's so great about that? I might end up stronger than him in the future." He, obviously, referred to Fan Hu. Gao Chong frowned and remained silent. Luo Shan wanted to persuade Zhang Peng but decided to hold back when he remembered his temporary +5 attribute bonus. Luo Shan spoke. "Big Brother Liao said to head to the Green Bay Internet Cafe, but the primary objective is to find Zhou Yiming. I suggest we walk there. This way we can look carefully as we go. It's better than driving." Jiang Yi, knowing Luo Shan succeeded in finding someone in the previous life, agreed readily. But Zhang Peng was not pleased. The team's overall strength was weak, and traveling on foot posed greater risks. Before Zhang Peng could argue, Jiang Yi cut him off directly. Brother Liao appointed Luo Shan as the team leader. "We follow his directions." This immediately silenced Zhang Peng. Luo Shan rejoiced silently. Jiang Yi added, "I'm familiar with the area. You all go first. I'll catch up after resolving some personal matters." This was a bold statement. For their small and weak group of 5, Jiang Yi's decision to act alone seemed reckless. Zhang Peng rebuked angrily, "Stop avoiding your task. Just make sure you're back by midnight." Jiang Yi ignored him, turning to Luo Shan with a guarantee. "It won't take more than 15 minutes. I'll catch up right away." Zhang Peng rolled his eyes. "And why are you so sure?" Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Shan accepted it. "Fine. Catch up in under a quarter of an hour. Follow the scent of the beast repellent along the way. The rapport between the two helped Zhang Yi secure permission for his private action. Zhang Yi glanced towards the row of shops and asked, "There's a restroom here, right?" The shrewd-looking boy nodded. "Yeah, but the water's been off for a while. It's not pretty in there." Zhang Yi showed no concern and walked into the hardware store. The store was grime-covered, and several people were crafting makeshift weapons. Zhang Yi caught sight of a half-finished crossbow. He asked, "Who's working on the crossbow?" The shrewd boy pointed at a short individual and laughed. "He's tinkering, but the power isn't much." Nodding, Zhang Yi moved towards the restroom in the back. The stench from the restroom was overpowering, but Zhang Yi's thoughts were racing. Though the crossbow seemed weak, it might be effective against humans, even if not against fierce beasts. And as expected, the moment Zhang Yi entered the restroom, the faces of the three guys outside changed drastically, becoming sinister. Even the clever-looking boy, who had been the friendliest earlier, now had a dark expression. The short guy bent down to pick up the incomplete crossbow, whispering, "I've got an idea about them now. In their group, only Captain Liao is strong. The rest of them? Just leaders of two teams. Slightly stronger than usual, that's all." The short guy glanced meaningfully toward the restroom. "As for the regular members, their strength should be about the same as ours." Among the three, the clever-looking boy was clearly the ringleader. The other one stared at him and lowered his voice. "That guy suddenly wanted to go to the restroom alone. What's that about? Do you think he noticed something?" The clever boy scanned his gaze across the room and responded coldly, "Noticed what?" The two immediately lowered their heads, remaining silent. He looked again at the crossbow lying on the ground, his voice low and steady. "If that guy leaves the restroom and rejoins his team within 15 minutes, we let it go. But if he's still here after 15 minutes... Before finishing, a familiar notification sound suddenly rang from the restroom's direction. "Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained a reward. Longevity pill. Longevity pill." The three men's eyes widened with shock. Even the usually calm and composed clever boy's breathing became erratic. The other two were nearly on the verge of losing control as they excitedly tried to stifle their voices. "A longevity pill. He's spinning the roulette secretly, and he actually drew a longevity pill. The longevity pill. From the white roulette, it increases lifespan by at least 10 years. The green roulette can give 100 years or more." One of them rambled in incoherent excitement. The clever boy, referred to as Brother Quan, forcefully restrained his emotions, gripping their arms tightly. "Calm down. No matter the grade of the pill, it's got nothing to do with us. He definitely used a high-tier roulette to make sure he landed something this good. He's been prepared all along. As soon as he gets the longevity pill, he'll just eat it straight away. Once it's in his stomach, there's no way for us to take it." The other two finally realized that their envy and excitement were pointless. They wouldn't be able to snatch it. Gradually, they followed Brother Quan's calmness. In a hushed warning, Brother Quan said, "The moment he comes out, we act like we don't know anything about the longevity pill. Got it? Keep your wits about you." The two nodded, ready to follow orders. They assumed Zhang Yi would emerge after finishing his spin, but then another notification sound rang out. "Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained a reward. Space wristwatch." A space wristwatch. Spatial items like these were incredibly rare. The two lackeys' eyes turned red with envy. In the Green Bay group, they had only ever seen the group leader with one such spatial item. In this apocalyptic world, spatial items didn't just make relocating easier, they guaranteed the safety of supplies as well. Brother Quan's breathing grew heavy again, while the two men beside him struggled to contain their excitement in whispers. "Brother Quan, if we had a spatial item, transferring bases in the future would be effortless. We wouldn't have to worry about losing materials either." But Brother Quan quickly steadied himself. "Stay calm. Don't get carried away. We don't touch what isn't ours," Zhao Quan declared sternly, his tone sharp and unyielding. The two lackeys at his side dared not speak, but their gazes brimmed with frustration and resentment. They stared toward the bathroom door, as if trying to pierce through it with their eyes. Zhao Quan noticed their dissatisfaction and rebuked them harshly. "Listen to me on this. Trust me, I won't steer you wrong." But the two remained sullen and downcast. At that moment, a sound echoed from the bathroom. "Ding! Congratulations! You've won a reward. Teleportation charm. A teleportation charm. Kuan Yi. That guy just scored another treasure. The teleportation charm is a life-saving artifact. Even that strong Captain Liao said this world has changed. And no matter how powerful someone is, danger lurks everywhere. With a teleportation charm, it's like holding a get-out-of-jail-free card. You can escape from any peril. This is the ultimate survival tool, Quan Ji." Desire gleamed in the two men's eyes. Winning 3 times in a row completely shattered their sense of reason. Right now, what use was rationality? Could it fill their stomachs? Could it save their lives? They were practically insane with envy. In the past, Zhao Quan had to pull them forward. Now it was them clinging tightly to him. Even the normally composed Zhao Quan found himself struggling to stay in control. Pulling this off could mean securing spatial equipment and a life-saving charm. How could anyone resist such temptation? More importantly, he realized he could no longer rein in his two subordinates. They were blinded by greed. If he kept opposing them, he'd only kill their buzz. Zhao Quan gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Fine, we'll do this job. But the moment it's done, we run. The two lackeys broke out into grins so wide they could hardly contain their joy. Of course, they didn't immediately strike. They just prepared themselves, waiting silently for any further noise from the bathroom. 3 lucky draws in a row. Was that guy planning to keep drawing? He'd better. The more the merrier. It would just pave the way for them. The two subordinates were burning with excitement. Yet in Zhao Quan's heart, an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir. Not long after, another sound came from the bathroom. This time, it wasn't the chime of a prize but the creak of the door opening. As they expected, Jiang Yi walked out, a bright smile lighting up his face. Who wouldn't be thrilled after pulling 3 consecutive treasures? Zhao Quan discreetly glanced at the watch on Jiang Yi's wrist. A spatial device, no doubt. Where exactly it had come from, Zhao Quan wasn't sure. Feigning calm, he put on a smile and asked Jiang Yi, "All set?" Jiang Yi grinned back. "All set. I need to catch up with my teammates. They must be getting worried." Getting worried. The message behind those words was subtle. The trio didn't pick up on it. All they saw was Jiang Yi happily strolling toward the shop's exit, completely off guard, step by step by step. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, the 3 men exchanged glances. In an instant, the silence was broken by a sharp whoosh. A cold arrow flew straight toward the back of Jiang Yi's head. Simultaneously, Zhao Quan and one of the lackeys moved in. One raised a fire axe, and the other swung a blade. They attacked from 3 directions, their killing intent palpable. But just as they prepared to strike, the situation flipped on its head. Jiang Yi moved as if he had eyes in the back of his head, casually raising a hand to catch the oncoming arrow with ease. With a swift motion, he returned the arrow back to sender. Whoosh! It struck the assailant right between the brows. The man fell to the ground in shock, dead before he could even scream. At the same time, Zhao Quan felt a sharp pain in his wrist as someone clamped down on it. A powerful tug redirected the axe in his hand, forcing it to swing toward the knife-wielding lackey. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The would-be ambushers were reduced to 1. Only Zhao Quan remained standing. As for his 2 subordinates, one lay dead, an arrow through his forehead, his face frozen with regret. The other had his skull crushed by the axe, instant death. No matter how hard Zhao Quan tried to maintain his composure, an overwhelming surge of terror consumed him. At that moment, he finally understood. You planned this on purpose." His voice quivered. Jiang Yi, having just eliminated 2 men, showed no sign of concern. If anything, he looked calmer than when he faced Liao Yuanfeng earlier. His face even carried a hint of patient humor as he spoke. "On purpose? What are you talking about? I simply prefer self-defense over murder." Self-defense. Zhao Quan's terror spiked further. The axe slipped from his trembling hands, falling to the ground with a clang. In that instant, his calculating gaze vanished, leaving only raw fear and deep regret. You, he stammered at Jiang Yi, but couldn't squeeze out a single plea for mercy. At last, Zhao Quan realized the grave mistake he had made. He had underestimated Jiang Yi, judging him by what little he'd seen. It was only now he recalled all those times back at Green Bay Camp, when was a treasure trove of opportunities, brimming with resources and rare items. If handled correctly, it could prove worthwhile. As he mulled over his options, he calmly raised his gaze to Zhao Quan. "You should consider yourself lucky that you're useful to me this time," Jiang Yi said softly, his tone unreadable. "If there's any detail you've left out, pray that I don't find out later." Zhao Quan's body tensed under Jiang Yi's icy stare. He clenched his fists silently, realizing he was walking a razor-thin line between survival and death. The man before him was no ordinary adversary, his judgment sharp and his actions decisive. Jiang Yi stood, expression still calm but his presence imposing. He threw Zhao Quan's axe back at him casually, the blade embedding itself into the dirt near Zhao's hand. "Use this to protect yourself," Jiang Yi said with a faint smirk. "If you think you still have a chance to survive the wasteland alone." Zhao Quan gulped, understanding the subtle warning. Jiang Yi turned and began walking away, his stride steady and unhurried. Despite his calm demeanor, his mind remained restless. The revelation about Zhou Yiming's whereabouts weighed on him heavily. If the compass holder had truly been thrown into an interdimensional battlefield, retrieving him alive would take more than just courage or skill. It would require meticulous planning and strategy. The so-called Qinhu Park, now a lethal arena where terrifying beasts roamed, was no place for him to tread lightly. Not at this stage, not when he had yet to grasp the full extent of his rebirth's potential. Choices, he muttered to himself under his breath. Every move must be worth its weight. His hesitation wasn't rooted in fear, but in logic. Years of experiences from his previous life had trained him to think beyond the short term. Sacrifices only made sense if they yielded significant returns. And saving Zhou Yiming, while risky, could tip the scales of power in surprising ways. Still, Jiang Yi needed time to assess all variables. For now, the next step was gathering more information, solidifying his resources and sharpening his strengths. As he walked off into the horizon, shadows from the crumbling buildings stretched long behind him. The past and present collided within his heart, a battle of regrets fueling his relentless march forward in this apocalyptic wasteland. Zhao Quan remained crouched, gripping his reclaimed axe. With Jiang Yi gone, he felt a wave of dread and uncertainty washing over him. The man's words lingered like an ominous echo, reminding him how close he'd been to death's door. Maybe I should rethink my decisions, Zhao Quan murmured to himself. In this new world where strength and cunning ruled, survival demanded more than just brute force. And Jiang Yi's demeanor had been a stark reminder of that unforgiving fact. There were disputes in how to fairly distribute the spoils among the team. Now, as Jiang Yi arrived, his sharp words immediately reframed the situation. The wounds on the golden-backed rolling rat were clearly caused by the composite bow, Jiang Yi said calmly, sweeping his gaze across the group. And as far as I can see, none of you except for Luo Shan contributed to taking it down. So why should any of you claim an equal share of the rewards? Zhang Peng's face turned sullen, his earlier self-righteous confidence faltering. He stammered, But we're a team. We should share the benefits equally. That's the rule. Jiang Yi chuckled softly, but there was a chilling edge to his tone. A team implies collaboration and contribution. You're suggesting equality without effort. If that's your so-called fairness, it's laughable. Luo Shan, who had remained silent until now, smirked slightly, acknowledging Jiang Yi's intervention with a nod. Even though an undercurrent of tension lingered between everyone, Jiang Yi had effortlessly shifted the power dynamics of the discussion. Jiang Yi shifted his focus. What matters now isn't petty bickering over spoils. It's surviving this game. Clinging to greed will only drag you down faster. If we're going to play at morality, at fairness, let actions speak first. Zhang Peng, clearly still unhappy but left without a rebuttal, gritted his teeth and backed off. Luo Shan seized the opportunity Jiang Yi opened up and declared, No one gets a share of something they didn't earn. The green spin disc stays with me. Fine, Zhang Peng muttered reluctantly, not daring to press him further. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, suppressed a knowing smile. In truth, he had no intention to really arbitrate their dispute. He was simply observing and waiting. These people, consumed by ambition and distrust, were like open books to him. Their squabbles inadvertently revealed their strengths, weaknesses, and most importantly, their underlying intent. After a few moments of uneasy silence, Jiang Yi spoke again. Since you're wasting time arguing over a disc, I assume none of you have plans to leave. Shall I assume Luo Shan will take charge of navigation? Then, Luo Shan's gaze locked with Jiang Yi's, both men seemingly measuring each other's intentions. After what felt like a silent standoff, Luo Shan gave an approving nod. It's better to move than stay stagnant. There's no time for endless chatter. Without waiting for any dissent, Jiang Yi began taking long strides ahead, his casual demeanor masking the calm predator's instinct within. In this post-apocalyptic landscape, obedience surfaced not from authority but from control, and Jiang Yi had an innate ability to manipulate both fear and respect to his advantage. As the group trudged forward, a somber air settled over them. While some of the team still carried unresolved grievances, no one dared to fan flames in Jiang Yi's presence. To Jiang Yi, these teammates were no different from temporary pieces on a chessboard, useful only until they were no longer worth their weight. Even as they moved closer toward their destination, Jiang Yi's mind wandered not to alliances or cooperative strategies, but to his own goals. The sooner he reached level 1 and became an official player, unlocking the true depths of the game, the quicker he'd leave this rabble behind. Everything in its time, he thought, his lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile. While the others fretted over fleeting fortunes, Jiang Yi was already strategizing over the next major steps toward his survival and ultimate triumph in this deadly game. He single-handedly took down that ferocious beast. It wasn't at all like Zhang Peng had claimed, saying he abused his position as team leader to exploit others. Zhang Peng's words almost sounded convincing, but Jiang Yi's single remark instantly awakened Luo Shan to the truth. Zhang Peng noticed the change in Luo Shan's expression and gritted his teeth in fury. In the end, Zhang Peng chose to back down, but not to Luo Shan. He conceded to Jiang Yi instead, saying, "Fine, I'll share it with you two then." His tone carried an air of disdain, and he couldn't resist throwing in an insult. "You freeloading, pathetic loser. You're destined to be a failure for life." Jiang Yi was left speechless. The words sounded like Zhang Peng was scolding himself. Gao Chang and Li Xiao did not object. After all, according to Zhang Peng's proposal, they could also get a share of the benefits. But Jiang Yi wasn't having it. With a cold smirk, he turned to Luo Shan and said, "Kindness breeds bullying. Some people never change. They'll always prey on the weak and fear the strong. I know you're afraid to offend others because the +5 all stats bonus has a time limit. But people like this, if you're too cautious, they get cockier. They'll keep testing your limits, seeing just how far they can push you." Though the words were directed at Luo Shan, Jiang Yi didn't wait for him to fully digest them before turning his cold, mocking gaze to Zhang Peng. He sneered and said, "And who the hell are you, coming here to act wild in front of the strong? Are you sick of living?" Even if that golden-backed rolling rat was taken down by the team, and Luo Shan kept all the rewards for himself, what could a trash like you do? What gives you the right to speak? Zhang Peng knew full well Jiang Yi was talking about the unspoken ironclad rules of the game. If it had been Luo Shan who said it, he might have had no choice but to endure it. But this time it was Jiang Yi. Rage filled him, his face turned green, and he clenched his fists tightly before swinging one directly at Jiang Yi's face. "You? A short-lived good-for-nothing. What right do you have to lecture me?" That punch was real. Zhang Peng was determined to regain his dignity. But Jiang Yi smoothly sidestepped the attack, effortlessly grabbing Zhang Peng's arm before executing a vicious over-the-shoulder throw. Thud! Zhang Peng slammed into the ground, letting out cries of pain. Jiang Yi shot him a cold glance and snapped with a sharp, "Shut up," then delivered a brutal kick. The sheer ruthlessness left Zhang Peng stunned on the spot. His face paled, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Though he was in terrible pain, he dared not make another sound. Lying on the ground, Zhang Peng's gaze was filled with fear as he looked at Jiang Yi. Witnessing this, Luo Shan finally grasped the meaning behind Jiang Yi's words. This is what they meant by preying on the weak and fearing the strong. The softer Zhang Peng perceived someone, the more arrogant he became. But the moment fists were shown, Zhang Peng wouldn't dare challenge them. As Luo Shan was deep in thought, Jiang Yi turned his sharp gaze toward him. "This Zhang Peng, I'll leave him for you to deal with." Deal with him? Luo Shan felt a jolt in his heart. There seemed to be a deeper meaning hidden in Jiang Yi's words. Zhang Peng panicked as well. He couldn't believe Luo Shan would actually kill him over this. But fear gripped him nonetheless. Scrambling up from the ground, he grabbed Luo Shan by the pant leg, crying and pleading. "Captain Luo, I lost my mind. Forget about it. The rewards from the fight against the golden-backed rolling rat should belong to you. What I'm saying is, that ferocious beast Luo Shan defeated it on his own. You three didn't even lift a finger, yet you want a share of the benefits? And now you're saying Jiang Yi can't have a portion just because he wasn't present?" Zhang Peng's face immediately turned ugly. The reason Luo Shan initially wanted to keep the green wheel reward from killing the golden-backed rolling rat was indeed because he had taken it down by himself. It was nothing like Zhang Peng's accusation that he abused his authority as captain to exploit the others. Initially, Luo Shan had almost been misled by Zhang Peng's narrative. But Jiang Yi's words finally brought him back to his senses. Zhang Peng noticed Luo Shan's expression change and clenched his teeth in anger. Ultimately, he avoided a direct confrontation with Luo Shan and instead turned to Jiang Yi. In a tone dripping with derision, he said, "Fine, you can have a share too." Then, as if unable to resist, he muttered an insult. "You opportunistic, impoverished loser. You're doomed to amount to nothing." Jiang Yi silently endured the insult, although the words seemed more like Zhang Peng was directing them at himself. Gao Chang and Li Xiao didn't say anything either. After all, if they went along with Zhang Peng's plan, they could gain some benefits as well. But Jiang Yi wasn't the type to put up with Zhang Peng's behavior any longer. He's soft. The more arrogant he gets, the harder he'll bully you. If you fight back with fists and ruthlessness, he won't dare provoke you anymore. Luo Shan was deep in thought when he noticed Jiang Yi's gaze on him. Jiang Yi said, "Handle this Zhang Peng." "Han handle." Luo Shan's heart skipped a beat, immediately catching the undertone in Jiang Yi's words. Zhang Peng was terrified. The idea that Luo Shan might actually make a move was inconceivable to him. However, fear overtook him, and he quickly crawled over, clinging to Luo Shan's pant leg, wailing, Captain Luo, I was wrong. I was wrong. The prize will drop came from the monster you defeated. I won't take a cut of the loot. I swear. I'll listen to you from now on. I wouldn't dare look east if you told me to look west. I swear I give in. This attitude of admitting fault was a far cry from the arrogance Zhang Peng had shown moments ago in front of Luo Shan. Luo Shan stared at him, thinking for a moment, but ultimately chose not to strike. With a cold expression he kicked Zhang Peng away. I'll let this go this time. I'm too lazy to bother with you. As Luo Shan let the matter drop, Zhang Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly promised, I get it now. I've got a clear sense of my place. I'll never cross the line again. No matter what happens, I won't dare offend a strong one. Luo Shan nodded and shifted his gaze to Zhang Yi, softly expressing his thanks. But Zhang Yi wasn't surprised in the least. After all, he had lived through 2 lives and had seen too much death and coldness. In contrast, Luo Shan hadn't yet reached the point of shedding blood. Resorting to violence for a minor dispute, it was clear he didn't yet have the guts. Zhang Yi recalled the first time he had killed someone. His legs had gone weak, his vision blurred, and sleepless nights filled with nightmares ensued. For an ordinary person, killing wasn't a game. The psychological burden was immense. But the environment forces people to change, just as Darwin said, survival of the fittest. In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone was adapting to the new world. After this incident, Luo Shan's demeanor had grown tougher. He was starting to look more like a leader. Holding the green prize will token in his hand, Luo Shan turned his gaze to Gao Chong and Li Xiao, calmly asking, What do you two think? Should this prize will be mine or shared with everyone? Li Xiao answered honestly, Of course it should be yours, Captain. That golden-back tunnel rat was killed by you. We couldn't even help. Gao Chang's expression was complicated, but he still nodded. Yeah, it should be yours to handle. It was the first time he had called him Captain. Clearly, this conflict had brought some attitude adjustment. Luo Shan secured the prize will token. He only had 11 years left of his lifespan, while spinning the green will consume 10 years. There was no way he could casually decide to use it. Moreover, to activate it, they would need a strong protector in the lottery zone. He decided to hold onto it until the time was right. While Zhang Yi was tempted, he didn't speak up to ask for it. The group continued heading toward the Green Bay Internet Cafe. Zhang Peng was noticeably more well-behaved. Just as they were nearing the Internet Cafe, a streak of luminous blue fireworks shot up into the western sky. Gao Chong immediately recognized it. A signal arrow, over by Yucai Elementary. That must be Brother Liao finding Zhou Yiming. Luo Shan nodded repeatedly, and they all promptly turned back toward the commercial street to retrieve their vehicle. On their way back, they passed Zhao Quan's shop. 3 corpses lay still inside, swarmed with festering tumor worms. Zhang Peng's face instantly turned pale at the sight. He glared at Zhang Yi momentarily and then abruptly backed away, making every effort to avoid him. Zhang Yi remained expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with him. Luo Shan said nothing about it and headed straight for his car. Half an hour later, the 5-person team arrived at Yucai Elementary, only to find no trace of Liao Yuanfeng. Instead, Fan Hu's team was parked on the roadside nearby. He waved at Luo Shan, shouting, Brother Liao's gone to Qinhu Lake Park. Don't bother with the elementary school. Head straight to Qinhu Lake Park. Luo Shan nodded and followed Fan Hu's lead to drive over. Qinhu Lake Park had a lake known as Qinhu. After the apocalypse began, it became a breach point for ferocious beasts, making the area a hotspot for monster activity. Liao Yuanfeng had already gone ahead of them. There were also several other monster hunting teams at the park, so when they arrived, the situation wasn't immediately dangerous. The 2 teams parked their vehicles outside Qinhu Lake Park's entrance. Fan Hu, ever perceptive, noticed the strange tension in Luo Shan's team. The previously overly brash Zhang Peng now seemed extraordinarily subdued. Fan Hu teased, You're not a bad captain, it seems. You've whipped them into shape pretty well. Luo Shan remained silent, fixing his gaze on Qinhu Lake Park. His instincts whispered a warning. Why does this park feel tense? Fan Hu, who had just been complimenting him moments ago, now rolled his eyes. Of course it's tense. After the apocalypse game invasion, rivers, lakes, and seas have all become gateways for ferocious beasts. For players, those gateways are monster spawning zones. And plenty of powerful factions have staked their claims on those monster spawning zones. Naturally, Qinhu Lake Park is no exception. Luo Shan probed further, looking toward the park. So the powers here aren't weak? Weak. Fan Hu nodded and began leading them into the park, his voice steady. No need to worry too much. Our optimistic club might just be SOSO when it comes to reputation in Jiangcheng. But out here in the suburbs, we've got some weight to throw around. The few small groups occupying Qinhu Lake Park can't even compare with us. Brother Liao's already negotiated with them. Those small groups still show us respect. Luo Shan silently followed, feeling his own disposition lacking compared to Fan Hu's confidence. As they walked, he suddenly realized, our mission isn't just to find Zhou Yiming. Should we pick him up? Why does the atmosphere feel so tense? A sudden possibility crossed his mind. Could it be that Zhou Yiming ran into the Savage Beast world through the Qinhu Passage? Fan Hu shot him a cold glance. Zhou Yiming? Ah, he's just a worthless pretty boy. As if he could go to the Savage Beast world on his own. He was thrown in there by someone. The Green Bay group was wiped out by Boss Liao. Zhou Yiming? They beat him half to death and tossed him into Qinhu. As he spoke, Fan Hu led his team onto a patch of grass in the park. From a distance, Luo Shan could see a few groups had gathered on the lawn, with several corpses piled up in a corner. Those were evidently the slain members of the Green Bay group. Next to the corpses stood Liao Yuanfeng. His face was overcast as he fiddled with his phone. Luo Shan approached and greeted with a respectful, "Brother Liao," but he was ignored. Before long, Liao Yuanfeng couldn't suppress his frustration and cursed under his breath. What the hell is this moronic love-brained nonsense? The captains nearby looked puzzled. What do you mean? Has Wang Shuyan still not given up? Zhou Yiming, in that state after being thrown into Qinhu. He's got no chance of surviving in the Savage Beast world. Even for us skilled players, the survival rate in there is abysmally low. How could someone like him possibly manage? Captain Liao, did you make things clear to Wang Shuyan? Liao Yuanfeng snorted coldly. Oh, I made it clear, all right, but that love-struck idiot just won't listen. Her stance is uncompromising. Whether alive or dead, she wants him found. Even if the body's already been devoured by beasts, she's determined to retrieve whatever remains. The captains exchanged bewildered looks, hardly able to believe what they were hearing. How can anyone be this brain-dead? The apocalypse is here, and someone's still this obsessed with their idol? That level of stupidity is just crazy. No normal person could comprehend Wang Shuyan's thought process. Even Liao Yuanfeng couldn't help but curse her as a dumbass. He took a deep breath, sweeping his gaze across the group. Wang Shuyan's way of thinking is beyond baffling, but she's deadly serious and ready to pay any price. In a private message just now, she explicitly said, she won't give up on finding Zhou Yiming, no matter what. Soon, the Blood Swallow Club will send people into the Qinhu Passage to search the Savage Beast world for him. I hope the 3 captains stationed here can show some leniency. Qinhu Park wasn't very large, and the 3 station groups weren't particularly formidable. The situation, while tense, was still manageable. Among these teams, only the captains were official players. The other members were akin to cannon fodder for the club's disposable. A group like this stood no chance against the Blood Swallow Club. Among the 3 captains, Wu Su had the most commanding presence. His face darkened as he asked Liao Yuanfeng, "What exactly is the Blood Swallow Club planning?" Jiang Yi, who had been following Luo Shan's team discreetly, blended into the crowd without drawing attention, but still perked up his ears to eavesdrop. Liao Yuanfeng gave everyone a sweeping glance before slowly speaking. Wang Shuyan said the personnel dispatched by the Blood Swallow Club will be heading into the Savage Beast world through the Qinhu Passage to search for Zhou Yiming. Whether or not those of us here go along is entirely voluntary. His eyes briefly flicked over Luo Shan's and Fan Hu's teams before shifting back to the 3 captains stationed in the Qinhu district. After a pause, he added, "But Wang Shuyan has issued a reward. Anyone willing to go search for Zhou Yiming will be paid up front. A single white-grade longevity pill." The moment the words left his lips, the 3 Qinhu captains' eyes lit up. Even members of Fan Hu's cannon fodder team couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. The Savage Beast world was dangerous, but it also promised countless opportunities. The role of suicide squads like theirs was to act as vanguards, scouting uncharted territories. Most powerful factions undertaking an exploration of the Savage Beast world would plan several expeditions, with the first 3 missions typically involving the sacrificial squads to bear the brunt and collect intelligence. Only once they had sufficient data would they send in official members to minimize losses. Fan Hu was intimately familiar with this process. Their suicide squad was already slated to be the first wave to explore the Savage Beast world accessed through the Qinhu Passage this time. Now, with the added incentive of a white-grade longevity pill, it was practically a freebie. Fan Hu immediately decided that he was going into Qinhu. The other members of the suicide squad shared his sentiments. Only Luo Shan, relatively new to the squad, was unclear on the protocols and looked somewhat puzzled. The 3 groups originally stationed at Qinhu Park were also quite tempted by Wang Shuyan's reward. After all, in the apocalyptic game, the fastest way to grow stronger was to explore the Savage Beast world. They had previously entertained the idea of venturing into the Qinhu Passage, but the overwhelming danger and their own lack of strength had held them back. Now, with a major faction's backing and lucrative rewards on the line, the temptation was immense. Observing the group's reactions, Liao Yuanfeng was unsurprised. He continued, in addition to the reward of a white-grade longevity pill, Wang Shuiyan also stated that if someone actually manages to find Zhou Yiming, there will be an additional bonus. Find his corpse, and you'll be awarded one green-grade longevity pill. And not just any green-grade pill. It's the highest tier type produced by the lottery spin. A shiver ran through the entire group, the atmosphere growing instantly taut. Those with weaker mental fortitudes even found their eyes reddening with emotion. The green longevity pills produced by the roulette are prized treasures that could extend one's lifespan by at least a century, a top-tier resource highly coveted even by the core members of the club. But now, simply locating a corpse could earn such a reward. Luo Shan's eyes reddened with anger as he muttered to himself, I'm still alive, and yet I'm worth less than some pretty boy's corpse? A corpse can fetch a 100-year life extension pill, and meanwhile I only have less than 15 years left to live. This isn't fair. Others were also deeply unsettled, feeling the harsh reality and the greed lurking within human hearts. And yet, that wasn't all. Liao Yuanfeng continued. If someone can locate the living Zhou Yiming and safely escort him back, Wang Shuiyan has promised to reward them with a blue-quality longevity pill. Additionally, they can pick any 3 items from the Blood Swallow Club's points warehouse. Astonished exclamations erupted at the scene. A blue-quality longevity pill. Currently, across all of Jiang City, probably only Chang Jiaoyi has the skill to refine longevity pills. Right? And even she can only produce green-quality pills at best. This means that the blue longevity pill Wang Shuiyan is offering must be from the roulette. Roulette's blue longevity pills are terrifyingly potent, capable of extending one's lifespan by at least a millennium. A 1,000-year lifespan? What a concept. The history of Hua Nation is merely 5,000 years. If I could live for 1,000 years, it would be beyond imagination. Various gasps of shock filled the air, fully capturing everyone's amazement. Luo Shan's eyes glistened with even greater urgency, and he felt an overwhelming impulse to plunge into Qin Lake immediately, desperate to find the living Zhou Yiming at any cost. However, amidst these excited murmurs, Jiang Yi furrowed his brows deeply as he listened. He remembered Luo Shan did indeed retrieve the living Zhou Yiming in his previous life. But Luo Shan had never received the blue-quality longevity pill, let alone the privilege of choosing 3 items freely from the points warehouse. Wang Shuiyan's reward clearly had not been honored in Luo Shan's case. Jiang Yi speculated that there might be 2 reasons for this. First, Wang Shuiyan could have deemed Luo Shan too weak and decided to go back on her word. Second, someone else in the Blood Swallow Club, such as Liao Yuanfeng, may have claimed the rewards meant for Luo Shan. Whichever the case, they both adhered to the law of the Apocalypse Games, where the strong rule supreme. Luo Shan's weakness had made it impossible for him to force the stronger parties to honor their promises. Jiang Yi hesitated internally. If he were to locate Zhou Yiming and bring him back, would Wang Shuiyan uphold her promise? If he couldn't obtain those rewards, why would he risk the dangers of the Qin Lake Passage to the extraterritorial battlefield? His hesitation was not unique. Those without strength didn't even have the right to question the powerful. Thus, despite the earlier gasps of astonishment, a growing number of voices began to rally with enthusiasm. Captain Liao, I'm willing to go to the Beast World to find Zhou Yiming. I'm in as well. Let me explore the Beast World. Count me in. Me too. The cries of volunteers grew louder and louder, just as Liao Yuanfeng had anticipated. He raised a hand to calm the impassioned crowd and said with a deep voice, Rest assured, everyone, Wang Shuiyan always keeps her word. The Blood Swallow Club members are currently en route here. Before the mission proceeds, every player willing to cross Qin Lake will receive a white-quality longevity pill. The more imposing Qin Lake team leader, Wu Su, immediately followed up with a question. Captain Liao, the white-quality longevity pills issued by the Blood Swallow Club, are they from the roulette or artificially refined? Liao Yuanfeng coughed and replied, For a large-scale distribution like this, they are definitely artificially refined. Wu Su nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, another Qin Lake team leader remarked, Our 3 teams are stationed at Qin Lake, but we know little about the Beast World. Captain Liao, could you spare some time to briefly explain the Beast World to us? Luo Shan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. As a recent recruit to the Suicide Squad, he too had limited knowledge of the Beast World. Liao Yuanfeng cheerfully nodded. Since the Blood Swallow Club members haven't arrived yet, I'll give you all a quick summary. You should already know that after the Apocalypse Game descended, cities once connected by land were separated into isolated fragments by oceans. Ferocious beasts, for the most part, invade our world through natural waterways like rivers, lakes, and seas. These waterways have become two-way passages that link our world with the beast world. Beasts can cross into our world, and in turn, we can use these pathways to explore the beast world. Jiang City was already known as the City of 1,000 Lakes before the apocalypse. As a result, this massive city now has countless beast passages, many of which lead to different beast world locations. Nearly all of Jiang City's major factions rely on exploring the beast world for their development. As for what the beast world truly holds, all I can say is that each passage connects to a unique and vastly different part of the beast world. Firstly, let's talk about the environment. All kinds of strange and bizarre experiences. Some worlds are filled with towering mountains and rugged, jagged rocks everywhere. Some are desolate deserts, devoid of even a single blade of grass. And others are vast scorched lands, perpetually shrouded in eternal night, without a hint of daylight. No matter how peculiar or extreme the environment, there's always the possibility of a ferocious beast world emerging. Not only are the environments peculiar, but the types of ferocious beasts within them are unbelievably strange. Don't assume that the beasts invading our world are weak. What exists in the ferocious beast worlds are completely different. In truth, the abilities of those beasts vary greatly, with some even able to speak, transform into human shapes, and impersonate humans. The ferocious beasts invading our world only represent a minuscule fraction of what's out there. So, when you encounter what seems like a weak and harmless beast, don't be quick to judge based on appearance. Your curiosity could easily cost you your life. At this point, Liao Yuanfeng paused, then added forcefully, because there's no pattern to the ferocious beast worlds. Typically, large organizations explore them in 3 phases. The first phase is the preparation phase, where they send in a suicide squad to scout the area, exchanging lives for information. This phase sees the heaviest casualties. The Latte Club once even experienced the devastating loss of an entire team. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 teams in Qinhu Park inhaled sharply. Even Luo Shan felt a chill down his spine. An entire team wiped out? Exploring as part of a suicide squad was essentially gambling on luck. If they stumbled upon a world dominated by destruction-level ferocious beasts, there wouldn't even be a chance of survival. No wonder it's called a suicide squad. It truly is a life-or-death gamble. Seeing everyone's reaction, Liao Yuanfeng continued, but the larger clubs have managed to gather some experience. For instance, small lakes like Qinhu generally connect to relatively low-risk ferocious beast worlds. Our explorations have a fairly high chance of bringing us back safely. Saying this, he pointed at Fan Hu. Take this suicide squad member Fan Hu, for example. He's explored 3 different ferocious beast worlds and returned safely from all of them. His strength is now almost on par with that of a formal player. Hearing the praise, Fan Hu immediately straightened his back and added thoughtfully, Captain Liao is absolutely right. While every ferocious beast world is different, the danger levels do follow certain patterns. For example, small lakes like Qinhu tend to be relatively low risk, akin to the instances or dungeons in old games. He scanned the 3 Qinhu team captains and said with a hint of condescension, if even entering such simple ferocious beast worlds frightens you, it's only a matter of time before you're entirely outpaced by the other formal players. The 3 captains' expressions darkened. Wu Su, the most imposing among them, furrowed his brow and shot Fan Hu a cold glare. We're just asking questions. We never said we were afraid to explore. Then, turning to Liao Yuanfeng, he continued, Captain Liao, you only mentioned the first phase. What about the second and third phases? Liao Yuanfeng's eyes flickered as he sized up Wu Su for a moment and probed. Captain Wu, you wouldn't be thinking of joining our latte club, would you? Wu Su feigned indifference, neither confirming nor denying the suggestion. Liao Yuanfeng chuckled and went on. The second phase is called the strategy phase. Once the suicide squad has gathered enough intelligence, the club assembles formal members into a stronger team to delve deeper into the ferocious beast world. This phase is essentially about strategy, aiming to fully convert the ferocious beast world into a resource hub for the club. The third phase is the harvesting phase. By that stage, the ferocious beast world is essentially under the club's control. Sending people in at that point carries minimal life-threatening risk, and the focus is purely on continuous resource harvesting. We, the members, pledge our loyalty to the club precisely for access to the resources from those fully developed ferocious beast worlds. Hearing this explanation, the 3 Qinhu captains found themselves genuinely informed. Luo Shan, who had just joined the suicide squad, lit up with excitement, his eyes practically glowing as he dreamed of becoming a formal member to enjoy those resources. But Wu Su's thoughts were far more complex. After a moment of silence, he asked, How many ferocious beast worlds does the Latte Club currently have complete control over? Liao Yuanfeng's face stiffened briefly but quickly recovered as he smiled. That's classified club information. I can't disclose it to outsiders. Wu Su already had his suspicions. The Apocalypse game had only just begun a month ago. It was plausible that the major powers in Jiangxing Center had taken control of a few ferocious beast worlds. But a third-rate club like Latte, based in the outskirts? It was little more than a small fish in a big pond, incapable of managing much. In other words, the so-called third phase, as described by Liao Yuanfeng, was mostly an illusionary promise. Of course, given enough time, the Latte Club might actually manage to secure complete control over one or two ferocious beast worlds. But for now, nothing was certain. Wu Su, harboring ambitions of his own, began weighing his options. Should he remain with the Latte Club, or set his sights on the top-tier powers in Jiangxing's central district? Or, the man moved at his own pace, blending into the fragmented crowd with a carefree demeanor. He wasn't in a hurry to make up his mind and wanted to ask more about the club's benefits and rules. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from the direction of Qinhu Lake Park, accompanied by a wave of exclamations on the lawn. Holy crap! The cloud leopard that travels 1,000 miles. That's a level 5 ferocious beast. Help! Captain! Hurry! A massive beast has appeared. Wait, isn't there someone riding on that cloud leopard? A beast that has transformed into human form? That must be terrifyingly strong. We're screwed, we're all dead. Dead my ass. Liao Yuanfeng rolled his eyes and barked, quelling the chaos. That's Guanling, a core member of the Blood Swallow Club. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure riding the cloud leopard approached rapidly. Everyone saw it clearly. It was a dashing female player, riding the majestic cloud leopard with confidence. In the world of ferocious beasts, an impressive yet strong female player was rare. While Guanling wasn't a peerless beauty, her striking charisma resembled that of a warrior heroine. Her figure was full of curves, donning a tight black outfit, perched on the cloud leopard's back. A wild force of nature, like fiery liquor. Men who looked at her couldn't help but harbor desires of conquest. Her overwhelming aura and presence caused players nearby to whisper among themselves with excitement. Damn, this is way too cool. Is that really a woman? Is Wang Shuyan out of her mind? How does she not like someone this striking and instead crush over some pretty boy? So the head of the Blood Swallow Club is a woman, and this core member is also a badass beauty. Is the whole club some kind of queen's only dominion? I suddenly feel like joining the Blood Swallow Club. Think they'd let a guy like me in? Man, Zhou Yiming's got it good. I want to be a pretty boy too. Hey, badass sis, is my face fair enough? Step on me. Quick. God damn it. Such a badass chick. Could she actually be one of Zhou Yiming's fans? No way. A woman with this kind of aura is definitely a workaholic, not some love-struck fool. Many men stared at Guanling, sitting atop the cloud leopard. Their eyes filled with a hunger they couldn't hide, a craving to conquer. But Guanling was obviously not the type to be trifled with. Her expression remained impassive as she gracefully leaped off the cloud leopard with ease, landing steadily on the lawn. The tension across her chest seemed to emphasize her indomitable strength. From within the crowd, Jiang Yi heard a few faint sounds of someone swallowing nervously. He shook his head helplessly. This kind of formidable character was definitely not someone anyone could mess with. Guanling's gaze was sharper than Liao Yuanfeng's. With just one sweep of her eyes across the area, the entire crowd hushed into a deathly silence, no one daring to make a sound. After asserting her dominance, her cold, cutting voice declared, "The Blood Swallow Club has already posted the bounty in the trade zone. Official players can use their destiny discs to investigate further. As for the details of this search mission, Captain Liao from the Lu Tian Club should have already briefed you, right?" Her tone shifted and her eyes quickly locked onto Liao Yuanfeng within the crowd as she asked directly, "You must be Captain Liao?" The usually haughty Liao Yuanfeng was caught off guard, trembling slightly before the powerful woman. He admitted with a somewhat flustered nod, "Yes, Captain Guan. I'm Liao Yuanfeng. Sister Wang mentioned you to me." Guanling acknowledged with a nod and tossed a small jade bottle directly into Liao Yuanfeng's outstretched hand. "This is the reward Sister Wang promised for assisting in finding Zhou Yiming." Liao Yuanfeng received the bottle and thanked her profusely. Guanling's eyes scanned the crowd once more before she continued. "The situation is urgent. Each minute we delay lowers Zhou Yiming's survival odds. No more nonsense. The members of the Blood Swallow Club will be stationed by Qinhu Lake. Those willing to enter the ferocious beast realm via Qinhu Lake to help search will receive a white-grade longevity pill. Once you collect the pill, you must enter the ferocious beast realm within 2 minutes. If anyone takes the pill without completing the mission, with a wave of her hand, a fiery spear suddenly appeared in Guan Ling's palm. She twirled it twice with a commanding presence, glaring at the crowd fiercely as she declared, "I'll personally break their legs and force them into the ferocious beast realm. For those who accept the mission but fail to find Zhou Yiming, you must remain within the ferocious beast realm for a full 8 hours. If anyone dares to escape early, I'll break their legs and throw them back into the ferocious beast realm. All right, make your decision. Those who accept the mission, go to Qinhu Lake and find the Blood Swallow members to collect your longevity pill." Some people lingered, clearly undecided, but many others with clear goals didn't hesitate and headed straight for Qinhu Lake. Members like Fan Hu, part of the Die-Hard team, wouldn't be swayed by appearances. After exchanging a brief greeting with Liao Yuanfeng, he headed directly for Qinhu Lake. Nearby, Luo Shan watched, clearly intrigued. He turned to Liao Yuanfeng and asked, "If multiple people enter the ferocious beast realm from the same channel, will they eventually scatter?" Liao Yuanfeng nodded. "They'll definitely scatter. If they didn't, there wouldn't be any challenge in finding Zhou Yiming. But don't worry too much. The section of the ferocious beast realm connected through Qinhu Lake isn't too large. Once inside, you'll still have a chance to regroup with teammates. One piece of advice. Don't assume that seeing a human player inside the ferocious beast realm is like meeting a fellow countryman in some heartwarming reunion. Human hearts can be more dangerous than ferocious beasts. You don't need me to teach you how to deal with them, do you? All right." Luo Shan pondered for a moment and nodded, continuously expressing gratitude to Liao Yuanfeng. Though the group had dispersed, he still headed towards Qin Lake with a few members of the Daredevil squad. On the way, Zhang Yi leaned in closer and whispered to Luo Shan, "Didn't you just get a green spin disc?" Zhang Yi asked. "I was thinking, how about I trade you a white longevity pill I just received for that green spin disc of yours?" "Interested?" Zhang Yi suggested. "A white longevity pill for the green spin disc?" Luo Shan's eyes instantly lit up. "Huge, you might draw a ferocious beast and lose miserably. The value of the roulette wheel is extremely unstable, and it absolutely cannot compare to the solid longevity pill." Zhang Yi's proposal was a huge win for him. Luo Shan almost agreed without hesitation. But immediately, he felt something was off. He stared at Zhang Yi and asked, "Aren't you unable to gather enough lifespan for even one white roulette draw? The longevity pill you got from this mission is very important to you, right? Why would you trade such a precious item for a green roulette wheel that you can't even use?" Luo Shan was completely baffled. Zhang Yi, however, was prepared. Captain Liao just mentioned that the longevity pills issued by the Blood Swallow Club are not roulette products but are artificially refined. In the entire Jiang City, only Chang Jiaoyi can refine them, and she's my enemy. I'd rather die than consume a pill refined by her. This reasoning seemed somewhat valid, but would anyone really give up their life for the sake of pride? Nearby, Gao Chong and Zhang Peng were utterly confused by what they heard. Zhang Peng, in particular, felt disdain in his heart, thinking Jiang Yi was being hypocritically noble and would surely regret it when he was close to death. Luo Shan, on the other hand, saw through it and felt that Jiang Yi must have some confidence to say such a thing. He figured Jiang Yi must have another way to survive without consuming Chang Jiaoyi's pill. He reached into his pocket and touched the green roulette wheel, confirming, "You're sure you want to trade? I have no objections. But don't regret it later." Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. I've made up my mind and won't regret it." The two of them finalized the exchange just like that. Just as they received the white longevity pill from the Blood Swallow Club and were about to proceed with the trade, a deep voice suddenly rang out. "Young man, trading a longevity pill for a green roulette wheel? That's way too much of a loss." Jiang Yi turned toward the voice and saw Captain Wu Su of the Qin Lake team walking toward him with a smile. Wu Su appeared friendly on the surface, but his eyes were fixed on the longevity pill in Jiang Yi's hand, as if it was already his. Luo Shan frowned deeply at the sight. "What do you mean?" Wu Su glanced at Luo Shan disdainfully, completely ignoring him, and then politely said to Jiang Yi, "In peaceful times, the highest bidder wins. In these apocalyptic times, I'm willing to trade 3 green roulette wheels for your 1 longevity pill. What do you say? I hope you won't disappoint me." As he spoke, he generously displayed 3 green roulette wheels to Jiang Yi, his face full of sincerity. But when Luo Shan saw Wu Su's 3 wheels, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Are you kidding me? The green roulette wheel I have may not be top-notch, but it's of decent quality. Your 3 wheels are nothing but trash. These worthless things wouldn't be wanted even if given away for free, and yet you dare to use them to trade for a longevity pill. Shameless." After angrily rebuking Wu Su, Luo Shan turned to Jiang Yi and kindly advised, "Don't let him fool you. Those 3 trash wheels of his are of terrible quality. It's clearly a scam. My 1 decent wheel is worth far more than his 3 pieces of junk." Jiang Yi had not yet responded when Wu Su already gave Luo Shan a fierce glare, then said to Jiang Yi with a meaningful tone, "Little brother, think this through carefully. Captain Liao just mentioned earlier, the fierce beast world is a place that devours people alive. One careless move, and your life is gone." Wu Su spoke with confidence. "Although I don't have a club background, I am a legitimate player. Even though my level is only 1 right now, my combat power is already close to 200. Trading with me means you get more spins on the wheel, and you can also build a connection with me. Once you're in the fierce beast world, if you run into me, I might even take pity on you and lend you a hand. But if you insist on trading with that guy, don't expect any benefits." This statement was clearly laced with a threat, implying that if Jiang Yi refused him, and they crossed paths in the fierce beast world, Wu Su would make him suffer. The threat left Luo Shan, who had been speaking righteously just moments ago, stunned. His face darkened, and the veins on his hand gripping the green will bulged, but he dared not retort. He understood that Wu Su was right. This was a doomsday game where the strong ruled. If Jiang Yi didn't trade with Wu Su, their encounter in the fierce beast world would likely not end well. Wu Su didn't stop there. He turned and sneered at Luo Shan, saying, "You're Luo Shan, right? Holding a medium-quality green wheel in your hand. Not bad. But you're not very smart, kid. Instead of hiding a medium-quality green wheel, you actually flaunt it so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid that once you're in the fierce beast world, someone will kill you and take your treasure?" Though his words sounded like a warning, they were clearly laced with an obvious threat. Luo Shan's pupils shrank sharply, realizing that Wu Su held a grudge against him for his earlier retort. Encountering Wu Su in the fierce beast world would likely leave him with no place to bury his body. His face grew increasingly grim, almost making him too afraid to enter the fierce beast world. But he had already accepted the longevity pill given by the Blood Swallow Club, and abandoning the mission was not an option. Just as Luo Shan was frowning in distress, a voice rang out. "Oh, Captain Wu, your arrogance is truly overwhelming. Do you really think our daredevil squad from the Lu Tian Club is just air? Threatening people in public, harboring murderous intent toward members of the Lu Tian Club? As their captain, I won't stand idly by. So what should we do? How do we nip the danger in the bud?" Liao Yuanfeng approached slowly, his tone laced with menace as he stared at Wu Su. Wu Su wasn't foolish. He immediately understood the meaning behind "nip the danger in the bud." If he dared to hunt down members of the Lu Tian Club in the fierce beast world, Liao Yuanfeng would dare to eliminate him in advance. The situation instantly reversed. Luo Shan's eyes lit up, while Wu Su's face darkened. The emotions of the two shifted 180 degrees. Wu Su gritted his teeth, quickly suppressing his murderous intent, and forced a smile. Just joking. How could I dare harbor murderous intent toward members of the Lu Tian Club? Captain Liao, you've misunderstood. But I just wanted to give little brother Jiang Yi more options, so he wouldn't be misled by those he mistakenly trusts. Jiang Yi, are you going to exchange the longevity pill for my 3 green roulette pieces? Or for Luo Shan's 1 piece? Liao Yuanfeng glanced at Jiang Yi and backed him up. Jiang Yi, with the backing of the Lu Tian Club, you can choose whatever you want. Don't feel pressured. Hearing Liao Yuanfeng's confident support, Luo Shan smiled slightly, feeling an even stronger sense of belonging to the club. Others watching also thought that having the Lu Tian Club as a backing was indeed a wise choice, ensuring they wouldn't be easily bullied. Wu Su forced a smile on the surface, but he knew the truth deep down. The 3 green wheels in his hand were of such poor quality that no one would even take them for free. Jiang Yi naturally chose the 3 green wheels in Captain Wu's hand. Wu Su was momentarily stunned and looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. You're not joking, are you?" Liao Yuanfeng also frowned and said, "Are you sure? Have you thought it through?" Jiang Yi helplessly smiled at Wu Su. "Actually, when you first arrived, I already wanted to trade for those 3 green wheels with you. But you kept babbling on, and I didn't even get a chance to say anything." Wu Su was momentarily embarrassed, but he quickly assumed that Jiang Yi was just making excuses. He guessed that the kid was still intimidated by his earlier threats. Even with Liao Yuanfeng's support, Jiang Yi was probably still afraid of being targeted by him in the beast world, so he chose to cooperate in the trade. Straightening his back, Wu Su glanced half-jokingly at Luo Shan and then smiled at Jiang Yi. "Kid, you've got potential. My earlier promise still stands. If we meet in the beast world, I'll have your back." Jiang Yi found it amusing but politely thanked him on the surface. Among the onlookers, the mocking voices didn't stop. "What a coward! Even with Captain Liao backing him, he still sucks up to Wu Su. What a disgrace to the Lu Tian Club. How can trash like that even get into Lu Tian? It's laughable." This coward will never amount to anything. Just wait for him to die in the beast world. Don't be like that. Sometimes, being able to bend and adapt isn't so bad. Being a strong man's dog can sometimes be better than being a person. Then why don't you go kneel and be a dog? I'd rather stand tall and be a person. Zhang Yi didn't take it to heart at all. Others thought he chose the 3 wheels to avoid offending Wu Su, but he knew that Wu Su's 3 wheels were more valuable than Luo Shan's one. To him, the quality of the wheels didn't matter. What mattered was getting as many as possible. The only downside was that he initially sought out Luo Shan, but now he insisted on trading with Wu Su. After exchanging the white longevity pill for 3 green roulette wheels, Zhang Yi turned to look at Luo Shan. Luo Shan's expression was noticeably unnatural, but unlike the others, he didn't think Zhang Yi was afraid of Wu Su. He knew Zhang Yi didn't want to consume the longevity pill refined by Chang Jiaoyi, so he used the pill to trade for roulette wheels, full of pride at his core. He wouldn't suddenly start flattering Wu Su. Thus, Luo Shan believed that Zhang Yi genuinely valued those 3 pieces from Wu Su. He lowered his head to glance at the green roulette wheel in his hand and suddenly became resolute. Captain Liao. Liao Yuanfeng, displeased with Zhang Yi's choice, frowned and asked, "What is it?" Luo Shan gripped the roulette wheel tightly, his gaze firm. "Before entering the beast world this time, I want to spin this green roulette wheel in my hand. I hope you can guard me." Though his words were calm, they stirred the crowd like a pebble rippling the water. Wu Su chuckled lightly, his eyes full of mockery. Bystanders whispered. Luo Shan was probably provoked by Wu Su, lost face, and now wants to regain his standing by impulsively trying to get stronger. Afraid of encountering Wu Su in the beast world, not only losing his life but also having his roulette wheel stolen. A fool who gets confused the moment he loses face. No future. Liao Yuanfeng also thought Luo Shan was being impulsive and frowned as he advised. Spinning a green roulette will cost 10 years of lifespan. How much do you have left? Think it through calmly. Don't act rashly. But Luo Shan ignored the mockery, his gaze firm and solemn. I've thought it through. Although Qin Lake is small and the dangers in the beast world aren't too severe, Luo Shan said, for someone like me who's not an official player, there's still risk. Instead of regretting it in the moment, it's better to prepare beforehand. The green roulette wheel in his hand was of decent quality. If he could spin something good, it might save his life. If I don't dare to use it and end up dying in real danger, then the remaining lifespan would be wasted anyway. As he spoke, Luo Shan's expression was resolute and his reasoning clear, showing no signs of impulsiveness. His words made Liao Yuanfeng hesitate before nodding. All right, as long as you're not acting on impulse, I agree. But first, let me see the options on the roulette wheel to confirm whether it's worth guarding you. Luo Shan nodded and took out the green roulette wheel. Inside were 10 options. 5 with positive effects, 3 curses and 2 beasts. The effects of the 2 beasts weren't strong, and Liao Yuanfeng could handle them alone. He led Luo Shan to the lawn and gestured. Spin it here. Luo Shan held the roulette wheel, his emotions complex. This was his first time drawing a prize for himself, a prize he could control. The white longevity pill he had just obtained from the Blood Swallow Club had already been consumed, increasing his lifespan by 2 years, giving him a total of 13 years. Drawing from the green roulette wheel would cost him 10 years of life, leaving only 3 years remaining. In the past, when he used 1 year of life to draw from the white roulette wheel, he was so nervous he could barely stand it. Now, gambling with 10 years of life, his anxiety was even greater. But this time, he didn't hysterically shout out his wishes like before. On the surface, he appeared calm, silently praying in his heart. He realized he had changed. In the past, he mingled with a group of useless life parasites, talking nonsense and blindly boasting about defying fate. Now, things were different. He had interacted with Zhang Yi, Gao Chong, and Liao Yuanfeng, joined the Daredevil Squad on missions, and witnessed a broader world and the truth behind the Apocalypse game. These subtle changes had gradually matured him. He still harbored ambition, but he no longer just talked without action. He understood that the desires of true strong individuals were hidden within, not shouted out loud. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shan pressed the center of the green roulette wheel and firmly shouted, "Spin!" Ding! The sound of the roulette wheel echoed, and his heartbeat nearly stopped. Congratulations! You've won the reward. Lucky bracelet. Lucky bracelet? What was this? Would it enhance luck? Luo Shan hadn't yet reacted when he noticed Liao Yuanfeng's expression subtly change. He realized that this silver-white bracelet might be exceptionally rare. At that moment, a cold, sharp female voice sounded in his ear. Luo Shan, that lucky bracelet of yours isn't very useful. He turned abruptly and saw the imposing Guan Ling walking toward him. Instead of being intimidated by her aura, he became alert. Captain Guan, what do you mean by that? Guanling's gaze fell on the bracelet, her tone indifferent. The lucky bracelet allows you to exclude one option when spinning the green roulette wheel. However, a green quality bracelet only works on the green roulette wheel and can only be used 100 times before it becomes useless. Excluding one option from the roulette wheel, this effect wasn't bad at all. Although it seemed like it merely excluded one option, if used wisely, the reduction in losses could be astonishing. For example, this time Wang Shuyan had prepared a purple roulette wheel for Zhou Yiming. Among the options on the purple roulette wheel, the most terrifying one was drawing Beast Tide. If that happened, all three major clubs would suffer devastating losses. But if someone had a purple lucky bracelet, they wouldn't draw Beast Tide at all, completely avoiding this disaster. The same applied to the green roulette wheel. Some negative effects were extremely troublesome. Directly excluding them would save a lot of hassle. The significance of excluding one option wasn't just about reducing losses. On some premium roulette wheels, there might be 9 positive effects and 1 negative effect. Once the negative effect was excluded, the probability of drawing something good instantly became 100%. There were also roulette wheels where a less important option occupied a large proportion. Excluding it would significantly increase the chances of drawing something valuable. So, this lucky bracelet was a treasure among treasures. But Guanling wasn't wrong either. This item was better suited for large groups or major forces. With Luo Shan now having only 3 years of life left, he couldn't even afford another spin of the green roulette wheel. Holding onto such a bracelet was purely a waste. Luo Shan frowned and was about to refuse, but Guanling shot him a sharp look. She said firmly, "It's not want to trade with you, it's must. You have no choice." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and directly snatched the silver-white lucky bracelet from Luo Shan's hand. Luo Shan's face changed dramatically, thinking he was about to be robbed in public. However, Guanling immediately tossed a square object to him. Luo Shan held the item in confusion and asked, "What is this?" "A speaker. It's a BGM speaker, a pretty powerful tool," Guanling explained nonchalantly, putting the lucky bracelet into her spatial equipment. "Have you heard the phrase, 'No one can defeat me with my BGM playing'? This thing has a similar effect." Luo Shan's eyes widened in surprise. Guanling added, "It's not as miraculous as you think. The speaker is only of green quality, so it won't make you invincible. It contains 3 BGMs, Amazing Grace, Ambush from 10 sides, and Going Home. Amazing Grace can prevent beasts below level 5 from attacking you, much better than beast-repelling incense. Ambush from 10 sides puts you in a fierce battle state, boosting your combat power. Going Home weakens negative effects and speeds up recovery of injuries, stamina, and mental energy. This speaker is one of the better options from the green wheel, and it's more practical for you than the lucky bracelet." The more Luo Shan listened, the happier he looked. This item was both offensive and defensive, perfectly suited to his needs. But he also understood that the value of the BGM speaker was definitely not on par with the lucky bracelet. He reluctantly accepted the reality. He was no match for Guanling in strength. If not for being backed by the Lu Tian Club, Guanling would have outright taken his bracelet long ago. What else could he do? In the Apocalypse game, the weak had no right to talk about fairness. Having come to terms with this, Luo Shan didn't argue with Guanling but instead graciously thanked her. Guanling was pleased with his attitude and nodded in approval. Good mindset. The people around, seeing that Luo Shan had actually drawn something good and even earned Guanling's approval, began to envy and resent him. He actually drew the lucky bracelet? His luck is insane. Not trading the green wheel for Zhang Yi's longevity pill turned out to be a good move. With this BGM speaker, his survival rate in the beast world has doubled. Truly a blessing in disguise. As everyone sighed, they quietly turned their attention to Wu Su, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Wu Su's expression remained unchanged, giving no hint of his thoughts. On the other hand, Liao Yuanfeng was surprised. He hadn't expected Luo Shan to actually draw such a top-tier item from the green wheel. While marveling, he suddenly turned to Zhang Yi and casually asked, "Do you want to try those 3 green wheels in your hand? I can guard you." Wu Su Frau Wen. It was bad enough that Luo Shan had drawn something good, but if Zhang Yi also drew something valuable, it would be a huge blow to him. However, the wheels Zhang Yi held were all trash, with an extremely low probability of yielding anything good. Wu Su steadied himself and smiled, saying, "Brother Zhang Yi, are you going to draw now? I'll guard you." Zhang Yi shook his head. "I don't even have enough lifespan to draw from the white wheel, let alone the green one." As soon as he said this, others cast skeptical and disdainful glances at him. Not even able to draw from the white wheel. That meant he was practically a dying man. And this kind of useless person had the audacity to refuse the white longevity pill? Was he brainless or just had a death wish? It does make sense. Since death is inevitable, taking the longevity pill is meaningless. Thinking this way, Jiang Yi giving up the benefits in exchange for 3 trashy roulette wheels seems reasonable. But if he doesn't even have the qualifications to draw, isn't holding onto the roulette wheels a waste? Wu Su calculated in his mind, thinking Jiang Yi was trying to curry favor with him. Why not just give him the white longevity pill for free and take back the green roulette wheel? Just as he was pondering how to ask for the wheel back, Jiang Yi had already turned and started walking toward Qin Lake. Wait for me, brother Jiang Yi. Wu Su chased after him. Jiang Yi, however, acted as if he didn't hear and directly leapt into Qin Lake. For first-timers crossing the lake passage to the beast world, they are usually filled with anxiety. Yet Jiang Yi was exceptionally decisive, which made the onlookers even more convinced that he was truly embracing death. The way Jiang Yi jumped into the lake, it's like he wants to die. A total loser. He wouldn't survive the apocalypse anyway. Wanting to die is at least rational. But he took 3 green roulette wheels with him. What a waste of resources. Wu Su cursed inwardly, hesitated for a moment, and then jumped into the lake as well. Guan Ling, however, stared in the direction where Jiang Yi had jumped into the lake for a long time, his expression complicated. Captain Guan, what are you looking at? Liao Yuanfeng leaned in to look as well. Guan Ling frowned. That guy named Jiang Yi, his words are completely untrustworthy. He's nothing like someone who's running out of lifespan. I investigated him. He's just like Luo Shan, with a time-limited state of +5 to all attributes and a lifespan of 21 years. That watch on his wrist even looks like spatial equipment. This information left Liao Yuanfeng stunned. +5 to all attributes, 21 years of lifespan, and spatial equipment. Is he pretending to be weak to catch others off guard? How did you find out? Liao Yuanfeng's face was full of shock. Guanling replied nonchalantly, I have a detection skill that allows me to see the stats of players lower level than me. Hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng was so startled that he stepped back, his expression tense and defensive. Guanling chuckled. I've already seen everything. It's useless to guard against me now. Liao Yuanfeng's mouth twitched, still harboring resistance toward Guanling. Guanling asked again, What's Jiang Yi's background? I heard he has a grudge against Chang Jiaoyi. Liao Yuanfeng shook his head. Not too sure. Seems like he just got promoted from a life tumor to the Daredevil squad. Even if he has something to do with Chang Jiaoyi, it should be from before the Doomsday Game arrived. Liao Yuanfeng spoke casually, with a hint of disdain. Probably just those love-hate entanglements, melodramatic and boring old stories. Guanling, however, seemed lost in thought. Liao Yuanfeng couldn't help but ask, What are you thinking? Guanling paused for a moment and countered, Do you know about the Silver Frost Club? Liao Yuanfeng thought for a moment and nodded. I've heard of it. It's a second-tier force developing well in the Central District, right? Guanling nodded. I heard they originally had the potential to become a first-tier force, but because of one rule, the members were dissatisfied, and some even quit. Quit? Liao Yuanfeng frowned. This was no small matter. What rule? If everyone opposes it, why not abolish it quickly? Guanling paused and said coldly, The Silver Frost Club prohibits any transactions with Chang Jiaoyi, including private deals among members. Liao Yuanfeng was stunned. What kind of joke is this? Isn't Chang Jiaoyi currently the only person in Jiang City who can refine longevity pills? He was right. Although Sun Hao had obtained the formula for longevity pills from the Lu Tian Club, it was only of low-grade white quality and hadn't been made public yet. The market for longevity pills was essentially monopolized by Chang Jiaoyi. Isn't this digging their own grave? The leader of the Silver Frost Club must be crazy. Even crazier than Wang Shuyan from your Blood Swallow Club. Guanling calmly added. Recently, the Blood Swallow Club has taken in a few members who left the Silver Frost Club. I heard the leader of the Silver Frost Club has a grudge against Chang Jiaoyi. Liao Yuanfeng frowned even deeper. How deep is the grudge? Guanling shook his head. Actually, it's not really that deep. The leader just can't stand Chang Jiaoyi's character. Character? Is the apocalypse? Who still talks about character? Liao Yuanfeng cursed lunatic in his heart. Guanling, however, said meaningfully, Don't you think Jiang Yi's attitude toward Chang Jiaoyi is very similar to that of the boss of the Silver Frost Club? Could there be some connection between them? Liao Yuanfeng's gaze froze for a moment as he pondered. Could it be that Chang Jiaoyi's character really has issues? Have any of the members you recruited heard any inside information? Guanling shook his head. No inside information, just that when the people from the Silver Frost Club curse Chang Jiaoyi, they often quote a line of poetry. What poetry? Liao Yuanfeng asked curiously. Guanling looked toward Qin Lake, his voice low. Chang'e must regret stealing the elixir, her heart longing nightly in the blue sea and clear sky. The meaning of this line was very clear. Liao Yuanfeng suddenly stared at Guan Ling. Are you saying, Chang Jiaoyi's elixir of immortality formula was stolen? Before he could finish speaking, Liao Yuanfeng shook his head in denial.
Impossible.
Such a precious formula. Who wouldn't use it immediately upon obtaining it? How could it be stolen? Guan Ling replied calmly. It's very simple. When the Apocalypse game first arrived, no one understood the situation. Even if someone obtained the elixir of immortality formula, who would have known that the scroll had to be torn to be considered used? Lacking this knowledge, it would be easy for the formula to be stolen. Indeed, in the early stages, no one knew such rules. A precious formula might have been stored away, only to end up stolen. Later, Chang Jiaoyi finally seized the opportunity to steal the formula. Liao Yuanfeng frowned and asked, if it were you, and you saw such a precious formula, would you steal it? Guan Ling rolled his eyes and replied bluntly, of course I would. Who doesn't have practical needs? Can being noble fill your stomach? He wasn't wrong. Who wouldn't be tempted by something so valuable? Even the legendary Chang'e couldn't resist the allure of immortality, let alone most people. Especially in the Apocalypse, this was a formula for an elixir of immortality that could save lives. Liao Yuanfeng raised his eyebrows even higher. If everyone would steal it, then such behavior is understandable. But why does the Silver Frost Club despise Chang Jiaoyi for it? Guan Ling shrugged. There are only two possibilities. Either Chang Jiaoyi stole it from the club boss, Guan Ling made a victory sign, or she did something even more outrageous. Liao Yuanfeng's gaze shifted to Zhang Yi, who had jumped into Qin Lake, and he mused, that kid might know something. He recalled the ancient poem, Chang'e must regret stealing the elixir, and couldn't help but wonder if Chang Jiaoyi regretted it. But if it were him, having stolen the elixir of immortality, he would never regret it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, the subject of their discussion, had already passed through the fissure in Qin Lake and entered the world of ferocious beasts within the lake. To his surprise, the environment here was one of perpetual night. There was never any daylight, and the darkness was so intense that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Such harsh conditions were rare in the world of ferocious beasts, but Zhang Yi, relying on his experience from his previous life, understood. The harsher the environment, the weaker the combat power of the beasts. The ferocious beast world of Qin Lake was precisely due to the extreme perpetual night, making it dangerous yet suppressed. In his previous life, Luo Shan had been able to safely lead people in and out, indicating that the threat here wasn't significant. Zhang Yi didn't panic. He quickly activated his sense of smell, hearing, and touch, determining that he was in a plane with a few potentially poisonous insects, but the threat was limited. He cautiously considered. The ferocious beast world was dangerous, but its concealment was excellent, making it difficult for outsiders to discover its secrets. As long as this place was indeed safe, he was willing to slowly develop within the Qin Lake ferocious beast world. And the first step was to spin the wheel. While others spun the wheel gambling with their lives, he was prepared to achieve his goal in one step. He took out the 4 wheels hidden in his space watch. Besides Wu Su's 3 green wheels, there was also the blue wheel he had obtained from Zhao Quan. He planned to spin them all at once. The first choice, of course, was to pursue the longevity pill that extended lifespan. Zhang Yi's lifespan was down to just 21 years. He wasn't yet qualified to use the blue wheel, so he first chose the green wheel with the longevity pill option. As his fingertip touched the wheel, the green wheel emitted a pleasant sound. Ding! Congratulations! You've drawn the reward, longevity pill. Effortlessly, he obtained a treasure that others could only dream of. Zhang Yi was so excited he could hardly contain himself and immediately swallowed the pill. Checking the data, the lifespan column skyrocketed from 21 years to 372 years. In just a moment, his lifespan had increased by over 300 years. The longevity pill from the green wheel was simply extraordinary. Zhang Yi suddenly recalled that in the early days of his rebirth, his old classmate Qin Liang had also drawn a precious longevity pill from a green wheel. That guy had exchanged such a valuable item for just a meal and a slight improvement in treatment, which was clearly not worth it. But as a lifespan parasite, they had no choice. This kind of unfair transaction was precisely why the club was willing to support lifespan parasites. Even if lifespan parasites lost out on multiple spins, as long as they drew a longevity pill once, the club would make a fortune. Zhang Yi shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. At this moment, his lifespan was sufficient, so he didn't rush to use the green wheel. Instead, he gripped the even more precious blue wheel tightly. Zhao Quan had gone so far as to embed it in his body to hide it, so its quality was undoubtedly exceptional. But no matter how good it was, the wheel could only select one reward in the end, leaving Zhang Yi momentarily torn. The blue wheel had 2 options, both of which he deeply desired. The first was something he urgently needed, an upgraded life token. With the upgraded life token, he could quickly level up to level 1. Level 1 was a critical milestone. Only by reaching it could he obtain the exclusive life disc for the Doomsday game and become a true official player. At that point, he could use the life disc to check rankings, participate in ranking rewards, and even access forums and chat channels to gather more information. More importantly, official players have a trading function. They can leverage the advantages of the roulette wheel, continuously trade to obtain more spins, then spin again, trade again, and rapidly accumulate resources. In this way, they can grow at an astonishing speed, leaving all competitors behind and even overturning everyone's perceptions. Upgrading the life token is crucial for Zhang Yi, as it directly impacts his speed of rise and holds significant importance. But another option also left him torn, the item named Crown of the Reaper. Ordinary people might not understand its value just by looking at the name, Crown of the Reaper. But Zhang Yi's rebirth experience told him that this item was extraordinarily powerful. It consumes 100 years of lifespan to bind and triggers at critical moments. When a player suffers fatal damage, they will immediately revive, gain 1 year of lifespan, and their state will be restored to peak condition. The word revive alone is enough to illustrate its terrifying power. Although the blue quality Crown of the Reaper is only effective for players below level 10, and there are higher level fatal scenarios in the Doomsday game that can bypass it, this item still essentially grants players below level 10 an extra life. Life is unique and incomparably precious. Knowing that he could designate roulette rewards, Zhang Yi cherished his life even more. Growth could be slow, revenge could wait, but life must not be lost. The Crown of the Reaper and upgrading the life token are equally important, but the difficulty of obtaining them differs greatly. A heaven-defying item like the Crown of the Reaper only appears as a roulette option and is extremely rare. Even with Zhang Yi's ability to designate rewards, encountering it again in the short term would be difficult. On the other hand, upgrading the life token is much easier. Not only can it be drawn from the blue roulette, but it can also be obtained from special environments or specific beasts in the beast world, and even through connections and trades with official players. Speaking of trading, heaven-defying treasures like the Crown of the Reaper would be placed in the official player trading zone. Even if the asking price were 10 life token upgrades, the heads of major factions would scramble to buy it. From the perspective of rarity and difficulty, Zhang Yi should logically choose Crown of the Reaper. Choosing it would be the safest, most prudent, and rational decision. The matter of upgrading the life token could be postponed and tackled later. But rationality doesn't always dominate the human heart. The Crown of the Reaper is indeed precious, but its effects don't manifest immediately. Unless faced with fatal damage, one wouldn't feel any difference. To bind this life token, one must first pay the price of 100 years of lifespan. It's more like an insurance policy, pay up front, and it only takes effect when disaster strikes. From a rational perspective, this is a worthwhile deal for survival. But emotionally, it doesn't compare to the immediate gratification of upgrading the life token. There's an inspirational saying, the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Psychology also teaches that immediate feedback is more motivating. Success often requires rationality to pursue delayed rewards, but how many people are truly that rational? Zhang Yi's rationality urged him to choose the Crown of the Reaper and play it safe. But his emotions clamored for upgrading the life token and enjoying the thrill. At this moment, emotion won. He thought to himself, let's enjoy the moment first. Besides, with faster growth and increased strength, the chances of encountering fatal danger would decrease. Thus, Zhang Yi pressed the blue roulette, feeling a pang of regret as he apologized to the Crown of the Reaper, then resolutely made his choice. I choose 7. Upgrade the life token. The blue roulette emitted a cheerful notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the reward. Upgrade the life token. The roulette will broke down on the spot, and a dark silver item the size of a playing card immediately appeared in Zhang Yi's hand. Although it was hard to see clearly in the polar night, he recognized it as an upgrade life token. The front bore the ornate character Ming, life, with elongated strokes. The back resembled a player data panel, but it only had a single line at the top, name. Zhang Yi skillfully pressed his palm against it, and a voice automatically echoed in his mind. Player identity authentication in progress. Player information being recorded. Ding! Upgrade conditions detected. Proceed with the upgrade. Without hesitation, he answered in his mind, yes. The life token instantly transformed into a silver light and merged into his body. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, and all his previous fatigue and hunger vanished. A surge of warmth coursed through his meridians, making him feel as though his strength had greatly increased. In reality, this sensation was an illusion. The upgrade did not enhance his attributes. About half a minute later, the warmth concentrated at the center of his forehead. He felt a heat and a sudden pang of unease. When he touched his forehead, he surprisingly felt something hard. Then, it was as if he extracted it from his forehead. That was his exclusive life disc. The exclusive life disc of an official player is the key item connecting to the Apocalypse game. If the Apocalypse were considered a game, this life disc would be the login device. Once bound, it can never be destroyed or dropped. It can also freely transform into any object the player desires. A watch, glasses, scarf, anything can be transformed. Currently, most players prefer to morph their life disc into a smartphone for easier operation. As for Zhang Yi, a seasoned player, he has returned after being reborn. In his previous life, 6 months after the Apocalypse, players began to dislike the physical form of the life disc, gradually shifting towards dematerialization, no longer using physical objects. The life disc is not a physical object but is directly embedded into his forehead. All the built-in player functions can be controlled in his mind, which is much more convenient and discreet than operating a physical object by hand. Zhang Yi simply felt the texture of the life disc briefly before pressing it back in, then skillfully began running its functions in his mind. He was about to check the current player leaderboard when, suddenly, his keen hearing caught the sound of approaching footsteps. Relying on his experience, Zhang Yi immediately determined that they were human footsteps. Moreover, the steady pace indicated that the person was not blindly groping in the dark but could see their surroundings. Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. "Zhang Yi? Is that you, Zhang Yi?" The voice was less than 10 meters away, but Zhang Yi's vision remained pitch black. He couldn't see even 10 centimeters ahead. Yet the other person could not only see him but also accurately recognize him. Zhang Yi understood the reason in his heart but outwardly feigned surprise, calling out, "Li Xiao? Is that you? Can you see me?" The footsteps quickly approached and stopped 2 or 3 meters away. Zhang Yi remained vigilant but displayed a relaxed and delighted expression, as if meeting an old acquaintance. Li Xiao's voice carried excitement and joy as he hurriedly explained, "It's me! I can see you." This extreme night in the feral beast world is far more complex than ordinary darkness. Even fireflies or lighting tools can't produce light here. However, there's a magical fruit that can help players see in this environment. As he spoke, he reached out, took Zhang Yi's hand, and gently placed a cool fruit into his palm. This is called inner light. Eating one grants 2 hours of night vision. I brought a few with me after venturing into other feral beast worlds with the Suicide Squad. In extreme night conditions, this fruit is relatively common. Its principle is somewhat like in martial arts stories, where antidotes are always found near venomous snakes. Eat it first. Once your eyes can see, it'll be much easier to move around. Li Xiao, who had always been an honest man while following Luo Shan's team, now showed warmth and enthusiasm toward Zhang Yi, like a fellow villager meeting another. His tone was sincere and kind, so Zhang Yi didn't doubt him and swallowed the inner light fruit without hesitation. The fruit felt cool as it entered his mouth, with a slight spiciness. His eyes immediately burned with a sharp sensation, but his vision suddenly became clear. Although it wasn't as bright as daytime, he could now distinguish the surrounding objects. Zhang Yi, acting like a rookie experiencing the fruit for the first time, exclaimed in amazement, "This is incredible! It really works for night vision." Li Xiao responded with a smile. "The Apocalypse game has arrived, and there are plenty of magical things. As you grow, your horizons will broaden." Suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice, saying, "Xiao Zhang, to be honest, when I saw you throw that Kid Zhang Peng over your shoulder earlier, your moves were clean and sharp. Are you hiding some skills?" Zhang Yi feigned confusion and asked back, "Uncle Li, what do you mean by that?" Li Xiao leaned in quietly, both nervous and excited, and said, "On my way here, I discovered a blue wheel, but unfortunately, there was a fierce beast guarding the area near the wheel. My strength is too weak, and I don't have the ability to sacrifice 100 years of lifespan, so I gave up. But after meeting you, I think that blue wheel, if the two of us work together, we might have a chance to get it." Li Xiao said excitedly, then added, "I used to be in the Suicide Squad, and that blue wheel itself is quite rare. The wheels scattered in the beast world are usually of a higher grade than what ordinary monsters drop. If we can get that wheel, it would definitely be a big haul." Zhang Yi remained calm inside but put on an interested expression. Instead of agreeing immediately, he looked at Li Xiao with some hesitation and said, "But there's only one wheel, and there are 2 of us." Li Xiao responded cheerfully, "Don't worry, we'll discuss it as we go. The place isn't far from here." Zhang Yi didn't decline and followed Li Xiao toward the northwest of the Eternal Night Plains. After walking for just a few minutes, Li Xiao pointed at a bare tree and said, "Look, that blue thing in the bird's nest on the tree. Isn't that the blue wheel?" Following his gaze, Zhang Yi indeed saw a blue wheel quietly sitting in the bird's nest. In the beast world, most wheels are dropped after the death of fierce beasts. In Qin Lake, a low-tier beast world, the monsters are generally of low level, primarily due to their bloodlines. With low bloodlines, their intelligence is poor, they can't speak or transform into human form. Low-tier beasts don't use the Wheel of Fate, so the wheels are scattered randomly. In the early days of the apocalypse, players often found such scattered wheels. But high-tier beast worlds are different. Those with noble bloodlines are called beast clans. They can use the Wheel of Fate to draw prizes just like human players. More importantly, they are born with extremely long lifespans, far exceeding the 100+ years of human children, and can even live for tens of thousands of years. Later, when human players stepped into the true domain battlefields, they realized they were at the bottom of the food chain among all races. But that was a matter for a year into the game. Now, as Zhang Yi looked at the blue wheel in the bird's nest, he curiously asked, "I see the blue wheel, but I don't see any beast guarding it?" Li Xiao frowned and said, "There was a fierce bird there earlier. It looked pretty aggressive. It's not here now. It probably went out to hunt for food." Speaking of this, his eyes lit up and his speech quickened. "The beast isn't here, we have to seize the chance to steal the wheel. That bird's nest is pretty big. Maybe there are other treasures in it." After saying this, Li Xiao dashed toward the tree, asking Zhang Yi as he ran, "Are you good at climbing trees? How about you keep watch for me while I go up and grab the wheel?" Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment. "I'll keep an eye out nearby for you." "All right, quick and decisive." Li Xiao responded excitedly, swiftly climbing the tree. He looked like a simple and honest man, but his tree climbing speed was astonishing. In less than 2 minutes, he had taken the items from the bird's nest and quickly climbed back down. "Let's go, run. Find a place to split the loot." He hugged the treasure and ran back, urging Zhang Yi to hurry and escape. They ran around the Eternal Night Plains for half a day before finally hiding in a secluded mountain hollow. Li Xiao leaned against the slope, panting, his face full of excitement, muttering incessantly, "I've always heard the beast world is full of opportunities, but I didn't expect to find a blue wheel as soon as I got here. Haha, and a nest of black bird eggs." In addition to the blue wheel, he had also casually taken a nest of pure black bird eggs. He placed the bird eggs aside carelessly, then looked at the wheel and immediately gasped. "Hiss, this quality, top-notch, absolutely top-notch. Out of 10 options, 8 are positive and longevity pill, upgrade life token, and even the longevity pill recipe. Whoa, there's even a super talent. This is insane. A top-tier wheel." Li Xiao's voice trembled with excitement, like a beggar who had just won the lottery. According to logic, Zhang Yi had just given up on the crown of death and chosen upgrade life token. At this moment, seeing another blue roulette also offering upgrade life token, he should have felt regret and remorse. After all, he hadn't chosen the crown of death earlier, and if he had drawn a little later, there would have been more options. Yet Zhang Yi's heart remained exceptionally calm, his face showing no emotion, completely unlike a rookie encountering a top-tier roulette. Li Xiao quickly noticed this and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Zhang, why aren't you even a bit excited?" Zhang Yi smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "Why should I be excited? Should I kill Uncle Li and snatch this roulette?" Li Xiao immediately tensed up, his brows furrowing, but he quickly handed the roulette to Zhang Yi with determination, sincerely saying, "Xiao Zhang, don't worry, I'm not like that fool Zhang. Killing people for treasures is meaningless. Good things should belong to the strong. Besides, I don't have many centuries of life left. This roulette is yours. As long as you remember this favor, I have no complaints." Li Xiao spoke earnestly, appearing honest and reliable, and his action of handing over the roulette was straightforward and decisive. Zhang Yi looked at him for a moment, then smiled and accepted the roulette. However, he didn't immediately express gratitude. Instead, while playing with the roulette, he said in a subtly tense tone, "Uncle Li, we have no grievances, so you shouldn't have any complaints. But strangely, I find myself feeling a desire to kill you." Li Xiao's face changed drastically, his entire body stiffening with tension. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you mean by that? I voluntarily handed over the roulette, and you're still not satisfied?" Zhang Yi smiled calmly. "From the tree to where I was earlier isn't far. You must have heard the sound to find me." Li Xiao's face darkened, but he quickly admitted, "Indeed, I heard the sound of the roulette being drawn, so I came over." He continued, "Yes, I heard the sound of you drawing the upgrade life token. In the polar night, with limited visibility, human ears become particularly sensitive." Li Xiao hadn't stumbled upon Zhang Yi by chance. He had found him by following the sound. "I know you drew the upgrade life token, but I understand the survival rules of the apocalypse game even better. Everyone has their secrets, so I pretended not to know." but I bear no malice and can forever act as if I don't know. His tone was sincere, paired with his honest demeanor, making him seem trustworthy. Zhang Yi, however, smiled faintly. No malice? Then what about this blue roulette? No, to be precise, this cursed roulette? What's the story behind it? As soon as the cursed roulette was mentioned, Li Xiao's pupils shrank sharply, his eyelashes trembled, his entire body visibly tensed, his eyes darting around nervously, and the honest expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cunning and sinister look. Look. Just as Li Xiao's body tightened and his shifty gaze scanned the surroundings, Zhang Yi didn't wait for Li Xiao to come up with an excuse. He leisurely smiled and said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Uncle Li, you could explain that you don't know what a cursed roulette is, or come up with other excuses to buy time. After all, there are only a few minutes left until the side effects of inner clarity kick in." Hearing this, Li Xiao's faint hope was completely shattered. He suddenly realized that this seemingly rookie newcomer to the world of ferocious beasts actually knew so much: the side effects of inner clarity, the truth about the cursed wheel, and even the naive and curious look he had when he first consumed inner clarity were all in act. Zhang Yi was not an ordinary novice but a cunning predator disguised as prey. Li Xiao himself was also pretending to be an honest man, using this facade to deceive the other party. He usually appeared simple and harmless, but no one knew how insidious and ruthless he truly was. Just as Zhang Yi exposed the side effects of inner clarity, Li Xiao seemed to receive some kind of signal and suddenly crushed a stone decisively. Whoosh! He vanished from Zhang Yi's sight in an instant. Li Xiao actually possessed a teleportation stone faster than a teleportation talisman. This was extremely strange. Teleportation stones are usually obtained as rewards from the Blue Wheel, so how could a Daredevil squad member without an official rank have one? Moreover, he used it so decisively, as if he had foreseen that Zhang Yi would act in the next second and kill him instantly. This left Zhang Yi puzzled. Li Xiao had been in the ferocious beast world of Qin Lake longer than him, yet this encounter felt off. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi didn't dwell on it. He scanned the mountain hollow and then turned to leave. Not long after, he found a cluster of inner clarity and ice silk fruit in the grass and decisively consumed the ice silk fruit, successfully neutralizing the side effects of inner clarity. As Li Xiao had said, within 100 steps of a venomous snake, there is always an antidote. In the polar night environment, inner clarity and ice silk fruit often grow together and must be consumed simultaneously. Inner clarity allows a person to have night vision for 2 hours, but consuming it alone causes a burning pain in the abdomen after 10 minutes, gradually spreading and affecting combat ability. Only by consuming ice silk fruit within 10 minutes can the side effects be neutralized. This is basic knowledge for veteran players, but during the early days of the apocalypse, newcomers to the ferocious beast world had no idea. Zhang Yi remembered that months later, major factions would establish specialized survival education institutions to teach novices how to survive in the ferocious beast world. These institutions would also serve as a welfare system to recruit players. For now, however, many things that would later be common knowledge for players had to be discovered at the cost of their lives. This is precisely why the Daredevil squads have such a high mortality rate. Information gaps are often deadlier than the ferocious beasts themselves. If Zhang Yi were truly a novice this time, he would almost certainly have been tricked by Li Xiao. The side effects of inner clarity would have caused his physical strength to decline rapidly, and the trap of the cursed wheel would have been directly fatal. The cursed wheel looks identical to the Wheel of Fate, but its 10 options are all filled in by the player themselves. It seems miraculous, but in reality, it's a grand deception. The cursed wheel that Li Xiao gave Zhang Yi looked like a blue wheel on the surface, but if Zhang Yi believed it and used it to draw a prize, the cost would be 100 years of his lifespan, and he would end up with nothing. This century of lifespan would be absorbed by the wheel and, after a day, condensed into a blood-red longevity pill. If Li Xiao consumed this pill, he could extend his life by 100 years. Because of this, players later nicknamed the cursed wheel the Scam Wheel. In peaceful times, scams target money, but in this apocalyptic game, the scam targets players' lifespans. Zhang Yi remembered that during the early days of the apocalypse in his previous life, many rookies fell for this. They emptied their savings, thinking they had obtained a top-tier wheel, and tearfully handed the treasure over to the big shots. Then, full of hope, they used their own lifespans to draw prizes, dreaming of obtaining miraculous items to change their fate. And the result? They got absolutely nothing. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Using this so-called glorious cursed wheel to draw prizes often left them empty-handed. And many times they didn't just lose their lifespan, they were directly killed to silence them. For example, take Zhang Yi's situation just now. If he were a clueless rookie, what would he have experienced? First, he'd think he had stumbled upon a rare blue-grade roulette, excitedly wagering 100 years of his lifespan to spin it. his mind filled with thoughts of treasures. But after the spin, he'd get nothing, and then the curse's side effects would kick in, causing excruciating pain as if his whole body were on fire, with his combat power plummeting. Then, Li Xiao would reveal his true colors, tell him the truth about the roulette, and finish him off with a single strike. A few days later, Li Xiao would use the blood-red longevity pill condensed from the roulette to extend his life by 100 years, grinning from ear to ear. As for the duped Zhang Yi, if he learned the truth before dying, he would absolutely die with his eyes wide open in disbelief. All of this had already played out like a script in Li Xiao's mind. Forget calling him Li Xiao. He should really be called Li Lacks Conscience. If Zhang Yi ever encounters him again in the future, he will show no mercy in killing this scoundrel. For now, however, the teleportation stone can only transport over long distances, so Zhang Yi isn't in a rush to find him. He moved to a secluded corner, confirmed it was safe, and refocused his attention on his exclusive life wheel. Soon, he turned his attention to the current player leaderboard. In the early days of the apocalypse, each region was separated by the Endless Sea, and players could only view the leaderboard for their own region. The leaderboard Zhang Yi could currently access was for Jiang City. The regional leaderboard was divided into 3 categories: Longevity Leaderboard, Combat Power Leaderboard, and Level Leaderboard. The Longevity Leaderboard ranks players by lifespan. The Combat Power Leaderboard ranks players by combat power. The Level Leaderboard ranks players by level. Players without an exclusive life plate, who are at level 0 and considered unofficial players, are not included in the rankings. The leaderboard is not updated in real time but refreshes daily at midnight, based on the data of surviving official players, and leaderboard rewards are distributed simultaneously. As a result, strong players compete fiercely to make it onto the leaderboard. The rewards make the strong even stronger, widening the gap further. But the truth isn't so absolute. Roulette spins rely heavily on luck. A dominant player might ruin everything with one bad spin, or even die. Meanwhile, an unknown underdog might draw a rare item and turn the tables. In short, the apocalypse game is full of endless variables and thrilling twists every day. Having lived 2 lives and weathered countless storms, Zhang Yi's mindset was much calmer than others. He first set his sights on Jiang City's Longevity Leaderboard. Previously, in the underground parking lot of the Lu Tian Club, the life tumor creatures had claimed that Chang Jiaoyi was ranked first on the Longevity Leaderboard. But those life tumor creatures weren't even official players, so their words were nothing more than delusional nonsense. They assumed that since Chang Jiaoyi could refine longevity pills, her lifespan must be at the top of the leaderboard. After all, how could someone who makes pills be losing out, right? But in reality, Chang Jiaoyi was only ranked 27th on the Longevity Leaderboard. This didn't surprise Zhang Yi at all. 2 key factors affected her ranking. First, the longevity pills refined by Chang Jiaoyi, compared to all other artificial longevity pills, not only provided much less lifespan, moreover, the consumption restrictions are extremely strict. Do players want to treat the longevity pill like candy, consuming it recklessly to rapidly increase their lifespan? In the apocalypse game, that's simply impossible. Generally speaking, artificially crafted longevity pills must be consumed at intervals of at least 4 hours. Otherwise, their efficacy is greatly reduced. Longevity pills produced by the roulette wheel, however, only require a 1-hour interval to ensure their effectiveness. A simple calculation: in a 24-hour day, the inferior longevity pills crafted artificially can be consumed at most 6 times. The roulette wheel's longevity pills, on the other hand, can be consumed 24 times. But in reality, during the early stages of the apocalypse game, there were almost no players who could consume the maximum number of longevity pills daily. Therefore, although Chang Jiaoyi could refine pills, her lifespan wasn't significantly higher than others. Most of the longevity pills she refined were used for trading to gain more benefits. Another factor limiting her ranking on the longevity leaderboard was the game's leveling mechanism. When Zhang Yi had just leveled up to level 1, his panel showed his level increasing from 0 to 1, while other stats remained unchanged. Leveling up seemed to merely grant him a personal fate disc and unlock player functions. But the significance behind leveling up is far from simple. The leveling system in this game doesn't rely on experience points to increase strength like in ordinary games. It's more akin to obtaining certifications in real life, such as getting a driver's license. Getting a driver's license doesn't mean you can immediately drive well. It simply proves you have the ability. Levels serve as a form of ability certification. Before leveling up, players must meet certain conditions. When Zhang Yi leveled up to level 1, he had to have all attributes greater than or equal to 1, and a lifespan greater than or equal to 100. Every subsequent level up will require meeting corresponding conditions. So here's the question. If leveling up doesn't provide a direct strength boost and is merely a certification, what's the point? The leaderboard is one benefit, But the true significance lies in the elevation of one's life tier. This concept of life tier wasn't proposed by the big shots until a year after the apocalypse. Ordinary players didn't understand it at the time. They only knew that leveling up meant their lifespan would increase. In the game, everyone has a lifespan data, but lifespan is far from being just a simple number. Can taking an elixir of longevity really extend your life? Is it that simple? In cultivation novels, cultivators must rely on their strength to extend their lifespan. In an apocalypse game, can you really just rely on consuming elixirs to stack up your lifespan? If you could casually stack lifespan by eating elixirs, then hide somewhere for thousands of years before coming out, wouldn't that mean achieving immortality? Veteran players gradually come to understand. Extending lifespan isn't that simple. Player lifespan is divided into two layers. One is the real lifespan, the true longevity that belongs to you. The other is the surface lifespan displayed on the data panel. Once surface lifespan is used up, it doesn't automatically recover. For example, if a player suffers a fatal injury, their lifespan may instantly plummet, leaving only a few days or hours. After using a holy healing medicine to recover from the injury, the lifespan will increase, but only the real lifespan portion can be restored. The lost surface lifespan is gone forever. This is the core significance of leveling up. Taking an elixir of longevity only increases surface lifespan. Only by leveling up can surface lifespan be converted into real lifespan. Take Zhang Yi, who just leveled up to level 1 as an example. The moment Zhang Yi leveled up, he felt a wave of comfort throughout his body. That was because he had gained 100 years of real lifespan. This is a hidden setting in the game. Many powerful players don't blindly pursue high surface lifespan because those extra over-level lifespans will be wasted if they suffer severe injuries. Although Chang Jiaoyi is ranked 27th on the longevity leaderboard, her lifespan is also limited by her level. Zhang Yi knows that he must speed up his leveling process to convert more of his lifespan into what truly belongs to him. Ideally, he wants to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. Level 10 is a critical threshold, and Zhang Yi is eager to find out whether the specific options on his roulette wheel will take effect during the profession roulette draw. If they do, he can choose his profession according to his own will, without having to rely on luck like other players. However, he is also aware that it is still uncertain whether there are any players who have successfully changed professions. In his previous life, the profession roulette only became widespread about a month later. At that time, he was still part of the Daredevil squad of the Happy Club and wasn't even considered an official player. Major factions scrambled to collect high-quality profession roulettes to attract players to join them. Independent players found it very difficult to change professions on their own and often had to rely on joining a faction, with the profession roulette becoming a key condition for entry. Later, after some time, a group of independents who refused to be controlled by factions formed a profession alliance with the help of some lone experts, finally solving the problem of independent players changing professions. A year later, Jiangqing was renamed Qingchuan Base, and the profession alliance had grown into a colossal organization. Returning to the present, Zhang Yi glanced at the level leaderboard. As expected, the top 1,000 players were all at level 10. In other words, even among these top players, none had successfully changed professions yet. But at that moment, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Jean Bewley for becoming the first professional. Reward? Profession roulette? Purple. This was the official announcement of the Apocalypse game world. In his previous life, Zhang Yi was not yet an official player and had never heard this news. But in this life, today marked the birth of the first professional. Jean Bewley, a name Zhang Yi was very familiar with in his past life, was recognized as a world-class powerhouse. Mysterious and low-key, he never joined any faction and always stayed ahead. The forums were filled with rumors, both true and false. Zhang Yi quickly opened the regional chat channel, where the screen was flooded with discussions about the world announcement. Jean Bewley, it's him again. How many times has he triggered a world announcement? He's incredible. I just became an official player. Are these announcements common? How do you trigger them? I haven't been here long either, but I've heard of two. One was Jean Bewley's level 10 announcement, and the other was Jiangqing's Luo Chongqing's level 10 regional announcement. What? Even Luo Chongqing, the top player, had an announcement. Too bad I joined late and missed his news. Luo Chongqing reached level 10 several days ago, but there's still no news about his profession change? I heard that profession changes require using the profession roulette for a draw. The top players are all aiming for advanced professions, so they're not rushing to change randomly. Newbie question. Are there other types of announcements? Do all announcements come with rewards? How generous are the rewards? As Zhang Yi read, he knew in his heart that this profession change storm was just beginning, and he was standing right at the center of it. I guess I'm one of the earlier players to level up. I remember on the second day of the apocalypse, someone reached level 2, and the system even issued an announcement saying the reward was +2 to all attributes. What? Someone became an official player on the second day of the apocalypse. Big shot. Big shot, do you need a leg pendant? Not really a big shot, just lucky. I can't even make it onto the leaderboard now, total trash ors. Big shot, you're being modest. So, does that mean the first person to level up at each level triggers an announcement and gets a reward? Exactly. And it's one world announcement and one regional announcement. Our Jiangxing hasn't seen a world announcement yet. But that Gene Bewley keeps triggering world announcements. It's like he's cheating. Besides leveling up, are there other ways to trigger announcements? There are achievements for various firsts. For example, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, I heard the first announcement of someone spinning the purple wheel. What? Someone spun the purple wheel on the 10th day? Doesn't the purple wheel require 1,000 years of lifespan to spin? That's insane. What about the orange wheel? I heard it takes 10,000 years of lifespan to spin. Is there an announcement for the first person to spin the orange wheel? Not yet. Apparently, no one is willing to spend 10,000 years of lifespan. Probably no one dares. This isn't about courage. Everyone is stuck at level 10, unable to defeat strong monsters and get the orange wheel. Alright, I've decided. I, Zhang Wenhao, will definitely be the first to trigger the announcement for spinning the orange wheel. Just wait and see. These messages were all posted anonymously, with information constantly scrolling in the channel. No one knew who said them. On the forum, posts and replies revealed real identities. In the anonymous environment, it was a mix of newcomers who had just become official players and veterans who had leveled up on the second day of the apocalypse. However, becoming an official player early didn't necessarily mean being strong. It just indicated better luck than others. Jiang Yi was watching the chat room for fun, when suddenly a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Huang Xian for becoming the first professional in this region. Reward? Profession wheel, blue. The chat room exploded again. What the heck? We just got the world announcement for the first professional, and now there's a regional announcement. Is this the closest Jiang City has ever been to a world announcement? Who is Huang Xian? I've never heard of him before. And he's not on the leaderboard. Could he be a low-key big shot? If he had changed professions earlier, he could have triggered a world announcement. What a pity. Check the forum. Huang Xian himself has posted. Jiang Yi switched to the forum channel, only to find that Huang Xian wasn't really posting his story, but rather using the announcement to promote an advertisement. The post title was written in bold letters. Jiang City's first professional speaks out. Silver Frost Club welcomes all official players to join. Jiang Yi understood just by looking at the title. Clicking on the post confirmed it. Huang Xian wasn't some low-key, mysterious big shot. He was merely a tool for the Silver Frost Club. Currently, many players are stuck at level 10, struggling to change professions. The Silver Frost Club had managed to get Huang Xian a blue-quality profession wheel ahead of time. A profession wheel, especially one of blue quality, was highly tempting to players stuck at this level. The Silver Frost Club's management was sharp, knowing how to use Huang Xian to stir up the market. Jiang Yi guessed that apart from the Silver Frost Club, other factions likely also had profession roulette wheels, but their quality was so poor that no one dared to use them, and no one was willing to take the risk of changing professions. After all, drawing a profession was a major life event, and no one would attempt it lightly. But this time was different. The first professional triggered a world announcement and received a purple-grade profession roulette as a reward. Past experiences showed that the rewards for regional announcements were generally of the same type as world announcements, though slightly inferior in grade. So experienced powerhouses immediately understood. This signaled that the situation might be about to change dramatically. As soon as the regional announcement for the first professional was made, the reward was clearly a profession roulette. The leaders of the Silver Frost Club reacted immediately. They decisively decided to sacrifice the future of a level 10 player to seize this announcement opportunity. As for how they convinced Huang Xian to use such a low-quality profession roulette to change professions, Jiang Yi had no idea. But this move indeed brought significant benefits to the Silver Frost Club. Now, level 10 players in the club could use this blue-grade profession roulette to change professions, attracting more independent level 10 players eager to change professions to focus on the Silver Frost Club. It was a win-win. However, things are unpredictable and cleverness can backfire. The Silver Frost Club's meticulous plan seemed perfect, but they underestimated human nature. As the saying goes, a man without sin becomes guilty by possessing a treasure. The Silver Frost Club, being the first to own a blue-grade profession roulette, quickly became the target of everyone's envy and hostility. Jiang Yi knew that in his previous life, by the time he officially entered the profession, the Silver Frost Club had long disappeared from the Jiangxing region. What exactly happened in between, he did not know. But based on common sense, it could be inferred that the Silver Frost Club was targeted and suppressed because of that blue roulette, ultimately leading to its downfall and becoming a relic of history. While Jiang Yi was pondering the fate of the Silver Frost Club in his previous life, in the central district of Jiangqing, inside a residential area, at the base of the Silver Frost Club, a young man with a buzz cut was staring anxiously at his exclusive fate disc, which had transformed into a phone. What should I do, boss? Everyone on the forum is asking me what profession I changed into. How should I respond? He asked nervously. Beside him stood a girl with delicate features and a composed demeanor. If Jiang Yi were present, he would immediately recognize her as Chang Jiaoyi's roommate, Wei Lingshuang. In fact, Wei Lingshuang was not as naive as Jiang Yi imagined. She had already foreseen the potential troubles that might come with owning a blue-grade profession roulette, but she still chose this path. Giving up growth out of fear of being targeted by other factions? That made no sense. In this doomsday game, weakness was the original sin, and there was nothing wrong with the blue-grade profession roulette. Wei Lingshuang also held her exclusive fate disc, which had transformed into a phone, and monitored the forum's activity. As expected, people from other factions had started stirring up trouble. Stop calling him a hidden powerhouse. Huang Xian is not some secret expert. Huang Xian was deceived and exploited by the Silver Frost Club. He used a trash profession roulette and turned into a useless profession. He ruined himself and is still helping the club advertise. It's like being sold and counting the money for them. As soon as these comments appeared, ordinary players began to realize the situation. They started replying to the thread, asking Huang Xian what profession he had changed into and questioning whether the Silver Frost Club had coerced and exploited him. At this moment, other forces had already begun secretly making their moves. On the surface, they appeared to be helping Huang Xian seek justice, but in reality, they were targeting the Silver Frost Club. The goal was simple, that blue-class profession roulette. Wei Lingshuang watched as the situation escalated, took a deep breath, and was about to give instructions to Huang Xian when her phone suddenly displayed several friend messages. Tang Kasent, old classmate, impressive, but you should have already seen the situation ahead, right? That blue roulette, with the strength of your Silver Frost Club, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on to it. Do you want to ask me for help? The buzz-cut young man Huang Xian quietly leaned over, glanced at the messages, and his eyes immediately lit up. Boss, could this Tang Ku be the powerhouse ranked 7th on the combat leaderboard? With a top-tier powerhouse helping us, we can definitely hold onto the blue roulette. Wei Lingshuang took a deep breath, ignored Huang Xian's excitement, and instead replied to Tang Ku. Do you really think I would ask a traitor for help? Tang Ku quickly responded. A traitor? Are you talking about Jiang Yi? If I'm not mistaken, he's already dead. Haven't you realized yet? Now, only strength is the sole hard truth. Gratitude, morality, those are nothing but empty words. My strength and Jiang Yi's death are the most realistic proof of that.
Yang Yi?
Ha, he was never suited for this apocalypse game. If you, too, fail to see reality clearly, I guarantee your Silver Frost Club will likely meet the same fate as Jiang Yi. The same fate as Jiang Yi. This sentence was clearly a threat. But Wei Lingshuang's character was resilient. She neither yielded to softness nor hardness and would never bow easily. She tightly gripped her phone, ready to firmly reject Tang Ku's kind offer. At this moment, an excited shout suddenly came from outside the meeting room. Sister Shuang. Good news. Rushing in was a young boy, not yet of age, his eyes brimming with joy. Wei Lingshuang's expression shifted. What good news? The boy eagerly said. Those traitors who left our club before now actually want to come back. Wei Lingshuang's lips twitched. Those opportunistic traitors only cared about the superficial glamour of the Silver Frost Club. Now that things were looking up, they wanted to come back and take advantage. But once they learned of the dangers behind the scenes, they would quickly flee again. Such people were of no value to Wei Lingshuang. However, the boy hurriedly added, I was going to send them away directly, but they brought an important piece of news. Wei Lingshuang raised an eyebrow. What news? The boy took a breath and continued. A third-rate faction in the outskirts of Jiangqing, the Letian Club, has produced the second player in Jiangqing capable of refining longevity pills. Capable of refining longevity pills? Wei Lingshuang's eyes lit up, and complex thoughts flashed through her mind. She immediately sent a message to Tang Ku. If you can get Chang Jiaoyi to urgently refine a batch of green longevity pills for me, I'll consider asking for your help. The boy, Su Xiao Duo, widened his eyes. Sister Shuang, haven't you always? Wei Lingshuang interrupted him, put away her phone, and asked, Xiao Duo, why do you think only Chang Jiaoyi in Jiangqing can refine the longevity pill? The little boy answered guiltily. The pill recipe is too precious, and no one else has drawn it. Wei Lingshuang shook her head. This doomsday game has been going on for a month, and no one has produced a second longevity pill recipe yet. Does that make sense? If the players in Jiangqing are all this unlucky, that's just too far-fetched. After she finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Wei Lingshuang paused, then lowered her voice. I heard that, on the 10th day, there was a second lucky alchemist. But that night, he died. Su Xiaoduo and Huang Xian's eyes widened. In the brutal apocalypse, they knew exactly what that meant. Any player with the ability to refine pills was a top-tier treasure for any faction. But for some people, they were a thorn in the side, a mortal enemy.
Zhang Zhaoe.
Huang Xian, though unfamiliar with her, had heard this legendary name many times. Her high rankings on multiple leaderboards had piqued his curiosity. Now he finally understood. She was ruthless, a woman who would stop at nothing. Wei Lingshuang said no more and coldly stated, I will do my best to divert Chang Jiaoye's attention. You have your brother head to the outskirts immediately and personally negotiate with that alchemist player. Make sure to bring him into the Silver Frost Club as soon as possible. This must be kept confidential. Not a word can leak out.
Su Xiadu nốt đét family.
No problem. Don't worry, Sister Shuang. XING's recent regional announcements and forum ads have made our club's name resonate everywhere. Many players now admire the Silver Frost Club. Recruiting this time won't be difficult at all. Indeed, not everyone is like Wei Lingshuang and Jiang Yi, able to see the treacherous undercurrents behind the glamorous facade. Most ordinary players simply think that the Silver Frost Club might truly seize this opportunity to rise. As for what happened within the Silver Frost Club, the crisis Sun Hao is facing, Jiang Yi knows nothing about. He merely skimmed through the chat channels and forums before quickly shifting his focus to the trading area. For Jiang Yi, the trading function for official players is the key to his rapid rise. However, the current trading area is still limited to the Jiangqing region and cannot yet connect with global players. This regional trading area is divided into 3 sections: Public Trading Area, Friends Trading Area, and VIP Trading Area. Jiang Yi had just become an official player and hadn't added any friends yet, so the Friends Trading Area was naturally empty. The only option available to him was the Public Trading Area, but this public area had numerous drawbacks. Sellers must post items under their real names, and the 2 parties involved in the transaction cannot privately chat, only communicating in the public chat section of the trading post. Everything is visible to others, inevitably leading to malicious disruptions, criticism of goods, and competitive advertising, creating a terrible atmosphere. Players later jokingly referred to it as the Rotten Fish and Shrimp Trading Area. The truly skilled players all flock to the VIP Trading Area, where the trading environment is much more comfortable. However, the condition for entry is that a player's assets must reach a certain level. As a newly official player, Jiang Yi naturally didn't qualify to enter. The Public Trading Area became his only choice. He browsed around and found that the most commonly listed items were various trashy roulette wheels. These wheels offered such low returns that no one was willing to spend their lifespan to spin them. Yet, players couldn't bear to throw them away, so the trading area became their graveyard. Even when listed, no one would buy them, and the trading posts were often filled with vicious curses. But in Jiang Yi's eyes, this was precisely an opportunity. Trash roulette wheels that no one wanted were exactly what he desired, and their prices were practically giveaways. However, he faced a problem. Even for trash roulette wheels, sellers only accepted payment in time coins, and he didn't have a single time coin on him. He needed to earn some time coins first before buying the wheels. So Jiang Yi skillfully listed an item in the public trading area. Once the listing details were displayed normally, he didn't pay it much attention, and instead prepared to test his luck with the remaining 2 green roulette wheels. At this moment, he hadn't realized that the trading post he had just listed was quickly attracting a lot of attention. The comments section exploded. Dude, are you crazy? A mere roulette wheel? And you're listing it for 100-year coins. Change the price quickly. I'd buy it for 100-point coins. Is this a cursed roulette wheel? Are you nuts? This kind of thing should be sold secretly. Publicly listing it is just brainless. Take this thing down. If you don't, I'll make sure you can't stay in Jiangqing. Why not keep it for yourself to refine a 100-year longevity pill? Why come out here to get humiliated? You brainless idiot. Take it down. Take it down immediately. If you don't, I'll kill you. The curses flooded in. This was because cursed roulette wheels were something only a few people knew about. Jiang Yi's public listing of it touched on a secret within the circle, angering a group of habitual scammers who were desperate for him to remove the post. But surprisingly, amidst these vicious comments, a completely different set of voices emerged.
Yang Yi.
You're not dead? You've become an official player? Are you Jiang Yi from Hanjiang University? Are you Jiang Yi from the Starlight Garment Factory? In the Apocalypse game, there are no game nicknames. players use their real names, including the names on the leaderboard. Although there is a name change card to alter names, when selling items in the public trading zone, the seller's name is displayed openly. Zhang Yi's name was clearly listed in his trading entries. However, the name Zhang Yi is not uncommon. Many players in the trading zone share the same name. Previously, when the top player on the level leaderboard, Luo Chongqing, had their name used by someone else to list items, it sparked widespread discussion. It was later confirmed to be a different person, likely someone deliberately impersonating a top player. After this happened multiple times, players stopped caring about names and only recognized strength. After Zhang Yi became an official player, he also used his real name to list items for sale. Someone once asked him if he was the Zhang Yi from Hanjiang University, but he didn't respond, and the topic quickly faded. This time, when he listed items again, it naturally caught the attention of a few acquaintances. Sun Hao from the Lu Tian Club, stationed behind the third line of defense against the Beast Tide, noticed the listing by Zhang Yi in the public trading zone. He paused for a moment, then shook his head, assuming it was just someone with the same name. After all, Zhang Yi had less than a year of lifespan left. How could he have become an official player in such a short time? At Qinhu Park, the last group of players entering the Qinhu Beast World was preparing to set off. Liao Yuanfeng had just obtained a longevity pill when Guanling called out to him, "Captain Liao, someone named Zhang Yi is listing a cursed roulette in the trading zone." Liao Yuanfeng was startled when he heard this. He pulled out his phone to check, then shook his head with a smile and said, "Just someone with the same name. Based on your previous investigation, Zhang Yi only has 21 years of lifespan left. No matter how lucky he is, he couldn't level up. Let alone, how could he possibly have a treasure like the cursed roulette?" Guanling nodded in agreement. "It's probably not the Zhang Yi from our club. But look at the replies. Someone is asking if it's Zhang Yi from Hanjiang University." Liao Yuanfeng seemed thoughtful. "It seems Zhang Yi might have some connection to Chang Jiaoyi. If he's still alive after this mission, I'll have to ask him about it." In truth, he didn't take Zhang Yi seriously, believing he wouldn't survive this exploration. With peace of mind, he held the longevity pill and leapt into Qinhu. Meanwhile, Wei Lingshuang from the Silver Frost Club was staring wide-eyed at the listing for the cursed roulette in the trading zone. Beside her, Huang Xian analyzed. The cursed roulette is definitely worth more than 100-year coins. Not only can it be refined into a longevity pill, but it can also be used to trap others. "Sister Shuang, should we make a move?" Huang Xian didn't know Zhang Yi and had no idea what Wei Lingshuang was thinking. Next to them, Su Xiaoduo was also staring at the listing, stammering, "See, could it be that Zhang God he?" Everyone called Zhang Yi Zhang God, because he had indeed been strong for a while at the beginning of the apocalypse. But Wei Lingshuang snapped out of her thoughts and shook her head. No, it shouldn't be him. As they were speaking, the listing suddenly disappeared from the trading zone, indicating that someone had purchased it. At the same time, in Jiangcheng, one of the top forces, the Moon-Chasing Guild, a young man was toying with the cursed roulette Zhang Yi had sold, his expression meaningful. Suddenly, a friend message popped up on his phone. Chang Jiaoyi had sent a message. "Did you see the public trading zone?" Tang Ku smiled faintly and confidently replied, "It's just a name. What's there to be afraid of? Let's not even discuss whether that Zhang Yi is the Zhang Yi we know. Even if it is, so what? I've killed him once, and I can kill him a second time. But unfortunately, he probably won't even give me the chance for a second time." Tang Ku and Zhang Yi were college roommates, their bond as close as real brothers. Their brotherhood was even deeper than Tang Ku's relationship with Chang Jiaoyi. Back then, they were the kind of true brothers who believed women are like clothes, but brothers are like limbs. In college, the two shared similar interests and endless topics of conversation. For instance, they were both die-hard fans of Detective Conan. Tang Ku admired Jin, the calm and powerful mafia boss with a subtle air of arrogance. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, preferred Shuichi Akai. Their roommates would joke that Jin and Akai were archenemies. Tang Ku and Zhang Yi would laugh and say, "Archenemies? What nonsense. We're lifelong brothers." But now, as Tang Ku reminisced about those days, he couldn't help but feel sentimental. Those times were so good, but reality changes too quickly. He had simply chosen to keep up with the times. Just like Jin in Detective Conan once said, if he had to kill Akai again, it would only make him more excited. Tang Ku felt the same way, but unfortunately, he was already too far ahead of Zhang Yi. The gap between them is vast as an elephant crushing an ant. Zhang Yi couldn't even muster the interest to be killed a second time. Tang Ku's sights were set much further ahead, focusing on the big shot Luo Chongqing in Jiang City and the world-class powerhouse Jean Bewley, who had triggered multiple global announcements. Zhang Yi had been left far behind, so far that even his corpse might not be found. Even so, Thinking about their past friendship and Jiang Yi's death, Tang Ke still felt a twinge of sadness. At this moment, Jiang Yi was completely unaware. He was hiding in a mountain hollow in the beast world of Qin Lake, holding 2 green roulette wheels. He had planned to spin the 2 wheels, but suddenly thought of something and decided to wait for the 100-year coins from the cursed roulette sale to arrive. Then, he spent 5 time coins in the trading zone to buy another green roulette wheel. With no expression on his face, Jiang Yi pressed his palm against the roulette wheel and murmured, "Spin." Immediately, a familiar notification sound rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn the reward." Eye of Detection, a black orb, about the size of a ping-pong ball, suddenly appeared in his hand. Jiang Yi skillfully activated it, and the black orb slowly transformed into a strange eyeball shape. He placed the eyeball on the ground, and it began to rotate. After a few turns, it suddenly stopped, as if it had frozen, and a mechanical voice sounded. "Detected, Eye of Surveillance. Initiating analysis and removal." Jiang Yi's expression changed as he scanned his surroundings intently. After about 10 seconds, a speck of dust slowly fell from the air. That was the Eye of Surveillance. In the world of the Apocalypse game, all kinds of magical tools emerged endlessly. The Eye of Surveillance was like a hidden camera, capable of monitoring others, and it was completely invisible to the naked eye. It could only be discovered using a similar tool like the Eye of Detection. Jiang Yi had originally planned to spin the 2 green roulette wheels in his hand, but he decided to use this detection tool first to confirm whether he was being watched. He was cautious, but he hadn't expected that there really was an Eye of Surveillance hidden nearby. Who could have placed it?
Li Shouda.
No, Li Xiaod had no grudge against him. Ever since their chance encounter, Li Xiaod had intended to kill him outright. There was no need to secretly plant surveillance equipment. Jiang Yi's heart tightened slightly, aware that someone was watching him, but he hadn't figured out who it was. As for Li Xiaod escaping with the teleportation stone in a critical moment, it's unlikely. The escape wasn't just due to the teleportation stone. More importantly, it was because he reacted quickly and acted decisively. At that moment, he simply didn't have time to use the Eye of Insight. So who exactly used the Eye of Surveillance?
Tang Keskivico. Chang Jiaoe.
No, that's even less likely. They are powerful enough to directly eliminate Li Xiaod. There's no need for them to spy. The Eye of Surveillance is mainly used for monitoring or, more specifically, peeking into others' secrets. Who would be so interested in Li Xiaod's secrets that they'd spend an Eye of Surveillance? Guan Ling from the Blood Swallow Club? Even if Guan Ling used a detection skill to check Li Xiaod's stats, it would only reveal a temporary boost of +5 to all attributes and 21 years of lifespan. Such stats hardly warrant wasting an Eye of Surveillance, right? In the Apocalypse game, who doesn't have secrets? Li Xiaod is also a life tumor bug, not only possessing a rare cursed roulette, but also a teleportation stone for survival. His secrets are even more numerous than Jiang Yi's. Jiang Yi's ordinary stats might not even catch Guan Ling's attention. Moreover, based on Jiang Yi's understanding of Guan Ling from his previous life, Guan Ling is straightforward and likes to speak directly, not someone who would secretly use the Eye of Surveillance. So who could it be? Someone from the Lu Tian Club? Sun Hao? Liao Yuanfeng? Or perhaps a deeply hidden, ruthless figure like Li Xiaod? Jiang Yi calmed his mind, replaying the events since his rebirth in his head as if watching a movie. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, freezing on a particular scene. He sat in Luo Shan's car, following Liao Yuanfeng's team as they left the Latte Club, and encountered Yu Yu and Yu Shui, who had come to join them. At the time, Jiang Yi was just an inconspicuous bystander, having no interaction with Yu Yu or Yu Shui, essentially a passerby. But upon closer reflection, Jiang Yi realized he had made a subtle mistake. Everyone in the convoy had a dazed look in their eyes when they saw Yu Shui, as she was a succubus. Except for Jiang Yi, his reaction was different, and Yu Shui noticed it. It sounds absurd, but among experts, even a slight facial expression can determine success or failure. For instance, both Jiang Yi and Tang Ke enjoyed playing werewolf. A term called reading people refers to judging who the werewolf is based on subtle expressions during card drawing. Top-tier players skilled in reading people can accurately identify all the werewolves based solely on minute facial cues. Thus, Jiang Yi's subtle expressions when facing Yu Yu and Yu Shui might have revealed something unusual to them. Yu Yu is a typical hypocrite, the kind of person who would secretly use the Eye of Insight to spy on others' secrets. If it was indeed Yu Yu who used the Eye of Insight, Jiang Yi wasn't overly concerned. Since meeting Yu Yu, Jiang Yi had spun the wheel 6 times, all resulting in positive outcomes. Though improbable, it wasn't impossible. After all, some people are so lucky they seem like the illegitimate child of the god of fortune. In games, there are also blessing effects that temporarily boost luck. Yu Yu himself had the moon god's blessing to increase luck, along with items like a lucky bracelet. Even if you spied on Zhang Yi's state, he would likely assume Zhang Yi had a luck-enhancing buff, never suspecting he could precisely designate the wheel's rewards. Of course, if Zhang Yi recklessly conducted a large number of consecutive spins, it would undoubtedly arouse Yu Yu's suspicion. Now, Zhang Yi thought for a moment, picked up the Eye of Insight from the ground, and moved to a more concealed corner. Meanwhile, at the Latte Club, just as Zhang Yi was using the Eye of Insight to crack that secret of spying, Yu Yu and Yu Shui, the brother and sister, were in a car heading toward the second line of defense against the beast tide. In that instant, Yu Shui's bright black almond-shaped eyes suddenly flickered. She said softly, "We've been discovered." Sitting in the driver's seat, Yu glanced at her through the rearview mirror and frowned, asking, "What happened?" Yu Shui lowered her head and thought for a moment before speaking slowly. "Whether that guy really noticed something or just got lucky, we don't know. When he spun the wheel, he happened to land on the Eye of Insight and discovered it." Her tone carried no frustration. Instead, it had a hint of playfulness. Yu Yu frowned slightly. Was it really just a coincidence? Yu Shui smiled with an angelic calmness. Who cares? Anyway, there's no way he could have guessed that the Eye of Insight was something you planted, brother. Hearing her say this, Yu Yu's expression softened slightly. True. This Zhang Yi. 6 spins of the wheel and he hit a positive effect every time. He must have some kind of luck buff on him. Yu Shui's face was full of amusement. Maybe it's even stronger than my moon god's blessing. Yu Yu nodded, his tone heavy. Luck buffs usually have a time limit. More than his luck with the wheel, I'm more interested in the person himself. Whether it was dealing with Zhao Quan or Li Shaod, the ruthlessness and cunning he displayed. As long as he doesn't die, this Zhang Yi is bound to rise. Yu Shui blinked. Yeah, this Zhang Yi is definitely going to make it big in the future. Brother, are you planning to befriend this future big shot early, or? Her tone suddenly lowered, her face still innocent and pure, making it impossible to guess what she was about to say next. Yu Yu smiled faintly, calm and confident. No rush. The situation is now clear-cut. He is in the open, while we remain in the shadows. He is still trying hard to cover up, pretending to be weak to catch the strong. Even if he discovers the Eye of Spying, he would never associate it with us. Later on, Yu Yu suddenly smiled meaningfully. Let's take it slow. Yu Shui's smile grew even sweeter. Then, let's take it slow. At this moment, Zhang Yi was completely unaware. In the eyes of this fake sibling pair, he was nothing more than a plaything in their hands. He found a tree hollow in a towering tree, cleared out the poisonous insects and hid inside. Immediately after, he began making large-scale purchases in the trading zone. This time, he bought 102 wheels in one go. Among them, 100 were white, 1 was green, and 1 was blue. He spent a total of over a dozen days' worth of currency. For others, buying so many wheels would not only fail to yield any returns but would also waste their lifespan. But for Zhang Yi, it was a completely different story. He first placed his palm on the green wheel. A prompt sounded, and he silently and skillfully recited in his mind, "I choose 10. Shadow of the Void." The green wheel responded with a prompt. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Shadow of the Void. The Shadow of the Void was a pure black, paper-like shadow, weightless. Zhang Yi directly crushed the black shadow. In an instant, a dense darkness appeared in the environment of the eternal night, completely enveloping him. Even though he used the light within his abdomen, he still couldn't see anything at all. The Shadow of Void is a life-saving item. After use, the player enters a void state shrouded in black shadow for 3 minutes. In this state, the player seems to cease to exist, unable to attack and immune to detection. Zhang Yi is very safe now. He didn't use this item to protect himself but to safeguard a secret. Everyone has secrets. The secrets Zhang Yi previously shared with Zhao Quan and Li Shaod, even if discovered, wouldn't matter much. Those were just normal tactics, at most making people think he was pretending to be weak to gain an advantage. People who knew him before would only marvel at his good luck. But what Zhang Yi is about to do next will be absolutely earth-shattering. It is something no ordinary person could comprehend. The secret about specifying the roulette rewards must never be known by outsiders. Therefore, he must use the Shadow of Void as cover. However, the effect of protecting the secret lasts only 3 minutes. Zhang Yi wasted no time, his hands continuously pressing the white roulette. Within the range of the Shadow of Void, the notification sounds rang out wildly. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. All attributes +1. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. All attributes +1. A total of 100 white roulette wheels. He chose all of them for +1 to all attributes. For regular players, getting +1 to all attributes might not feel like much, but Zhang Yi got nearly 100 at once. His whole body felt as comfortable as when leveling up to level 1, warm and swelling, an indescribable pleasure. Just as he was nearing the limit, the notification sound suddenly changed. Ding! Your attributes have all reached the current level cap. Please level up as soon as possible.
Atributa cap.
Zhang Yi was puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing in his previous life. After thinking for a moment, he guessed the general idea. The attribute cap for level 1 is 100. This number was absurd. Normally, leveling up only required attributes greater than or equal to 1, but this was 100 times higher. He was almost certain that no one had triggered this cap warning at level 1 before. He was making history, but trouble was brewing. Zhang Yi had initially thought he could recklessly grind attributes and dominate all races at level 1. But now he realized he had been too optimistic. Since there was a limit at level 1, it was likely that every level had a cap. To grow stronger, he would have to grind attributes while leveling up. The first 10 levels were manageable, as leveling up was almost as easy as grinding attributes. He could effortlessly reach level 10. But after reaching level 10, the real problem began. He would need to change his profession. Currently, in Jiangxing's market, there were indeed profession roulettes like the one Huang Xian used, and other forces outside the Silver Frost Club also had them, all of which were white grade. Ambitious players wouldn't use white grade profession roulettes, and Zhang Yi certainly wouldn't. In the Apocalypse game, professions were ranked by star levels. White was 1 star, green was 2 star, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold were 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 star respectively. However, the top-tier experts in his previous life were almost all 8-star professions. The legendary figure Jean Bewley was even the sole possessor of a 9-star profession. As for whether there were 10-star or even god-level professions beyond 9-star, no one knew. But Zhang Yi had cheats now. There was no way his profession could be worse than regular players. He couldn't just give up and settle for mediocrity. The problem was, in this early stage of the Apocalypse game, there were no gold-grade profession roulettes available on the market. Even by the time he died in his previous life, humanity had never truly owned a gold-grade profession roulette. Some might ask, if there were no gold-grade profession roulettes, how did those experts upgrade to 7-star or 8-star? Zhang Yi had heard that while humanity lacked gold-grade profession roulettes, the beast race had them. The beast race was stronger and had a longer history. Humans who wanted to use gold-grade roulettes for profession changes usually had to target the beast race. Some would use special abilities to disguise themselves as beast race members and openly draw from the gold-grade roulettes. More reckless ones would directly sneak into the beast tribe's forbidden zone, spin the wheel, and flee immediately. No matter how they acted, the risks were insanely high. After all, players eager to change their class were usually only at level 10. A mere level 10, daring to break into the beast tribe's headquarters to snatch their rare golden class roulette, it was practically a death wish, crazier than a suicide squad. Previously, Zhang Yi didn't know there was an attribute cap based on level, so he thought of maxing out his stats first before challenging the beast tribe's headquarters for a class spin. But now he was forced to take the risk. What made it even more troublesome was that the class options on the roulette varied among different beast tribes. If he wanted to choose specific options on the wheel, he would have to visit several powerful beast tribe territories, comparing options, gathering intel, and then selecting the class most suitable for himself. Just thinking about it gave Zhang Yi a massive headache. At the same time, his curiosity grew. How did that mysterious Jean Bewley from his previous life obtain a 9-star class? And he was even the world's first class holder. Zhang Yi speculated in his mind. Jean Bewley likely infiltrated the beast tribe's headquarters early in the apocalypse, and might even have some ability to disguise himself as a beast tribe member, using this skill to thrive among the beast tribe, leaving ordinary human players far behind. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi began to speculate about Jean Bewley's experiences while roughly planning his own class progression route. When the effect of the Shadow of Nothingness had 3 minutes remaining, he pressed the blue roulette again and silently chanted, "I choose 6, longevity pill." Immediately, a familiar sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations. You have won the reward, longevity pill. Then, he also spun the 2 trashy green roulettes he had exchanged from Wusu. Ding! Congratulations. You have won the reward, heart-shaped pendant. Ding! Congratulations. You have won the reward, Hurricane Wave, Grade D. The heart-shaped pendant was an accessory that could resist psychic attacks. Although in the early days of the apocalypse, there weren't many beasts capable of psychic attacks. Encountering one without any defense was basically a death sentence. Zhang Yi had heard many tragic stories of powerful individuals being ambushed by psychic beasts, so the heart-shaped pendant was an unexpected surprise for him. He immediately put it on. Hurricane Wave was an E-grade skill scroll, Similar to the longevity pill, it came in scroll form. For players between levels 1 to 10, the skill effects were usually quite poor. Not to mention this was just an E-grade skill. But since he was currently lacking offensive means, having one more skill wouldn't hurt, so he tore open the scroll and instantly learned the skill. At this point, the 272 years of lifespan he had since level 1 were reduced to only 43 years. It's a bit low, but the blue longevity pill can significantly extend his lifespan, with levels calculated in the thousands. He just needed to wait a few more minutes, as it had been an hour since he last consumed a green longevity pill, and he could then take a blue longevity pill to increase his lifespan. He stored the blue longevity pill in his space watch. After a while, the shadow of void surrounding him disappeared. The shadow of void seemed powerful and invincible, but it was far from a true invincible state. In a normal invincible state, the player could move freely, attack, or escape, whereas the shadow of void was more like imprisonment. For 3 minutes, he couldn't be attacked or detected, but he also couldn't move or see what was happening outside, left only to wait in darkness. After 3 minutes, the problems he faced remained. The shadow of void at most bought the player some time to recover. After all, it was merely a life-saving item drawn from the green roulette. For Zhang Yi, those 3 minutes felt like being sealed off, completely unaware of the situation outside. Until the shadow of nothingness dissipated, he finally heard the sound of intense fighting outside the tree hollow. He calmly scanned the surroundings, and found a team of 4 outside the tree hollow, battling a large group of bird beasts. Each of those bird beasts was pitch black, not strong individually, but their numbers were overwhelming. Attacking from the air, they clearly had the upper hand. Among the 4 people, only one was a formal player, while the other 3 were ordinary individuals. Facing the flock of bird beasts, they were clearly struggling, unable to hold out for long, and likely to perish here. Zhang Yi watched this scene with cold indifference. He was no longer the good young man from the peaceful era who would act heroically. Having lived through the apocalypse and 2 lifetimes, he had seen through the truth of human nature. The strong are always surrounded by people, their fame soaring, with endless calls of Brother Jiang and God Jiang. But once their abilities disappear, those people immediately turn cold, even stepping on them. Zhang Yi understood that those who clung to the strong were never truly grateful, only envious and resentful. Why is he the strong one while I am just a useless nobody? Why is he lucky while I gain nothing? In this world, the vast majority of people are not afraid of poverty. They fear unfairness. And then there's this fate roulette, which completely disregards fairness, leaving players psychologically unbalanced. Spending a year of lifespan to draw a pile of crap, while others easily obtain an elixir of immortality. How could anyone feel balanced? Now, with Zhang Yi's attributes at 100 points across the board, killing this flock of bird beasts would be effortless. But he had no intention of revealing himself. He simply planned to wait until those 4 were all dead before stepping out of the tree hollow. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, 5 more players arrived. They were friends contacted by the formal player among the original 4. This new group of players included 2 formal players and 3 ordinary individuals. One of the formal players was Wu Su, the captain of the Qin Lake team. Only then did Zhang Yi realize that the formal player among the original 4 was also one of the 3 team captains of the Qin Lake faction. The 3 formal player captains had added each other as friends, allowing them to quickly regroup. After a few more minutes of fighting, the bird beasts, sensing the unfavorable situation, voluntarily retreated. The original 4 who had first dealt with the bird beasts expressed their gratitude to the 5 who came to their aid. Thanks to Captain Wu for coming. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Wu Su appeared extremely confident, responding casually, "No problem, it was nothing." He calmly asked, "Why did that flock of bird beasts suddenly attack you? I've been wandering around this Qin Lake beast world for a while, and I feel the real danger comes from poisonous insects. Bird beasts don't usually attack people proactively. Did you provoke them?" The official player shook his head. "No, we just found a tree hollow and wanted to check if Zhou Yiming was hiding inside. As soon as we got close, the birds and beasts attacked us. We were completely unprepared." Wu Su listened and shifted his gaze to the hidden tree hollow in the large tree, precisely where Zhang Yi was hiding. He frowned slightly, hesitating. In his hand, he still held a teleportation talisman drawn from the white roulette, capable of instantly leaving this place to avoid trouble. However, the teleportation talisman was hard-earned, and Zhang Yi's frugality during his lifetime made him reluctant to use it lightly, especially just to avoid a few scoundrels. While he hesitated, Wu Su had already strode to the tree hollow. "Someone's here." Wu Su reacted quickly, instinctively gripping his weapon, ready for battle. But he soon recognized the person and exclaimed in surprise, "Zhang Yi? Is that you?" Zhang Yi thought for a moment, and then voluntarily stepped out of the tree hollow. It's me. The two captains behind Wu Su frowned in dissatisfaction, especially the captain who had initially fought off the bird swarm, who directly pointed at Zhang Yi's nose and cursed. You were hiding in the tree hollow all along? While we were fighting the birds and beasts with our lives? You didn't lift a finger to help. The four players who had first resisted the birds and beasts were all hostile toward Zhang Yi. However, Wu Su seemed like an old friend of Zhang Yi, gently placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, You can't entirely blame him. His strength is what it is. If he had come out, it would have been a death sentence for him. How could he have helped you? Besides, before entering the Qinghai beast world, I already said that Zhang Yi is under my protection. Though they looked down on Zhang Yi, they had to respect Wu Su and could only keep quiet. Just as the atmosphere was easing, the captain suddenly stared at the tree hollow and roared angrily. I know why the birds and beasts suddenly stopped attacking us. He pointed at the tree hollow, his fury erupting. It's the bird eggs. Zhang Yi stole the bird eggs, and that's why the bird swarm came after him. Amid the desperate resistance and flashing blades, the birds and beasts weren't attacking them at all. They were targeting Zhang Yi. Yet Zhang Yi had hidden in the tree hollow without saying a word. The captain berated him furiously. Are you stupid? Didn't Captain Liao say not to provoke the beasts? You just had to steal the eggs and bring disaster upon us. Didn't you? Having narrowly escaped being killed by the bird swarm, his anger was overwhelming, and he no longer cared about giving Wu Su face. Although he didn't dare confront Wu Su directly, he was well aware that Wu Su's protection of Zhang Yi was purely for profit and not out of genuine care. Sure enough, Wu Su's smile instantly turned cold, his gaze sweeping over the tree hollow as he said sarcastically, Well, look at that, pitch-black bird eggs. Zhang Yi, this is your mistake. You angered the bird swarm and then hid here pretending nothing happened. That's pretty despicable. But, he changed his tone. Earlier, when you were willing to trade the longevity pill with me, I thought you had some sense. Wu Su clearly hinted that Zhang Yi should know his place. He pretended to be amicable and continued, How about this? You apologize and make amends. Brother Su will speak up for you, and will consider this matter settled. The phrase make amends obviously carried a deeper meaning than just apologize. Wu Su almost outright said, Give me back those 3 green roulette wheels. His companions immediately chimed in, Yeah, hurry up and apologize. Brother Su is giving you face and won't pursue this further. Zhang Yi glanced around at everyone and suddenly smiled. Just apologize and make amends, and that's it? His smile carried an inexplicable strangeness. The others didn't think much of it, but Wu Su's face instantly darkened, and his voice turned cold and sharp. What do you mean? Do you really think that with the backing of the Lu Tian Club, I wouldn't dare touch you? Don't forget, I Wu Su. Before he could finish, he noticed the terrified expressions on his teammates' faces, accompanied by a startled cry, *T. The bird swarm is here. There are even more of them, and they're fiercer than before. We're doomed. We're finished. It's all Zhang Yi's fault. You bastard. We're all going to die because of you. Zhang Yi also noticed that they were suddenly surrounded by a massive flock of birds and beasts. This time, the numbers were astonishing, and their momentum was far stronger than before. Clearly, these birds and beasts were fiercer than the previous wave, which hadn't dispersed on their own but had gone to call for reinforcements. The scene before him was eerily similar to a mother bird and her friends coming to reclaim their eggs. But now, even more formidable father birds and beasts had arrived. The dense black shadows pressed down like storm clouds, making even someone with Zhang Yi's exceptional attributes feel his scalp tingle. There was no way to fight against such a massive army of birds and beasts. Fortunately, Zhang Yi still had a teleportation talisman in his hand. This was one of the items he had chosen from the 3 white roulette wheels from Sun Hao, a life-saving artifact. Teleportation talisman. Who has a teleportation talisman? We can only escape with a teleportation talisman. No, we don't have one.
No teleportation talismán.
We're doomed. We're all doomed. It's all your fault, Zhang Yi. Just as everyone was despairing and cursing, one of the members was pecked on the head by the fiercest bird, letting out a cry of pain. The surrounding crowd screamed repeatedly, Help! It hurts so much. Logically, Zhang Yi should have immediately used the teleportation talisman to escape, leaving behind the group of people who had just forced him to apologize, letting them die amidst the flock of birds and beasts, with not even their bodies remaining. But as he held the teleportation talisman, he noticed that the birds and beasts only attacked Wu Su's team, completely ignoring him, as if they were afraid of him. This made Zhang Yi pause in surprise, no longer in a hurry to flee. Wu Su and his team also noticed the anomaly. Wu Su reacted the fastest, shouting while fending off the birds and beasts. Zhang Yi, it must be the bird-beast egg. Quickly throw the egg to me. Curious, Zhang Yi took out the bird beast egg and tossed it to Wu Su. Wu Su caught the egg, clutching it like a lifeline, and shouted in ecstatic joy, "Ha ha ha! The bird beast egg is in my hands now. Let's see if you dare to attack." Before he could finish his sentence, the birds and beasts' attacks became even more ferocious. Wu Su was instantly gravely injured, screaming in agony. He had lost control and could only instinctively shout, "Zhang Yi, save me. These birds and beasts only attack me, not you. Please save me." Zhang Yi glanced at the birds and beasts, then lowered his head to think for a moment, his expression serious. "All right, considering how Brother Su helped me before, I'll help you this time." He walked over to Wu Su, raised his hand, and waved. Wave of the hurricane. A massive wave instantly appeared, forcefully pushing away all the birds and beasts surrounding Wu Su. The power of this skill is tied to attributes and profession. Without 100 points in all attributes, the D-level wave of the hurricane wouldn't have such a strong effect. This scene left Wu Su and his teammates stunned, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Their mouths hung open, filled with shock and fear. Wu Su was the first to recover, his voice hoarse and trembling. "I was wrong. Zhang Yi, I was wrong. I apologize to you, It was clear that he wasn't in a hurry to enjoy the relief of being saved. Only now did he fully understand that he had completely misjudged Zhang Yi. What did that strange smile Zhang Yi had just shown mean? It was killing intent. Before the flock of birds rushed in, Zhang Yi had already harbored the intent to kill Wu Su. Under such circumstances, there was no way he would truly save Wu Su. Wu Su panicked completely, apologizing repeatedly. That's right, only the weak apologize to the strong. As for right or wrong, who cares? Zhang Yi shook his head lightly, flipped his hand, and pulled out the homemade crossbow he had stolen from Zhao Quan and his group earlier. The crossbow bolt pressed against Wu Su's forehead. Wu Su's pupils suddenly dilated, so terrified he couldn't even make a sound. Thud! The crossbow bolt pierced directly through his brow. Wu Su died on the spot, dying a gruesome death, his eyes wide open in disbelief. The scene made his teammates look as if they'd seen a ghost. Their reactions were even worse than Wu Su's. Some desperately apologized and begged for mercy. Others frantically speculated. This isn't Zhang Yi. He must be a beast clan leader in disguise. Yes, only beast clans disguised as humans wouldn't be attacked by birds. There's a bloodline suppression among beast clans. That's definitely it. A few little Karamis were scared stiff, unable to speak clearly, their spirits already shattered. Zhang Yi ignored them, swiftly dodging out of the encirclement of the bird flock. Those birds and beasts that had been afraid of him immediately launched an even fiercer attack on the team as soon as he left. The terrifying flock of birds and beasts almost instantly tore flesh into bones. Zhang Yi's scalp tingled as he quickly distanced himself from the chaos. But in his heart he kept pondering. Why were these birds and beasts afraid of him? Could it be that they sensed his strength? No, he remembered that in his previous life when he was at level 10 and slaughtered level 1 ferocious beasts, he had never seen beasts of that level fear him. That kind of fear was only seen among ferocious beasts. Weaker-blooded beasts naturally feared those with stronger bloodlines. In his previous life, he had heard of a powerful beast cub whose cries could terrify all the big shots. It sounded like a legend. But he had never come into contact with beasts of that level. Now, he seemed to possess a bloodline suppression over ordinary ferocious beasts. The problem was, his bloodline was purely human. How had he suddenly become like a humanoid beast, capable of suppressing the bloodlines of ordinary beast species? Could this be an extra skill from his rebirth? But he hadn't seen this effect during the club's battle against the Black Widow. This effect seemed to have appeared only after he emerged from the shadow of the void. If there was anything special about him, it could only be that his attributes had reached the level cap. Level attribute cap.
Zhang Yi denli realized.
For different races at the same level, their strength was fundamentally different. Ferocious beasts with powerful bloodlines naturally had stronger attributes. So, his level attribute cap was actually the human race's limit and didn't apply to all races. If he maintained this level attribute cap, he could indeed be invincible among humans. But in the face of the powerful beast race, this is far from enough. Are humans destined to be weaker than the strong bloodline beast race? Is there no way to break through this limitation born of bloodline? In other words, could there be a way for him to surpass the current attribute cap? He was thinking far ahead. His designated roulette rewards were undoubtedly the strongest among his race. But in the chaos of the multi-race war, if he couldn't break the cap, he would eventually be overwhelmed by the beast race. However, all of this was a distant future. Thinking too much now was pointless. Zhang Yi wasn't one to worry unnecessarily. He shifted his focus to a more immediate and practical issue. The changes in bloodline could be sensed even by ordinary birds and beasts. So, if Yu Shui came into contact with these changes again, would she also notice them? After all, Yu Shui was a succubus inherently different from humans. However, this wasn't a major concern. Coincidentally, the effects of the longevity pill were about to expire. Zhang Yi found a secluded mountain hollow and consumed the blue longevity pill. The lifespan increase from this blue pill was measured in millennia, but no one could predict the exact amount in advance. Even detection skills were unreliable, it was entirely up to luck. In his previous life, longevity pill trading was called pill gambling. Sellers set a fixed price for the pill, and the lifespan increase depended entirely on the buyer's luck. When Zhang Yi first entered the Apocalypse game, his luck was decent. He even drew the longevity pill formula and the pill itself. But after joining the Suicide Squad, his luck plummeted, and he often suffered losses. He believed in fate, thinking luck had inertia. Lucky people would become luckier, while unlucky ones would spiral downward, as if something was secretly manipulating it. Zhang Yi shook his head in self-mockery, then opened the data panel and was nearly shocked speechless. His lifespan was now 9,582 years and 323 days, an increase of nearly 9,500 years, almost reaching the maximum lifespan boost the blue longevity pill could provide. His luck was simply extraordinary. However, his actual lifespan level was only level 1, which was merely 100 years. Clearly, he needed to level up quickly. This motivated Zhang Yi to prepare for another round of roulette sweeping. But first, he took some time to browse the forums. At the moment, the two hottest posts were Silver Frost Club responds, analysis and predictions on professional trends, pure insights. The 4 major guilds invite all level 10 players to explore the endless sea, generous rewards. Zhang Yi clicked on the Silver Frost Club's post and immediately recognized the club leader. It was an acquaintance, Wei Lingshuang. Wei Lingshuang was Chang Jiaoyi's roommate, and the two had a terrible relationship, constantly at odds with each other. Back then, Zhang Yi was Chang Jiaoyi's boyfriend, so naturally, Wei Lingshuang didn't treat him kindly either. After the Apocalypse game descended, Zhang Yi briefly became a strong individual capable of standing on his own, and Wei Lingshuang's attitude slightly changed, as she had to rely on him to save her life. Wei Lingshuang had a tough personality and once mocked Zhang Yi for his poor judgment after Chang Jiaoyi and he went missing. If it had been someone else, they would have slapped her long ago. At that time, Zhang Yi had a good temper and didn't take it to heart. Wei Lingshuang was quite lucky and had now become the leader of a faction. Zhang Yi originally thought that Chang Jiaoyi would be thriving while Wei Lingshuang should have perished in some corner. Unexpectedly, this woman's luck was still extraordinary. However, he also knew that in his previous life, by the time he became an official player, the Silver Frost Club no longer existed. Perhaps Chang Jiaoyi had secretly played a role in its downfall. Zhang Yi didn't dwell on it and had no intention of helping the Silver Frost Club with anything. Between him and Wei Lingshuang, she owed him a life, and he owed her nothing. In this life, he didn't plan to be a great hero, at most just a slightly kind-hearted scoundrel. While reading the post, he noticed that Wei Lingshuang did have some brains. Her post not only addressed players' doubts about her using Huang Xin but also analyzed the differences between professions and the rules, effectively enlightening the players. The real purpose was to divert the attention of the strong players away from the Silver Frost Club's blue profession roulette. Although leveling up to level 10 in this Apocalypse game wasn't difficult, players who reached level 10 were already far ahead of the majority. These people were ambitious, much like elementary school students debating whether to aim for Tsinghua or Peking University in the future. Everyone thought they were the protagonist, the chosen one, and how could they settle for randomly drawing a 3-star profession from the blue roulette? Thus, the Silver Frost Club deliberately reduced the appeal of the blue roulette to level 10 players, thereby decreasing the risk of being targeted excessively. This also influenced another trending post later on, which was, to some extent, affected by Wei Lingshuang's informative post. Currently, the 4 strongest factions in Jiang City were, first, the Qingchuan Guild, established by the authorities, which later became the predecessor of the Qingchuan-based City Lord's Mansion. Second, the Yellow River Guild, created by local financial powers, which later evolved into a business alliance. Third, the Thunderstar Guild, which Zhang Yi remembered suffered heavy losses while exploring the Endless Sea and soon disappeared afterward. Fourth, the Chasing Moon Guild, which was quite unique. Jiang City was known as a university town, boasting the highest number of universities in the country and an astonishing number of college students. The Chasing Moon Guild was founded by a group of college students, among whom Luo Chongqing, the top-ranked player on the leaderboard, was one of the guild leaders. Moreover, the Chasing Moon Guild was governed by 4 guild leaders jointly, rather than being a dictatorship. It was filled with strong players and was the most powerful among the 4 major factions. However, in the previous life, the Chasing Moon Guild failed to grow and instead split into smaller factions. Zhang Yi didn't know the reason for this. At this stage, the Chasing Moon Guild was still the strongest guild, and Tang Ku was one of its leaders. In fact, when the apocalypse first descended, Zhang Yi had just gained great power and was ambitious. He had even discussed with Tang Ku the idea of establishing a faction centered around college students. Unfortunately, he later almost lost his life and couldn't realize this plan. Instead, Tang Ku and 3 other strong college students joined forces to form the Chasing Moon Guild. Wasn't this essentially inheriting Zhang Yi's will? He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. After browsing through the posts, Zhang Yi roughly understood the intentions of the 4 major guilds. Currently, level 10 players were eager to change professions, and not just any profession. They all hoped to draw a golden 7-star profession. However, exploring the beast world of Zhang City yielded little, and it would be difficult to make any breakthroughs in the short term, even within half a year. As a result, the level 10 powerhouses couldn't sit still. They decided to break out of Zhang City and explore the legendary Endless Sea. The Endless Sea is a mysterious sea area surrounding Zhang City. Before the game, cities were connected, but the Apocalypse game separated them, and no other cities can be seen within the Endless Sea. Previously, no one dared to enter the Endless Sea and only ventured into the beast world of Zhang City. However, due to the immense pressure of job transitions, level 10 players had no choice but to challenge the Endless Sea. This pressure affected all level 10 players, prompting the 4 major guilds to publicly invite all level 10 players in Jiangxing to join the exploration. In his previous life, Zhang Yi paid no attention to these events because he had just joined the Daredevil squad, was still at the bottom rung, and had nothing to do with the explorations of level 10 powerhouses. But now, having easily reached level 10, he also felt the pressure and ambition to advance his class. So, after noting down the key points of the post, Zhang Yi went on another shopping spree in the trading zone. This time, with plenty of lifespan to spare, he spun the wheel many times and, to save lifespan, specifically bought a large number of lottery tickets. The existence of the lifespan tumor caused the price of white will lottery tickets to remain generally low, but green and blue ones were much more expensive. During the spree, Zhang Yi poured almost all but first on the level leaderboard. Zhang Yi remembered that the rules ranked players of the same level by the time they reached that level. His time to reach level 10 clearly shouldn't have been so early, which made him suspicious. He casually checked the reactions in the chat channel. Since just before midnight, the chat channel had been buzzing with activity, with everyone eagerly awaiting the leaderboard updates. Many were predicting changes to the level leaderboard. It's almost midnight. So excited. I wonder if I'll make it onto the longevity leaderboard this time. The longevity and combat power leaderboards are nothing special, just a big shot falling off or a new lucky player making it on. Boring. I'm more curious about the level leaderboard. What's so exciting about the level leaderboard? It's just a row of level 10 players. No changes. Don't forget Huang Xian has advanced his class. Even though he's still level 10, he might have a chance to rank first. Uncertain. The job change didn't level up to 11. Maybe he can reach the top. Luo Chongqing's position might not be secure anymore. If the job change can help someone reach the top, the upcoming situation will be even more exciting. Stay tuned. Everyone was eagerly anticipating whether Huang Xian could surpass Luo Chongqing on the level leaderboard this time. However, when the leaderboard was revealed, the chat zone exploded. Here it comes. Here it comes. The moment everyone has been waiting for. Brothers, sit tight and don't blink. What the hell? What the hell? Oh. What the heck is going on? Huang Xian actually changed his name? How is that possible? He finally gained fame through the announcement. Why suddenly change his name? Maybe he wants to keep a low profile, changed it to
Yang Yi?
even changed his surname.
Non. Impossible.
The first place on the level leaderboard, Zhang Yi is definitely not Huang Xian changing his name. Check the power leaderboard. What the hell? Why is Zhang Yi also first on the power leaderboard? What is going on? Even if Huang Xian changed his name, it's impossible for him to suddenly jump to first place on the power leaderboard. Could it be that Huang Xian is now stronger than Luo Chongqing? Why not? The job change might have brought a huge boost, and Huang Xian's strength skyrocketed. What the hell? Is Silver Frost Club about to rise? No. This Zhang Yi isn't Huang Xian. Look at the 27th place on the combat power ranking. It's the post-class change Huang Xian. So the Huang Xian at 27th place on the combat power ranking is the real one? Then where did this Zhang Yi come from? Was this person on the previous combat power and level rankings? No. I can guarantee he wasn't. This is a newly ranked big shot. A big shot suddenly taking first place on the combat power ranking is strange but still acceptable. But how does one suddenly take first place on the level ranking? Exactly. The level is clearly only 10. How can he suddenly be first? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that Zhang Yi has also undergone a class change? Even if he did, it should be the earlier class changed Huang Xian, right? I don't get it. It's too weird. I still think this Zhang Yi is very likely Huang Xian with a name change. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense at all. Huang Xian, big shot, come out and explain. Did you change your name to Zhang Yi?
Et Huang Qin et Viang Yi.
Do you guys really think you can barely accept Zhang Yi suddenly taking first place on both rankings? I can't even barely accept it. If you can't accept it, let your dad accept it for you. I remember now. I've seen the name Zhang Yi before. Not long ago, I saw him in the trading area selling accursed roulette. At the time, he was even threatened and cursed by many people, saying they'd make sure he couldn't survive in Jiang City. What the heck? If it's the same Zhang Yi, this is hilarious. The big shot who's first on both the combat power and level rankings was threatened to the point of not being able to survive? Who's that bold?
Sarcastic face. Sarcastic face. Sarcastic face.
The chat channel exploded over Zhang Yi, who had suddenly taken first place on both the level and combat power rankings. Some players believe that Zhang Yi was very likely Huang Xian with a name change. Otherwise, the rules of the level ranking couldn't be explained. How could someone who had just reached level 10 suddenly surpass those who had leveled up earlier? As for Huang Xian, ranked 27th on the combat power ranking, they suspected it was a trick by that woman from the Silver Frost Club, Wei Lingshuang, who loved playing dirty tricks. Other players thought it wasn't that complicated. Zhang Yi is the new player and has nothing to do with Huang Xian. As for how he managed to parachute to the top of the level rankings, he must have some special item. After all, this is an apocalypse game and magical items can appear at any time, like something that can reverse time. Some players even suspect that this Zhang Yi might be the guy who was selling the cursed roulette in the trading zone earlier. Speculations are flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Yu Yu and Yu Shui are stationed at the second defensive line, fending off the beast tide. While killing beasts, they keep an eye on the chat channel activity, completely stunned. With the defensive line crowded and chaotic, they don't speak directly but use the friend system to chat privately. Yu Yu immediately sends a message to Yu Shui.
Yang Yi?
The one who posted the cursed roulette, could he be? He doesn't finish the sentence, but the implication is clear. He suspects that this Zhang Yi, who suddenly parachuted to the top of both rankings, is the same person they previously spied on with the Eye of Insight. That Zhang Yi did indeed become an official player and even listed the cursed roulette for sale. The problem is, how long has it been? Jumping 10 levels?
Absolutely impossible.
Yu Shui, being a succubus with well-connected sources, thinks for a moment and confidently replies, I'm sure it's not that Zhang Yi. Even if he could level up to 10 so quickly, there's no way he could parachute to the top of the level rankings. After all, he started leveling later than everyone else. Yu frowned. Then how did this Zhang Yi suddenly take the top spot on the level leaderboard? Yu Shui confidently replied, there's only one possibility. He wasn't a Jiangqing player before yesterday. He only transferred to Jiangcheng from another region yesterday. In another region, he reached level 10 even earlier than Luo Chongqing. So when Jiangqing's stats were updated this time, he directly took the top spot. This is the only reasonable explanation. Nothing else makes sense. Yu Shui spoke with absolute certainty, as if she had already uncovered the truth. Being a succubus, her knowledge was broader than Yu Yu's. After thinking it over, Yu Yu found her explanation quite convincing. Yes, that must be it. Could only be that. As he was thinking this, a similar theory suddenly popped up on the forum. Wei Lingshuang posted a thread that quickly became a hot topic. The title got straight to the point. Silver Frost Club responds. Huang Xian did not use a name change card. Just saying he didn't use a name change card wasn't exactly strong evidence. Who's to say he didn't just because they claim so? Yu Yu muttered to himself. But Wei Lingshuang was clever. The post wasn't just a response. It also proposed a more plausible theory. This Zhang Yi, who had suddenly shot to the top of both leaderboards, was very likely a player from another region. As soon as this idea was floated, the chat channels exploded. Another region? I can accept that explanation. If cross-region transfers are possible, then jumping to the top of the leaderboard makes sense. If he could transfer to another region, he must be a pro. Taking the top spot directly is normal. But how do you even transfer regions now? My family's in Haicheng. How would I go to Jiangcheng for college? I'm not a local either. My family's in Chuanqing. I miss my parents so much. I want to go home. Even if cross-region transfers aren't possible, can't they at least merge the regional chat channels? I want to know if my family is still alive. Stop talking. I'm about to cry QAQ. Most people could accept Wei Lingshuang's proposal. Zhang Yi indeed seemed like he had cut in line. most likely a player from another region who had come to Jiangcheng. This cross-region topic inadvertently stirred up homesickness among many people. Gradually, players began to call on Jiang Yi to reveal some cross-region methods, giving hope to out-of-town players stuck in Jiangcheng. Soon after, major guilds and top forces also began actively extending olive branches to Jiang Yi. On one hand, they wanted to recruit this cross-region expert, and on the other, they hoped he would share the secret of crossing regions. However, Jiang Yi was not a player from another region at all. Even if he knew the method to cross regions, he wouldn't reveal it easily. He was also quite puzzled as to why, upon reaching level 10, he had instantly topped the level rankings. Considering his previous suppression of the bird-beast bloodline, he speculated, leveling up is essentially an elevation of the life tier. The ranking on the level leaderboard is essentially a competition of life tiers. Thus, his full attributes reaching the level 10 cap, coupled with his higher life tier, explained why he could top the rankings. Regardless of the reason, the rewards were already in hand. Jiang Yi felt no pressure and quickly shifted his focus to the 2 special roulette wheels he had just obtained. These special roulette wheels were extraordinary. Black in appearance, mysterious and eerie, with blood-red text flickering. Their appearance alone gave off an ominous feeling. Moreover, the special roulette wheels indeed carried a sense of death. They had a fixed option, forced obliteration. The probability of forced obliteration is fixed at 10%, and no item can exclude it, nor is it affected by blessing effects. In other words, spinning the special roulette requires bearing a 10% risk of death. More importantly, any option drawn will instantly bind to the spinner. Rewards drawn cannot be stolen by others, and it's impossible to let someone else use your roulette. For players who want the special roulette rewards, the only way is to gamble with their own lives. The regular roulette gambles lifespan, but the special roulette truly gambles life. A 10% chance of death doesn't seem too high. Strictly calculated according to probability theory, spinning the special roulette 10 times carries a risk of obliteration once. Even the strongest experts in the previous life rarely dared to spin it more than 10 times. Spinning it 5 times was already the limit. The higher one's position and power, the more fearful they are of death, and the less willing they are to gamble their lives lightly. The rewards of the special roulette, which can make them take such risks, are naturally extremely tempting. For example, drawing a special option could grant dual professions, unlock new player functions, or even provide high-level rule items. Jiang Yi remembers that in his previous life, a world-class expert named Lu Li revealed a year after the Apocalypse game began that he had drawn the Universal City Pass from the special roulette, allowing him to enter that renowned city. Lu Li said that while he was among the top human experts, upon entering Universal City, he realized he was like an ignorant country bumpkin. In the eyes of the other races, humans were nothing more than insignificant specks of dust. From then on, human bases quickly united to form the Human Alliance, ceasing internal conflicts, focusing their strength on resisting external enemies, and enhancing their power. After that, others gradually obtained passes to enter Universal City, but Jiang Yi never qualified. In this life, Jiang Yi finally has the chance to approach Universal City. However, the Universal City Pass requires a level above 10, meaning qualification only comes after a profession change. Among the 2 special roulettes he possesses, this option has never appeared. Aside from the deadly obliteration option, the special roulette has at most 9 options. Among these 9, only 1 to 3 are truly special rewards, while the rest are ordinary rewards such as fierce beasts or longevity pills. In Jiang Yi's 2 roulettes, only 4 special options have appeared: Wish card, Beast Nest, Servant card, and Identity card. These 4 options made Jiang Yi so tense that his face turned pale. The ones that truly made his adrenaline surge were actually only 2. The first is the Wish card. This card allows players to specify the reward they want when spinning the roulette. This ability is incredibly powerful, almost akin to Jiang Yi's lottery ability. However, the Wish card can only be used once and becomes useless afterward. For regular players, this is already a heaven-defying item, but for Jiang Yi, it's useless. His ability allows him to repeatedly specify roulette rewards, far surpassing the card's power. The second option is the Beast Lair. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had seen information about the Beast Lair on forums. At that time, there was a sensational auction robbery at the Tianxin base. Typically, auction venues are guarded by powerful individuals and have spatial restrictions that prohibit the use of teleportation stones or similar tools. However, during that robbery, the perpetrator vanished into thin air on the spot. When the news reached the forums, experts analyzed that the robber had utilized the unique spatial feature of the Beast Lair. The Beast Lair is a type of exclusive lair space bound to players. For beast races, it is called a lair, but humans understand it more as a home. Only a few beast races are born with this talent, while others can only obtain such exclusive spaces by winning them through special roulette spins. When players choose to return home, they are not using ordinary spatial abilities, but rather a rule-based ability specific to players. Because of this, the spatial restrictions at the auction were ineffective against the Beast Lair, allowing the powerful individual to disappear in public. However, similar to the Void Shadow category, when players return from the lair to their original location, their position remains unchanged. In his previous life, that powerful individual stole a precious auction item and then hid in the lair space, never emerging again. Even by the time Jiang Yi died in his previous life, there was no news of the individual being caught. Clearly, they were a classic example of a cunning survivalist. As for what that precious auction item was, Jiang Yi had no way of knowing, as there was no information in his previous life. However, he could guess that it must have been something extraordinarily powerful to make a survivalist player take such a huge risk to steal it. This Beast Lair option, perfect for survival, seemed tailor-made for Jiang Yi. With it, he would no longer need to waste 10 years gambling for the Void Shadow during the lottery. Whenever he wanted to lie low, he could hide inside and survive for a while. While other players might regress while hiding, Jiang Yi wouldn't. He could grow stronger even while lying down. Therefore, regardless of whether the wish card was useful to him, he was almost certain to choose the Beast Lair. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the roulette and silently thought, "I choose 6. Beast Lair." This time, there was no notification sound. Instead, the announcement from the Doomsday game directly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations on drawing the Beast Lair. Would you like to bind it? Yes/no?" He could choose whether to bind it. Jiang Yi answered without hesitation, "Yes, binding human lair." Ding! Binding successful. The binding process made him realize that the Beast Lair was not just an alternate dimension but also a fully functional player feature. Sure enough, his player functions now included a human lair. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation. With a single thought, he instantly appeared in another space. This place was a pitch-black cave, approximately 5 square meters in area. It was empty, surrounded by gray rock walls, and the cave entrance was obscured by some kind of restriction, with darkness beyond. Jiang Yi explored the restricted entrance and felt an invisible barrier. A prompt appeared in his mind. Current lair level insufficient. Nest level? Does it mean the level needs to be upgraded to break the barrier and get out? What happens after getting out? Expanding territory or breaking into another space? Jiang Yi was curious, but he still didn't know how to upgrade the nest. Maybe it required the lottery, or perhaps some special beast races were naturally capable of upgrading. He didn't dwell on it and wandered around the cave again. Although small, this nest was his private space. Without the pressure of job advancement, he could stay here and bide his time indefinitely. Unfortunately, he was currently stuck at the job advancement level and didn't have extra time coins to continue spinning the wheel. Jiang Yi's attention shifted to another special roulette wheel, which had 2 options: follower card and identity card. The follower card could bring an absolutely loyal follower. For example, Yu Shui was likely someone drawn using a follower card. If Jiang Yi used it, he'd immediately gain a reliable underling. But followers were random. Sometimes the draw might just give you a pig, so it's best not to have high expectations. In comparison, the identity card was what really made his heart race. This option was so rare on the special roulette wheel that its probability was less than 0.5%. Few players dared to spin the special wheel, and even fewer managed to draw an identity card. But for Jiang Yi, as long as there was a chance, no matter how slim, there was hope. He would never let this opportunity slip by. Without hesitation, he gave up the follower card and directly chose to draw the identity card. A notification sound immediately echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn an identity card. Would you like to use it? Yes/no. He decisively chose yes. Generating new identity. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new identity. Zhang San. Zhang San. Jiang Yi heard the name and instantly felt his mood collapse. Could this really be a human identity? He quickly switched to the Zhang San identity, and his body transformed instantly. His height shrank a bit, his skin darkened, and his face completely changed into someone else. This was his second identity, Zhang San. But what made it worse was that this really was a human. Actually, the identities in the game weren't restricted by race. Just like the Beast Lair he had just drawn didn't specify it was a beast race lair. The identity card could randomly assign him any race. Both beast and human players had the right to spin the wheel. So, getting a human identity randomly was actually quite normal. But of all things, his luck was so bad that the random draw gave him a human. Originally, he had hoped to draw a beast race identity to see if the beast race attributes would be stronger, or even infiltrate the beast race camp to investigate. But damn it, he got another human identity. How infuriating. Could it be that the god of fate was secretly toying with him? Seeing him too pleased earlier, Did they deliberately mess with him like this? Jiang Yi took a long time to calm down, gritting his teeth as he consoled himself. Having a human identity wasn't bad. Although he didn't get a beast race identity, the new identity was still very useful. This second identity was like an alternate account in a game, with all resources independent of the first identity. He could use Zhang San to have a new exclusive fate wheel for leveling up and climbing the rankings. Who knows, in the future, there might even be a situation where Jiang Yi dominates the first place on the leaderboard, and Zhang San takes the second. More importantly, once Zhang San reaches level 10, he can also change professions. In a way, this means Jiang Yi could essentially have dual professions. However, this dual profession setup was different. The two identities couldn't be used simultaneously. He would have to switch identities to change professions. For ordinary players, this gameplay allowed them to use identity cards to switch accounts and retrain, gaining a second chance at a profession change. For Jiang Yi, the cost of training an alternate account was very low. Upgrading the fate will only require the movement of his fingers. So, even though he didn't get a beast race identity, obtaining a new identity was still a win. He quickly calculated that the Doomsday game had been live for a month, and every day at midnight, the first place on the leaderboard could get a special fate wheel. Jiang City should have distributed nearly 100 fate wheels by now. Although some of the roulette wheels had already been used, there were still some left, especially in Luo Chongqing's possession. No one knew how many unused ones he still had. Drawing from the special roulette wheel didn't require a lifespan cost, but it carried a 10% death rate, and the wheel only contained 1 to 3 special options. He guessed that those top-tier players would only dare to draw from the wheels with 3 options. The ones with only 1 special option were considered the trash of the roulette wheels. Thinking of this, a glimmer flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. He immediately switched from the identity of Zhang San back to his true self, Jiang Yi. His consciousness promptly returned to the player system. It was already past midnight. Some players had gradually gone to rest, but many night owls who were used to staying up late remained active. The chat channel was bustling with discussions about job changes, the Endless Sea, and various topics related to Jiang Yi. On the forums, the hottest post was still about the 4 major guilds joining forces to invite max-level players to explore the Endless Sea. Meanwhile, various factions were actively inviting Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi clicked on the invitation post from the Zhuye Guild directed at him. As expected, the poster was none other than Luo Chongqing, who had once been ranked first on the combat leaderboard. Zhuye Guild sincerely invites Jiang Yi to explore the Endless Sea together, Luo Chongqing. The post revealed that although Jiang Yi had reached max level, he had yet to change jobs and was unwilling to use the ordinary roulette wheel. Thus, the guild sincerely invited him to join them in exploring the Endless Sea. Luo Chongqing even directly promised that the Zhuye Guild, managed jointly by 4 guild leaders, would make Jiang Yi the 5th guild leader if he agreed to join. The associated benefits were enticing, and the sincerity was evident. But what made Jiang Yi chuckle was the appearance of several replies from Jiang Yi under the post. Jiang Yi. Not bad. The former combat leaderboard champion knows how to seize the moment. I'll seriously consider joining you. Jiang Yi. What? Who's the fake Jiang Yi? I'm the real Jiang Yi. Don't let me catch you. Jiang Yi. Ah. Jiangxing players are bold, pretending to be me like this. I Jiang Yi declare within 1 day, I'll kill all fake Jiang Yis. I'll slay every single one I see. Better change your names quickly, or you won't even know how you died.
Yankee. Ridiculous.
These imposters are even bolder than me. Truly eye-opening. Jiang Yi. The real Jiang Yi is waiting to see who dares to kill me. A bunch of arrogant replies from fake Jiang accounts made the real Jiang Yi laugh out loud. These players knew they were fake, yet each acted as brazenly as if they were the real Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi also left a reply under the post. If guild leader Luo is truly sincere, would you be willing to make a painful sacrifice and gift me a few special roulette wheels? This was both a way to probe whether Luo Chongqing had any special roulette wheels and to showcase his identity and strength. However, amidst the many Jiang Yi accounts, the real one seemed like an imposter himself, hard to distinguish from the fakes. Meanwhile, at the Wangjiang Pavilion on the Jiangcheng riverbank, the 4 guild leaders of the Zhuye Guild were gathered together. Luo Chongqing and Cheng Yang were both alumni of Jiangxing University and currently had a good relationship. Luo Chongqing was ranked 2nd on the combat leaderboard, while Cheng Yang was ranked 11th. The other 2 guild leaders, Tang Ku and Ji Yutong, were ranked 7th and 17th, respectively. Tang Ku, due to his good relationship with Chang Jiaoyi, held the 2nd most influential voice among the 4 presidents, right after Luo Chongqing. Although ranked lower, Ji Yutong was not to be underestimated, possessing a peculiar psychic attack ability that allowed him to defeat stronger opponents. All 4 were top-tier powerhouses, and before the Doomsday game they had all been university students. Now, what was giving them a headache was the flood of Jiang Yi replies under Luo Chongqing's post. each one looking surprisingly convincing. While Luo Chongqing was annoyed by these disruptive players, Tang Ke was more concerned about the name Zhang Yi. Although this newly listed Zhang Yi was definitely not the old classmate he knew, the identical name still made him uneasy. Just as he was trying to suppress the strange feeling, Luo Chongqing suddenly spoke up beside him. Tang Ke, what are you thinking about? Tang Ke snapped back to reality but chose not to reveal the secret that he also had a classmate named Zhang Yi. After thinking for a moment, he straightened his face and analyzed seriously. The first two posts are obviously fake. A true powerhouse wouldn't post something like, "I'll think about it," without careful consideration. That reply feels more like someone using a name change card to show off. Besides, a person with real poise wouldn't lose their temper and curse just because someone was impersonating them. That one looks too low class. The one threatening to kill everyone named Zhang Yi in Jiangxing seems a bit more plausible. After all, we don't know the temperament of that big shot. Anyone daring to engage in cross-regional activities this early must have an unusual personality, probably quite arrogant. The post saying, "Let's see who can kill me," also sounds arrogant, but the phrase "this Zhang Yi" feels a bit deliberate. The one specifically mentioning the special roulette might be trying to use that term to make themselves seem authentic. However, it's also possible that the real Zhang Yi big shot. As Tang could delve deeper into his analysis, the words, "Zhang Yi big shot," suddenly slipped out of his mouth, leaving him momentarily stunned. He knew in his heart it wasn't the same person, but saying it still felt odd. Suppressing this strange feeling, he continued, "He might actually be quite interested in that special roulette." Luo Chongqing nodded and turned to ask Chang Yang and Ji Yutong. Chang Yang said, "I think pretty much the same as old Tang." Ji Yutong remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Old Tang's analysis makes sense, but I feel the one asking about the special roulette might actually be the real deal." Luo Chongqing's eyes lit up. "Why do you think so?" Ji Yutong, who usually had a soft and enigmatic expression, added an air of mystery to his demeanor. At this moment, he cryptically uttered two words, "Intuition." Chang Yang, sitting nearby, rolled his eyes and cursed inwardly. "Why are you acting like a woman, relying on intuition for everything?" Luo Chongqing didn't press further, seemingly indifferent to Ji Yutong's words, and directly posted a reply. He responded to the user Zhang Yi, who had asked about the special roulette. "There is indeed a special roulette, but out of 5 options, only one is special. It's considered the lowest tier. Not sure if the big shot is still interested. The special roulette is unique and cannot be traded in the trading zone. If interested, come to the riverside outside Xiaobin Port Park before midnight tonight. Regardless of whether the big shot is willing to join the Moonchasing Guild, I'm willing to gift a special roulette to earn a bit of goodwill." After finishing this reply, Luo Chongqing also responded to several other Zhang Yi users, but the content was perfunctory, merely inviting them to meet at the riverside before midnight. His indifferent attitude caused one imposter to directly threaten to become an enemy of the Moonchasing Guild and vowed never to go to the agreed location. But Luo Chongqing didn't care about such threats at all. In the nest space, Zhang Yi wasn't surprised. It was normal for Luo Chongqing to recognize him. After all, being the top-ranked player on the combat leaderboard and the leader of Jiang City's top guild, Luo Chongqing was no ordinary person. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, didn't reply, and directly rested in the nest space. Without a bed, he could still sleep soundly using clothes as padding. At least it was safe here, far more reassuring than the apocalyptic world outside. The next day, he woke up past 8 o'clock. Zhang Yi lazily yawned, browsed the chat channels and forums, and then used his Zhang Yi identity to teleport out of the nest space. The place he appeared was still that hidden mountain hollow. After some thought, Zhang Yi headed in a certain direction. He hadn't walked far when he spotted a group of people in the distance. He deliberately slowed his pace. Before long, someone in the group noticed him. "There's someone over there." As the group of about 10 approached, their leader, Liao Yuanfeng, recognized him. With a strange expression, he shouted, "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and responded, "Captain Liao." His gaze swept across the team, and Li Xiao was among them. The two locked eyes, and Li Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Xiao glanced at Liao Yuanfeng, quickly composed himself, and maintained his honest demeanor. He clearly didn't think Zhang Yi would dare to act against him in front of Liao Yuanfeng. Liao Yuanfeng, on the other hand, didn't notice these subtleties at all. He sized up Zhang Yi and spoke in a slightly peculiar tone. "You're actually still alive. Quite the survivor. But, Zhang Yi, I suggest you consider changing your name if you get the chance." Zhang Yi looked puzzled. "Change my name?" Liao Yuanfeng shrugged. "Your name happens to be the same as a certain top-tier big shot. That person has already declared they'll kill everyone in Jiang City named Zhang Yi. Jiang Yi almost retorted but held back, thinking to himself, I'm actually waiting for them to come. Still, he restrained himself and remained composed. The team members following behind Liao Yuanfeng, who hadn't officially joined yet, began whispering among themselves. Seriously? Just being named Jiang Yi gets you targeted? That big shot is way too arrogant. Even Luo Chongqing isn't that overbearing. I heard the Qingchuan and Yellow River guilds, along with the enforcement hall, are supposed to regulate players who kill indiscriminately. And yet, this Jiang Yi dares to ignore them. Why doesn't the enforcement hall deal with him? Liao Yuanfeng didn't plan to elaborate, but since there was a Jiang Yi present, he explained that Jiang Yi isn't local to Jiang City. He's from another region. He just arrived in Jiang City, and he's ranked first in both level and combat power. His strength is incredibly formidable. The two major guilds couldn't recruit him in time, so why would they send the enforcement hall to deal with him? What he didn't mention was that the enforcement hall was merely a concept and hadn't been fully operational. In the current situation, anyone accused of indiscriminate killing might claim it was self-defense or an act of justice. It's impossible to regulate. Most of the top players also don't want the enforcement hall to exist. Only when dealing with those psychotic murderers do the two major guilds put in some effort. These unofficial players didn't understand the situation and were shocked just hearing the words, from another region. A strong player from another region? Their strength must be extraordinary. Ranked first on the combat leaderboard, that's right. But who knows how big the gap is between first and second. Their gazes began to fall on Jiang Yi. Previously, hearing that Jiang Yi had to change his name didn't feel uncomfortable, but now it seemed odd. Like suddenly discovering a colleague named Ma Huateng, it felt awkward. Jiang Yi, you should change your name, someone advised. Names are given by parents and they would surely understand. Changing it for survival is absolutely worth it. Change it. Such an impressive name, we can't live up to it. Li Xiaod was also among this group of informal players. Initially, when Liao Yuanfeng mentioned that there was a big shot named Jiang Yi among the formal players, he felt uneasy. After all, he knew the Jiang Yi in front of him was no ordinary person, especially now that he had just drawn an upgraded life card, making it highly likely he was a formal player. But later, upon hearing that the big shot Jiang Yi was from another region, he felt slightly relieved, though he still harbored some doubts. At this moment, Liao Yuanfeng waved his hand to quiet everyone and suddenly fixed his gaze on Jiang Yi, saying, By the way, show me your data panel. This request was quite rude. Previously, Sun Hao had done the same to Luo Shan. Strong players indeed had this right over weaker ones. A faint, unreliable thought flashed through Liao Yuanfeng's mind. What if this Jiang Yi in front of him really was the dual leaderboard first-ranked Jiang Yi? He actually dared to ask to see the data panel. This was practically courting death. However, Liao Yuanfeng wasn't flustered, because the likelihood of this was incredibly low. The Jiang Yi in front of him was, at most, just an ordinary person with the same name. While Liao Yuanfeng was thinking this, Li Xiaod was also secretly anticipating, hoping to seize the chance to look at Jiang Yi's data panel alongside Liao Yuanfeng. But before anyone could react, Jiang Yi had already darted forward like a flash of lightning. Li Xiaod suddenly found himself face to face with an overwhelmingly oppressive figure. His eyes widened, and in his pitch-black pupils, Jiang Yi's coldly smiling face was reflected. At that moment, Li Xiaod felt the arrival of death. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave, almost splitting his head open. However, Li Xiaod, overwhelmed by extreme terror, couldn't even scream. His neck was tightly gripped, his wide-open eyes quickly losing their vitality, and just like that, he died silently. All of this happened in an instant. Liao Yuanfeng and his team members didn't even have time to react. Even more bizarre, Li Xiaod's corpse immediately began to age and decay rapidly, as if it had aged decades in an instant. At first glance, one might mistake it for the corpse of a centenarian. It wasn't over yet. Suddenly, a black talisman flew out of the decaying corpse, emitting a sinister black aura. After circling a few times in the air, it flew straight toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi reacted quickly, pulling Liao Yuanfeng in front of him as a shield. Liao Yuanfeng's face changed drastically, almost cursing in anger. That black talisman looked ominous no matter how one saw it. It was clearly not something good. He truly thought Jiang Yi was going to get him killed. However, when the black talisman merged into Liao Yuanfeng's body, his entire body stiffened for a few seconds. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had received the greatest news of his life, and he threw his head back in wild laughter. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! But soon, he regained his composure, awkwardly clearing his throat. Ahem, it's nothing. I just thought of something happy. Who would believe that? Everyone could see that Liao Yuanfeng had clearly gained some kind of benefit from that black talisman. But after all, none of them were as strong as Liao Yuanfeng, so no one dared to say much. In comparison, Jiang Yi was clearly even stronger. Liao Yuanfeng's gaze turned both horrified and wary. He involuntarily took a few steps back and forced out a question.
Yang Yi.
You wouldn't really be that Jiang Yi who ranks first on both lists, would you? As soon as he said this, the team members behind Liao Yuanfeng were also struck with shock. Their gazes at Jiang Yi were filled with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. They also took a few steps back, almost stumbling over Li Xiao's aged and decayed corpse. But it didn't take long for them to react. How could this be possible? Wasn't that Jiang Yi who suddenly topped both rankings? From Jiangxing district? How could the person in front of them possibly be him? It must be Liao Yuanfeng who got it wrong. Jiang Yi didn't respond immediately. His mind was still on that black talisman. The black aura emanating from the talisman was extremely eerie. Initially, he thought it was meant to harm people. But from Liao Yuanfeng's reaction just now, it was clear he had gained some kind of benefit from the talisman. Jiang Yi also considered that killing Liao Yuanfeng might allow him to seize the black talisman. However, he wasn't a heartless killer. He had no personal grudge against Liao Yuanfeng and had even supported him previously because of the club. More importantly, there was definitely something off about that black talisman. Jiang Yi knew that in this apocalypse game, good items were usually bound to the player. Once the player died, the item wouldn't easily transfer. But this black talisman had transferred to Liao Yuanfeng after Li Xiao's death. It was even originally heading toward Jiang Yi. It actually betrayed its owner after their death and aligned itself with the one who killed them. Such a terrifying object, coupled with Li Xiao's corpse rapidly aging and decaying, clearly hinted at a massive hidden danger. These abnormal phenomena made Jiang Yi have no favorable impression of the eerie black talisman. In his previous life, Li Xiao hadn't become stronger because of it, which made Jiang Yi feel there was no need to kill Liao Yuanfeng just to fight over the talisman. Instead, he could temporarily use him to continue observing the situation. After sorting through his thoughts, Jiang Yi looked at the visibly nervous Liao Yuanfeng and smiled faintly, saying, "Captain Liao, no need to be so tense. The one who topped the rankings? It's already been confirmed that I'm a cross-regional player." Jiang Yi deliberately made up a story. "In fact, I joined the Latte Club a few days ago. I'm not some big shot from another region." As soon as he said this, Liao Yuanfeng and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Those who suspected Jiang Yi of lying didn't think much of it, because if Jiang Yi really were the top-ranked powerhouse, they would have even more reason to be suspicious. But Liao Yuanfeng glanced at Li Xiao's miserable corpse and recalled how Jiang Yi had unhesitatingly used him to block the black talisman earlier. His brows furrowed tightly as he cautiously asked, "Even if you're not the top-ranked player, your strength still seems way too unusual, doesn't it?" Jiang Yi said with a smile. "After coming to this world of ferocious beasts, I had a bit of an adventure. Now I can be considered an official player." As soon as he said this, the expressions of those unofficial players changed, filled with both envy and jealousy. Especially Zhang Peng, who had been mercilessly defeated by Jiang Yi before. Now, witnessing Li Xiao being killed by Jiang Yi, he was terrified, fearing that he might be next. Previously, Zhang Peng had heard that Jiang Yi wasn't at the top of the rankings and had felt relieved, thinking that Captain Liao would deal with Jiang Yi. But now, Jiang Yi had become an official player, leaving Zhang Peng utterly disheartened. Li Xiao had died in vain, and Jiang Yi's strength was overwhelming, making it easy for him to shift blame and escape punishment. Zhang Peng could only lower his head and hide, regretting having provoked Luo Shan and Jiang Yi earlier. Liao Yuanfeng was somewhat surprised by Jiang Yi's statement but found it acceptable. He blurted out, "What's your combat power now?" Jiang Yi didn't answer, merely raising an eyebrow. Liao Yuanfeng awkwardly touched his nose, realizing he wasn't in a position to press further, and decided not to mention combat power again. He frowned and said, "The matter of killing Li Xiao needs to be explained clearly." Jiang Yi candidly admitted that after his adventure, Li Xiao had targeted him, using a cursed roulette to frame him. When the plan failed, Li Xiao tried to escape. Jiang Yi was merely seeking revenge this time. Liao Yuanfeng was shocked upon hearing this. "You're the one who listed the cursed roulette for sale?" Jiang Yi shrugged and nodded. Liao Yuanfeng's face darkened. After thinking for a long time, he finally sighed and said, "All right, whether it's true or not, let's assume Li Xiao was at fault first. The club won't punish you. But when you return from the world of ferocious beasts, you'll have to come back with me to the club and become an official member." He continued to explain, official factions don't just gather people randomly. They rely on specific faction tokens, such as club tokens or guild tokens. The token for the Letian Club is a club token. Guild tokens are of a higher level and offer more functions. Don't underestimate the Letian Club. The recruitment threshold for top guilds is terrifyingly high, and ordinary players can't get in. The first condition for joining a faction is to be an official player. The official members of the Letian Club are all certified official players, Liao Yuanfeng explained. Your previous captain, Gao Chong, no matter how strong he was, would still need to become an official player first to be considered an official member of the club. He then laughed and said, "You can now be considered the most successful in the Daredevil squad, being the first to become an official player. If you run into Luo Shan and Gao Chong, they'll definitely be shocked." He continued, "When you return to the club, someone will let you use the club token once. At that time, your player functions will include exclusive features for the club." Zhang Yi had already known these things in his heart. The players nearby who hadn't officially joined yet listened with eyes full of envy and jealousy. But in this atmosphere, Zhang Yi suddenly blurted out, "What if I don't want to join the Lu Tian Club?" In an instant, all the envious gazes turned into murderous intent, as if they wanted to strangle him on the spot. Liao Yuanfeng was stunned. "Have you not read the strategy guides? Or have you not suffered enough in the apocalypse? Not joining the Lu Tian Club? Do you want to fly to the heavens?" In the current environment, personal development speed was far inferior to joining a faction. Moreover, different clubs had varying attitudes toward different types of official players. For example, the siblings Yu Yu and Yu Shui had joined as official players from the start. But clubs valued more those who grew up within the club, especially those who transitioned from the Daredevil squads. This was because such players were more familiar with the club's operations and had a stronger sense of belonging. It was like how, in ancient times, household slaves had a higher status than newly purchased ones. Zhang Yi could barely be considered someone who grew up in the Lu Tian Club, so the treatment and attention he received were naturally better, far superior to what he'd get in other factions. Liao Yuanfeng was about to explain these reasons in detail to help him understand. But Zhang Yi looked relaxed, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I don't plan to fly to the heavens, but I do intend to stir up some trouble." Stir up trouble. Liao Yuanfeng's mouth twitched, ready to refute, but suddenly remembered something. "You wouldn't happen to be one of those people on the forum pretending to be Zhang Yi, would you?" Zhang Yi didn't mince words, merely raised an eyebrow without speaking. Liao Yuanfeng sighed helplessly. The world really has all kinds of people. Some seek stability and live cautiously. Others love adventure and rush headlong into danger. He hadn't expected that Zhang Yi, who seemed so steady, was actually someone who enjoyed stirring things up at heart. No wonder he could encounter fortuitous events. Based on Liao Yuanfeng's experience, those who loved adventure often soared quickly but also died quickly. As he frowned, about to say something, Zhang Yi threw out another bold statement. "Brother Liao, did you just use that eerie black talisman and gain some benefits?" Liao Yuanfeng's expression changed. "What do you mean?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Nothing much, just wondering if you have any time coins left. Could you lend me some?" "Lend?" Liao Yuanfeng's expression grew heavy. "Yes, lend." Zhang Yi explained earnestly. "I have a blessing that boosts luck, but it's about to expire. I want to spin a few more wheels while the effect is still active and try my luck." "A blessing that boosts luck?" Liao Yuanfeng was shocked, thinking to himself that this explained Zhang Yi's rapid growth. The wheel contained various time-limited effects, including curses and blessings. A blessing that boosts luck was more precious than an elixir of immortality at critical moments. Ordinary people might never draw such an effect in their lifetime. Liao Yuanfeng's eyes darted around, and he asked again, "What color do you want to draw? I have a few spare wheels here that I can lend you for emergencies." Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, and he straightforwardly asked, "Do you have a purple one?" Liao Yuanfeng's eyelid twitched suddenly, but soon he and his team were all startled, their faces looking as if they'd seen a ghost, staring at Zhang Yi. "The purple wheel consumes 1,000 years of lifespan. Just one draw costs that much. How long would an average player have to save up their lifespan to draw once? No one would dare to try it. And this guy, who was just a mere lifespan tumor bug yesterday, actually dared to ask about the purple wheel." Liao Yuanfeng wasn't sure if Zhang Yi was bluffing or truly capable, but he suppressed his emotions and said, "Do you think the purple wheel is some cheap junk sold casually? The highest level players at this stage are only level 10. Even a team of 10 level 10 players would struggle to get a purple wheel. I'm not even a core member of the club. Do you think I have a purple wheel?" "Dream on." Zhang Yi wasn't surprised. He knew there were no purple wheels listed for sale in the trading zone. This item was ridiculously rare, and acquiring one was practically impossible. "Then, do you have a blue wheel? Preferably one with the longevity pill option." Zhang Yi continued to ask. Liao Yuanfeng gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and a blue wheel appeared in his palm. "The longevity pill option is there, but the quality is poor. If you're picky. I'm not picky. Jiang Yi snatched the blue wheel, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Then, without hesitation, he pressed draw, almost in one fluid motion. This action stunned Liao Yuanfeng, and anger surged within him. What the hell is this? Anyone drawing from the blue wheel needs to be prepared. If you encounter a powerful beast, it could slap you to death and drag others down with you. He cursed inwardly, thinking Jiang Yi was recklessly impulsive, like a naive rookie. Just as he was preparing to flee at the first sign of danger, a notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the reward, longevity pill. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? He drew the longevity pill so casually? Was Jiang Yi messing with them? Even Liao Yuanfeng began to doubt reality. So shocked he couldn't speak. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi swallowed the blue-quality longevity pill. Liao Yuanfeng swallowed hard and hurriedly asked, "Is your luck effect still active? Quick! I have a few trashy roulette wheels left. Just a few seconds left, hurry." Jiang Yi's voice was urgent, as if the lucky buff truly had a time limit. Liao Yuanfeng quickly handed over a few white roulette wheels. Jiang Yi casually clicked on one, and the result was, ding! Congratulations! You've won the reward, longevity pill. Everyone was stunned. 2 consecutive hits. Jiang Yi's hand didn't stop and pressed another white roulette wheel. But under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, disappointment finally appeared on Jiang Yi's face as he cursed in frustration. Damn it! The time's up. Liao Yuanfeng looked at Jiang Yi's angry expression and felt inexplicably that this world was too surreal. The other team members were utterly shocked, their thoughts a whirlwind of emotions. This luck was just too outrageous. Such heaven-defying fortune. Yet he was still dissatisfied. It was infuriating. Those sharp, envious stares seemed as if they wanted to devour Jiang Yi. In truth, Jiang Yi wasn't doing this to show off. It was because consuming the longevity pill had a time limit. He had slept for a full 8 hours. After leaving the nest, the first thing he did was quickly swallow the longevity pill. Then, he took another dose every hour, trying to maximize the effect. If conditions allowed, he would prefer using purple-quality longevity pills, or even higher-grade orange, red, or gold ones. But for now, he hadn't even unlocked a purple roulette wheel. He didn't care at all what those small fry thought of him. Holding the freshly drawn white longevity pill, his gaze met Liao Yuanfeng's. Liao Yuanfeng's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, but he also vaguely sensed Jiang Yi's strength might surpass his own. Not to mention Jiang Yi's personality. A single white longevity pill probably wouldn't be enough to make him take any reckless risks. What Liao Yuanfeng did not expect was that Jiang Yi actually took the initiative to hand over the longevity pill. Liao Yuanfeng widened his eyes in surprise. You? What do you mean? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and said, 2 roulette wheels. 1 blue and 1 white. I'll sell you this white longevity pill for 20-year coins. How about it? The price of 20-year coins was already very cheap. The price of longevity pills usually corresponded to the number of years they could extend one's lifespan. The lifespan extension of white-quality pills typically ranged from 10 to 100 years, but the exact number depended entirely on luck. Liao Yuanfeng was merely a formal member of the Optimist Club and didn't have that much money on hand. However, the opportunity was rare, and he didn't want to miss it. He took out his exclusive Fate disc, which resembled a mobile phone. Let's add each other as friends first. Give me some time to gather the money. All right. Jiang Yi agreed readily, then flipped his hand and pressed a coin onto Liao Yuanfeng's phone. In fact, players familiar with the Apocalypse game could simply touch each other to add friends directly. But nowadays, most people preferred to use their exclusive Fate discs to complete this operation. The informal players nearby watched enviously. Only now did they truly understand. Jiang Yi had already become a powerful figure they could only look up to. Afterward, Liao Yuanfeng continued leading his team to search for Zhou Yiming while contacting friends to gather money. About 10 minutes later, their team encountered another group near a towering giant tree. Captain Guan. Liao Yuanfeng was surprised. Weren't you guarding the outskirts of Qin Lake? Why did you also come into this beast world? Guan Ling swept a cold glance over Liao Yuanfeng's team, her gaze pausing slightly when it landed on Jiang Yi. She then said indifferently to Liao Yuanfeng, I received some information from the Blood Swallow Club. This Qin Lake beast world is quite special. Special? How is it special? Liao Yuanfeng asked, puzzled. He felt that the beast world wasn't very dangerous and posed almost no major trouble. But Guan Ling said, the exploration difficulty here is low, but leaving is the hard part. Liao Yuanfeng quickly reacted. Is the return passage guarded by a powerful beast tribe? Guan Ling shook her head. Not sure. Members of the Blood Swallow Club who scouted ahead said the passage is hidden deep within a miasma swamp. Miasma swamp. Liao Yuanfeng's face immediately turned grim. Guanling continued. The miasma is highly toxic, and there are many beasts lurking in the swamp. Liao Yuanfeng's expression grew even darker, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. You knew it was so dangerous there, yet you still dared to enter this beast world? The highly toxic miasma and hidden ferocious beasts greatly increased the difficulty of their return journey. The club had long known that some of the Daredevil team members back then did not die at the hands of ferocious beasts but were instead trapped in that perilous return passage. Those trapped Daredevils, with no one to rescue them, could only fend for themselves or perish. Their current situation was already extremely dangerous. Although being trapped in a world overrun by ferocious beasts wouldn't immediately cost them their lives, the prolonged polar night made it unsuitable for human survival over an extended period and severely limited their growth. Liao Yuanfeng hadn't expected that Guanling, knowing all this, would still dare to venture in. Guanling, however, appeared quite at ease. She shrugged and even smiled as she said, "You might be underestimating how much Wang Shuyan cares about Zhou Yiming. If we really end up trapped here, the club might give up on us. But Zhou Yiming's whereabouts are here, and as long as I lie to Wang Shuyan and tell her I found someone alive, she will definitely risk everything to break through this place." Liao Yuanfeng's mouth twitched, thinking that Guanling's audacity was simply outrageous. Ignoring his thoughts, Guanling smiled and added, "Besides, I've heard that places guarded by powerful ferocious beasts often have treasures hidden nearby." Liao Yuanfeng was speechless. He felt that this woman's ambition and courage were on par with Zhang Yi's. Silently grumbling to himself, he pretended to receive a message and secretly sent a query to Guanling. "Can you still use your skill to view Zhang Yi's data panel?"
Guanling calmly replied, "No."
Those two words carried a lot of implications. Either Zhang Yi had some ability to block detection, or his level was even higher than Guanling's. Liao Yuanfeng was puzzled. He was just a useless bug yesterday, and today his level is actually 8 levels higher than Guanling's? Ridiculous. Before he could ask more, Guanling sent another message. Could he be that Zhang Yi who suddenly topped the level rankings? Liao Yuanfeng sighed and replied with 2 messages. "I asked him, and he said no. The ones who suddenly top the rankings are usually players from other regions." Guanling remained silent. While the two were chatting privately, a sudden scream erupted from the team, startling a few nearby birds and beasts into flight. Liao Yuanfeng frowned and shouted in the direction of the sound. "Are you crazy? Why are you screaming?" Zhang Peng, trembling, pointed to the base of a large tree. "I just saw that pile. It looks like..." Before he could finish, Guanling interrupted coldly. "It's a human skeleton, eaten clean by birds and beasts." The scene fell into a dead silence. Guanling said calmly, "Apart from the polar night, this place isn't too dangerous. But if we attract a terrifying beast horde, the scene will be like a locust plague. Even I wouldn't be able to stop it." The mere mention of locust plague sent chills down everyone's spines, and the thought of such a scenario made their scalps tingle. Zhang Yi had witnessed it firsthand. When he left the center of the bird swarm, the black mass of birds had almost instantly devoured Wu Su's team. The image was too horrifying. Zhang Yi thought about how he could switch between 2 professions, one of which could develop in the style of a locust plague, ideally allowing him to lead an army alone. In his previous life, there had been a powerful individual who could control a Zerg swarm, but the side effects were severe. That person was emaciated, looking like a skeleton. Although Zhang Yi had never seen him up close, he had observed from a distance that the man was entirely shrouded in a black robe, concealing his form. As he was lost in thought, Guanling and Liao Yuanfeng exchanged a few words and decided to first explore the miasma swamp. The team then continued to move forward. On the way, Liao Yuanfeng gathered enough money to buy the longevity pill and completed the transaction with Zhang Yi. Guanling took the opportunity to add Zhang Yi as a friend and jokingly inquired about his level. Zhang Yi didn't answer, maintaining an air of mystery. This only made Guanling even more uncertain. Is he truly strong, or just pretending? Maybe he's deliberately putting on an arrogant front, like an empty fort strategy, to scare others away. Guanling was cautious and would never take the risk of betting on this. What if this kid is really formidable? Wouldn't she suffer a huge loss? So, before figuring out the situation, Guanling maintained a relatively polite attitude toward Zhang Yi. But in her heart, she was still pondering. Should she find an opportunity to test him? They walked north for nearly 20 minutes and finally found the swamp shrouded in miasma. In the polar night, the swamp, enveloped by the miasma, appeared particularly eerie and sinister. The occasional gurgling sounds of water came from the depths of the swamp, clearly indicating the presence of lurking beasts. Liao Yuanfeng looked at the scene before him, his expression growing increasingly grim. this kind of extreme environment. He took a deep breath and looked at Guan Ling. What's your plan? Guan Ling instinctively glanced at Zhang Yi, just about to use the opportunity to test him, when suddenly there was a disturbance in the forest. She whipped around and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" The response was a fleshy, tumor-like projectile shooting straight toward the swamp. With a plop, the projectile fell into the swamp, and the water sounds instantly became intense. Guan Ling's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "This is bad." Liao Yuanfeng's heart also tightened, and he cursed, "Damn it!" The two official players had crisis written all over their faces, and the other unofficial players immediately panicked. What's going on? What happened? Say something quick. Chaos erupted outside the swamp, and no one waited for the two experts to explain. Everyone quickly understood. In the swamp, the ominous beast was about to emerge. In the forest, flocks of birds and herds of beasts were also closing in on them. Two groups of beasts converging from both sides made everyone's hearts tighten. The word locust plague that Guan Ling had mentioned earlier flashed through their minds, as did the scattered human remains beneath the towering giant trees. Faced with such peril, no one dared to harbor any illusions. Even Liao Yuanfeng's face turned pale, his legs trembling. Just as the crisis loomed, suddenly a figure darted through the crowd like lightning and vanished in an instant. It was Zhang Yi. He ran, not using a teleportation talisman, but relying on bloodline suppression. Seizing the moment when the birds and beasts hesitated to attack, he frantically broke through the encirclement. His speed was so fast it seemed like teleportation, leaving others completely unable to react. This action also demonstrated an escape route to Liao Yuanfeng and the others. Guan Ling exclaimed, "Teleportation talisman." Her voice almost broke, and the terror left the unofficial players utterly hopeless. They had no teleportation talismans and were doomed to be left behind to die. Liao Yuanfeng flipped over and pulled out a talisman, but before he could tear it open, a gust of wind snatched it away. Guan Ling. Liao Yuanfeng's eyes widened, almost crazed with shock. Guan Ling had stolen his teleportation talisman. She hadn't prepared one for herself at all. The next second, she completely disappeared amidst the encircling beasts. From the center came Liao Yuanfeng's piercing curses. "Guan Ling, you wretched woman. You deserve to die a horrible death." The voice echoed outward, but there was no response. The teleportation rune had a short range and random direction, but Guan Ling was lucky and landed outside the small forest, behind the flock of birds. She didn't look back and sprinted madly in the direction opposite the swamp. While fleeing, she was also tracking. This beast horde attack was clearly deliberately provoked by someone. Someone had thrown a beast-attracting tumor from the small forest, an advanced beast-luring tool compared to beast-attracting incense. Someone intentionally wanted to harm them, and it was very likely targeted specifically at Guan Ling. Guan Ling's face showed no expression, but a faint, complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Time continued to pass. With a flip of her hand, a fiery red whip instantly appeared in her grasp. The whip lashed out fiercely. A sharp scream rang out. Guan Ling quickly strode toward the source of the sound. She saw a girl who looked strikingly similar to her, entangled by the fiery red whip, her eyes filled with fear. Although their appearances were similar, this girl's demeanor was far more delicate than Guan Ling's. She trembled slightly, struggling a little, and called out in a shaky voice, "Sister! Sister, it's me, Guan Yi." Guan Ling's eyelids lowered slightly, her tone cold. "Why were you running?" I just saw what looked like a beast tied over there and got scared, so I ran." Guan Ling responded with a faint, "Oh." After a moment of silence, she calmly said, "I found you." What? Guan Yi panicked, unsure whether it was the words that stung her or the cold indifference that shook her. Guan Ling ignored her, closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, her gaze was even colder, carrying a hint of murderous intent.
Guan Yi.
"Do you think your sister, if she were truly a fool, could have survived until today?" Guan Yi trembled even more violently, her teeth chattering. No, that's not it." She hurriedly tried to explain, then quickly switched tactics. "No, that's not it. Sis, I didn't want to harm you. I wanted to harm Zhang Chao and the others. They bullied me before and I hate them. I just want them dead. Yes, I just want them dead. Sis, you have a teleportation talisman. I never intended to harm you." Her speech was rapid, but she was still flustered. Guan Ling didn't believe her at all. In fact, she didn't even have a teleportation talisman in her possession. Earlier, when Guan Yi had entered the world of ferocious beasts first, she had acted coy and snatched away Guan Ling's teleportation talisman. If it hadn't been for Liao Yuanfeng having a teleportation talisman at that time, Guan Ling would have already perished there. What she said just now was true. She had climbed to her current position not because she was a fool. Whoosh! The fiery red whip suddenly loosened, and a flash of joy appeared in Guan Yi's eyes. But in an instant, the whip tightened around her neck again, slowly constricting. The joy instantly turned into terror. She desperately clawed at the rope around her neck with both hands. The slender, fair neck was slashed deeply by sharp nails, leaving bloodstains. Her eyes rolled back, and the despair of impending death was written all over her face. Just as she thought she would be strangled to death by her own sister, the air suddenly flowed again. The force of the whip dissipated. She survived. But just as she gasped for breath, a cold, lofty voice came from above her head. Before you die, tell the truth. Why? The voice was icy, merciless, devoid of any emotion. Guan Yi suddenly raised her head, no longer hiding the hatred in her eyes. Her eyes reddened, her voice hoarse, and she screamed hysterically, I hate you! I hate you! You deserve a horrible death. The word death was only half spoken when the whip tightened again. Guan Yi's eyes widened, her body stiffened, and she died completely. Guan Ling did not immediately withdraw the whip. As if the corpse hadn't fallen, the person hadn't truly died. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said coldly to the branch of the ancient tree beside her, Had enough of watching? Zhang Yi had followed all the way, not intending to let the person who harmed him go. Though he hadn't shown clear malice, he hadn't acted directly either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have witnessed this scene. He jumped steadily down from the tree, his expression indifferent as he landed. Guan Ling's face returned to its cold arrogance. She gently raised her hand, retracting the long whip, and Guan Yi's corpse fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi watched, his eyebrows slightly raised, muttering, Don't you want to ask why she hated you? Leaning against the ancient tree, Guan Ling lit a slender cigarette and calmly said, Why? Does it still matter? Zhang Yi lowered his head in thought. Indeed, once, especially in his previous life, when Tang Ku betrayed him, he desperately wanted to understand the reason. The two had been as close as brothers in college. He had never wronged Tang Ku, and Tang Ku had no reason to hate him. Even when the apocalypse arrived, Tang Ku wasn't the kind of person who would forget kindness and act maliciously. Everything collapsed suddenly, without any warning. At that time, Zhang Yi spent a long time unable to figure out why. Guan Ling exhaled a puff of smoke and suddenly said, Do you think human nature has always been like this? Or did it only become this way after the apocalypse? Zhang Yi didn't answer immediately. A scene from the movie Lion. The professional suddenly flashed in his mind. A 12-year-old girl asks if life is always this hard, and the answer is, always like this. Guan Ling smoked her slender cigarette, her pale, delicate fingers appearing particularly enchanting. She took only a few puffs before discarding the cigarette but, squatting down to remove the spatial ring from her sister's corpse. Zhang Yi watched the scene, and a teasing thought involuntarily popped into his mind. A fire on the mountain, the domineering sheriff falls in love with me. He casually extinguished the cigarette butt, and Guan Ling, leaning lazily against the tree, said, When the apocalypse first came, I was quite upset. My parents weren't in Jiangqing, and I couldn't protect them. But as time went on, those feelings of regret and longing gradually faded. Zhang Yi nodded, leaned against the tree trunk, and thought for a moment, seemingly trying to comfort her in a gentlemanly tone. Seeing you so upset, let me bring you some good news. Guan Ling turned her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and said unhurriedly, Liao Yuanfeng once had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a black talisman. I'm not sure about its specific effects, but I feel like he might not be dead yet. As soon as he said this, Guan Ling's mouth twitched, and after a moment of stiffness, she gritted her teeth and said, Thank you, but this hardly counted as good news. If Liao Yuanfeng were truly alive, it would only spell trouble for Guan Ling. Although she had no personal grudge against Liao Yuanfeng and their previous interactions had been fairly amicable, during that life-and-death moment earlier, she had taken away Liao Yuanfeng's only chance of survival. She didn't think she was wrong, and any bystander would understand. There was only one teleportation talisman, and it could only belong to the strongest. Guan Ling hadn't intended to harm Liao Yuanfeng. She simply didn't want to die. But the victim, Liao Yuanfeng, would never see it that way. If he were truly alive, the two of them would inevitably be locked in a fight to the death. Zhang Yi looked at Guan Ling's complex expression and also thought about his own grudges with Chang Jiaoyi and Tang Ku. To a bystander, those grudges might seem like normal human conflicts, but the victims could never forgive. He wasn't a saint, and neither was Liao Yuanfeng. If Liao Yuanfeng were alive, Guan Ling would probably deal with him herself, just as Tang Ku wanted to kill Zhang Yi. They had no personal grudge initially, But the moment Tang Ke snatched the upgrade life token, the enmity was formed. As Zhang Yi was deep in thought, Guanling didn't bring up Liao Yuanfeng again. Instead, she asked, "What do you think about that miasma swamp?" Zhang Yi replied seriously, "I didn't have any thoughts initially, but seeing you carelessly toss your cigarette, but it sparked an idea." Guanling's eyes immediately lit up. "Are you saying, set it on fire?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Not certain, but I want to give it a try. The black toxic gas over the swamp in essence is just a type of gas. However, whether it is flammable remains uncertain, and no one knows the consequences if it ignites. But conducting a proper investigation of this poisonous swamp is even more out of reach." Liao Yuanfeng's assessment was spot on. Guanling is truly bold. She thought for a moment and immediately decided, "All right, let's set it on fire. The effect of the beast-attracting tumor will last for a while longer." During this time as the core member of the Blood Swallow Club, Guanling was accustomed to giving orders and assigning tasks. Zhang Yi interrupted directly, "We'll act independently. Let's meet at the small forest on the outskirts of the swamp in an hour to discuss the fire-setting plan." After speaking, he adopted a stance indicating he was about to act alone and prepared to leave. Guanling frowned and spoke so quickly it was almost inaudible. "The situation is unclear. Shouldn't we call for more people?" Zhang Yi seemed a bit surprised that this woman was actually asking for his opinion. He paused for a moment but didn't respond, simply walking away. Calling for reinforcements, Zhang Yi knew in his heart that this was a double-edged sword. While having more people could indeed strengthen their force, it also increased the likelihood of complications. He ignored Guanling's suggestion, knowing he couldn't gather any support on his end anyway. After the two split up, Zhang Yi headed straight toward the small forest at the edge of the swamp. From a distance, he saw a dense flock of black birds, like an impenetrable black curtain covering the swamp, completely obscuring the situation inside. Whether Liao Yuanfeng was still alive, Zhang Yi didn't know. His messages had gone unanswered. It had been nearly an hour since he last consumed the blue longevity pill. The previous transaction with Liao Yuanfeng had also left him with some money, and he planned to take the opportunity to return to the nest space and restock in the trading area. He first scouted around, looking for a concealed spot. Just then, he noticed something hidden in the thorn bushes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming, trembling and in a pitiful state as they hid among the thorns. Zhou Yiming's face was covered in wounds, his entire body darkened, clearly suffering from severe poisoning and heavy injuries. Luo Shan wasn't in much better shape. His body blackened like the black birds, with intense toxicity. It was evident that neither of them had consumed the abdominal clarity pill or the ice silk fruit, as their eyes couldn't even open in the extreme darkness. The commotion caused by the flock of black birds had likely terrified them. As Zhang Yi approached, they both held their breath, as if on the verge of death. These two were practically a living disaster scene. Zhang Yi understood now. In his previous life, Luo Shan had saved Zhou Yiming, but ended up merely being his assistant. It couldn't really be called a rescue. It was more like he had stumbled upon Zhou Yiming by chance. In their current state, they could barely survive themselves. The return passage from the Qin Lake Beast world was unique. Luo Shan couldn't return on his own. In his previous life, he had relied on the help of a powerful figure to make it back. Zhang Yi stared at this pair of living dead and had no intention of revealing his identity to them. Seeing them huddled together tightly, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Though it was described as long ago, it was actually just over 20 days earlier. After the beast tide at Hanjiang University, his strength had plummeted. The change in his abilities caused instability in the team, even involving official players. Li Yaoping used the upheaval at Xuanwu Gate to argue that only the strong should be team leaders. Zhang Yi had long wanted to leave the team. That brief period of team life had opened his eyes to many things and subjected him to cold mockery. Under Li Yaoping's charitable attitude, he chose to leave voluntarily. Others might have thought he was arrogant or that Li Yaoping was too ruthless, but no one truly stood up to help him. Only Tang Ku resolutely decided to leave with him. From college roommates to apocalypse comrades, Tang Ku didn't care about Zhang Yi's loss of strength and always stood firmly by his side. At that time, Zhang Yi almost felt that Tang Ku was the kind of life-and-death companion he could entrust his life to. Indeed, those few days were truly a journey of life and death, forging a bond through shared peril. Just like in the Conan movie, where it was said that comrades are the only ones you can trust to guard your back. In the movie, Sonoko said she and Ran were comrades, and she would only let Ran lean on her back. At that time, Zhang Yi truly felt that he and Tang Ku were comrades like that. However, the scene from that night was eerily similar to the current predicament of Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming. Zhang Yi and Tang Ku had once hidden under a dilapidated car, trembling all over. Heavy footsteps shook the ground as a level 6 earthquake armor bearer approached. With every step the giant beast took, the ground quaked. They were so tense they could barely breathe, just like Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming now. Fortunately, the earthquake armor bearer was distracted by another sound and shifted its focus. The two narrowly escaped death, surviving by sheer luck. After their breathing gradually steadied, Zhang Yi and Tang Ke's camaraderie grew even stronger. At that moment, Zhang Yi decided to use the only blue roulette wheel he had. The quality of the wheel was considered trash with only 2 positive options, but one of them turned out to be the super rare upgrade life token. Tang Ke knew about this and advised him to think carefully, warning him not to waste 100 years of lifespan on a pointless gamble. Zhang Yi's lifespan was already limited, and this lottery carried immense risk. If he drew a ferocious beast, without a guardian to protect him, he would almost certainly die. He urged Tang Ke to leave quickly, fearing that drawing a ferocious beast would drag him down. Unexpectedly, Tang Ke responded firmly after a moment of silence. We agreed not to abandon or give up on each other. We're lifelong comrades. If you draw a ferocious beast, we'll face it together. If you draw the life token, we'll celebrate together. Do you really want to draw the upgrade life token and leave me behind to develop on your own? A beautiful vision emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. If he could draw the upgrade life token and become an official player, he would definitely help Tang Ke become one too, so they could continue fighting side by side and supporting each other. Tang Ke's words and Zhang Yi's fantasy made betrayal seem unimaginable. However, reality was cruel beyond measure. Zhang Yi did indeed draw the upgrade life token, but before he could savor the joy, Tang Ke made his move. A sharp blade struck, and the token in Zhang Yi's hand was snatched away. Tang Ke acted swiftly and decisively, his gaze complex. Zhang Yi, if you had drawn a ferocious beast, we could have lived and died together. But since you drew the upgrade life token, I can't gamble on you sharing wealth and prosperity with me. Instead of pinning my hopes on you, I'd rather grow stronger myself. In this world, the only thing more reliable than a trustworthy comrade is oneself. Only by becoming powerful can I fear nothing.
Sorry, Yang Yi.
I will avenge you. Those ungrateful people like Li Yaoping and Chang Jiaoyi. They won't meet a good end. But apart from me, I will carry your share and live well. Live openly and honorably. In Tang Ke's glory, half of the credit will belong to you. Those words sounded moving, but Zhang Yi collapsed to the ground, numb and unable to move. Only one word echoed in his mind: shock. It was more shocking than seeing a ghost. In his previous life, he had experienced countless apocalyptic dangers and witnessed many people turning against each other for personal gain. He had seen plenty of betrayals, like those of Yu Yu and Li Xiaod, but he had never been this stunned, because he had never truly trusted them. Only Tang Ke's betrayal shattered all his trust. The betrayal of his closest comrade was too hard to accept, weighing him down into prolonged despair. He had once fantasized about becoming an official player, growing stronger alongside Tang Ke, and the two of them rising together to dominate the scene. He couldn't understand why Tang Ke, who had shared hardships with him, was unwilling to share prosperity. As Guan Ling once said, the why of this world often holds no real meaning. Zhang Yi's gaze fell back on Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming, who were trembling in fear. After a moment of silence, he left voluntarily, just like the earth-shaking armored bear that had once threatened his and Tang Ke's lives. It took quite a while for Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming to calm their breathing, their chests heaving violently as if they had narrowly escaped death. Their vision was obstructed, leaving them clueless about what had happened. They only felt lucky to have survived, their hearts filled with joy. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, slipped into a concealed bush and quickly entered his private space. At this moment he had 2 goals. The first was to cultivate the alternate account of Zhang San. The second was to continue accumulating strength and making himself even stronger. He now firmly held the top spot on the combat power rankings, his strength easily overwhelming the second-place Luo Chongqing. But the forces behind the major guilds were far from simple. Luo Chongqing undoubtedly carried high-level life-saving items, and if he had spun the special roulette a few times, he might even possess artifacts capable of enforcing deadly rules. Not to mention, the exploration of the Endless Sea and the Beast Lairs would only demand increasingly higher levels of strength. As Zhang Yi calculated how to enhance himself, he glanced at his data panel. Name: Zhang Yi. Level: 10. Lifespan: 9,723 years and 128 days. Talent: none. Profession: none. Skills: Heart of the Brave, sea level. Poison resistance, sea level. Wings of Wind, sea level. Hurricane Wave, D level. Status: immune to all poisons, 3 days. Strength: 5,000.
Constitution, 5000.
Speed: 5,000. Mental power: 5,000. Combat power, 15 stars. Evidently, the attribute cap at level 10 is 5,000, which is exceptionally high. The conditions for reaching level 10 are also straightforward. A lifespan of at least 5,000 years and a total attribute sum of at least 50. The upgrade requirement is 100 times the current level's attribute cap. The conditions for leveling up in the first 5 levels are easy, but the requirements for the latter 5 levels increase sharply, demanding a lifespan of over 1,000 years and total attributes ranging from a dozen to 50. Levels not only set the baseline for strength but also impose an upper limit. Thus, the strength gap between players of the same level can be astonishingly large. Cross-level combat is quite common. Attributes and combat power are roughly converted at a ratio. Every 5 points of total attributes is approximately equal to 100 points of combat power, but the actual difference varies greatly due to talents, skills, and other factors. Experts value combat power over levels, and those with low attributes but high combat power are also sought after by major factions. Zhang Yi currently has 5,000 in all attributes, which, under normal conversion, should equate to 100,000 combat power. Combat power is calculated as 1 star per 10,000 points. With 15-star combat power, he roughly equates to 150,000. This number is extremely astonishing. Zhang Yi confidently stated that this strength was probably more than 10 times that of Luo Chongqing. In terms of combat power alone, he could easily crush Luo Chongqing. But this was still not enough. He then went to the public trading zone for another round of browsing. Although he had enjoyed himself here before, it now felt somewhat unsatisfying. The highest grade item was merely a blue roulette, and there wasn't even a shadow of a purple roulette. Zhang Yi decided to first increase his assets and strive to qualify for access to the VIP trading zone. He took out the 20 years' worth of currency he had earned from Liao Yuanfeng earlier and went on a spree, buying a large number of white and green roulettes, and even acquired a blue roulette. After consuming the longevity pill drawn from the blue roulette, his lifespan skyrocketed to over 14,000 years. Then, he used up all the white and green roulettes he had collected. The longevity pills and teleportation talismans he obtained were all put up for sale in the trading zone. This move was extremely audacious. But as a big shot across regions, why not be a little audacious? Zhang Yi ignored the commotion his actions caused in the trading zone and went straight to the forum to check the latest updates. At this moment, he discovered that Sun Hao drawing the longevity pill formula had triggered quite a few butterfly effects. He browsed through multiple posts in succession before piecing together the entire story. Initially, a core member of the Letian Club posted a thread fiercely accusing the Yinchuan Club of bullying the weak. They claimed that the Yinchuan Club had secretly kidnapped a player from the Letian Club who could refine longevity pills, locked them up, and forced them to refine pills for their own benefit. It was outright coercion and underhanded tactics. As soon as the post was published, voices questioning the arrogance and tyranny of the Yinchuan Club flooded in. People began listing various misdeeds of the Yinchuan Club in oppressing smaller players, and the atmosphere instantly exploded. The Yinchuan Club was immediately saddled with the blame, becoming the villainous bully of ordinary players. Even the law enforcement hall previously mentioned by the Qingchuan Guild and the Yellow River Guild was brought up, saying that this time they must step in to uphold justice, destroy the Silver Frost Club, and rescue the alchemist who was being controlled. At this moment, Sun Hao came forward to post, stating that he voluntarily joined the Silver Frost Club and had never been a puppet. But a group of players who had been misled refused to listen, insisting that he was threatened into making the post. These players were as stubborn as online bullies, making Zhang Yi recall the cyberbullying during the apocalypse. The overwhelming criticism of the Silver Frost Club also reminded Zhang Yi of the spring and autumn and warring states periods, where feuding lords would always find an excuse, a justifiable reason, before engaging in battle. Kidnapping alchemists and various tyrannical behaviors became the legitimate excuse for major forces to deal with the Silver Frost Club. Of course, the Silver Frost Club wasn't idle either, frequently posting clarifications, and Wei Lingshuang even personally stepped forward several times to respond. Just as this online war of words reached a stalemate, a firefighting post appeared. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw the post's title, Chong Jiao Yi, because I've been through the rain. I want to hold an umbrella for others. The title was quintessentially Chong Jiao Yi. She was indeed beautiful, though not to the point of being breathtaking, but her mind was exceptionally sharp. During university, she was an ambitious and inspirational goddess, and even while dating Zhang Yi, she didn't waste time on bags or cosmetics, spending most of her time in the library. Chong Jiao Yi also had a study account, where she posted beautifully written motivational quotes, earning her plenty of praise and fans. This time, her post continued her usual style, with words that were gentle yet powerful, narrating her experiences in a compelling manner. She shared that although she's now in the limelight and valued by the 4 major guilds, only she knows how difficult it was when she first obtained the longevity pill formula. She didn't boast about the greatness of the longevity pill but cautiously used the formula, step by step strengthening herself until she had the confidence to protect herself, daring to act boldly and gradually building her reputation. She emphasized her independent personality, unwilling to be a puppet alchemist, and that the path she walked was far from as easy as outsiders imagined. To achieve her current success, the longevity pill formula accounted for only 1%, while the remaining 99% was earned through her own efforts. She even quoted Edison's famous saying, delivering a wave of motivational inspiration. Rising in the apocalypse relies on 99% effort and 1% luck. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh as he read it, almost replying to her, but that 1% of luck is far more important than 99% of effort. Without the pill formula, no amount of hard work would matter. That said, Jiang Yi wasn't surprised at all by her words. In his previous life as a player, he had seen Chang Jiaoyi publicly emphasize effort and dedication, while deliberately downplaying the importance of the pill formula. This time was no exception. After this motivational speech, Chang Jiaoyi continued, it was precisely because she had experienced those difficult times herself that she understood the struggles of an alchemist in their early days. She had been through the rain, so she was willing to hold an umbrella for others. She decided to establish an alchemist alliance to unconditionally protect all alchemists in Jiang City. She hoped everyone could unite so that Jiang City would never again have puppet alchemists. Her words immediately gained the support of many alchemists. Although the longevity pill could only be refined by Chang Jiaoyi, there were still many alchemists in Jiang City who refined detox pills, rejuvenation pills, status pills, attribute pills, and so on. While not as precious as the longevity pill, these were essential for players to fight monsters and level up. Not only did she invite ordinary alchemists, but Chang Jiaoyi also specifically extended an invitation to the core figure of this incident, Sun Hao. She hoped that this second player capable of refining the longevity pill would join the alliance as soon as possible. If Sun Hao was truly being restricted by the Silver Frost Club, she hoped the club would release him. After Chang Jiaoyi's righteous post was published, players' criticism of the Silver Frost Club grew even more intense, urging Wei Lingshuang to release Sun Hao. Public opinion was entirely on Chang Jiaoyi's side. After reading the post, Sun Hao wavered. He began to doubt whether Wei Lingshuang had deceived him. Chang Jiaoyi didn't seem like a ruthless person. On the contrary, it seemed like Wei Lingshuang had fabricated lies to keep him under the control of the Silver Frost Club, using the guise of protection while actually imprisoning him. Wei Lingshuang noticed Sun Hao's hesitation and gritted her teeth in anger, about to refute him. But Sun Hao, as if receiving some message, fell silent for a moment before calmly saying, President Lingshuang, I appreciate your kindness, but after thinking it over, Chang Jiaoyi's public invitation for me to join the alliance doesn't seem like a blatant trap. If I were to die at her hands, wouldn't that ruin her reputation? Besides, you claim that Chang Jiaoyi has sabotaged other longevity pill refiners, but there's no evidence. Wei Lingshuang's expression changed. Sun Hao continued, although public opinion in the Doomsday game has limited impact, the entire forum is now condemning the Silver Frost Club. You should understand what that means. If I stay here, it will only harm the club further. These words left Wei Lingshuang speechless, her face darkening as she clenched her teeth. She recalled how she had always lost to Chang Jiaoyi during their university days, and her frustration grew. Wei Lingshuang wanted to find a way to persuade Sun Hao to stay, but he had already made up his mind and wouldn't listen. Moments ago, he had been speaking kindly, but now he suddenly said coldly, I've already made myself clear, President Lingshuang. If you still won't let me go, are you really planning to make me a puppet alchemist for your club? Just as the rumors say. Wei Lingshuang took a deep breath, fully aware that, despite her efforts to bring Sun Hao back to the city, public sentiment had already shifted in Chang Jiaoyi's favor. She could handle the external noise, but with Sun Hao's own resolve so firm, she was left with no options. Finally, Wei Lingshuang closed her eyes and compromised. Fine, you are a distinguished alchemist and have the freedom to choose. But don't think I'm deliberately slandering Chang Jiaoyi. What I said you should keep some doubts about. Lastly, I hope you make a post asking Chang Jiaoyi to meet you publicly and guarantee your safety. The condition was simple and Sun Hao immediately agreed. He quickly made a post asking Chang Jiaoyi to meet him and requested her to reply, swearing to ensure his safety. Sun Hao's post quickly became a hot topic, and he soon received a reply from Chang Jiaoyi. I'm not sure what Wei Lingshuang told you, but rest assured, here, in front of all the legitimate players, I promise to do my best to ensure your safety. However, I need to return from the beast world before I can personally come to meet you. Because of the post titled Having Been Through the Rain Myself, I want to hold an umbrella for others. Sun Hao's goodwill toward Chang Jiaoyi increased significantly. He immediately replied, No problem, I can wait. But neither Sun Hao, Wei Lingshuang, nor Zhang Yi, who was observing, knew that Chang Jiaoyi hadn't even entered the beast world yet. At this moment, she had just arrived at Qin Lake Park in the suburbs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was listing large quantities of longevity pills in the trading area, shocking the players and causing an uproar on the forums. The issue of Sun Hao's allegiance was instantly overshadowed, becoming the new focal point. Chang Jiaoyi, true to her name, had a cold and serene demeanor, like a mysterious moon goddess. Her gaze was fixed on her phone, which had transformed into a life wheel. Her water-blue pupils radiated a chill, and her expression was indifferent. She sent a message to Tang Ku. "I just got some reliable news." Tang Ku replied, "What is it?" Chang Jiaoyi typed, "Zhang Yi, he's still alive." The news shocked everyone. At this moment, Tang Ku and the other 3 guild leaders of the Chasing Moon Guild were at Wangjiang Pavilion, gazing toward the riverbank. He gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. In truth, Tang Ku had once regretted his actions. He and Zhang Yi had overcome challenges together, but later, he betrayed Zhang Yi and expanded on his own. At that time, he had felt guilty, like a beast, ashamed of what he had done to Zhang Yi. But people don't live in guilt forever. He began to justify himself psychologically, beautifying his actions, belittling Zhang Yi, finding a bunch of reasons for himself, rationalizing and legitimizing his behavior, even thinking he was completely right. After all, human nature is inherently selfish. Now, having witnessed the cruelty of the Apocalypse game, Tang Ku's guilt had completely faded. Instead, he felt that Zhang Yi was the one at fault, failing because he couldn't adapt to the apocalyptic environment. His regret turned into a deep sense of disappointment for not decisively cutting ties with Zhang Yi back then. Back then, he had only stabbed Zhang Yi in the lung and failed to eliminate him completely. Logically speaking, in that kind of environment, Zhang Yi's survival was almost impossible. Not to mention, his lifespan had reached its end due to the blue roulette draw. Zhang Yi had no chance to turn things around and posed no threat to Tang Ku. But now, the more mature and ruthless Tang Ku would certainly handle things more cleanly and efficiently. Sure enough, his lack of decisiveness back then led to an unexpected outcome. Zhang Yi was still alive. If it were just this piece of news, Tang Ku might not have taken it to heart. But now, the mysterious top-ranked player on the leaderboard was also named Zhang Yi, although rationality told him that this Zhang Yi was definitely a big shot from another region, completely unrelated to the old Zhang Yi. Yet Tang Ku couldn't shake off a nagging sense of unease. The Apocalypse game had made many people believe in fate, and Murphy's Law from psychology was frequently mentioned. The unexpected event you least want to encounter often ends up happening. Could it be? Tang Ku took a deep breath, his expression visibly tense. Just as he was about to reply to the message, Chang Jiaoyi sent another one. As you suspected, he was indeed working as a lifespan leech at the Lu Tian Club before. Last night, he joined the Lu Tian Club's suicide squad and took on a mission to find someone in the Qin Lake beast world. Tang Ku felt slightly relieved upon seeing the term lifespan leech, but his eyes immediately flickered as he asked, "When you replied to Sun Hao's post earlier, you mentioned you were in the beast world. Is it the Qin Lake beast world?" Chang Jiaoyi responded, "Yes, I just gathered some intelligence and was about to head down, about that mysterious figure who suddenly jumped to the top of the rankings. If I'm not mistaken, you feel as uneasy as I do." Tang Ku's expression darkened, and he remained silent. After a moment of silence, he suddenly replied calmly, "Premonition? You don't seriously think that the Zhang Yi who parachuted to the top of both rankings is the Zhang Yi we know, do you? This isn't a premonition. It's psychological. Are you still having nightmares every day, haunted by Zhang Yi's vengeful spirit?" Tang Ku spoke lightly, his tone laced with sarcasm and mockery, but he himself felt no ease in his heart. Chang Jiaoyi couldn't read his thoughts. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Whether it's a premonition or psychological, I have to confirm it myself."
Tang keskiviikko tiakled. Confirm.
"Are you planning to silence him?" Chang Jiaoyi didn't respond further. Tang Ku held his phone, suddenly recalling the promise he had made when he betrayed Zhang Yi. A sincere vow to avenge him, to kill Li Yaoping, and to kill Chang Jiaoyi. But the truth was, he had done nothing. The reason was simple. The white longevity pill casually refined by Chang Jiaoyi was far more important to him than a promise to a dead man. Li Yaoping had powerful backing. Tang Ku had no intention of clashing head-on with those forces for the sake of a dead man, someone he had personally killed. He put away his phone, his gaze distant, but his heart was anticipating the result of Chang Jiaoyi's confirmation. Not long after, Tang Ku was summoned by Luo Changqing to attend a meeting. The topic was the heated discussion sparked by Zhang Yi's mass sale of longevity pills. These were no ordinary refined longevity pills. They were products of the roulette. The quantity is ridiculously high, far more than just 1 or 2 pills. I guess he drew a special option from a special roulette. What kind of special option could mass-produce pills of roulette quality? This quantity is even more than what Chang Jiahui can refine. Could it be that he refined them himself? Are you kidding? The big shots exchanged their opinions one after another. Finally, they filtered out a somewhat logical explanation from all the impossibilities. Luo Chongqing pondered, tapped the table, and concluded. Perhaps he really drew a special pill formula from a special roulette. After mastering the formula, the pills he refines are no different in effect from those produced by the roulette. This explanation seemed quite reasonable. Beside him, Ji Yutong glanced sideways at Tang Ku and said with a smile, if someone could truly mass-produce longevity pills of roulette quality, should the guild reconsider its collaboration with Chang Jiahui? Tang Ku's expression remained unchanged. Luo Chongqing continued, changing the collaboration partner is unnecessary. The collaboration with Chang Jiahui must continue. If she can establish an alliance of alchemists, her status in Jiangqing will be immeasurable. This goddess is truly formidable. By comparison, that mysterious Jiang Yi. Luo Chongqing didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted by the honest Chang Yang beside him. That Jiang Yi. Could he possibly harm Chang Jiahui? Tang Ku felt a tightness in his chest upon hearing this. Even if it was just someone with the same name, it made him feel that fate had its own ingenious arrangements. Luo Chongqing didn't respond and continued. That mysterious Jiang Yi suddenly listing so many roulette-quality longevity pills for sale must be trying to quickly raise his value and gain access to the VIP trading zone. He even proactively inquired about special roulettes before. I guess he's looking to acquire something. The other three guild leaders listened and nodded in agreement. The public trading zone had a harsh environment. All the good stuff was in the VIP trading zone. While the others were pondering, Luo Chongqing suddenly took out his exclusive life disc and contacted Chen Yong from the Moonchasing Guild. Buy all the purple roulettes in the VIP trading zone. Chen Yong, who was in charge of acquisitions, was puzzled and replied, Boss, purple roulettes are of poor quality and expensive. Why buy them? Luo Chongqing said coldly, just do as I say. Chen Yong reluctantly agreed. All right then. After giving the instructions, he turned back to the other three guild leaders and continued speaking. In the chat channels and forums, many players think Jiang Yi crossed regions by traversing the Endless Sea. But I think that's highly unlikely. He is indeed strong, immediately taking the top spot on both the level and combat power rankings. Relying on just one person to cross the Endless Sea, I think it's impossible. If teammates went along, then why is no one else on the leaderboard? As soon as these words were spoken, the three guild leaders fell into deep thought once again. Luo Chongqing continued his analysis. No matter what method is used, the cost of crossing regions must be significant. He must have a reason. Either he has very important relatives in Jiangqing, or he can gain huge benefits from crossing regions. Or perhaps he couldn't survive in his original region. This last guess was the most far-fetched, yet it left the three in silence. Tang Ku's eyes flickered as he interjected. With his strength, if he really couldn't survive, then he must have been hunted down to the point of having no other choice. Luo Chongqing and Tang Ku exchanged a nod. I think so too. For Zhang Yinan to do something as drastic as crossing regions, he is definitely no ordinary person. My guess is, before midnight tonight, he will show up at Jiangtan for the meeting. At that time, you all. Luo Chongqing swept his gaze over the three.
Cheng Yang nodded solemnly.
Tang Ku fell into contemplation. Ji Yutong chuckled lightly and said, We're not fools. Luo Chongqing, however, stared at Ji Yutong and said seriously, I'm not worried about the other two, just you. Don't use those strange abilities recklessly on Jiang Yi. You can save yourself, but he has plenty of deadly moves too. Ji Yutong's smile faded, and he agreed, I won't cause trouble when the time comes. Meanwhile, the Zhuiwei Guild was fervently speculating and preparing for the cross-regional Jiang Yi. While Jiang Yi remained completely unaware in the nest space, he had added some furniture and simply arranged the nest space. Though the space was small, a single bed and a table with chairs already filled it up. But it didn't matter. He had a green-quality space watch with ample storage space. While enjoying a feast, Jiang Yi thought, the big shot in his previous life who used the nest space to snatch auction items must have upgraded the space. Otherwise, staying in it for years would be more torturous than prison. At least in prison, there are cellmates to talk to. In such a small space, the loneliness would drive one insane. As for upgrading the nest space, perhaps he could explore the city of 10,000 races when the opportunity arises. After dinner, he took a quick shower, lay down comfortably, and checked the trading zone again. When he had previously listed the cursed roulette for sale, The comment section was filled with insults. But this time, big shot, big shot. Are you Jiang Yi, the #1 on the cross-regional level leaderboard? I'm your long-lost little sister. My cutesy voice is super adorable. Jiang Yi brother? What big shot? What brother? You people are so embarrassing. Dad, don't be fooled. I'm your long-lost obedient daughter. Dad, this apocalypse game is too hard. Please transfer some living expenses. No, make that longevity pills for your baby. Whimpering QAQ. The few people upstairs pretending to be girls even more than the big shot. Truly eye-burning. Hey. Bigger than Jiang Yi, the big shot? What are you implying? Apart from these attempts to connect and flatter, some people asked him why he had so many longevity pill roulette wheels. Some asked why he crossed regions to come to Jiang City. Some asked if he could sell longevity pills at a cheaper price or trade them for goods. Jiang Yi glanced at the replies about trading goods but had no interest in responding. Without wasting words, he continued sweeping through the trading zone for roulette wheels. During this sweep, he discovered a problem. Previously, the roulette wheels listed in the public trading zone had high color grades, but their prices weren't necessarily high, because although blue roulette wheels had more advanced options, the lifespan cost was also greater. White roulette wheels only required the payment of 1 year of lifespan. In the current market, there were indeed people willing to gamble a year of their fate for a chance. But who would risk 100 years of lifespan on those blue trash roulette wheels? Even the top experts on the longevity rankings wouldn't dare to squander their lives like that. In the past, the selling price of blue roulette wheels was even lower than that of white ones, unless they contained life card upgrades or rare pill formulas and other valuable items, in which case the price would be slightly higher. But now, it seemed that due to Jiang Yi's earlier large-scale purchases, the market had been completely disrupted, and the price of blue trash roulette wheels had skyrocketed absurdly. Jiang Yi frowned slightly and glanced at his trading account. Thanks to selling longevity pills, his current wealth had exceeded 10,000 life coins, and his level had risen to level 10, reaching the threshold for the VIP trading zone. Upon entering, he found that not a single purple roulette wheel was listed for sale, and blue roulette wheels, regardless of quality, were all priced very high. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi decisively chose to anonymously list items for sale in the VIP trading zone. Anonymous. White longevity pill, perfect quality. Times 10 purple wheel, times 10. After completing the transaction, he bought a few more blue wheels for the lottery and then exited the nest space. His sudden appearance this time startled the people around him. Guanling immediately became alert, her spear tip glowing red-hot, almost striking out. Seeing it was Jiang Yi, she paused for a moment and asked in surprise, "A teleportation talisman? Are you in trouble?" Jiang Yi didn't respond, merely scanning the three people beside Guanling with a calm gaze. Guanling didn't mention his use of the teleportation talisman and directly introduced them. "These are the 3 helpers I found. They're all official players." She first pointed to a short, dark-skinned man dressed in black. "His name is..." Before Guanling could finish, the short man interrupted. "Zuin, Zhu as in ancestor, and as in safety. Say it quickly, and it sounds like prophet. Just call me Prophet God." Jiang Yi was taken aback but humored him with a rare acknowledgement. "Zuin God." Zuin's expression darkened, though his complexion made it hard to tell. Guanling stifled a laugh and added, "Prophet God is a top expert from the Blood Swallow Club, with resistance to poison and skills specialized against toxins." Zuin remained silent, unwilling to say more. Guanling then pointed to a tall, thin boy wearing glasses. "This is Scholar God, Shang Qinghua, the top science student in Jiangcheng 2 years ago." This academic prodigy exuded an air of intellect, adjusted his glasses, and maintained a stern expression. He is also a member of the Blood Swallow Club. Although his rank is not high, his strength is impressive, and he possesses powerful fire-type skills. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. Finally, Guanling glanced at Jiang Yi and said in a calm voice, "This is Du Yuanzi, a formal member of your Lu Tian Club." Du Yuanzi sized up Jiang Yi and responded, "You're Jiang Yi? From the Lu Tian Club's Daredevil Squad." The 3 people's expressions suddenly turned peculiar.
Jiang Yi silently nodded.
Du Yuanzi frowned and said, "You might want to consider changing your name." Jiang Yi shrugged, showing indifference. Clearly, Guanling didn't dare to mention her act of snatching Liao Yuanfeng's teleportation charm. The look she gave Jiang Yi was also a hint for him to keep quiet.
Jiang Yi naturally complied.
At this moment, a tense voice suddenly sounded from not far away.
Jiang Yi.
Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, knowing it was the hiding spot of Luoshan and Zhou Yiming, though Guanling and the others were unaware. Everyone immediately tensed up and cautiously approached. Upon getting closer, Guanling was the first to discover Zhou Yiming. She quickly pulled Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming out from the thorny bushes where they were hiding. The two were covered in wounds, their faces distorted by the torment of toxins, looking utterly miserable. Luo Shan was still somewhat conscious and barely able to speak, but Zhou Yiming had already fallen into a coma. Guanling quickly fed Zhou Yiming the rejuvenation pill and detoxification pill, while unable to resist cursing Luo Shan. "Don't you have a BGM speaker? Why didn't you take it out to use? It has background music that restores your state." Upon hearing this, Luo Shan almost burst into tears. He felt utterly aggrieved. "As soon as I teleported to this ferocious beast world, I fell down a slope. The sky was dark, and I couldn't see anything at all. I have no idea where the speaker rolled off to. I could only grope my way forward, and ended up poisoned. Luckily, I didn't find the speaker but stumbled upon Zhou Yiming lying on the ground. When I first touched him, he could still respond, so I confirmed it was him. But now, I don't even know how much time has passed. Zhou Yiming has already stopped breathing, probably dead. Such bad luck." Luo Shan spoke haltingly, clearly both angry and aggrieved. Guanling helplessly handed him a Funii Ming pill and an ice silk fruit. After taking the medicine, Luo Shan finally regained his vision and could see his surroundings. When he saw Jiang Yi, he almost looked at him like a long-lost relative, his eyes welling up. But upon noticing the few big shots beside Jiang Yi, he immediately restrained his excitement and dared not say much. Guanling fed Zhou Yiming 2 pills and then gave him a white longevity pill. Injured players also recover significantly after taking a longevity pill. Sure enough, Zhou Yiming slowly opened his eyes, and Guanling fed him a Funii Ming pill and an ice silk fruit. After a while, Zhou Yiming finally saw his surroundings clearly. When he saw Guanling and the 2 members of the Blood Swallow Club, he immediately perked up. "Guanling, Zun, Shang Qinghua, where's Wang Shuyan? I want to see her. To hell with the Green Bay Group. I'll wipe out their ancestors for 18 generations. They must die a miserable death." His eyes turned red with agitation. As soon as he regained his composure, he couldn't help but shout about settling scores with the Green Bay Group. Guanling frowned and patiently said, "The Green Bay Group has already been wiped out. You're now in the beast world. Wang Shuyan didn't come in. She has something to handle. Beast world." Zhou Yiming looked around, his face instantly turning pale, and his arrogance diminished significantly. But he still frowned and asked, "Why didn't Wang Shuyan come? What could be more important than my safety?" Guanling paused for a moment and said, "She has to take full responsibility for the beast tide you drew away." Zhou Yiming wanted to say something, but Guanling interrupted directly. "The situation here is special. Let's first figure out a way to get you back." Zhou Yiming wasn't actually stupid, but having been a celebrity, overly pampered, he had long become arrogant and unreasonable, with no respect for others. He could put on a facade in front of the camera, but his inherent flaws were unchangeable. Seeing the expressions of Guanling and the others, he shut his mouth and muttered, "Fine. I hope you can get me back safely as soon as possible." Zhuan Monk and Qinghua nodded without saying much. Du Yuan's expression was a bit complicated, but considering Zhou Yiming's backing and Wang Shuyan's love-struck tendencies, he didn't say anything either. The group decided to head back to the swamp area to check the situation. Along the way, Luo Shan's gaze swept the ground, and he unknowingly found his BGM speaker. He suddenly became happy. Just as he was holding the speaker and grinning foolishly, he noticed the swamp's edge had calmed down, but on the ground lay a pile of human remains. "Take that is." He swallowed hard and exclaimed in shock, "I see. The uniform of the Ledian Club." It was the uniform distributed by Liao Yuanfeng when they went on missions. The very same uniform he and Jiang Yi were wearing. But many of the uniforms on those corpses had been torn to shreds. Luo Shan's face turned pale, as if he was truly feeling the cruelty of this apocalyptic game for the first time. The mortality rate was no longer just a cold statistic. It was now a collection of vivid, flesh and blood lives. Among these corpses, it was very likely that his teammates Zhang Peng and Li Xiao were there. Zhou Yiming seemed to realize something, and his face also turned pale, his arrogant demeanor fading significantly. Guanling and the others remained calm, especially since they hadn't seen Liao Yuanfeng alive. Guanling's mood improved even more. After a brief discussion, they concluded that the toxic gas was highly dangerous. If they set fire near the swamp, it might explode, so they had to keep their distance. However, Shang Qinghua's fire-based skills were insufficient, so Jiang Yi suggested using a long-range arrow to ignite the fire. Luo Shan happened to have a compound bow. Once everything was ready, the group moved away from the miasma-filled swamp. Jiang Yi stood upright, drew the bow, and prepared to shoot. The arrow was fully drawn, but his gaze suddenly shifted toward the depths of the forest. Guanling followed his gaze and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is someone attacking?" Zhang Yi frowned, thought for a moment, then shook his head and withdrew his gaze, refocusing on setting the swamp ablaze. Elsewhere, under a towering ancient tree some distance from Zhang Yi, Chang Jiaoyi pressed her back tightly against the tree trunk. Her expression was cold and slightly stiff, her heartbeat racing, and her mind buzzing. Zhang Yi was still alive, and he looked fine. This complex feeling left her at a loss. Just now, as she watched Zhang Yi draw his bow from afar, a lyric she had once copied down as a motivational streamer suddenly came to mind. "Farewell, young man who draws the bow, unafraid of time, unafraid of the wind." This lyric unexpectedly fits Zhang Yi's demeanor so well.
Chang Viao admiret Viang Yi.
His upright posture resembled a pine tree standing tall in the cold winter, exuding a clear conscience from head to toe. This aura made him incredibly charismatic. He was like this in the past, and he still is now. She tried hard to suppress her complicated emotions, took out her phone, and sent a message to Tang Ke. "If I don't come back alive, it must be because Zhang Yi killed me." Inside Wangjiang Pavilion, Tang Ke's pupils contracted sharply, but he feigned calmness and replied, "What do you mean?" Chang Jiaoyi replied indifferently, "I saw Zhang Yi." Tang Ke anxiously waited but didn't receive any further details, so he had to ask again. And then, Chang Jiaoyi didn't respond again. The ominous feeling in Tang Ke's heart grew stronger, his heartbeat quickened, and he found it hard to stay calm. Suddenly, he gripped his phone tightly, closed his eyes for a moment, then stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed on the distant river. The high-ranking members of the 4 major guilds were stationed at the riverbank, and a ferry was docked on the water. That was the entrance to the endless sea realm of the beast world. When the apocalypse first descended, some people tried to escape from there, only to be teleported to the beast world. Only by taking a boat could one avoid being teleported, which was why this exploration mission for level 10 players relied on ships. At this moment, many level 10 players had already gathered on the ferry. This was just the first batch, mostly cannon fodder. Tang Ke suddenly dashed toward the riverbank while sending a message to Luo Chongqing. "I plan to personally join this batch of endless sea exploration." Luo Chongqing, busy with guild affairs, was stunned upon receiving the message and replied with 3 question marks.
Tang Keskivi corresponded.
Those solo players are not easy to deal with. The Qingchuan Guild and the Yellow River Guild have both sent level 10 experts to join the exploration. Given the current situation, the Zhiwa Guild is indeed the strongest in terms of power, but in terms of credibility and influence, it's far inferior to those 2 major guilds. Luo Chongqing didn't believe a word of it. He understood Tang Ke and knew he wasn't the type to feign nobility for the sake of the guild's image. After a moment of silence, Luo Chongqing asked bluntly, "Be honest, what's the real reason?" Tang Ke thought for a moment and finally answered, "That Zhang Yi who suddenly appeared on the ranking list. It's very likely someone I know." Luo Chongqing's eyes widened upon hearing this. "You knew him and didn't say earlier? We've been speculating about what kind of style this mysterious big shot has." But he quickly calmed down and asked, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Tang Ke replied, "A life and death grudge, impossible to reconcile." Luo Chongqing's expression instantly darkened. He thought to himself, if Zhang Yi really had a grudge against Tang Ke, would he vent his anger on the Zhiwa Guild, or even on him personally? More importantly, Zhang Yi had only responded to his recruitment request, even though the question was merely about the special roulette. But could it be that his appearance this time was actually for revenge? Luo Chongqing became restless, itching to grab Tang Ke and demand a clear explanation. However, before he could speak, Tang Ke added, "Don't worry too much. It might not necessarily be the Zhang Yi I know, because the one I know didn't cross regions. Want to know his personality? I'll just say, before facing a life and death feud, he was quite upright. After that, I don't know. That's all. I hope to see him again someday." The words sounded like a farewell. Indeed, this is the modern version of "The wind howls cold at E River. The hero departs never to return." The dangers of exploring the endless sea are even greater than those faced by the first batch of daredevils exploring the beast world. Luo Chongqing initially doubted Tang Ke was overthinking, especially since he said that Zhang Yi hadn't crossed regions. But now, thinking about it, if it were just wild speculation, would it scare Tang Ke enough to risk his life and venture into the endless sea first? This shows that Tang Ke had already concluded in his heart. The opportunities in the endless sea are far greater than the hope of surviving from Zhang Yi. So who was wrong in the end? The big shot who claimed to have crossed regions actually didn't? Then how did he manage to parachute into the top of the level rankings? Luo Chongqing furrowed his brows tightly, his mood growing heavier. Tang Ku wasn't sure if he had made a wrong judgment either. Perhaps he was just scaring himself and would ultimately die in the endless sea. But along the way, his intuition had saved him countless times. This time, he still had a strong feeling. Danger is closing in. On the other side, Zhang Yi aimed at the swamp with a burning arrow and shot. Luo Shan was almost useless in the team, and his only comfort was that Zhang Yi was also here. But soon, he noticed something unusual. The way Guanling spoke to Zhang Yi was completely unlike the tone of a big shot addressing a weakling. What surprised him even more was Zhang Yi's archery range was astonishingly far. As the arrow sliced through the air, Luo Shan suddenly realized Zhang Yi had rapidly transformed, becoming extraordinarily powerful. The flaming arrow accurately pierced the distant swamp shrouded in miasma. Sure enough, the toxic miasma was extremely flammable. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, followed by continuous blasts. The entire miasma-filled swamp was ablaze, with explosions echoing one after another. Even though they were far away, they could feel wave after wave of heat rushing toward them. The birds and beasts in the forest were startled and fled in panic, while poisonous insects scattered in all directions. The forest surrounding the swamp instantly descended into chaos. Guanling's face turned pale as she stared at the explosions and urgently urged, "The explosions are getting stronger. Retreat quickly." Zhuan and the others also sensed the danger and began preparing to withdraw. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The crowd shouted, and chaos erupted instantly. Hiding behind a towering ancient tree in the distance, Chang Jiaoyi anxiously thought about getting those people to retreat. But when she looked around, she realized Zhang Yi was gone.
Liang Yi?
Where is he? A string in her mind suddenly tightened, and tension, unease, and fear quickly overwhelmed her. Chang Jiaoyi, who could use her visual enhancement skill, scanned the chaos with her sharp eyes, but the unease in her heart finally became reality. A chill suddenly pressed against the back of her head, and her entire body froze. A voice that had once made her heart flutter, but now filled her with fear, came from behind. "Darling, are you looking for me?" Bang bang. Chang Jiaoyi's heart pounded violently, not sinking but surging into her throat. Her entire body tensed, feeling as if death was right behind her.
Zhang Yi.
She called out in a trembling voice. "Yes, it's me." Zhang Yi's voice remained relaxed, as if greeting an old friend. He was at ease because, in this apocalyptic game world, only the strong could afford to be. Chang Jiaoyi swallowed slightly and cautiously turned around. Zhang Yi didn't stop her, nor did he immediately shoot an arrow through her head, which made her feel slightly relieved. After turning around, she saw Zhang Yi's crossbow aimed directly at her forehead. Although tense, she tried her best to maintain a calm exterior. Her cold gaze locked onto Zhang Yi, but her voice softened slightly. "So, you noticed me earlier?" Zhang Yi smiled and gripped the crossbow. "Yes, you made me very happy. Your ability to act is still as impressive as ever. I remember you once said something inspiring. With courage and action, nothing is impossible." He spoke casually, as if reminiscing, without resentment or insults. If it weren't for the crossbow aimed at her forehead, Chang Jiaoyi might have thought he still loved her. Her gaze shifted, and she looked at him deeply. "You still remember?" But Zhang Yi. Her voice was gentle yet resolute. "The bravest thing I've ever done in my life was to pursue you actively. This doesn't align with my character, but it aligns with my heart."
Liang Yi Siket.
Chang Jiaoyi truly lived up to her name. Even in the face of life and death, she remained proud and composed, like a cold and distant moon goddess, never bowing her head to cry. He even thought, if there ever came a day when she cried and knelt to beg for mercy, that would truly be unexpected. With a smirk, he said sarcastically, "I thought the bravest thing you did was stealing the recipe for the longevity pill?" Chang Jiaoyi's expression stiffened slightly, but Zhang Yi saw the real reason and casually toyed with a silver-black compass in his hand. "What's wrong? The teleportation stone in your hand? You can't use it anymore. Can you?" Chang Jiaoyi's gaze suddenly fell on the item in his hand. Anti-space domain compass. It was imitating her tone. He said with a smile, "Thank you for delivering yourself to me from so far away and even amusing me before your death. As a reward, I'll tell you this. I'm very familiar with you, sometimes even more than you know yourself. Chang Jiaoyi, you're no cold and aloof moon goddess. No matter how beautiful or perfect you appear on the outside, deep down, you know just how filthy you are." Zhang Yi let out a mocking sigh and said, "Once again, I've cleaned up the filth of the mortal world." As soon as he finished speaking, the arrow in his hand shot out swiftly. The arrowhead pierced through Chang Jiaoyi's forehead with brutal force. Given Zhang Yi's strength, Chang Jiaoyi would need an extremely high constitution to survive such a fatal blow. Otherwise, she would have died instantly. But surprisingly, the arrow met no resistance as it shot out, no shield, no life-saving measures were used. Then, her corpse transformed into a mass of eerie black gas, gradually dissipating. All that was left on the ground was a single coin. Jiang Yi picked up the coin, a trace of a satisfied smile appearing in his eyes. It was an exclusive fate disc. Every official player receives one upon leveling up. By rule, once a fate disc is bound, it cannot be damaged or dropped. Previously, he had seen Wusu die without dropping anything, and in the early days of the Apocalypse game, some people even tried to dig into official players' heads to obtain their fate discs, but they never succeeded. But now, he was actually holding Chang Jiaoyi's exclusive fate disc in his hand. Clearly, the rules had made an exception. He recalled that future experts had summarized the Apocalypse game's rules into basic rules and special rules. Basic rules were general game constraints, such as fate discs not being droppable. Special rules, however, superseded them, due to the existence of special roulette wheels. The items drawn from these special wheels were also called rule items. Chang Jiaoyi's fate disc was clearly influenced by some special item. Thinking back to the Black Mist earlier, Jiang Yi remembered a legendary special item called the Scapegoat. As he pondered, his eyes lit up, excitement surged, and he leapt onto the branch of a tall ancient tree nearby. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated, abandoned building in Jiangxing, overgrown with weeds and eerily sinister, a 5-meter-tall ferocious beast had taken over the place, and no one dared to approach. But shortly after Chang Jiaoyi's death, faint sounds began emanating from a worn coffin in a large pit beneath the abandoned building.
Xiong Yi.
The voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. It was Chang Jiaoyi's voice. However, the giant beast suddenly transformed into a 2-meter-tall burly humanoid. He leapt from the top of the abandoned building and landed beside the pit, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The burly man looked somewhat dim-witted, hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the old coffin and called out, "Master!" A weak voice came from inside the coffin. "Open it!" "Yes." The burly man's voice carried a hint of excitement. His movements were clumsy yet resolute. He used a special blade to cut through the sealing runes on the coffin and then pushed the lid open. Inside the coffin lay none other than Chang Jiaoyi. The burly man happily called out "Master" again, but Chang Jiaoyi's face was terrifyingly grim. She didn't die, but the cost was immense. The moment Jiang Yi took out the forbidden space compass, Chang Jiaoyi knew Jiang Yi wanted her dead without mercy. The forbidden space compass not only prevented her from escaping with spatial tools but also blocked her from using any life-saving methods. If her life-saving tool merely allowed her to resurrect on the spot, Jiang Yi would guard her corpse, kill her again after she revived, and repeat the cycle effortlessly. If she could teleport, she would still be completely sealed by the forbidden space field. In short, as long as her life-saving methods were ordinary, death was inevitable. But fortunately, Chang Jiaoyi had a special life-saving tool, a scapegoat. This tool allowed her to resurrect at a preset location of the scapegoat after death. It seemed ordinary but was actually extremely powerful. When erased by rules, other resurrection tools would fail, but the scapegoat could bypass the rules and ensure her rebirth. In the later stages of the Apocalypse game, such life-saving cards were extremely rare and held immense value at critical moments. But now, in the early stages of the game, when most players hadn't even changed professions, Chang Jiaoyi had already used up this crucial trump card. Worse still, the scapegoat had a fatal flaw. Upon resurrection, she had to reveal her exclusive fate disc. This meant she would regress from a formal player to an informal one, losing all player functionalities. Her talents, skills, and attributes were all gone, and her data panel reverted to factory settings. Although theoretically, she could retrieve her exclusive fate disc and regain her strength, it was almost impossible. Chang Jiaoyi suspected that Jiang Yi already had her fate disc in his possession. Asking him to return it was completely out of the question. Proud as she was, she would never lower herself to beg. Moreover, even if she knelt, it wouldn't bring back the fate disc. Jiang Yi would only mock her or worse, kill her again. Taking a deep breath, Chang Jiaoyi decided it was better to let Jiang Yi believe she was dead. The special roulette is too rare. Even though Jiang Yi is powerful, he couldn't possibly know about the existence of a scapegoat. Even if he suspects she isn't dead, as long as the 3 major rankings updated at midnight tonight no longer show her name, all official players will believe she is dead. Jiang Yi thinks she is dead, and perhaps those grudges will gradually dissipate. Chang Jiaoyi's expression grew complicated. She recalled Jiang Yi's casual words before her death. Did he really think so little of her? One strike to settle it, without any hesitation? If he occasionally remembers her in the future, remembers all their past moments, will Jiang Yi regret it? Chang Jiaoyi herself didn't know. But now, she felt a tinge of regret in her heart. Back then, in order to become stronger, she stole Zhang Yi's longevity pill formula, which indeed brought her brief glory and status. But now, because of Zhang Yi's appearance, all her efforts have turned to nothing. She lost the ability to refine the longevity pill, which was bound to her exclusive fate disc, and the fate disc was gone as well. The Alchemist Alliance is likely never to be rebuilt. The glory she had worked so hard to seize is all about to collapse. In Chang Jiao's heart, there was inevitably a sense of bitterness and grievance. But she was by no means a weak person. She closed her eyes, the gloomy light of the sky falling on her stern face, making her appear even more striking. When she opened her eyes, those eyes had regained their usual cold arrogance and resilience. Regret? Never. Chang Jiaoyi told herself that the word regret simply didn't exist in her dictionary. Although she had lost everything, like the rebirth of a female emperor in a fantasy novel, she wasn't left with nothing. Her official player status was gone, but her items remained, and her loyal attendant Xiongji was still by her side. She still had the capital to rise again. After adjusting her emotions, she immediately took out a green longevity pill and an upgraded life token from her spatial ring. These were the backup plans she had prepared for herself earlier. Without hesitation, she used them, quickly regaining her status as a formal player. Her level reset to 0, becoming level 1. Her friends list was cleared, and her attributes were pitifully low. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out of the coffin. Beside her, Xiongji showed no sign of sensing his master's despondency and was foolishly happy. Chang Jiaoyi waved her hand to summon a car and instructed Xiongji, "Drive to the Silver Frost Club." In a residential area in the city center, the territory of the Silver Frost Club. A black Maybach was parked at the entrance. Wei Lingshuang received word from her subordinates that Chang Jiaoyi had personally come to pick up Sun Hao, and she paused for a moment. She knew that if Chang Jiaoyi could track Zhang Yi, she could do the same. Thus, both she and Zhang Yi had deduced that the beast world Chang Jiaoyi referred to was the Qinhai beast world Zhang Yi had visited. Wei Lingshuang had once suspected that Zhang Yi might be the mysterious top player on the leaderboard, but she always felt that it was highly unlikely. And now, Chang Jiaoyi had actually emerged from that beast world. This meant, when Wei Lingshuang personally escorted Sun Hao to the residential area, she glanced at the black Maybach. In the driver's seat was a burly man she had never seen before, as fierce and imposing as a bear, not someone to be trifled with. His gaze carried a sense of determination, yet it also seemed somewhat naive and foolish. Chang Jiaoyi sat in the passenger seat, her face expressionless, showing no intention of getting out of the car. She slowly rolled down the window and greeted indifferently, "Long time no see." Wei Lingshuang stood outside the car, silent for a moment, then frowned and said in a deep voice, "You killed Zhang Yi." These words were spoken with absolute confidence. Chang Jiaoyi's expression shifted slightly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She smiled coldly, her voice indifferent. "Who's Zhang Yi? I don't know him." Wei Lingshuang's gaze turned icy, and the two stared at each other for a few seconds. Suddenly, she let out a cold laugh, filled with disdain and mockery. But she didn't say much more directly. Chang Jiaoyi was powerful, and the man beside her, Xiongji, was not to be trifled with either. Although Wei Lingshuang was on the righteous side, she understood the dynamics of power well, so she refrained from pressing further. She turned slightly and whispered to Sun Hao, "Let's hope you won't regret your choice." Sun Hao felt conflicted. It seemed Zhang Yi was indeed extraordinary, not simple at all. But now none of that mattered anymore. If Wei Lingshuang was right that Zhang Yi was already dead, Sun Hao, who didn't have a deep relationship with Zhang Yi, felt no sadness. As for Zhang Yi being killed by Chang Jiaoyi, in the apocalypse, what does it matter if a strong person kills a weak one? He didn't dislike Chang Jiaoyi because of this. Instead, he still chose to get into her car. The black Maybach quickly started and disappeared at the end of the street. Wei Lingshuang watched the car drive away gracefully, a trace of gloom flashing in her eyes. On the other side, Sun Hao sat in the back seat of the car, brimming with excitement. Not only had he just joined Chang Jiaoyi's faction, but he was also particularly optimistic about her idea of forming an alchemist alliance. As he sat there, he spoke enthusiastically. If the alchemist alliance can really be established and bring all the alchemists in Jiang City together, then in the future all the pills in Jiang City will be monopolized by the alliance. The status of alchemists will skyrocket. Sun Hao could hardly imagine how prestigious alchemists would become. Basic pills like the rejuvenation pill and detoxification pill will see their prices soar. Alchemists will only need to focus on refining pills without taking risks, and their development will be incredibly fast. He had already painted a bright future for the Alchemist Alliance in his mind. Chang Jiaoyi, sitting in the front passenger seat, smiled and dampened his enthusiasm. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Major forces will still train their own alchemists. The reason I could bring you out is, first, because the Silver Frost Club isn't strong enough, and second, because public opinion helped. As for the alchemists of the Qingchuan Guild, I can't poach them at all. So, at most, the Alliance can monopolize the independent and small-scale alchemists. Sun Hao remained excited. That's good enough. Chang Jiaoyi also smiled, clearly holding high hopes for the Alliance's future. In fact, before losing everything, she had truly planned to manage this alliance well, with Sun Hao as one of its initial pillars. She had no intention of killing him. But now, after experiencing a journey through the Qinghai Beast world, all her dreams had vanished like smoke, leaving nothing behind. Although she had felt uneasy when entering the Qinghai Beast world, she had never expected Zhang Yi to become a top-tier powerhouse on the combat rankings. Clearly, the information she had gathered said Zhang Yi was a useless, lifespan parasite. How could things turn out like this? The current situation was a complete mess, and Chang Jiaoyi had utterly miscalculated. She closed her eyes, suppressing the negative emotions in her heart. Another 10 minutes passed. The Maybach stopped beside a dilapidated, abandoned building. Sun Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. He knew Changzhou's base shouldn't be in such a grim place. While he was feeling puzzled, Chang Jiaoyi smiled and said, "Before we head to the base, I have something to tell you. If it's convenient, shall we add each other as friends first?" Sun Hao thought for a moment and nodded. To him, as long as Chang Jiaoyi truly intended to establish the Alchemist Alliance, she wouldn't kill him. They should be partners in mutual interest. He took out the phone transformed from his fate disk, ready to add her as a friend. But Chang Jiaoyi gently smiled and said, "No need to go through all that trouble. Formal players can add each other as friends just by shaking hands." Sun Hao felt a bit embarrassed, thinking he was inexperienced, and proactively extended his hand to shake hers. But at that moment, a sudden sharp pain pierced his palm. Sun Hao panicked, feeling Changzhou tighten her grip on his hand. Panic and fear surged in his heart instantly. He abruptly flung her hand away, his face pale, and demanded, "What did you do to me?" Chang Jiaoyi smiled calmly. "Nothing." Her voice was relaxed, carrying a touch of gentleness. But Sun Hao clutched his chest as a severe, stabbing pain suddenly struck. What on earth was happening? She added, "Don't worry. I publicly promised not to kill you." Sun Hao's sharp gaze was like staring at a demon. Chang Jiaoyi was unfazed and calmly explained, "But, have you ever heard of the puppet string gu? From now on, your life and fate are under my control." She still smiled, but there was a hint of regret in her heart. This puppet string gu should have been reserved for someone more valuable. But now, Chang Jiaoyi had nothing left, not even the ability to refine the most basic white longevity pills. So she could only grit her teeth and use the puppet string gu to control Sun Hao. Things could only progress to this point. Besides her attendant Xiong Ji, Sun Hao was now another person she could trust. Strangely enough, the longevity pill formula she held was extracted by Zhang Yi, and now Sun Hao, who could refine longevity pills, was also indirectly brought about by Zhang Yi. Fate was truly sharp and ironic. Chang Jiaoyi sighed inwardly, her gaze falling back on Sun Hao. At this moment, his entire body was stiff, and his face was deathly pale. Sun Hao, of course, knew about the puppet string gu, but he never expected Chang Jiaoyi to dare use it on him. Even more unexpected was that the words in that post, "Having been through the rain, I hold an umbrella for others," were all lies. This woman, as Wei Lingshuang had said, was indeed a venomous and ruthless snake. Sun Hao suddenly recalled the moment he parted ways with Chang Jiaoyi, and Wei Lingshuang's words, "I hope you won't regret your choice." Those words now pierced his heart. He regretted it completely. He regretted believing Chang Jiaoyi's nonsense, regretted not seeing her true nature. He should have trusted Wei Lingshuang and stayed at the Silver Frost Club. At least then, he would have been free and not reduced to her alchemy puppet. As Sun Hao was consumed by regret and guilt for betraying Wei Lingshuang's goodwill, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his mind snapped like a taut string breaking with a twang. A mouthful of poisonous blood spurted out. Even Chang Jiaoyi hadn't anticipated this scene. In his final moments, Sun Hao finally understood Wei Lingshuang's words, "I hope you won't regret your choice," were not a simple warning but the dying hint of someone on the brink of death. Chang Jiaoyi and Wei Lingshuang. They were both incredibly ruthless. No wonder they say the most venomous thing is a woman's heart. Unfortunately, Sun Hao realized this too late. Before his pupils dilated completely, he saw Chang Jiaoyi frantically feeding him antidote pills, but it was all in vain. Sun Hao was dead. Elsewhere, in the world of the Qinghai beasts, on the branch of a towering ancient tree, Zhang Yi watched Chang Jiaoyi anxiously administering medicine and nearly laughed himself off the tree. "Ha ha ha! This is too funny. Wei Lingshuang wanted to ruin Chang Jiaoyi by poisoning Sun Hao, but she ended up completely destroying her comeback plan. Jiang Yi hadn't expected that the spy eye he had secretly used on Chang Jiaoyi could transfer along with the rebirth after death item to her. He didn't fully understand the mechanics, but since the items on Chang Jiaoyi could return with her through rebirth, it wasn't surprising that the spy eye followed suit. Being able to witness this drama through the spy eye, Jiang Yi was overjoyed and even felt like shouting at the flustered Chang Jiaoyi. "Come on, darling. Give it your 99% effort. Don't let me down." Just as he was so delighted he almost burst into laughter. The branch beneath him suddenly shook and flung him down hard. Not only that, after the successive explosions, the miasma swamp underwent an abnormal mutation. The previous explosions looked overwhelming and sounded terrifying, but it wasn't until he was thrown off the tree that Jiang Yi realized the ground of this small forest was scorched black and blistering hot, like molten lava. The plants in the forest, regardless of their height, seemed to have been activated, clawing and stretching wildly. The surrounding eternal night environment was dyed a bizarre dark red. Even using his internal vision, he couldn't distinguish whether it was the red of flames or the red of blood. The explosions in the distance ceased, but from the depths of the swamp came an even more spine-chilling low growl. Jiang Yi's feet burned as he jumped several times, and from afar, he saw a massive, pitch-black, viscous monster crawling out of the scorched giant pit in the swamp. Its appearance was both disgusting and terrifying. What shocked Jiang Yi even more was that just by looking at it from a distance, he felt an uncontrollable fear rising in his heart. That enormous sludge monster seemed capable of crushing Jiang Yi with a single slap or killing him with just a glance. This feeling sent chills down his spine. It was too eerie. With his current strength, how could there possibly be something in the Qin Lake Beast world that frightened him so much? It made no sense. Moreover, if the Qin Lake Beast world were truly that terrifying, how did those experts from his previous life like Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming return so effortlessly? Could it be that his plan to burn the swamp was too aggressive, turning the dungeon into an extreme challenge? Jiang Yi's thoughts were in turmoil, and the fear drove him to swiftly flash away in the direction away from the swamp. Outside the forest was a slope, and as Jiang Yi ran out, he bumped into Guan Ling's team. At this moment, Guan Ling's team had grown to over 30 people, seemingly composed of Daredevil members who had banded together for mutual support. Someone in the team shouted nervously, "Who are you? Which faction are you from?" Jiang Yi ignored the idle chatter and walked straight toward Guan Ling. He saw Guan Ling holding a crystal ball with a serious expression. Inside the crystal ball, the image of the swamp pit was displayed, and the terrifying mud monster that had just frightened him was clearly visible. Guan Ling didn't question Jiang Yi about his whereabouts earlier but directly explained, "This is a recording tool, paired with a small drone." The image on the crystal ball was captured by the drone, similar to a combination of a drone and a display screen. Jiang Yi nodded to show he understood, but his gaze remained fixed on the terrifying mud monster. Guan Ling frowned deeply and said seriously, "Even looking at the monster through the crystal ball, I can feel its dangerous aura. Zhuangxin and Xuexin also feel the same." Guan Ling turned to Jiang Yi and asked, "Did you feel it?" Jiang Yi nodded and casually replied, "Yes, it's dangerous. I just ran out of the forest." But in his mind, he was considering another possibility. Guan Ling and the others lacked his strength and confidence, so they naturally didn't find it strange. Scholar Xinshang Qinghua continued analyzing on his own. This mud monster might be a beast race player with a data panel. Such an existence is far stronger than ordinary players. If we confront it head-on, we formal players will definitely suffer. Shang Qinghua added, "If we can kill this monster, it might drop a domain core." "Domain core?" A bold daredevil in the team interjected. Shang Qinghua adjusted his glasses and didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned his gaze to Guan Ling. After a moment of thought, Guan Ling said, "I don't know much. I've heard that the top forces of the 4 major guilds use domain cores to control a beast world. But I don't know the specifics. As for the 3 clubs in our suburban area, it seems none of them have ever obtained a domain core." Her words left the group even more confused, but Jiang Yi understood clearly. Domain cores are the key resources that all major forces compete for. As more players change professions, the core competitive focus of these forces will gradually shift to this. However, Jiang Yi didn't know much about the specific uses of domain cores in his previous life. Players only knew 2 things. First, they are related to a major force's control over a beast world or domain battlefield. Second, something almost no one knows. Cities are divided into various regions, and the number of beast worlds each region can connect to varies. The city Jiang Yi lived in, Jiangcheng, was connected to 129 beast worlds. In other words, there are 129 domain battlefields. This also means that Jiangcheng will produce 129 domain cores. In his previous life, when Jiangcheng transformed into the Qingchuan base, the entire city underwent a regional upgrade. Only upgraded regions allowed players to unlock the world chat channel and exchange information with other areas. It was rumored that Jiangxing had collected 129 domain cores at the time to trigger the upgrade. Jiang Yi still remembered that in his previous life, when the earliest regions completed their upgrades, the Apocalypse game issued a world announcement, and Jiangcheng ranked far behind in the regional leaderboard. In this life, it was clear that no one had completed the upgrade yet. Just as Jiang Yi was pondering, several official players around him suddenly gasped sharply. Gasp! That's... They exclaimed. Following the sound, Jiang Yi looked toward the crystal ball, his pupils contracting sharply before quickly regaining composure. The strange feeling he had earlier seemed to have an answer now. The dark-skinned Zon boy shouted in terror, Black profession roulette. That's a special roulette. A special profession roulette. These official players knew the power of special roulettes. Ordinary special roulettes could yield rule-level items, while special profession roulettes could draw heaven-defying professions, their strength unimaginable. Moreover, top players currently desired nothing more than a profession change. Even risking their lives to explore the endless sea hadn't revealed a golden roulette more precious than the special profession roulette. No wonder they were so panicked. Even the usually composed Guanling had reddened eyes, staring at the black profession roulette on the altar at the center of the swamp pit visible in the crystal ball. His voice trembled slightly. This Qin Lake beast world must be hiding secrets. The monsters in that swamp make us shudder even through the crystal ball. They're absurdly strong, completely beyond our league. The proud scholar Shang Qinghua was equally fixated on the black roulette, analyzing alongside Guanling. We're indeed not strong enough. But once the news of the special profession roulette spreads, not just club giants like Wang Shuyan, He Zhang and Yang Miao, but even top players from the 4 major guilds, and even Jiang Yi and Luo Chongqing from the combat leaderboard, might rush here in frenzy. He suddenly exchanged a glance with Guanling. With more strong players, the chances of defeating the mud monster would increase, but when it came to dividing the roulette's benefits, conflicts among the powerful would be harder to control. Inviting reinforcements was a double-edged sword and required careful consideration. Jiang Yi saw through the calculations in their expressions and thought to himself that they were overthinking. He suspected that the special profession roulette that had shocked them was most likely fake. The mud monster was probably just an illusion. This Qin Lake beast world was so small, yet it supposedly housed a monster capable of threatening him? With a combat power of 15 stars, he shouldn't be frightened like this. So what truly terrified him wasn't the mud monster but the beast race secretly manipulating mental abilities behind the scenes. The mud monster was merely bait. The true boss of this beast world was hidden deep within that forest. Jiang Yi gazed into the distance, fixing his eyes on the eerie forest. From what Jiang Yi knew, few beasts truly mastered mental abilities, primarily concentrated in 2 categories: the bizarre ancient trees in the forest and the various strange sea beasts in the ocean. Based on this, he deduced that the hidden boss was most likely concealed within that forest. Beasts with mental abilities weren't strong in physical attack or defense, but they excelled at hiding and launching mental assaults, often catching people off guard. They could even evoke fear, causing individuals to self-destruct, much like Chu Renmei in the movie, The Haunted Village. As he contemplated whether to return to his nest space to draw some mental defense measures, a familiar announcement suddenly echoed in Jiang Yi's mind. Ding! Domain battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the player for triggering the first round of the limited-time slaughter game. Game task: kill 1 person. Game time limit: 30 minutes. Mission reward: talent awakening. Failure penalty: none. A time-limited killing game, and it's the first round. Plus, the reward is a talent that isn't even on the current roulette wheel. Such temptation made Jiang Yi furrow his brows tightly. He glanced around and noticed the same shock and excitement flashing in the eyes of others. The official players like Guanling were not only surprised but also visibly expectant. The reactions among the Daredevil squad members were mixed. Some were thrilled, while others were terrified. But almost the moment the announcement ended, a thin, sharp-eyed Daredevil squad member suddenly stabbed his companion beside him with a knife. This sudden act of violence was not entirely unexpected. As soon as the time-limited killing game was announced, the group immediately descended into chaos. The weak quickly scattered, shouting for Guanling to step in and uphold justice, while the strong became fully alert, eyeing the easy targets around them, ready to strike. It was like hunters searching for prey. Even the official players Du Yuanjia and Zuin began targeting some Daredevil squad members, clearly unable to resist the allure of talent. The roulette will required sacrificing lifespan and didn't guarantee good rewards, whereas this game only required killing 1 person, seemingly simple with high returns. Just as the two's eyes lit up and they prepared to act, the academic prodigy Shang Qinghua suddenly calmed down. Adjusting his glasses, he was about to say, "Something's not right," when the Daredevil squad member who had made the first kill burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha! I've awakened a sea-level talent." Instant flash. Before his words had even faded, he disappeared from his original spot and reappeared 10 meters away. Immediately after, another person shouted in ecstasy, "My talent is invisibility." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. This chain reaction escalated the chaos on the scene. Zuin and Du Yuanjia didn't hesitate, their figures flashing as they each killed someone in the crowd, their faces brimming with joy. Even Shang Qinghua, who had initially intended to voice his doubts, was infected by the wave of excitement and began to question his own judgment. Frowning, he said to Guanling, "I feel like something's off. In past Apocalypse games, only official players could hear the announcements. This time, even non-official players can hear it. But if killing a nobody can awaken a talent, isn't that strange?" Before he could finish speaking, he charged straight into the Daredevil squad, ready to act. However, a red whip suddenly coiled tightly around his neck, and a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. He glanced down at the whip around his neck, his expression turning icy as he glared at Guanling, who was holding the whip. "What are you doing?" Guanling's gaze was cold, the whip still constricting Shang Qinghua's neck. She stared at the chaotic crowd and shouted sternly, "Stop it, all of you. If anyone dares to make another move, don't blame me for being ruthless." Though she was a woman, her aura was commanding. As soon as she spoke, Shang Qinghua's expression froze, and the chaos seemed to pause as if someone had pressed a button. But human greed isn't something that can be suppressed with just a few words. Someone had already pinned a middle-aged man to the ground, a blade pressed against his throat. In such a moment, no one was going to stop. The man's expression shifted as he prepared to defy Guanling's order and strike. Suddenly, a dart whistled through the air, piercing straight into his temple. His eyes widened in shock, his expression instantly going blank as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This sudden blow plunged the scene into dead silence, finally bringing the tense situation under control. Jiang Yi noticed that as Guanling killed the man, a flicker of doubt and shock crossed her eyes. Perhaps this kill not only intimidated the crowd but also granted her some kind of talent. Although Jiang Yi couldn't discern Guanling's intentions, she appeared like a resolute leader as she strode toward the center of the chaos and shouted loudly, "Calm down, all of you. You non-official players who haven't even reached level 1 can't hear official announcements. The announcement just now must be fake." What did the announcement say? Time-limited killing game, first round. That means there will be a second and third round after this. This so-called killing game is actually designed to make us kill each other and collapse from within. This is definitely a trap set by some Beast Clan expert. Even that black profession roulette in the swamp pit of the crystal ball is most likely just bait. Guangling's words were firm and powerful, as if exposing the truth. Among the crowd, Du Yuanjia and Zhu and immediately followed up with cheers. "Captain Guan is right. This is a conspiracy by the Beast Clan's strong ones. From now on, no one should harm their teammates." Of course, they said this because they had already killed someone. Having obtained talents, they stood to gain the most. Those Death Squad members who had killed also chimed in, while those who hadn't looked grim, their eyes filled with resentment. Shang Qinghua hadn't had the chance to act yet, his brows tightly furrowed. He knew what Guangling said made sense, but deep down he still harbored doubts. What if this killing game was real, and obtaining talents was also real? Sacrificing one life for a possibility didn't seem like a big loss to him. As for his companions, those Death Squad members were just cannon fodder, not worth much. Lacking the strength to rival Guangling, Shang Qinghua naturally didn't dare to oppose him. But just as Guangling was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Captain Guan, you're not wrong, but this isn't a time of peace. This is a brutal apocalypse. Human lives aren't worth as much anymore. You're afraid of internal collapse, but the truth is, most of us here are just trash. If sacrificing a few weaklings can make the strong even stronger, it might be false, but it could also be true. I'm not saying this for myself, but because I think someone like Shang Qinghua, a big shot, deserves to have a talent." Though the words sounded noble, anyone with a brain could tell it was a veiled suggestion for Shang Qinghua to kill someone. The speaker was none other than Zhou Yiming. They had entered the Qinhu Beast world specifically to find him, so he naturally spoke with confidence. Shang Qinghua had initially felt some dislike for Zhou Yiming, but now he found him less annoying. He looked at Guangling and followed up on Zhou Yiming's words. "That guy you killed with the dart earlier fell on that middle-aged man. He's seriously injured and has no combat ability left." The implication in Shang Qinghua's words was crystal clear. The middle-aged man, who was using his saliva to clean his wound, turned deathly pale upon hearing this. He abruptly raised his head to stare at Guang Ling. Captain Guan. I. He wanted to explain but couldn't find the words, his mind completely blank. In despair, he turned to Du Yuanze, crying out, Captain Du, save me. I'm from the Lu Tian Club. I know Captain Liao. Captain Liao even praised me before. He said I was great and brought me here for this mission. Save me. Protect me. Captain Liao. Where is Captain Liao? I can't die. I have a son, he's still young. He's waiting for me in the underground parking lot of the Lu Tian Club. Captain Du, please save me. I can't die. The middle-aged man, enduring the pain from his injuries, directly knelt on the ground and even prostrated himself. His voice was filled with pleading and despair, so pitiful it tugged at the heartstrings. Luo Shan stood to the side. Amid this chaos, he hadn't killed anyone, nor had he been killed. Before the apocalypse, he had indeed been a useless thug, but he wasn't cold-blooded by nature. In his mind, he recalled scenes from the peaceful times, like when a food delivery rider had humbly knelt before an elderly person, begging, Please let me go. I'm already late. Such struggles of the weak were heart-wrenching. Watching the scene before him, Luo Shan couldn't help but feel sympathy for the middle-aged man. He glanced at Zhang Yi. By now, it was clear to everyone that Zhang Yi was beginning to rise. Just how strong he was remained uncertain, but at the very least, he could now hold conversations with veterans like Guang Ling and Du Yuanze. However, Luo Shan still lowered his head, fully aware in his heart that he was like a weakling, unqualified to point fingers or give orders. Unexpectedly, Du Yuanze was completely unmoved by the middle-aged man's cries and pleas, his face cold and indifferent. Instead, Guan Ling suddenly threw something out. The middle-aged man was almost scared out of his wits, thinking it was a dart, but upon realizing it, he saw it was a rejuvenation pill. Holding the rejuvenation pill in his hands, his eyes welled up with tears as he looked at Guan Ling with gratitude, as if he had seen his savior. Guan Ling's expression remained cold as she scanned the crowd, her voice firm. What I said is not to be questioned. Shang Qinghua silently pursed his lips, refraining from speaking. Just as Guan Ling was about to continue, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Zhou Yiming's face darkened. Taking advantage of the moment when the middle-aged man was kowtowing to Guan Ling, he suddenly swung a rock at the middle-aged man's head. Everything happened so quickly that no one expected it. Even with Guan Ling being so dominant, someone still dared to defy her. But Zhou Yiming was unafraid. He had confidence. His status in the Blood Swallow Club was extraordinary, and he believed Guan Ling wouldn't truly act against him. He intended to kill first and evade responsibility before Guan Ling could react. Zhou Yiming's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately tried to grasp his so-called talent. However, something unexpected happened. Stop it, you bastard. Bang. Ah! A shout to stop, a heavy blow, and a scream rang out. But the scream wasn't from the middle-aged man. It was from Zhou Yiming. Luo Shan had once saved Zhou Yiming and had usually tried to get closer to him. In this chaos, he had vaguely sided with Zhou Yiming. But now, he suddenly raised an axe and struck Zhou Yiming, shattering his hand. Zhou Yiming's right hand, which was about to strike, was smashed into a bloody mess by Luo Shan's axe. The bones were crushed, and the sight was horrifying. His face turned pale, cold sweat poured down, and his eyes were filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Luo Shan himself was also panicked. Everything had happened too suddenly, and he hadn't thought it through. Once he realized what he had done, he was terrified, thinking to himself that he was in big trouble this time. His face was even paler than Zhou Yiming's. Zhou Yiming, his eyes red, glared at Luo Shan while howling, You dare to strike me, you worthless piece of trash. How dare you strike me? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Guan Ling, kill him now and heal my hand. Hiss. As he shouted, he shivered in pain. Luo Shan, panicked, dropped the axe and backed away. That axe was the very one Jiang Yi had given him earlier, the firefighting axe Jiang Yi had used to kill Zhao Quan. The bow Jiang Yi had used belonged to Luo Shan. At this moment, Luo Shan frantically looked at Jiang Yi, then at Du Yuanze, silently praying for help. The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground finally understood that Luo Shan had risked everything to save him. He wanted to plead for Luo Shan, but he had no voice in the matter. Being alive was already a stroke of luck. Guan Ling looked at the scene before her, her head throbbing painfully. She had never liked Zhou Yiming. All this chaos was caused by him. Her overwhelming strength meant that no one should dare to defy her words. Yet Zhou Yiming, arrogant and self-important, repeatedly ignored her orders. Furious, Guan Ling spoke coldly. You still have the nerve to order me around? Did everything I just said go in one ear and out the other? Luo Shan saw that Guan Ling did not intend to kill him but was furiously cursing Zhou Yiming, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his heart. However, this hope lasted only a few seconds before being shattered by a shout from afar. "Brother Yiming!" The previously dejected Zhou Yiming immediately became arrogant upon hearing the voice. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a large group of people rushing toward the slope, including several level 10 experts. He Zhang from the Lu Tian Club, Yang Miao from the Shan Shui Club, Wang Shuyan from the Blood Swallow Club, along with 6 or 7 other level 10 players, formed an imposing team. Although they were still far away, Wang Shuyan had already rushed ahead, crouched beside Zhou Yiming, and took out a rejuvenation pill from the roulette, unhesitatingly feeding it to him. The skin on Zhou Yiming's injured hand healed, but the bones remained limp. He cried out helplessly, "It's ruined! My hand is ruined! What do I do?" Wang Shuyan tightly held his hand and comforted him. "It's okay. It can still recover. Don't be afraid." Nearby, Luo Shan's legs went weak, and he retreated repeatedly, only to be met with Wang Shuyan's sharp, enemy-like gaze. Luo Shan trembled and tried to explain. I didn't do it on purpose. I saved him before. I owed him a favor." Zhou Yiming cursed him harshly. "What kind of life-saving favor is that? You just happened to teleport to the beast world near me. You useless trash didn't help me at all and almost got me killed. And you still have the nerve to talk about saving my life? I want to kill you. Wang Shuyan, cripple this piece of trash. I want to kill him myself." Then, Zhou Yiming turned his gaze to the middle-aged man he had tried to smash to death earlier. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, desperately pleading in a low voice. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't harm you. It's not my fault you're injured. Killing one person can earn a talent. Killing 2 would be a waste. Please spare me." He cried miserably, utterly wretched. Jiang Yi watched from a distance, keeping an eye on Luo Shan, as if wondering whether he regretted meddling in this matter. But fear had already drained the color from Luo Shan's face. Yes, Luo Shan regretted it. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter, which had nothing to do with him. In the past, he had been Zhou Yiming's life-saving benefactor, but at the moment the axe swung, he hadn't thought much. He had acted instinctively to save someone. Now, looking at the middle-aged man crying his heart out on the ground, he felt that he was even more pitiful and pathetic than that man. He also began to think about begging for mercy, but Wang Shuyan had no intention of letting him go. She raised her hand, and a ball of black water suddenly flew from her palm, heading straight for Luo Shan. Luo Shan's legs gave out, and he was too scared to move. But just as the black water was about to hit him, a barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the attack. Who is this? Someone who can actually block Wang Shuyan's attack? Wang Shuyan's expression changed. She initially thought it was He Zhang, but He Zhang was still far from here. Her gaze shifted to the boy behind Guan Ling on the slope. He was wearing the uniform of the Lu Tian Club. She was about to ask him, but suddenly saw the boy, Jiang Yi, turn his head and look toward the direction of the swamp forest at the top of the slope. Wang Shuyan followed his line of sight. In an instant, her pupils contracted sharply. In the distance, a black shadow was rapidly approaching like a ghost, heading straight for the crowd. As the figure neared Luo Shan, it finally became fully visible. He was dressed in a black robe, wearing a black hat, and his entire presence immediately evoked thoughts of the shadowy boss from pawn shop number 8. This entrance, flashing by like a fleeting shadow, mysterious and powerful, was almost identical to that of the shadowy boss. Wang Shuyan's face darkened. She instinctively took half a step back, her voice trembling slightly. "You? Who are you?" Jiang Yi's gaze was fixed on the man in the black robe. A figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. When the man in the black robe turned his head, revealing half of his face under the hat, Jiang Yi was completely certain. It was him. Strangely enough, Jiang Yi had no idea what this person's name was. But they once had a life-and-death encounter. After Tang Ku betrayed Jiang Yi lay on the ground in despair, unable to even move a finger. The scent of blood filled the air, threatening to attract deadly beasts at any moment. Logically, he should have died then and there. However, just as his consciousness began to fade, he heard a mocking voice. "Well, look at this, a useless piece of trash." At that moment, Jiang Yi's eyelids felt heavy. He could only make out a figure dressed in a black robe, wearing a black hat that clung tightly to his face, exuding an air of wickedness. Lying in a pool of blood, Jiang Yi noticed that the man's face bore a mocking smile, filled with a schadenfreude that made one want to punch him. "Betrayed by someone, huh?" The man in the black robe sneered. "TSK, not finishing the job. Yet another idiot." Then he casually tossed Jiang Yi a healing skill. Jiang Yi's wounds quickly healed, and his strength returned. By the time Jiang Yi was ready to move, the man in the black robe had already disappeared. Clearly, The man had only saved him on a whim, treating it as a joke. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had encountered this mysterious figure again. In the second year of the apocalypse, Jiang Yi dove into the ocean and pried open a longevity clam, only to find the severely injured man in the black robe lying inside. Jiang Yi immediately recognized him as the one who had saved his life. His emotions were a mix of gratitude and conflict, unsure whether he should repay the favor. The man in the black robe seemed to sense Jiang Yi's presence. He opened his eyes and smiled faintly, saying, well, it's you, trash. Jiang Yi retorted with an angry smile. If I'm trash, then what does that make you? The man in the black robe lay there quietly, but his eyes were sharp and full of spirit. He replied earnestly, someone who sees the truth yet still loves the world. I'm a hero. Jiang Yi immediately glared at him and sneered coldly, a hero, my ass. Do you believe I'll finish you off right now to prove you're just an idiot? The man in the black robe was silent for a moment before flashing that infuriating smile again. No, you'd only prove that I'm a hero. In the end, Jiang Yi didn't finish him off but instead saved his life, repaying this life-saving benefactor. However, during their two encounters, Jiang Yi hadn't even added him as a friend, so naturally, he didn't know his real name. Now, that annoying, meddlesome hero once again mockingly saved Luo Shan. Ignoring Wang Shuyan's questioning, he flashed his signature smile at Luo Shan and slowly spoke. Buddy, saving people is like helping an old man on the roadside, like spinning a roulette wheel. It's all about gambling on luck. The more chips you have, the less afraid you are to lose. Those who fear losing will never win. Luo Shan had intended to thank this mysterious figure but froze in place. He wasn't stupid. He caught the meaning behind those words. When poor, one should focus on self-preservation. When successful, one should help the world. And right now he was just a poor man with no chips, unable to afford to lose. Luo Shan paused for a moment, then came to his senses and said to the figure, thank you. The man in the black robe chuckled lightly, still maintaining his carefree demeanor. His gaze shifted to Wang Shuyan and then swept to Zhou Yiming, who was standing behind her, his eyes unusually cold. Oh, a big star? What's with that expression? He said mockingly. Zhou Yiming felt a chill under his stare, but with Wang Shuyan present, he still had some confidence and was about to respond defiantly. Suddenly, a force struck him hard, and with a loud bang, he was sent flying over 10 meters, landing heavily on the ground in a miserable state, as if he'd been hit by a car. The man in the black robe continued to speak mockingly. The weak should act like the weak. You should be grateful you ran into me. My temper is pretty good. Everyone at the scene was instantly stunned. No one had expected this mysterious man in the black robe not only to block Wang Shuyan's attack, but also to dare to beat Zhou Yiming so ruthlessly right in front of her. Wang Shuyan, shocked, hurried over to check on Zhou Yiming's condition. But surprisingly, she didn't dare to get angry at the man in the black robe, seemingly swallowing her frustration. At this moment, the slightly lagging team finally arrived, led by He Zhang and Yang Miao. The two looked around the scene and immediately spotted the man in the black robe. Compared to the composure of the man in the black robe, their faces appeared tense. After exchanging a glance, He Zhang cautiously probed, "Are you the lone powerhouse ranked second on the combat leaderboard, Zhang Xiaotian?" The man in the black robe raised his chin disdainfully, his tone still indifferent. "Second? Isn't that Luo Changqing?" He Zhang quickly corrected himself. "Right, then you must be third." At this moment, Jiang Yi, who had been silently observing from the side, heard the name Zhang Xiaotian, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered that the name listed right after Luo Changqing on the combat leaderboard was indeed this one. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention. But now, hearing the real name, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian. Could they be the same person? Jiang Yi knew about the existence of name-changing cards. If Zhang Xiaotian had really changed his name to Zhang Xiaotian, it would make sense. If they were indeed the same person, then this figure, hailed as one of the 6 gods of humanity, the god of 1,000 faces, actually hailed from Jiangxing district, and he had even saved Jiang Yi's life once. What was even more bizarre was that if the man in the black robe was indeed the god of 1,000 faces, Zhang Xiaotian, then the black-robed figure Jiang Yi thought he had saved in his previous life wasn't even the real body, but merely a clone. Jiang Yi had thought he had been of great help, but it turned out that the man didn't care about the life or death of a mere clone. Flashes of memory from his past life surfaced in his mind, particularly the words of the black-robed figure. "See the truth, and still love it. I am a hero." He had once regarded the man in the black robe as just an ordinary struggler, but now, if he was truly the god of 1,000 faces, the weight of those words was entirely different. It was like the phrase, "Don't underestimate the young and poor." It carried a completely different impact when spoken by a nobody versus when spoken by Xiao Yan. Zhang Xiaotian seemed to catch the emotion in Jiang Yi's eyes. He suddenly turned his head, glanced at him, raised an eyebrow, and greeted with a smile. "Yo, loser! It's you." Jiang Yi was used to being called that, but this time his feelings were entirely different. In the past, being called trash would upset him, but now he simply smiled calmly and, imitating Zhang Xiaotian's tone, replied, "Oh, benefactor, it's you." Zhang Xiaotian hadn't expected Jiang Yi to respond like this. He was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter and raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yi, saying, "Looks like you've already avenged yourself." Zhang Xiaotian's words carried an ironclad certainty, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. Jiang Yi met his gaze for a few seconds, then nodded. Yes, you could say that. In truth, Tang Ku and Chang Jiaoyi were not dead, but Jiang Yi's mindset had already changed. He had come to understand the true meaning of deep-seated hatred. The more bitter the hatred, the more it consumed you. The better your life became, the more that hatred faded. In his previous life, those opponents who had thrived were his inner demons. In this life, by becoming stronger and living better himself, he was delivering the harshest blow to them. But while revenge was satisfying, eliminating the root of the problem was still necessary. Tang Ku and Chang Jiaoyi would have to die sooner or later. Zhang Xiaotian had no idea what Jiang Yi had been through. He simply relied on his intuition to feel that Jiang Yi had already avenged himself. He casually used a detection skill, but it failed. He wondered to himself whether this kid had used an anti-detection skill or had already reached level 10. He straightforwardly asked, "What's your name?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "Jiang Yi." As soon as the name was spoken, all the official players present were stunned. Jiang Yi, the mysterious top-ranked god. Luo Shan noticed the astonished looks from everyone and was puzzled as to why they reacted so strongly to the name Jiang Yi. He Zhang was the first to react, frowning. "You're wearing the team uniform of the Lu Tian Club?" "Yes." Jiang Yi nodded. Duyenzi quickly explained, "Boss, don't misunderstand. This Jiang Yi just happens to have the same name." Only then did everyone relax and stop being so tense. But Zhang Xiaotian kept staring at Jiang Yi, as if trying to figure something out. Meanwhile, He Zhang and the others quickly shifted their focus, starting to discuss with Zhang Xiaotian how to deal with the hidden beast race players in the fierce beast world. They also analyzed the time slaughter game, ensuring they wouldn't be swayed by so-called talents. Zhang Xiaotian proposed a heavy hypothesis. The hidden beast race psychic player here is very likely a professional. A professional? He Zhang, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuiyan's eyes widened in shock. Yang Miao immediately retorted, "The area of Qin Lake is so small, even if it's connected to the beast world, it's impossible for there to be beast race professionals." He Zhang's face darkened. The beast race is inherently stronger than humans of the same level. If it's a mental-type professional, this implied that they were simply no match. Zhang Xiaotian spoke with evident confidence. "Before you arrived, the Suicide Squad had just gone through an intense battle. Those who killed people truly gained talents and even activated their abilities. If the beast race were only level 10 and hadn't changed professions, they wouldn't be able to create such realistic illusions." As everyone was discussing, the studious Shang Qinghua adjusted his glasses and suddenly interjected, "What if it's not an illusion?" This question struck a nerve. Guan Ling frowned, almost instantly seeing through his thoughts. At this point, with the team growing larger, Guan Ling had long lost his voice in decision-making. The ones truly in control were He Zhang, Yang Miao, Wang Shuyan, the club bigwigs, and Zhang Xiaotian, one of the top 3 on the battle rankings. After all, for players with connections, getting on the rankings was much easier. For a lone wolf to make it onto the power rankings, they must possess genuine skills. Although He Zhang, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuyan operated somewhat like a group, they still appeared weaker in front of Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian, with his mysterious demeanor, always wore a black hat. His cold gaze swept over Shang Qinghua. Shang Qinghua, however, remained composed, meeting his gaze evenly. He calmly analyzed, as the big shot just mentioned, the ones who killed people truly gained talents. Their abilities were displayed very realistically, so it's unlikely to be an illusion. He shifted his tone, appearing somewhat respectful, and glanced at Zhang Xiaotian with a hint of nervousness. "Xiaotian, you're the strongest and most knowledgeable. Actually, you could try to gain a talent yourself and use it to determine whether this game is real or fake." These words seemed upright on the surface, but the phrase "killing people" carried an oppressive weight, instantly unsettling the Suicide Squad members who were not official players. If it really came down to killing, they would undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed, insignificant fates just as Zhou Yiming had mentioned earlier. Jiang Yi followed Shang Qinghua's gaze toward Zhang Xiaotian, his mind filled with questions. Could this really be the legendary thousand-faced god, Zhang Xiaotian? In his past life, the 6 human gods, often referred to as god of this or god of that, were typically lone powerhouses with almost no dark history, known for their steady and righteous conduct. In contrast, the mysterious and widely acknowledged strongest human, Jean Bewley, though formidable, was not included in the list of 6 gods. Many believe Jean Bewley surpassed the 6 gods, but that was merely a matter of reputation. Jiang Yi was eager to know, would Zhang Xiaotian actually kill someone to gain a talent and uncover the truth of the game because of Shang Qinghua's words? Was it just talk, or could he truly align his actions with his words? He, Yang, and Wang all fixed their eyes on Zhang Xiaotian, hoping to hear an answer. In fact, they themselves also wanted to test their talents and verify it personally. Zhang Xiaotian, wearing a black hat, locked his gaze on Shang Qinghua for a moment, then suddenly revealed a strange smile and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense." As soon as he said this, Shang Qinghua's face changed drastically. The smile on Zhang Xiaotian's lips clearly hinted, "Then I'll just kill you and see what talent I get." Shang Qinghua hurriedly took a few steps back, his face looking grim. Zhang Xiaotian laughed even more gleefully. "What are you afraid of? Isn't it you who suggested killing someone to get a talent? I even thought you were volunteering yourself." Shang Qinghua retreated even further, and Wang Shuyan quickly spoke up on his behalf. "What he means is, look at that suicide squad over there. When the team needs someone to sacrifice, it's normal for the weak to be the first to go." What Wang Shuyan said was reasonable. Zhang Xiaotian glanced at her, then turned to He Zhang and Yang Miao. "Do you two think the same?" He Zhang and Yang Miao didn't respond directly, but their attitudes were clear. In this world, there is no such thing as equality for all. Life is priceless, but its value varies. At critical moments, sacrificing the weak is the most cost-effective choice. The weak have no say in the matter. The members of the Suicide Squad turned pale, and the atmosphere grew tense. Interestingly, they had already divided themselves into 2 factions. Those who had killed and gained talents grouped together, while those without talents formed another group, clearly at the bottom of the food chain. Zhang Xiaotian's cold gaze swept across the room, but when his eyes met Jiang Yi's, there was a flicker in his expression. This young man who shared his name was not just someone who had recently avenged a great grievance. He seemed like an outsider, leisurely watching the commotion. However, this leisure wasn't reflected in his expression but in his body language, subtle and almost imperceptible. Only Zhang Xiaotian's sharp instincts caught it. Zhang Xiaotian didn't like beating around the bush and directly asked Jiang Yi, "What about you? What's your plan?" Jiang Yi feigned surprise, like a small fry suddenly noticed by a big shot. The 3 big shots, He, Yang, and Wang, were also slightly taken aback, while Guanling and Shang Qinghua stared at him with scrutinizing eyes. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi walked over, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What does the big shot want to know about my plans? Whether I should kill for talent, or whether that time-limited killing game is real or fake?" Zhang Xiaotian replied directly, "The latter." Obviously, he already had his own answer to the former. Jiang Yi remained relaxed and said with a smile, "I do have some thoughts about the timed killing game, but I don't have much of a heroic spirit. All I see is the stench of money." He gave Zhang Xiaotian a sidelong glance, hinting, "If you want my help, you'll have to pay more." He, Yang, and Wang were all baffled. This kid had just shown up and dared to negotiate terms with them? Especially He Zhang, who had intended to teach Jiang Yi a lesson, but was surprised to see Zhang Xiaotian nodding in agreement and even directly revealing Jiang Yi's intentions. "You're asking if I have a special roulette wheel, aren't you?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the official players were shocked. Jiang Yi wanted to use a special roulette wheel as a bargaining chip. What did this mean? Everyone knew that the Jiang Yi on the forum who had asked Luo Changqing for a special roulette wheel was considered a true cross-regional big shot. But now this Jiang Yi was also asking for a special roulette wheel. Could he be the same Jiang Yi? Or was he an imposter? Could someone like Luo Changqing, a big shot, have made a mistake in judgment? What was even more puzzling was that this Jiang Yi was from the Lu Tian Club and hadn't crossed regions. How could he suddenly parachute in and become the top of the rankings? So, people suspected that this Jiang Yi might just be using the same name to show off, deliberately misleading everyone into thinking he was a cross-regional big shot. The official players all had their own guesses, and He, Yang, and Wang were no exception. But no one exposed him publicly, nor did anyone question him directly. They remained silent, their eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaotian and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi ignored these gazes and straightforwardly stated that he wanted a special roulette wheel. Zhang Xiaotian directly took out 7 special roulette wheels and said with a smile, "I can still produce 7. Although it's not as many as your big guilds, it's still impressive." 7 special roulette wheels, more than Luo Chongqing had. Luo Chongqing had a guild and could use the extras as resources to train people. Zhang Xiaotian was a lone powerhouse, so it was normal for him to have more special roulette wheels. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, and he spoke bluntly, "I want 5. Zhang Xiaotian's mouth twitched. "You have quite the appetite. These things aren't easy to come by." Zhang Yi certainly knew how valuable these roulette wheels were, and he also knew that their value would increase in the future when contract scrolls became popular, as they could be used to train death warriors. He added with a smile, "I noticed you don't seem to have many friends. I'm just being overly sentimental and trying to help you out." Out. Having so many special roulette wheels and not using them, isn't that a waste? Zhang Yi continued jokingly, still relaxed. Zhang Xiaotian rolled his eyes and cursed outright. "Who doesn't have friends? You're the one without friends. Your whole family doesn't have friends. Besides, I don't even dare to use the ones I have, and you want to take 5 and use them all?" He frowned, his attitude suddenly firm. "I'll give you at most 2. The information you provide better be worth these 2 special roulette wheels." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, picked out 2 special roulette wheels, and pocketed them. He then leisurely said, "Speaking of this timed killing game, it's indeed very strange. It feels both real and full of inconsistencies, which is why people can't figure out whether it's an illusion or reality. I've heard," he continued in a low voice, "that some powerful beast clans have a type of trial scroll. When activated, its effects are very similar to this timed killing game. They use these scrolls to train geniuses, and those geniuses can even gain talents from the trials." This revelation left everyone stunned, especially those who had already gained talents. Their eyes were filled with joy. Guanling, Du Yuanze, and Zuin were also pleasantly surprised, as they wanted to confirm whether their talents were genuine. Shang Qinghua's expression darkened. He wasn't in a hurry and secretly glanced at He-Yang and Wang San. Sure enough, a faint glimmer of darkness flashed in their eyes as well. However, Zhang Xiaotian's face turned grim as he stared at Zhang Yi, his gaze full of suspicion. His tone was mocking. "How long has this apocalypse game been connected to the human race? And you already know about the beast race? How is that possible? Are you making this up for your own benefit?" He-Yang and Wang San quickly calmed down, looking at Zhang Yi with doubt. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. Zhang Xiaotian's reaction increasingly resembled the soul of the thousand-faced god from his previous life. Deep down, he simply didn't want to believe that this time slaughter was real, because if it were true, the human race would be manipulated by the game's consciousness, killing each other without reason. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he calmly said, "Your doubts are understandable. What I was about to say is that the Beast Race's trial scroll was originally meant to positively cultivate talents. If a Beast Race player really used the trial scroll to trigger this slaughter game, what is their purpose?" This was Zhang Yi's main point. Zhang Xiaotian suddenly understood and began to analyze. Normally, educational resources wouldn't be used to torment enemies. So, if that's the case, this Beast Race player must be trying to use the trial scroll to break us apart. As he said this, his expression grew even more serious. In other words, if the game is real, the number of players left in the end will be very few. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The time-limited slaughter might be real, and the talents might also be real. But the upcoming game means more people will die. Those strong individuals who gain talents could suppress the weaker ones in the first round. But sooner or later, their turn to be sacrificed will come. Zhang Xiaotian did not want to see such an ending. He stared at Zhang Yi again and asked, "Is there a way to stop this trial from continuing?" Zhang Yi thought for a moment and continued, "My analysis isn't finished yet." He appeared calm and composed. An inexplicable force made it impossible to resist him. Zhang Xiaotian nodded and said, "All right, go on." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and slowly began, "You all feel it too, don't you? This time-limited slaughter is obviously strange, like an illusion. To put it simply, illusions are similar to lies. Half true, half false to make people believe them." Zhang Xiaotian's eyes flickered. "You mean this time-limited slaughter might be half true and half false? The game itself is likely real, but it's mixed with illusions." He thought, "Could it be that the Beast Race player deliberately made us think this slaughter game is an illusion?" Zhang Xiaotian lowered his head in thought. Zhang Yi's gaze swept over everyone, and he slowly smiled. "Based on my understanding of the Beast Race's trial scroll, the ultimate winner of this trial will definitely receive a grand prize. Do you really think that Beast Race player would casually let the reward go to the human race?" Zhang Xiaotian's eyes flickered, and he suddenly understood. "You're saying that the Beast Race player might be among us, and has already prepared to become the ultimate winner?" The words ultimate winner sent a chill down Zhang Xiaotian's spine, filling him with dread. He suddenly had a terrifying premonition. What if this time-limited slaughter continues until only one ultimate winner is left alive? And if that winner really is a Beast Tribe player, would all the human tribe players be wiped out? Is this Beast Tribe trial really that twisted? Isn't this just like raising goo insects? Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned ashen. Although the other players didn't think as deeply as he did, they also began to grow wary. They looked around with puzzled expressions, secretly observing those nearby. Could someone here be hiding as a disguised Beast Tribe player? If there really is one hiding, it would be like a ticking time bomb. Beast Tribe players are naturally stronger than human tribe players. When human tribe players kill, they still think about sacrifice and have some reservations deep down. But the Beast Tribe? They kill without hesitation. Absolutely ruthless and merciless. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. At this moment, the three big shots, He Yang and Wang, seemed to sense something. The youngest, Yang Miao, suddenly stepped forward, frowned, and stared at Zhang Yi. Speaking of disguised Beast Tribe players, I think the most suspicious one is you. You. That's right. Zhang Yi used to act like a parasite, but now his attitude has become sharp and cunning. When speaking with top-tier experts, he remains calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. He even knows about the Beast Tribe trial scroll. All of this makes him seem like the typical strong Beast Tribe player. Wang Shuyan hesitated and said, Yang Miao is right. If you want us to trust you, you'd better show your data panel first. Her tone was polite but carried a hint of probing. Zhang Yi chuckled lightly, raised an eyebrow and said, Do I need your trust? His tone was full of arrogance. Wang Shuyan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Zhang Xiaotian sneered, Aren't you suspicious that I might be a Beast Clan player? Yang Miao and Wang Shuyan's faces instantly became awkward. He Zheng frowned and said, Since there's mutual suspicion, everyone should reveal their data panels. But will everyone agree to that? Moreover, I don't think such a crude method can identify the Beast Clan player. Zhang Xiaotian nodded in agreement. Wang Shuyan and Yang Miao looked embarrassed, as they had intended to use this as an excuse to check Zhang Yi's data. Yang Miao thickened his skin and asked, Then do you have a better way to find the Beast Clan player? Zhang Yi smiled faintly, not answering directly. Instead, he looked at Zhang Xiaotian and said, If you really want to stop this time slaughter, I'm afraid the only way is to target that Beast Clan player. As for how to stop it, I don't know either. In fact, Zhang Yi wasn't sure if this game could be stopped. If it couldn't, things would only get worse. He glanced at Zhang Xiaotian. Whether Zhang Xiaotian was truly the thousand-faced god or not, this person was indeed a benefactor to Zhang Yi in both his lives. Zhang Yi didn't want to repay kindness with enmity and fall out with Zhang Xiaotian because of this damn trial. He withdrew his gaze, looked around at everyone, and said in a cold voice, I've told you everything I know. As for how this time slaughter will proceed, you big shots can decide for yourselves. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he didn't wait for any reaction. His figure instantly vanished, leaving everyone stunned, especially Zhou Yiming, who muttered in disbelief. That guy clearly wasn't being chased, yet he wasted a teleportation talisman? He's really showing off to the extreme. Zhang Xiaotian glanced at him and said coldly, He didn't use a teleportation talisman. Zhou Yiming suddenly exclaimed, Didn't use one? Could it be he used a higher-grade teleportation stone? That's way too extravagant. His tone was full of jealousy. Zhang Xiaotian was speechless but didn't bother arguing with him. Although Zhou Yiming was clueless, He Yang and Wang San had more insight and looked serious. He Zheng thought for a moment and asked Zhang Xiaotian, Is it possible that Zhang Yi? Yang Miao and Wang Shuyan also turned to look at him. The members of the Daredevil squad who knew Zhang Yi had mixed feelings. He was a loser before, but now he had become someone even the big shots were wary of, making many people green with envy. Luo Shan also felt a whirlwind of emotions, but having witnessed Zhang Yi's various feats, he wasn't as shocked as the others. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian didn't respond to Zhang Yi's matter but instead said, The focus right now isn't Zhang Yi, it's that hidden Beast Clan player. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the crowd. Luo Shan met his eyes and stepped forward proactively. Boss, I just thought of something. Zhang Xiaotian assumed he was going to talk about Zhang Yi and frowned. But that wasn't the case. After receiving permission, Luo Shan said, When time slaughter started, many members of the Daredevil squad jumped straight into the fight. The scene was chaotic, and I was scared, so I paid close attention. I noticed. During the melee, there was a squad member who claimed to have an invisibility talent and disappeared without showing up again. As soon as this information came out, the official player's eyes lit up. This invisible person was highly suspicious. But someone voiced a concern. Even if we find the Beast Clan player, can we handle them? Zhang Xiaotian was silent for a moment before saying, the invisible person is indeed very suspicious, but not necessarily the one. They might just be a human clan player deliberately stirring up trouble. It might also be an illusion created by magic. He tried negotiating with the invisible person, asking them to reveal themselves, but there was no response. Several big shots gathered to discuss how to identify the Beast Race players. In fact, they were more eager to seize the talent reward within the first round's time limit. But it was also clear that Zhang Xiaotian obviously didn't want internal strife among the human race. This left He Yang, Wang San, and those players who claimed to be strong feeling quite helpless. On the other side, Jiang Yi left voluntarily, clearly heading back to the nest space to spin the special roulette. However, after walking for a few minutes, he stopped under a tall ancient tree. He looked around and spoke calmly. Why are you following me? Rustle. The branches swayed, and a figure in a black robe emerged from the branches 10 meters away. Yet the voice sounded as if it was right next to his ear. The final reward for this time slaughter is bound to be rich. I was thinking, how about we team up? It was Zhang Xiaotian, his tone familiar. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a smile. Why should I team up with you? The other party replied directly, because I saved your life once. These words instantly made the atmosphere tense. Jiang Yi finally couldn't hold back. Beast race players are just too shameless, aren't they? Using someone else's kindness as leverage, and still wanting me to become a traitor to the human race? The words were blunt, and the black-robed figure immediately disappeared from the ancient tree, but that eerie thing hadn't left at all. He could feel the surrounding trees moving without wind, making a rustling sound. It even felt like the entire forest was spinning and shifting, making him dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice sounded in his ear again. Traitor to the human race? You look down on those 4 words. Well, that's true. A frog at the bottom of a well will never understand its own ignorance. Only after witnessing the strength of the beast race will you realize how glorious it is to be a traitor to the human race. Jiang Yi's face was full of confusion, and he muttered under his breath, Don't tell me you're that glorious human traitor? But that didn't make sense either. The apocalypse had just begun. How could there already be traitors? And one who could use psychic abilities? Something was off. The leaves swayed, and the voice arrogantly asked again, I'll give you one more chance. Will you continue being a frog at the bottom of a well? Or will you cooperate with me and share the ultimate reward? Jiang Yi's eyes scanned the surroundings, his tone relaxed yet mocking. Why would the strong share victory with the weak? Why the glorious title of a human traitor? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the trees really start to move, like formations in a fantasy world. His head spun even more. A voice by his ear grew even more sinister. Not young anymore, but your tone is quite bold. Hope you won't cry and regret it before you die. The moment the word regret fell, the heart-shaped pendant on Jiang Yi's chest shattered. His eyes widened, his figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared, reappearing in the nest space. His expression was no longer relaxed. He sat down and took out 2 special roulette wheels. Facing a spiritual-type opponent was unpredictable. Even though his spiritual attribute was at 5,000 points, the heart-shaped pendant had still shattered. This could be bad. Maybe that creepy thing really was a professional. He wasn't sure when the Qinhu Beast world had been breached, but in any case, he hadn't paid attention after handing the task over to the Blood Swallow Club. He quickly shifted his focus to the roulette wheels, pressed one, and silently thought, Spin. A notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations. You've drawn a follower card. Would you like to use it? Yes. The follower card randomly generates a follower. It cannot be specified. What he didn't know was that in a distant place, a sinister cage holding various creatures would flash with golden light every time a follower card was used. A system notification echoed in Jiang Yi's mind. Randomly generating follower. Ding. Bound servant. Shang Yu Deng. The name doesn't reveal the race. A golden light appeared before his eyes. It was a lamp? What the heck? Could the servant be an Aladdin's magic lamp? He bent down and opened the lid, revealing black flames inside. Within the black flames, was there a tiny worm as thin as a strand of hair? Was this a worm or just a strand of hair? Jiang Yi was speechless, but he felt a strange sensation in his heart. A childish voice echoed in his mind. Lift, lift silver. Lift silver. Jiang Yi muttered to himself. This didn't sound like any normal battle cry. I'm still lifting iron. Damn it. Faced with this lamp filament hatchling, whose voice was so childish it was hard to discern its gender or race, Jiang Yi's mood instantly collapsed. He had long been reluctant to randomly draw servants because the variety of ferocious beast races was as vast as the stars, and the randomness was a true test of psychological endurance. Others were lucky enough to draw mature bear clans or succubi, which was practically a gift from heaven. Jiang Yi had once joked that he might draw a pig, but even a pig would be better than this lamp filament. At least a pig could fight battles or help manage the nest. This little thing didn't even look mature. Its voice was muddled, and where was the combat power? Though frustrated, the number of servants wasn't limited, and he could continue drawing. His luck wasn't too bad. He made a silent vow. Next time before drawing, he must cast a luck buff on himself. Looking at the black lamp filament, he didn't hold much hope and commanded, "If you can't speak properly, then speak less. Show me your data panel first." The little lamp filament twisted into a ball in the shadows, and suddenly a pure black data panel appeared, exuding a mysterious texture, unlike the panels of ordinary human races. Name: Shang Yu Deng. Level 0. Lifespan: 3 days. Talent: a spark of stars, X. Occupation: none. Skills: Shadow Body SSS, Soulfire SSS, Chaos Fire Domain SS, Lamp Thread Sea of Fire S. Jiang Yi's heart tightened. He hadn't finished reading the data. Status: Blessing of Fire, permanent. Blessing of Darkness, permanent. Reaper's Protection, permanent. Strength: 60,000.
Constitution. 60,000.
Speed: 60,000. Spirit: 60,000. Combat power: 685 stars. This level 0 little cub actually has all attributes at 60,000. All skill levels are S or above, and the talent X level is something he's never even heard of. Jiang Yi almost thought he was under an illusion. He was stunned. His first reaction was suspicion. His second reaction was to calm down and ask, "Is this 60,000 attribute your maximum value at level 0? The lamp thread creature responded in a muddled manner. Quadrant? Quadrant system god demon. Ubuji Island Wa. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and pressed further. I mean, can you continue to grow stronger? Grow? Grow stronger? Should be able to grow stronger as long as alive. Jiang Yi grasped the gist. This little thing wasn't lying to him. As long as it stays alive, it will keep growing stronger. What kind of monster is this? It's absurdly heaven-defying. The words of that psychic player in the forest echoed in his mind. You have no idea how powerful the beast race is. Jiang Yi mocked himself. I've lived 2 lives, how could I not know? But now he had to admit defeat. This cub's level 0 base attributes were actually 10 times the level 10 limit of the human race. Its combat power completely crushed him dozens of times over. The gap was too demoralizing. He had thought his 15-star rating was already the pinnacle of the human race, but it turned out a mere cub could easily wipe him out. He even started to wonder if all his lottery draws had been wasted, his luck utterly abysmal. At the same time, he began to suspect if this was racial imbalance, guessing that this filament's attributes might not have been enhanced by any lottery draws but were naturally this extraordinary. Its current state was like that of a beginner player. But the problem was its initial attributes? When humans first encountered the Apocalypse game, most players' attributes on their panels were all 1. This cub's attributes are 60,000 times higher than that. Jiang Yi felt extremely unbalanced inside. But then he thought it over. In times of peace, humans called themselves superior beings, controlling everything. All species developed according to humanity's rhythm. Back then, no one thought it was unfair. Now, fate has simply shifted direction, and it's become unfair to them. Jiang Yi quickly calmed his emotions and accepted the massive disparity between species. At the same time, he made up his mind. He must break the attribute limit. Otherwise, he would forever only be a king among humans. And humans would forever be inferior to other beast tribes. Just as he was firming his resolve, he suddenly realized, this absurd beast cub can grow stronger just by staying alive? But the information revealed by Little Lamp Thread earlier was not simple. What shocked him even more was, on Little Lamp Thread's dazzling panel, there was one column that was exceptionally poor. Lifespan: only 3 days? The lifespan of an ordinary human child far exceeds 3 days. This ridiculously strong child, yet with such a short lifespan? Jiang Yi suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and quickly asked Little Spark. Little Spark, can't you use the longevity pill to extend your lifespan? What about the vitality pill? Little Spark hummed. I need fire. Fire to sustain my life. I just felt that you could support me. So I chose you as my master. As expected, only 3 days of lifespan, and the longevity pill can't extend it. This setup is practically like a life made of paper. Hearing it say it needs fire to sustain its life, it sounds simple. But what kind of fire? What shocked Jiang Yi even more was, you said you chose me? Yes, support me, sustain me. So, the usage of the servant card isn't entirely random? Instead, the servant actively chooses its master? Jiang Yi knew in his previous life that servants weren't just randomly generated NPCs in the game. They are all living creatures. But why do they become attendants? Before binding to their master, where did they live? What did they experience? None of the players know, because it is rumored that when attendants are bound, their memories are wiped clean. Only basic knowledge is retained. No matter how hard they try, they can't recall their past experiences. Attendants actively choosing their masters. This was something he had never heard of in his previous life. But this beast tribe cub is clearly unusual. It can even vaguely remember the act of choosing its master. Jiang Yi kept questioning Little Lamp Thread. But Little Lamp Thread repeatedly answered, I don't know. It only vaguely remembered choosing Jiang Yi because it felt he could provide for it. To raise such a heaven-defying attendant, Jiang Yi naturally wanted to give his all. But how exactly to use fire to extend its life? Little Lamp Thread still had no clue. It was still like a clueless little baby, couldn't even transform into human form. Yet, its combat power rating was an astonishing 685 stars. Jiang Yi was speechless. He had to temporarily set aside his research on the young cub. He shifted his attention back to another special roulette wheel. What to draw had already been decided by Zhang Xiaotian when he chose the roulette. Jiang Yi operated skillfully and pressed the black roulette wheel. Draw! Such a casual action instantly startled the little light thread into a panic. An anxious voice echoed in Jiang Yi's mind. Hey! Raise silver! Ding! Congratulations! You've drawn the Universal Beast Arena. Binding player system. Ding! Binding successful. Please check your exclusive Destiny panel. Huh? Ah! The little light thread's anxious voice instantly turned to confusion. Beast Arena, huh?
Universal Beast Arena.
If the player's exclusive Destiny panel were compared to a smartphone, when you first get the phone there are very few apps. But now, having drawn the Universal Beast Arena, it's equivalent to installing a new app on his smartphone. This new feature will bring Jiang Yi a completely different player experience. To be honest, its value far surpasses the existing trading zone. Nowadays, the trading zone can no longer meet Jiang Yi's needs. The price of the blue roulette is skyrocketing, and the purple roulette is so rare that it's almost impossible to find. But with the 10,000 races Beast Arena, he can finally quickly obtain higher-level roulettes. Of course, all of this is predicated on him having the strength to defeat other players in the arena. At this moment, most of the players in the arena should be beast races. As for humans who can spare the time to use the arena, they are likely few and far between. Initially, Jiang Yi was quite confident in his performance in the arena, but that little wisp just now dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. He was now a bit hesitant. Should he go to the arena immediately to try his luck? Or should he play it safe and conserve his energy first? Just as he was hesitating, his gaze fell on the little wisp again. The little wisp had clearly pronounced the words, Beast Arena earlier. So Jiang Yi asked, You know about the arena?
Yi Dao.
Yi. The little wisp twisted in the darkness, as excited as a child suddenly recalling something joyful, stammering in a rush and unable to articulate clearly. Frustrated, it simply stopped speaking and took action directly. With a whoosh, the little wisp leapt from the dark lamp onto Jiang Yi's hand. In an instant, Jiang Yi felt a strange sensation on his hand, cold yet burning. The hair-thin black thread quickly coiled around his pinky finger, forming a pure black ring. At the same time, he vaguely felt that his bond with the little filament light had deepened significantly. As he was thinking, a baby-like voice echoed in his mind. Fight! Fight! Beast fight! Jiang Yi frowned. What do you mean? You're just a follower. How can you enter the beast fighting arena? According to the rules of the beast fighting arena, equipment and items are allowed, but living beings like pets and followers are not permitted to participate. The little filament light insisted. Yes, enter. Go with Juin. Jiang Yi was skeptical. Really? The little filament light shouted again. Panel! Look at the panel. Panel! Jiang Yi's eyes lit up and he checked the data panel. One glance and he was startled. 2 new skills had inexplicably appeared in his skill bar. Filament Sea of Fire, S. And Chaotic Fire Domain, SS. His combat power had skyrocketed to 20 stars. He exclaimed, What's the principle behind this? In my previous life, I never heard of a master being able to use a follower's skills. The little filament light stammered, that this is a device. Jiang Yi didn't want to waste time listening to its laborious explanation and decisively decided to test his strength in the beast fighting arena. After all, since his rise, he hadn't officially fought a single battle. Although he wanted to follow a cautious path, he couldn't afford to be too lax. Besides, he hadn't even changed his class yet. The apprentice beast fighting arena supported both life and death battles, and non-life and death battles, ensuring safety. Just as he was about to use the myriad races beast fighting arena function, a familiar announcement suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Boundary battlefield announcement. Congratulations on clearing the first round of the timed slaughter game. Automatically advancing to the second round. Game task: kill 2 people. Game time limit: 120 minutes. Task reward: none. Failure penalty: erasure. The first round didn't have a failure penalty, but the second round directly imposes the cost of erasure. If the first round was merely a temptation, then the second round is outright a threat. Erasure. In the previous round, Zhang Yi didn't have a talent for killing, but in this round, if his life is threatened, he'll have no choice but to abandon his companions to save himself. He imagined Zhang Xiaoyan's reaction upon hearing these rules. With the threat of death looming overhead, could those people still remain united? He even considered killing 2 people first to ensure his survival, but after hesitating, he decided to head to the arena to test his strength first. Just as he was about to enter the arena, a new announcement echoed in his mind. This time, it was a brand new world announcement, clearly different from the previous notification when Jean Bewley changed professions. Ding! Player Lu Li has issued a world announcement. Hello everyone, I am Lu Li from Shun City. I am making this announcement because there is something very important I want to tell all human players. I don't know what the situation is like around the world right now, but I hope every player understands. This apocalypse game is not just a game. It is a crisis concerning the survival of all humanity. Each of us is very small, as insignificant as dust. But it is precisely each of us who together hold the steering wheel that determines the future direction of humanity. So I hope everyone, whenever making a decision, will think carefully and have a long-term perspective. Think about what the human race in your mind will look like 100 years from now. Will it be a land of ruins or a thriving civilization? Perhaps many people won't listen right now. You might say, I'm licking blood off the blade every day, struggling to eat, barely surviving. What does 100 years from now have to do with me? I understand your thoughts, but I hope, at least for players who can now reach level 10, when it comes to changing professions, you can have a long-term vision. Changing professions not only affects your personal future, but also concerns the future of the entire human race. You, us, everyone, are all key to the future of humanity. Whether you struggle, feel lost, are on the brink of death, or stand high above, I'll share with you a lyric you once loved. Who says ordinary players in the game of life can't be heroes? This announcement is long enough. And, apart from the opening line being the system's voice, the rest is clearly the voice of the player, Lu Li. Young, yet carrying a heavy sense of weariness. At this moment, on the slope outside the swamp forest, the players, unsettled by the second round of the timed killing game, had their gazes stirred. The one most deeply moved was Zhang Xiaotian. He silently recited the name Lu Li in his heart. The belief in his eyes grew even firmer. He Yang and Wang San, who had been somewhat anxious earlier, now had more complex expressions. At the Jiangdi Riverside Pavilion, the 3 remaining guild leaders of the Moonchasing Guild were also deeply shaken. Chang Yang looked at Luo Chongqing. Luo Chongqing remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Lu Li suddenly making such an announcement must mean he has experienced something extraordinary. Players like him, world-class top players, rely not only on strength but also on the vision and insight forged through experience. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the vast ocean. A resolute light flashed in his eyes. In both eyes, a single word was written: become stronger. Players around the world also felt a sense of shock. High-level players, in particular, began speculating. What had Lu Li experienced to say such words? Zhang Yi also seemed deep in thought. His eyes shifted slightly, glancing at the chat channel. At first, there was an eerie silence. Then the screen was flooded with comments. What the hell? I thought it was an announcement about Jean Bewley reaching level 11. Turns out it's a world announcement from a player. A player can actually issue a world announcement. This Lu Li must be a world-class powerhouse. Lu Li's mindset is so profound. He's still thinking about humanity's future at a time like this. He must have gone through something. Could he be a reborn individual? Someone who returned from a future where humanity was wiped out a century later. The person above, you've read too many novels. Rebirth is nonsense. Time is just a human-defined illusion. No matter what, Lu Li is incredible. He will definitely lead all of humanity to rise. What the hell, Luli? Jean Bewley? Could they be the same person? The world of the big shots is truly fascinating. I thought becoming an official player was impressive, but I can't even afford to eat. Some people are mocking Luli, saying he's just talking big without taking action, like those experts and professors who only shout slogans without providing any real benefits to players. Another person refuted, saying that as a big shot, Luli must have used a precious item to issue the announcement, aiming to boost the confidence of all human players. They criticized those who mocked him, saying they were useless and only added to the chaos. Someone disagreed, claiming that Luli's words were all empty talk. He could have revealed some practical information through the world announcement, but he didn't. Instead, he stuck to his lofty rhetoric. Angry rebukes followed. Someone said such remarks were akin to being a traitor to humanity. They argued that Luli valued the cohesion of the human race, which was far more important than so-called information, and that the critics were the ones undermining the unity needed for battle. Others countered, pointing out that every strong player had shed the blood of their own kind at some point. They dismissed the talk of unity as insincere and clamored to expose the critic's identity, demanding some real-world justice. More people joined in, calling for a united effort to teach the so-called human traitor who insulted Luli a lesson, emphasizing that humanity was no match for the beast race and that disunity would spell their doom. Sure enough, the chat channel exploded. Some felt that Luli's words were inspiring and beneficial for uniting humanity. Others believed he had no understanding of the players' suffering and only spoke of a distant future. This debate was not surprising. After all, the world is vast, and there is never just one voice. The truth in one person's eyes can vary greatly, let alone among living, breathing players. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had not yet become an official player, so he naturally hadn't heard this world announcement. But in his past life, Luli's reputation was top-notch, and he was almost regarded as the leader of humanity. Even Zhang Xiaotian and the other 5 great gods held him in high esteem. Luli had repeatedly shared critical information at key moments, guiding humanity forward. He had published more than one set of advanced class transition guides, and the welfare plans for base construction a year later were also his brainchild. This sudden announcement was bound to spark controversy. Some praised him while others criticized him. But even if only a few players took his words seriously, it could still change the fate of humanity. 100 years may seem distant, but everyone is swept along by the tide of the times. As the saying goes, beneath an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. The fate of humanity today, whether it will be disaster or rise, is hidden in every snowflake. Zhang Yi glanced at everyone's reactions and didn't pay further attention. With a thought, he went to check the trading area. The trade listing he had posted earlier, offering white longevity pills in exchange for a purple roulette, still hadn't been completed. The back end, however, had received quite a few private messages. Some asked if he was the Zhang Yi from the leaderboard, others wanted to know how he managed to acquire so many longevity pills, and some even offered benefits for collaboration. Zhang Yi ignored them all. He then went to the public trading area and bought a set of black robes, making a simple change of attire. Raising his hand, he touched the filament ring on his right pinky finger and directly activated the multiracial beast arena function. Ding! It has been detected that you meet the conditions to open the apprentice arena. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Opening requires a payment of 100-year coins. Would you like to pay? Yes. Ding. First-time login to the multiracial beast arena detected. Scanning and initializing. Scan complete. Generating initial seating. Ding. Your audience seat has been generated. As the prompt concluded, the scene before Zhang Yi's eyes changed abruptly. He was transported to a section of the arena's audience seats, surrounded by constant noise and chatter. At the center was a massive arena, encircled on all sides by audience seating. In the arena, a thin black-robed youth was stomping on a colossal beast, his fists pounding down relentlessly. His movements were swift and fierce, yet his demeanor remained leisurely. From the audience seats beside Zhang Yi, a wave of discussion arose. Bei Wu is too strong. 7 consecutive wins already, and he won them all with ease, without even revealing his true form. Yeah, no one knows which race he belongs to yet. He's definitely aiming for 10 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins? He just got here. How could he keep winning? Just wait and see. He's bound to lose in the 9th or 10th match. Zhang Yi understood that achieving 10 consecutive wins in the 10,000 races Beast Arena not only triggered an announcement but also came with generous rewards and a spot on the leaderboard. For players, 10 consecutive wins were a dazzling honor, but it wasn't easy. Besides the Beast Battle leaderboard, there were the even more challenging Prodigy leaderboard and Legend leaderboard, requiring 20 and 50 consecutive wins respectively. Moreover, these two leaderboards had an implicit rule. Contestants must fight in human form throughout and could not reveal their beast form. Beast race players were generally weaker in human form compared to their beast form, so this rule served as a way to suppress them. As a result, some beast race contestants would rather lose a match than reveal their true form, and ordinary beast race players also preferred to fight in human form. Whether for honor or strategy, exposing their beast form usually meant their defenses would be compromised. In this atmosphere, concealing one's racial identity had become the norm, which actually saved Jiang Yi a lot of trouble. The black-robed youth, Bei Wu, had already achieved 7 consecutive victories. Clearly, he had ambitions, as his racial identity had yet to be revealed. Jiang Yi wasn't particularly interested in this battle, and his gaze quickly shifted to the control panel on his seat. The seats in the arena were not ordinary chairs. They came with various functions. Checking the 3 major leaderboards, betting on upcoming matches, switching to watch other matches, and even upgrading to a private box seat for a fee. Many of the nearby private box seats were reserved for VIPs, and the exorbitant upgrade costs made Jiang Yi unwilling to spend the money. He directly used the control panel to select non-life and death battle, and the system began automatically matching him with an opponent. The matching process would take a few minutes, so Jiang Yi's gaze returned to the arena. At that moment, a VIP box-like seat suddenly appeared in the audience area opposite, transported from another beast battle. Inside the box sat an old man with a white beard, a cup of green tea filled to the brim on the table before him. Floating in the tea was a tiny girl, no bigger than an ant. Half of her body was soaking in the tea, while the other half clung to the cup's wall, her clear eyes fixed intently on the black-robed youth in the arena. After a few seconds, the miniature girl angrily shouted, "That's the guy who made me guess his identity wrong last time. He relies entirely on brute strength in battle. I kept guessing he was from the ancient barbarian tribe, but I was wrong every single time. So, he's deliberately using misleading tactics to make others guess his race incorrectly. How devious. This guy must have gone through a trial similar to mine, which is why he's using such tricks to improve his combat experience. Then he might be." The miniature girl leaned against the cup wall, tilting her head as she calculated various possibilities in her mind. Finally, she cautiously speculated, "With such cunning and deceit, could he be from the Silver Moon tribe?" The white-bearded old man burst into hearty laughter. "Wrong again." The miniature girl immediately deflated, grumbling in frustration. "It's all his fault for being so sneaky. I curse him to lose his winning streak." "But, Grandpa, how exactly did you figure out his race?" The old man didn't answer directly, only smiling as he asked, "Shall we keep watching, or switch to another match to keep guessing?" The little girl puffed up her cheeks, gritting her teeth. "Switch to the next round. This time, I'll definitely guess it right." The old man said nothing and skillfully switched to a different competition scene. The screen shifted, the luxurious private box disappeared, and the scene turned into a newly started beast fighting arena. The audience seats were nearly empty, but a private box appeared out of thin air. The miniature girl looked toward the center of the beast fighting arena, and her face immediately turned bitter. The big guy on the left was guessed before. It's from the Black Tiger clan of the Wuong realm. This time, I can only guess the one on the right. Another one wearing a black robe. I hate those who wear black robes the most. And this guy is just like that Bei Wu earlier. His humanoid mimicry is almost perfect, completely devoid of any beast tribe traits. Seems like it's his first time in the arena? Name's Jiang Yi. Jiang. Could it be a water-based species, or something from the sea? Yi. Could it be some dark-type species from the immaculate otherworld? Better watch how he fights. Hopefully, he's not one of those who deliberately hide their identity. The young girl stared intently at Jiang Yi, muttering under her breath, her mind constantly analyzing various identity possibilities. Focused on Jiang Yi, she completely failed to notice the white-bearded old man at the table, who had furrowed his brows and looked deeply concerned. In the arena, Jiang Yi was also staring at the burly man with a tiger-like back and bear-like waist across from him, trying to guess his species, either tiger or bear, likely not a particularly strong type. He could see the opponent's basic information. Bonner Biao. Matches. 1. 952. Win rate. 31.66%. 3 consecutive wins. While his own information was
Jiang Yi.
matches. 0. Win rate. 0%. 0 consecutive wins. The combat power and attributes of both sides were hidden. The arena had protective mechanisms, and special skills couldn't be used to probe player data. Jiang Yi couldn't tell if this was a system error or a deliberate arrangement. A rookie with no battle record was matched against a seasoned veteran who had fought nearly 2,000 matches. However, this veteran's performance was quite underwhelming. The old hand saw Jiang Yi and was overjoyed, immediately starting to mock him. Yo, bro, your humanoid mimicry is pretty spot on. Jiang Yi didn't expect him to be so cheerful and replied politely, just average, nothing special. The veteran burst out laughing, clearly amused. All right, since you're a newbie, I won't mess with you. After this match, I'll have a 4-win streak. Rookie, just surrender already. It was then that Jiang Yi understood the veteran's excitement. He had just achieved a 3-win streak, and defeating Jiang Yi would set a new winning record for him. Such a great opportunity. No wonder he was over the moon. Jiang Yi, soft-hearted like a benevolent deity from ancient Greece, didn't think much and said politely, since you want to break a record, I'll help you out. However, since I'm new here, how exactly do I surrender? Jiang Yi asked with a serious expression. The mini-girl in the private box was stunned. No way? Sure, the first match for a rookie is tough, but he's not even putting up a fight and is surrendering outright? Let me think, which race could be this spineless? As she was pondering his identity, in the arena, Jiang Yi smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, let me see if this works for surrendering, while raising his right hand. The tiger-like veteran across from him sensed something was off, but it was too late to react. Suddenly, a fireball formed from filaments of light appeared swiftly in front of him. When Jiang Yi saw this filament fire sea, the corner of his mouth twitched. What kind of fire sea was this ping-pong ball-sized fireball supposed to be? Did this little filament even understand the concept of a sea? Just as he found it absurd, the tiger veteran thought Jiang Yi was trying to show off and fail miserably. He was about to mock him when the tiny fireball suddenly ignited on his body. The flames were terrifying, spreading so fast that the tiger veteran couldn't even let out a scream. The fire instantly engulfed everything, truly becoming a blazing inferno. The mini-girl in the private box was dumbfounded, her jaw dropping. After a long pause, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. This guy can't be. She almost blurted out the answer but immediately shook her head in denial. The Undying clan was wiped out long ago. Even if there were a few survivors, they couldn't possibly appear in a novice beast arena. But this fire ability is so terrifying, and that eerie aura of resurrection. No other fire-type race could possibly have something like this. She racked her brain, but no matter how hard she thought, it didn't make sense. She looked at her grandfather and saw the white-bearded old man frowning deeply, lost in thought. The girl's eyes lit up. Grandpa, even you can't figure it out? There was a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. The white-bearded old man glared at her and said, did you notice the black ring on his right pinky finger? The girl turned her head toward the beast arena, but the battle was already over, and Jiang Yi's figure had disappeared. She could only recall, that ring was pitch black, like it had been burned. The white-bearded man murmured, that is the legendary Badia's artifact, Ring of the Undying Clan. The girl's eyes widened. An actual Undying Clan member? Badia's artifact? How could the proud Undying Clan possibly be reduced to slaves and tools? Grandpa, you must be mistaken. That ring might just be. The more she spoke, the more she trailed off, because her grandfather's words were usually reliable and rarely wrong. It was very likely true. Someone had actually subdued the proud Undying Clan. Her gaze shifted back to the empty spot in the beast arena where Jiang Yi had stood. After a long time, she snapped out of it, turned to her grandfather, and cautiously asked, to be able to subdue an Undying Clan member as a slave and a tool, who exactly is this Jiang Yi? The white-bearded man had a vague suspicion in his heart but wasn't certain. He only said, he should be from a newly joined race in the Myriad Races War. This statement shocked the girl. A newly joined race? Then his domain is still under the protection period of the Myriad Races War. A domain that's just beginning its transformative development. Logically, this new race shouldn't have any foundation at all. They probably haven't even established a system to cultivate talents. Do they even have a golden roulette? Under such disadvantageous conditions, how could he possibly subdue an Undying Clan member? Could it be that the bloodline of this new race under the protection period is even more heaven-defying than the Undying Clan? Or is it? Not that the race is strong, but that this guy named Jiang Yi is too heaven-defying? Just as the little girl grew increasingly curious about Jiang Yi's identity. In the Colosseum, Jiang Yi's second battle had already begun. This time, his opponent was a player with the highest record of 4 consecutive wins, whose race was indiscernible. Jiang Yi wasted no words and easily won the match with a single move, Silken Sea of Flames, achieving 2 consecutive victories. The previously sparse audience seats in the Colosseum suddenly filled up as a large wave of spectators teleported in. Ordinary seats and VIP boxes appeared one after another, sprouting like mushrooms after the rain. Among the ordinary spectators, discussions erupted. Look over there. The number of VIP boxes is terrifying. There must be hundreds of them. Them. I watched the North Dock Coliseum where someone got 7 consecutive wins before, and there weren't this many VIPs. Who is this newcomer? Just 2 consecutive wins and already attracting so much attention from the big shots. Definitely a top-tier genius from a high-level race. The VIP boxes might even be filled with their close friends and family. If their friends and family are this impressive, then the genius's status must be absolutely top-notch. Their bloodline must be incredibly pure, at least an S-grade talent. Someone of this caliber coming here for training could easily achieve 10 consecutive wins and dominate the Coliseum rankings. Their real target must be the monster list or even the legendary list. These voices carried envy, mixed with admiration. In the eyes of ordinary beast races, Zhang Yi was already an untouchable, terrifying genius. The subsequent matches confirmed their suspicions. 3 consecutive wins, 4 consecutive wins, 5 consecutive wins. Zhang Yi won effortlessly all the way. The audience grew larger and larger, and the number of VIP boxes kept increasing. Among them were many knowledgeable VIP big shots, including quite a few like the white-bearded old man. In an extremely luxurious private room, the black-robed youth who had just been fighting on the field was now a spectator. His gaze fixed on the arena where Zhang Yi had just battled, his brows tightly furrowed. The white-robed youth accompanying him had a completely different demeanor. Compared to the black-robed youth, he appeared more relaxed and handsome, like a wealthy young master, and said with a hint of mockery, "He just finished his fight. If you go for a match now, there's a good chance you'll run into him. Want to give it a try?" He leaned lazily against the chair, his words laced with reverse psychology. "Forget it, you just got 9 consecutive wins. Don't challenge this mysterious genius. Just pick someone else. Achieving the 10-win streak will be much easier. If you lose the 10-win streak just for the sake of competitiveness, what a pity that would be." The so-called one-life 10-win streak refers to winning 10 matches in a row starting from the first match as a newcomer, achieving a 100% win rate, which is displayed in the information panel. Matches, 10. Win rate, 100%, 10 consecutive wins. The information panel for the black-robed youth currently displayed. Beiwu. Matches, 9. Win rate, 100%, 9 consecutive wins. He was just 1 match away from completing the one-life 10-win streak. For ordinary people, the Beast Battle rankings are a distant goal, but for true geniuses, it is an inevitable target to break through. What they truly value, the measure of strength is not whether the goal can be achieved, but how overwhelmingly and brilliantly the goal is accomplished. This grand competition among myriad races has been ongoing for countless years, spanning innumerable realms and producing countless geniuses. In the eyes of ordinary players, the Beast Battle rankings actually record over 1 million names. Even if you are 1 in 10,000, the sheer number of participants means there are still countless 1 in 10,000 geniuses. Those geniuses admired by ordinary players never waste time looking down on them. Their eyes are always fixed on opponents stronger than themselves. Beiwu was one such genius, full of ambition and pursuit. But now, listening to the white-robed youth's sarcastic remarks, Beiwu's mind was in turmoil. He was torn between securing the obvious one-life 10-win streak and challenging the strong opponent he felt compelled to face. Honor or risk? His inner voice clearly told him that growth was far more important than vanity. But in reality, giving up a nearly guaranteed 10-win streak was no easy task. Knowing and doing are separated by a chasm. The white-robed youth saw Beiwu's troubled expression and couldn't help but laugh. What's there to be conflicted about? If you really want to challenge him, why not wait until both of you are on the Beast Battle rankings? That guy's combat strategy relies entirely on that undead clan ring. His bloodline and strength aren't as formidable as you think. Who knows how he managed to subdue the undead clan? The undead clan living long? What a joke. Forget undying. He might just have a 3-day trial card. 3 days later, he might already be behind you. Beiwu shot him a cold glance and replied in a deep voice, "Subdue the undead clan? Him falling behind me? Do you think that's possible?" The white-robed youth slouched with his legs crossed. "Who knows what the future holds? Why overthink it? By the way, are you going to play your 10th match for the 10-win streak or not?" He pointed across the way. "Look, he's already started his 6th match. Your 10th opponent appeared late. Maybe you can avoid him." At this moment, Zhang Yi began his 6th match. Achieving 10 consecutive victories is challenging because the opponents become increasingly stronger. The first 5 opponents were easily defeated, but the 6th opponent was exceptionally formidable. Beiwu stared at the screen, his brows furrowed. The information about Zhang Yi's opponent was clearly displayed. Chen Sheng. Matches, 63. Win rate, 88.88%. 12 consecutive victories. The audience area instantly erupted. Damn, it's only the 6th match, and he's already facing a top-ranked fighter? Bei Wu didn't encounter a ranked player until his 8th match. But this Chen Shang is clearly stronger. This mysterious young man might meet his end in this match, right? Is there a problem with the matching system? Previously, 10 Win Geniuses only faced ranked players in the 8th or 9th match. Why is he encountering one in the 6th? Facing a ranked fighter in the 6th match. This guy's bloodline must be extraordinary. Could he become a rising star on the Demon List or the Legend List? Are we witnessing history here? The Demon List is possible, but the Legend List is too difficult. There are barely any names on it. But I feel like there's something off about his strength. What's off? Can't say for sure. Let's keep watching. With this much attention, he might not even achieve 10 consecutive victories. What do you mean? He's so strong. How could he not get 10 consecutive wins? Just wait and see. Most ordinary spectators lacked insight and couldn't understand the situation. But some faintly sensed that something was different. Zhang Yi's attack is indeed terrifying. That filament flame is simply the deadliest skill in the novice arena. For many players who haven't changed professions, a single touch means death. But the problem is, so far, apart from this flame move, Zhang Yi hasn't shown any other abilities. And the contestants on the Beast Battle rankings are all true experts who have achieved 10 consecutive victories, with experience and combat awareness far surpassing ordinary players. What's more crucial is that the strong players on the rankings often specifically target newcomers, seizing opportunities to break their winning streaks. As long as you understand the matching rules, defeating a genius with 10 consecutive wins isn't too difficult. With Zhang Yi's strength, 10 consecutive wins are absolutely no problem. The hard part is achieving 10 consecutive wins with just one life. The opponent in this match, a guy named Chen Shang, was clearly here to break his winning streak. Opponents like those from Bei Wu, who also aimed for 10 consecutive wins with one life, no longer dared to act rashly, fearing a devastating loss. But Chen Shang was already a strong contender on the Beast Battle rankings, eager to step on Zhang Yi to make a name for himself. This mindset of trampling geniuses underfoot to steal glory had become their peculiar form of twisted pleasure. At the same time, the little girl by the teacup below the stage was so excited that she leaned against the cup's edge, her eyes sparkling. Finally, a contestant with real skills. Zhang Yi has to show his true abilities this time, or his identity will definitely be exposed. Although Zhang Yi couldn't see the audience's reactions, he understood the weight of this match in his heart. Glancing at the opponent's profile, he was taken aback. This was only the 6th match, and he was already up against a player from the Beast Battle rankings. And this Chen Shang was clearly not someone who barely managed to achieve 10 consecutive wins. He had only fought 63 matches but already had a record of 12 consecutive wins. And he hadn't even reached his limit yet. For such a master to show up in the 6th match to disrupt things, the matching system was definitely malfunctioning. Just as he was thinking this, before the match whistle had even blown, the black-robed Chen Shang walked up to Zhang Yi and sneered coldly. Feeling strange? I deliberately suppressed my strength to target you. Otherwise, with my true level, you wouldn't even encounter me in your 10th match. These words were arrogant enough. Precise suppression followed by targeting, truly blunt and ruthless. Zhang Yi hadn't expected to attract so much attention. Chen Shang sneered and added, I've placed a bet on this match too. A 13-win streak is within reach. If you win, you'll break my 10-win streak. If I lose, my 13-win streak will be ruined. But regardless of the outcome, I don't think your 10-win streak is achievable. Am I right, phony genius? That last sentence was full of mockery and disdain. The audience erupted instantly. This Chen Shang is way too arrogant. He's so confident, even deliberately lowering his strength to target someone. Phony genius? Could it be that Zhang Yi isn't the legendary terrifying prodigy of his race? In the VIP box, the young girl by the teacup frowned. This Chen Shang. Beside her, the white-bearded elder stroked his beard and said calmly, perhaps the elders of his race from the previous matches have uncovered Zhang Yi's secret. The young girl was curious. What secret? Could he really be a phony? The white-bearded elder didn't answer, but his gaze remained fixed on the beast arena. Facing Chen Shang's taunts, Zhang Yi remained calm, his aura steady, neither refuting nor making bold statements. He quietly waited for the whistle to signal the start of the match. Ding! Both sides are ready. The match officially begins. Almost at the moment the word, begin, landed, the atmosphere in the arena changed dramatically. A heavy, oppressive, and tense invisible pressure enveloped the entire venue. This battle was different from Zhang Yi's previous 5 matches. As soon as the match started, the young man in the black robe, exuding an eerie aura, instantly disappeared from his original position, moving so fast that the audience gasped in astonishment.
So fast.
How is it possible to be this fast? He said his strength was suppressed. No, it's not just speed. This must be a spatial skill. Instant cast spatial skill? Impossible. This has to be a talent. The audience buzzed with discussion, while the changes on the battlefield unfolded even faster. The black-robed youth suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yi, a black, invisible blade viciously stabbing toward the back of his head. Zhang Yi reacted swiftly, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He gently raised his hand and directly grabbed the opponent's wrist. Unlike before, this time Zhang Yi didn't use his blazing sea of fire. Instead, he executed a clean over-the-shoulder throw, slamming his opponent to the ground. This Zhang Yi has incredible combat awareness. But why isn't he using fire? The answer was quickly revealed. The figure of the youth who had been thrown instantly dissolved into a black shadow and disappeared. That's a clone, someone shouted. No wonder he's a 12-time consecutive winner. There's no way he'd be so reckless. At the same time, as the dispersed clone vanished, 18 identical black-robed youths immediately emerged around the arena, fiercely surrounding Zhang Yi and launching an attack. This is insane. He actually released 18 clones at once. No wonder he was so arrogant earlier. Even with suppressed strength, he's still this formidable. This shows that his true strength far surpasses 12 consecutive victories. Exactly, he only played 63 matches to achieve 12 consecutive wins. This guy definitely qualifies to challenge the Monster Genius rankings. Are you kidding? A monster-level genius appearing in the rookie arena? Even suppressing his strength is outrageous. The crowd was in an uproar, and the situation in the Beast Arena changed rapidly. Although the strength of the 18 clones wasn't strong, their coordinated attack posed a significant threat to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, a battle-hardened warrior who had experienced countless bloody fights, had an exceptionally sharp combat awareness. At this moment, he maneuvered amidst the encirclement. Though seemingly suppressed, his movements were calm and steady, his steps and posture showing no trace of panic, even allowing him to easily handle enemies behind him. The audience exclaimed, "No matter what, his combat awareness definitely reaches the level of a prodigy on the Beast Arena rankings." About 7 or 8 minutes later, Zhang Yi defeated the 18 clones one by one, their shadowy figures dissipating into nothingness. What? All clones? Then where is Qian Shang's real body hiding? Can anyone figure out where he's hiding? It doesn't seem like invisibility, more like some kind of special ability. This Qian Shang is truly impressive. Amid the discussions, the Beast Arena grew even more tense. The arena, originally meant for a duel between two people, now seemed to have only Zhang Yi left, as even the skilled spectators couldn't discern where Qian Shang was hiding. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Zhang Yi. Though his expression remained composed, his eyes were alert, ready for attacks from all directions at any moment. At this point, it seemed that Qian Shang had the upper hand in the battle. His earlier arrogance was not only backed by confidence but also by an even more audacious performance. Just as the audience was completely clueless, Qian Shang's voice suddenly echoed from all around the Beast Arena. Though his figure was nowhere to be seen, his words were filled with arrogance. Tsk tisk, truly a fraud. However, if you want to achieve 10 consecutive wins in one life, I'm willing to grant your wish. He sneered. Lend me the ring in your hand for 2 days. This round, I'll let you win, Qian Shang said with a cold smirk. Hiss. The spectators gasped in amazement. I thought Qian Shang was already arrogant enough, but I didn't expect him to be even more outrageous. Is he genuinely asking to borrow the ring for a few days? Or is he purely humiliating Zhang Yi? Definitely humiliation. Before the match even started, he said Zhang Yi could never achieve 10 consecutive wins in one life. Now he's talking about helping him succeed. It's clearly blatant humiliation. Geniuses have their pride. Who would willingly accept such a dignity-stripping deal to throw a match? Even if Zhang Yi agrees to lose this round, no matter how impressive he is later, this stain won't be erased. Speaking of which, why is Qian Shang targeting Zhang Yi so much? Is there a personal grudge? Not necessarily. Qian Shang's personality is inherently arrogant and aggressive. My clan has a genius like that too. Absolutely over-the-top arrogant. An elder in the clan even once said, "Destiny is a form of energy. The more confident and arrogant one is, the stronger their energy field." Simply put, the more arrogant, the stronger. That explanation is really abstract. The audience debated Qian Shang's arrogance, and some began to acknowledge the theory of the more arrogant, the stronger, as it seemed to hold some truth. At this moment on the battlefield, although Qian Shang was hidden, the entire arena was under his control. He seemed like the protagonist of the world, dictating the rhythm of the battle. Even many VIP big shots who had come for Jiang Yi were drawn to Qian Shang's aura. In the black-robed youth Bei Wu's private box, the previously laid-back white-clad youth suddenly became serious. This time, Qian Shang. If nothing unexpected happens, he might make it onto the prodigy list. Bei Wu speculated in a deep voice. If Jiang Yi hasn't deliberately suppressed his strength, his attributes are probably around 5,000. The white-clad youth raised an eyebrow. 5,000? If he's at level 10, those attributes aren't considered high. It depends on the racial ceiling, Bei Wu said no more. Elsewhere, in the teacup girl's private box, the white-bearded old man suddenly sighed. I just remembered. When Qian Shang first came to the Beast Arena, he was defeated by Guanko Saki in the 10th match, narrowly missing 10 consecutive wins in one life. The teacup girl was shocked. Really? Someone so bold almost achieved 10 consecutive wins with one life. Isn't he just taking revenge on society now? Grandpa, do you know where he's hiding? It's not invisibility, so what exactly is it? The words were not yet finished when the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Jiang Yi faced Qian Shang's extreme humiliation without the slightest ripple of emotion. He gently rubbed the black ring on his right pinky finger and said with a faint smile, "Let me win this round? All right? Let me win." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly froze. Qian Shang's confidence was conveyed through arrogance, while Jiang Yi's confidence was calm and restrained. His understated "let me win" carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The entire arena was suddenly enveloped in a scorching red hue. The audience even felt that the red not only filled their vision but also seemed to ignite like blazing flames. At the moment the red spread, a familiar verdict echoed above the arena. Ding! This battle! Jiang Yi wins! Simultaneously, a notification popped up in Jiang Yi's mind. Congratulations on winning this match. Reward points, 10. First-time achievement of 6 consecutive wins. Reward points, 10,000. Afterward, his figure returned to the spectator stands, and the noise from the earlier battle gradually reached his ears again. Back in the stands, he immediately heard a flurry of heated discussions. What just happened? I didn't even have time to react, and the match was over. Jiang Yi won? How did he even win? Isn't it obvious? It must be that terrifying fiery red ability of his. What kind of godlike skill is that? The damage range is insane. Probably a massive damage range. I saw he didn't even precisely hit Qian Shang. He just unleashed his ultimate move. The red light flashed, and not a blade of grass was left standing. This is way too powerful. It's definitely S+ level. Maybe even a domain ability. If Jiang Yi has such an incredible move, why bother fighting those 18 clones? Couldn't he just use his ultimate to instantly defeat Qian Shang? Looking back at Qian Shang's arrogant words, ha ha ha, I feel embarrassed for him. Heh. I bet he won't dare show his face in the arena anymore. Is Qian Shang planning to aim for the demon list instead of the arena? That's hilarious. Maybe he'll change his identity, his name, and even his face. Aside from the shock at Jiang Yi's ultimate move, most of the voices were mocking Qian Shang. Listening to the ridicule, Jiang Yi also thought Qian Shang wouldn't dare show up again. Unexpectedly, amid the audience's laughter, Qian Shang's voice suddenly echoed from all directions in the arena. He directly addressed Jiang Yi and said just one sentence. I'll be waiting for you in the 10th match. His tone was calm, devoid of the previous arrogance or embarrassment. To lose face so spectacularly yet remain unperturbed. This truly showed the inner strength of a real powerhouse. The audience erupted. Does he plan to turn the tables in the 10th match? Could he have a trump card to counter Jiang Yi's ultimate move? Didn't he claim to have overwhelming strength before? Maybe he still has some hidden moves. But can the 10th match even target Jiang Yi? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Bei Wu was preparing to match opponents through the control system. A white-clad youth lounged lazily, raising an eyebrow. Hey, you're planning to target him too. Bei Wu's expression remained calm, his tone resolute. I've figured it out. Personal growth is more important than honor. It sounded serious, but the white-clad youth chuckled lightly. Are you confident you'll win? 70 to 80% sure. Oh, the white-clad youth whistled, teasing. Won't you end up slapping your own face in the end? Bei Wu remained silent, completely different from the arrogant Qian Shang. When he spoke, there was a 70 to 80% chance it was entirely true. Ding! Match complete. According to the Colosseum rules, after a match is confirmed, the audience has 2 minutes to place bets. Bei Wu glanced at the screen, and his expression immediately turned grim. The white-clothed youth leaned over for a look and burst into laughter. Sniping failed. The screen displayed Bei Wu versus Shi Mi. 2 failed snipers got matched together. Ha ha ha. The white-clothed youth laughed gleefully at Bei Wu's misfortune, while Bei Wu's face darkened. If his opponent were Jiang Yi, he would have 70 to 80% confidence, or even higher. But Shimi, achieving 10 consecutive wins was already a tough challenge. This Shimi was clearly also targeting Jiang Yi, so his strength must not be underestimated. The white-clothed youth pretended to console him. Don't worry, take down Shimi first, claim the 10-win streak achievement, get on the Colosseum leaderboard, and then continue sniping Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi still has the 7th, 8th, and 9th rounds ahead. We have plenty of chances. Bei Wu shot him a cold glance. Take a look at the odds first. The white-clothed youth dismissed it casually. So what if the odds are high? High odds don't mean you'll lose. This lousy Colosseum dares to underestimate you? Just win this match and show them. Wait here. I'll bet 100 time coins on you to win. I'll make a fortune in no time. The white-clothed youth was full of bravado, speaking as if he were generously backing up his friend. But Bei Wu gave him a hard glare. With this guy's wealth, 100 time coins wouldn't even cover a meal. Such a small bet was practically mocking him. Betting time coins on his win. What a joke. Clearly, he was being sarcastic and condescending. However, Bei Wu was a reserved person who disliked talking much. He directly logged into the Universal Information Network and spent a significant amount of time coins to purchase information on Shimi. He carefully studied it to fully prepare for the critical upcoming match. All of this was completely unknown to Jiang Yi. In fact, the reason why the prodigies from Bei Wu and Shimi failed to ambush him was not due to bad luck or mismatched pairings, but because Jiang Yi had stopped fighting altogether after his 6th match. He used his arena points to exchange for a pile of roulette wheels and then directly exited the arena. Someone's waiting for me in the 10th match?
Jiang Yi sneered.
Well, let them wait. In his mind, he was not a supporting character in someone else's world and would not stop for anyone. His growth was not about surpassing others, nor was it about being a stepping stone for anyone. In other words, it's time for his medicine. The longevity pill, taken once every hour, must not be wasted. Moreover, the second round of the time-limited slaughter game had a time constraint. He never intended to linger in the arena. He only went there to earn points to exchange for higher-grade roulette wheels. Back in his lair, Jiang Yi sat at his desk, reflecting on his arena experiences, filled with emotion. As the old saying goes, the rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility, but the gap between bottom-tier players and top-tier powerhouses is truly vast. Their perspectives and understanding are completely different. In his previous life at this time, he struggled just to survive, and becoming an official player was utterly out of reach. How could he have understood the kind of insane growth those human leaders and beast prodigies were experiencing? No wonder some people mock the frog in the well. The world a person sees determines what their mind can conceive. That Lu Li deliberately made that announcement earlier, clearly because of his unique experiences and superior vision. After adjusting his mindset, Jiang Yi casually pressed the orange roulette wheel. Spinning the orange roulette will cost 10,000 years of lifespan. Even for top-tier powerhouses, this is no small amount. While others would be tense and anxious during a draw, Jiang Yi, like a wealthy man picking out goods, was calm and composed, casually saying, "Spin." The orange roulette will emitted a luxurious notification sound. Ding! Congratulations! You have won the reward, longevity pill. Immediately, 2 more sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to Jiang Yi for activating the orange roulette for the first time and obtaining a talent stone, grade A. Ding! Regional announcement. Congratulations to Jiang Yi for activating the orange roulette for the first time and obtaining a talent stone, grade B. 1 world announcement, 1 regional announcement. Jiang City seemed to pause for a second, and then the chat channel exploded. Whoa, a world announcement? The big shot from Jiang City got a world announcement. Jiang God is truly amazing. So powerful. The top cross-regional big shot. Now with a world announcement. Jiang Yi and Luo Chongqing are definitely in a league of their own. Speaking of cross-regional top players, strictly speaking, Jiang Yi isn't even a player from this region. How is he not? The big shot specifically came to this region, so of course he counts as a Jiang City player. The big shot chose to stay in Jiang City. There must be some special reason. Who cares? Our region got a world announcement. I'm grinning ear to ear. But Jiang Yi is really impressive. Where did he get the orange roulette? And he dared to spend 10,000 years of lifespan to activate it? If he drew a ferocious beast, he'd be killed instantly. Heh, I think he's just trying to show off. Reckless and desperate. Exactly. Big shots like Jean Bewley have long been able to draw from the orange roulette, but they're very cautious. Jiang Yi is clearly impatient and greedy. So what if he's impatient and greedy? He got a grade A talent stone. You're just being sour anonymously here. Grade A talent stone? You need to be alive to use it. For all we know, he might have drawn a ferocious beast from the orange roulette and already died. The anonymous chat channel was filled with all kinds of voices. Some praised, some criticized. Just as everyone was heatedly arguing, 2 more announcements sounded. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Yi for being the first to activate the red roulette. Reward obtained. Talent stone. S grade. Ding! Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Yi for being the first to activate the red roulette. Reward obtained. Talent stone. A grade. A. What's going on? Why is the world announcement repeated? Is this game bugged? Did the person above mishear? This time it's about the red roulette. Holy crap! Am I blind, deaf, and brain dead all at once? The red roulette. Do you know what that means? It means Jiang Yi just spent 100,000 years of lifespan in one go. 100,000 years. Could it be that he drew the longevity pill from the orange roulette? Don't talk nonsense. According to the rules of the orange longevity pill, green adds a few hundred years, blue a few thousand years, purple tens of thousands of years, orange, hundreds of thousands of years. An orange longevity pill worth hundreds of thousands of years. My eyes are turning red. Jiang Yi, I'm going to kill you. So jealous. If I had hundreds of thousands of years, I'd be soaring too. Quick, give me a fast-acting heart pill. I can't take it anymore. Fate is too unfair. Where's Lady Luck? Maybe you're just a snotty, wind-blown sapling. You hater, if you've got guts, stop talking. Saying the big shot got wiped out by the orange roulette. Open your dog eyes and see who's really wiped out. Hater. Say it. The big shot will definitely get wiped out by the red roulette. Just saying it casually. Heizi. Jiang Yi daddy. Can you notify us next time before you spin the golden wheel? I'm afraid my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes might go blind. Speaking of which, this Jiang Yi is too outrageous. Spinning the orange wheel across regions is one thing, but how does he dare to spin the red wheel? It's completely illogical. Maybe he's got Liang Jingru backing him up. Stop with the jokes. Let's talk business. The chat channel was in chaos with endless discussions. The voices on the forum inviting Jiang Yi to join factions had decreased, but the invitations for him to explore the endless sea became more sincere. Wei Lingshuang from the Silver Frost Club grew increasingly suspicious that this Jiang Yi was not the same Jiang Yi she knew. She calmly convened an emergency meeting. The 4 major guilds of Jiangdi also held a meeting, focusing on discussing the impact of Jiang Yi's appearance on the situation and future of Jiangqing. Other big shots were even more curious. How exactly did Jiang Yi pull it off? Being able to spin the orange wheel was already astonishing, but he even dared to spin the red wheel. What a bold move. Soon, Luo Chongqing proposed a hypothesis. Jiang Yi dared to spin the red wheel because he might have used a wish card. The wish card allows you to directly specify a reward from the red wheel. This item is best used on advanced roulette wheels to maximize benefits. Jiang Yi previously asked about special roulette wheels on the forum, most likely because he had drawn from a special roulette and obtained a wish card. This speculation is reasonable. He also added, actually, I thought of another possibility. The special options on the special roulette will might be directly bound to the person drawing. But actually, if the special option drawn by the participant is a wish card, then we can manipulate the person who drew the wish card and make them use it according to our wishes. Exactly. Although it's impossible to directly seize the special prize drawn by someone else, the wish card itself is used for drawing prizes, and the items obtained by using it on a regular roulette can be completely taken. Of course, this is just theoretical. In practice, whether through threats or tempting with benefits, one would have to find a way to make the person who drew the wish card obedient and cooperative. However, these issues are not insurmountable challenges. The leaders of the 4 major guilds all had their eyes light up, clearly seeing the immense potential of the wish card. The president of Qingchuan Guild quickly reminded, Jiang Yi's rapid growth might be due to using a wish card through a tool person. But this time, the red roulette triggered a world announcement. He must have used a wish card himself. After all, the announcement mentioned his name. Luo Chongqing, however, shook his head and refuted. Not necessarily. If Jiang Yi is someone with a strong sense of vanity and loves being in the spotlight, he could very well have had the person who drew the wish card for him change their name to Jiang Yi and draw the red roulette on his behalf. This line of thinking is indeed peculiar, but not entirely impossible. However, whether Jiang Yi spun the red roulette himself or had someone else do it for him, it's actually not that critical. What's critical is that they finally have a reasonable guess about Jiang Yi's astonishing feats. As for how he obtained the orange and red roulettes, that remains a mystery that ordinary players in the Apocalypse game can't possibly unravel. For figures like Jiang Yi, Jean Bewley, and Lu Li who trigger world announcements, there must be extraordinary stories behind them. As for how the outside world speculates, Jiang Yi couldn't care less. As a certain domineering figure once said, a strong person's life needs no explanation to others. He didn't even glance at the chat channel, his gaze fixed directly on the ancient, black, thick book drawn from the red roulette. He stared at the book, and the filament ring on his right pinky finger swooshed onto the book cover. The ring gleamed with an unusually joyful light, twisting like a wriggling maggot dancing on the black book cover. At this moment, a childish yet excited voice echoed in Jiang Yi's mind. Fire! Fire, fire, fire! Jiang Yi rolled his eyes at it, casually plucked it off the book cover, and tossed it into the black lamp, while unceremoniously saying, Fire, what fire, fire, fire! You only have 3 days left to live anyway. No rush to die. Master! Wowu QAQ. The little filament sounded quite aggrieved. However, this black book drawn from the red roulette was not a fire-type treasure at all. On the cover, for words were inscribed in dark runes. The Book of Answers. As the name suggests, this book could answer certain questions. But it had a 24-hour cooldown, meaning only one question could be asked per day. Moreover, it was powerless against extremely high-level questions. The little filament was so excited because it wanted Jiang Yi to ask the Book of Answers how to use fire to extend its life. Jiang Yi, however, ignored it and directly asked another question. How to increase attribute limits? Rustle, rustle, rustle. The mysterious book suddenly began flipping its pages automatically, the sound pleasing to the ear. A dozen seconds later, the book stopped on a page, and dark golden text appeared. The fundamental factor affecting attribute limits, life level. Methods of enhancement. 1. Leveling up, upgrading the life token, career change, profession roulette. 2. Enhancing bloodline, eugenics, and generational evolution, individual evolution. Methods of individual bloodline evolution. 1. River of Time, special roulette, natural sanctuaries. 2. Nirvana Deadlands, special roulette, natural forbidden zones. 3. Special spiritual items, special roulette, special trials, special blessed lands. The options on the special roulette were numerous and bizarre, many of which Jiang Yi, despite living 2 lifetimes, had never heard of. The book mentioned River of Time and Nirvana Deadlands, which were evidently extremely rare existences within the special roulette. As for natural sanctuaries and natural forbidden zones, Jiang Yi had actually heard of it in his previous life. However, in the human domain where Jiang Yi resided, the development time was too short for there to be any true sacred grounds or forbidden zones. Even if they existed, they were most likely buried in the endless deep sea, with no one knowing their exact locations or having ever explored them. Attempting to venture into them was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. On the contrary, in the domains of the higher beast clans, there might already be well-developed forbidden zones and sacred grounds used to nurture the geniuses within their clans. Jiang Yi understood in his heart that there were only 2 ways to enhance his bloodline. One was to find a special roulette with the options of River of Time or Land of Nirvana. The other was to infiltrate the Beast Clan's stronghold and personally seek opportunities in those sacred or forbidden grounds. On the surface, finding a roulette seemed easier, as he could designate the rewards from the lottery. However, such rare options were even scarcer than identity cards. Currently, Jiang City produced at most 3 special roulettes a day, and so far, there might not even be 100 in total. After accounting for those already used, the chances of encountering these 2 options were extremely slim. Therefore, Jiang Yi was more inclined to take his chances by sneaking into the Beast Clan's lair. After all, for his upcoming job transition, he would also need to secretly make use of the Beast Clan's profession roulette. Just as he was pondering these matters, the small wick he had just thrown into the black lamp suddenly sprang out, twisting excitedly into a ball and shouting, Fire! 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 Jiang Yi initially thought it was throwing a tantrum and was about to grab it back when he suddenly noticed that it was wriggling on a certain page of the Book of Answers. His heart stirred, and he tentatively asked, Are you saying there's a fire-type sacred relic in the land of Nirvana that can extend life? The little wick's voice was muffled and intermittent, but he gradually understood that this little thing was quite intelligent. It was just too small, with limited brain capacity, making it difficult to express itself. He placed it back into the black lamp, watching as it lay peacefully in the lamp's wick. A bold guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that it's not fully formed yet? Not even a baby, just an embryo. The thought was absurd, but looking at the black lamp, it indeed resembled an egg nurturing an embryo. Ein, bru, fight, grow bigi. The little wick began to shout intermittently again.
Vyangisi millet helplessly.
All right, enough. Your master will help you grow up faster. He gently poked the wick, and a burning pain suddenly shot through his fingertip, though his skin showed no signs of injury. After relaxing a bit, he continued to study ways to enhance his bloodline. Although he didn't know how Beiwu planned to target him, from the 6 matches in the Beast Arena, especially the 6th one, he had already realized a fact. There was indeed a limit to attributes. Among ordinary players, this limit wasn't obvious, but among top-tier experts, the essence of competition boiled down to a contest of bloodlines and attributes. Beast clans with strong bloodlines could easily crush those with weaker ones, a gap that was nearly impossible to bridge. Jiang Yi understood that he had to break through this barrier. In the 6th match against Chenxing, the audience said he could have used the Chaos Fire domain to win instantly, but he chose close combat instead, appearing to handle it with ease. However, he knew he lacked an advantage in attributes. Chenxing had mentioned that he deliberately suppressed his strength to challenge Jiang Yi, and that his clones were inherently weaker than his true form. Based on calculations, Jiang Yi's total attributes of 5,000 likely still fell short of Chenxing's suppressed values. It was precisely because Chenxing had such confidence that he dared to openly declare his intention to face Jiang Yi in the 10th match. Jiang Yi knew in his heart that the challenges were far from over. At this stage, increasing his attribute limits was even more important than his job transition. At present, the disadvantage of his bloodline was beginning to show. On the table lay 4 talent stones, 1 S grade, 2 A grade, and 1 B grade. In this doomsday game, alchemy recipes, skills, and talents were all carried by scrolls and rune stones. Generally, the abilities of rune stones were stronger than those of scrolls. In his previous life, most of the rare and powerful skills and talents were carried by rune stones, while the skills Jiang Yi had obtained so far mostly came from scrolls. However, the scroll could be used simply by tearing it open, while the rune stone had to be crushed. This was awkward. He tried to crush the S-grade talent stone, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break it, even making his hands red. Players in the previous life often encountered this issue. Precious abilities weren't easily accessible. They required specific conditions or specialized awakening formations. Career advancement was crucial. Not only did it determine the difference in professions, but it also set the upper limit for skills and talents that could be mastered. Players with inferior professions found it much harder to acquire top-tier abilities compared to those with high-end professions. Jiang Yi hadn't even completed his career advancement, so it was normal that he couldn't crush the S-grade talent stone. According to the game rules, the first draw of the red roulette should be completed by professional players. He had taken too big a leap, advancing too far ahead. Without dwelling on it, he tried 2 A-grade talent stones. As a result, he still couldn't crush the A-grade stone from the red roulette draw, but the one from the orange roulette draw shattered. Holy white light overflowed from the stone fragments, enveloping him, and a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the A-grade talent. Heavenly Thunder Summon. This was a strong offensive talent. Next, he crushed the B-grade talent stone. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the B-grade talent. Shrinking ground to inches. A B-grade spatial talent. Highly practical for close combat and travel. Although he couldn't crush the remaining 2 talent stones, Jiang Yi was satisfied with the 2 new talents he had acquired. Talents were superior to skills, they consumed less and could be activated instantly. The human race was weaker than the beast race partly because they lacked initial talents. Jiang Yi now possessed 2 talents, and neither was low level. But the matter wasn't over. He first stored away the 2 talent stones he couldn't crush, then turned his gaze to the 18 orange roulettes and 1 red roulette on the table. The 18 orange roulettes seemed abundant, but 12 of them were meant for drawing longevity pills. Longevity was the foundation of roulette draws. Even if levels didn't increase, accumulating longevity counted as surface longevity. Jiang Yi was wealthy and determined to stack up his longevity no matter what. At the rate he consumed orange longevity pills, he was sure to reach the golden roulette by the end of the day. However, before this round of draws, Jiang Yi first sent the small filament in the nest space away. He told it to go play on its own, but in reality he didn't fully trust the small filament. Whenever he conducted large-scale draws, he always did it alone. The small filament, still immature, obediently ran off to the beast world by Qinhai Lake. Only then did Jiang Yi begin activating the orange roulettes one by one. Ding! Congratulations on winning longevity pill. Ding! Congratulations on winning longevity pill. Until the 4th longevity pill, Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. The Eye of Insight transmitted the scene from Chang Jiaoye's side. This scene had actually been transmitting all along. He just hadn't paid much attention as he was busy with his own matters. Anyway, once he returned from the beast world of Qin Lake, he planned to reconnect with Chang Jiaoyi and give her a big surprise. Whatever the dead were up to was of no significance to him. The situation on Chang Jiaoyi's side gradually became clearer. After accepting the fact of Sun Hao's death, she didn't take any grand actions. First, she sank into somber contemplation, clearly rethinking her comeback plan. Then, she sought out an old acquaintance, and the two engaged in a veiled transaction, during which she freeloaded some resources from the other party. Afterward, Chang Jiaoyi stealthily headed toward the suburban area where the Lu Tian Club was located, evidently intending to delve into the secret behind Zhang Yi's rise. However, before she could truly infiltrate the Lu Tian Club, she was drawn to something along the way and began to discreetly follow it. Since the Eye of Insight was constantly locked in the direction of Chang Jiaoyi, Zhang Yi couldn't discern exactly what she was targeting. He only knew that she had gone to the northwest greenbelt of the Lu Tian Club's villa area, which was the intersection of the previous beast tide and the villa zone. The area was piled with the corpses of ferocious beasts like black widows, indicating that the beast tide had ended. Chang Jiaoyi found a place to hide and kept her eyes fixed on something. Her gaze alternated between surprise, shock, contemplation, and joy, but Zhang Yi couldn't make out what she was observing through the perspective of the Eye of Insight. When she heard Zhang Yi's name, her expression was visibly stunned and incredulous, but she continued her secret observation afterward. At this moment, a cold and sinister voice suddenly emerged from the greenery. "Have you seen enough?" As soon as the voice appeared, Chang Jiaoyi was startled, and Zhang Yi immediately became alert. This was the voice of the succubus Yu Shui. This meant that Chang Jiaoyi had been staring at Yu Yu and Yu Shui, the pair of fake siblings. What secret had she accidentally uncovered? While continuing to swallow the longevity pill, Zhang Yi kept an eye on Chang Jiaoyi's movements. Chang Jiaoyi stepped back a few paces and finally saw Yu Shui. She first scrutinized her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Chang Jiaoyi." After a brief hesitation, she added, "Zhang Yi, the #1 on the battle rankings, is my boyfriend." Unbelievable. Earlier, she had asked Wei Lingshuang, "Who is Zhang Yi?" Now, facing Yu Shui, she shamelessly claimed Zhang Yi was her boyfriend. Zhang Yi was truly curious to see how she would continue her act. Yu Shui stared at Chang Jiaoyi for a while, then suddenly let out a sarcastic laugh, her tone soft yet laced with mockery. "Oh, your boyfriend? He's quite controlling, isn't he?" Chang Jiaoyi frowned, not fully understanding what the words meant. Just as she was about to respond, Yu Shui waved her hand and summoned a detection eye. Immediately after, Zhang Yi's peeping eye was detected by the detection eye and was instantly rendered useless, cutting off the image on the spot. Zhang Yi had intended to use Chang Jiaoyi's perspective to see what secrets the Yu siblings were hiding. However, not only did he fail to uncover anything, but he also lost sight of Chang Jiaoyi's actions. What was even more surprising was how sharp Yu Shui was to notice the presence of a peeping eye near Chang Jiaoyi. Her remark about a controlling boyfriend was clearly a jab at Chang Jiaoyi. After all, how could someone with a boyfriend ranked first on the battle leaderboard not even realize she was carrying a peeping eye? It was evident that Yu Shui had already sensed Chang Jiaoyi's ulterior motives, which was why she dared to mock her like that. These two might still have a chance to collaborate. But what secret were the Yu siblings hiding that Chang Jiaoyi had discovered? And did Chang Jiaoyi even know the origin of the peeping eye on her? Zhang Yi began to speculate. Drawing on his memories from his previous life, he formed a preliminary guess about the Yu siblings' secret. He decided to quickly finish up in the Qinhai Beast world, return to deal with Chang Jiaoyi, and verify his hypothesis. At that moment, the reward notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn a reward. Longevity pill. Soon, Zhang Yi stored 12 orange longevity pills into his space. Then, he began spinning the remaining 6 orange wheels. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn a reward. Forbidden Domain Prison. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn a reward. Buddha's Roly-Poly. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn a reward. Bitter Lotus. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn a reward. Invisibility Cloak. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the reward. Mental Imprint. Grade A. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the reward. Shadow Clone. Grade A. 6 spins of the wheel, 4 orange items, and 2 Grade A skills. Prison of the Forbidden Domain is an upgraded version of the Forbidden Space Compass, capable of preventing enemies from escaping with spatial items and directly imprisoning opponents. Buddha's Roly-Poly can lift curses and will surely come in handy later. Painful Heart Lotus is an enhanced version of the heart-shaped pendant, strengthening mental defense. Invisibility Cloak, as the name suggests, makes the user invisible. Among the two grade A skills, Mental Imprint excels in support and tracking, while Shadow Clone is used to assist in combat. This round of rewards is nearly perfect. As long as Zhang Yi doesn't risk his life recklessly, he faces almost no life-threatening danger in the current human territory. Next, he spun the final red wheel. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the reward. Chaotic Body, Grade S. This is an S-grade defensive skill, but the scroll couldn't be torn open. Zhang Yi smiled wryly. This situation is even rarer than breaking high-grade runestones. He had never heard of an untorn scroll in his life. Truly embarrassing. Fortunately, no one knew, and it didn't matter for now. Once his bloodline upgrades or he changes professions, he will eventually be able to open it. So he stored the scroll in his space, placing it alongside 2 talent stones. After some hesitation, Zhang Yi decided not to train his alternate character, Zhang San, and instead chose to leave the nest space. He planned to first clear the beast world of Qin Lake and deal with the alternate character later. When he entered the nest earlier, he had been trapped in an illusion by beast players. Now, as he emerged, the surrounding forest was peaceful and harmonious, no longer hostile to him. Scanning his surroundings, he headed toward the Miasma Swamp. The slope where players had previously gathered was now deserted, but it was piled with corpses. Upon closer inspection, there were about 40 bodies, almost all members of the Suicide Squad. Even the middle-aged man who had been chased by Zhou Yiming and saved by Luoshan was now dead. Clearly, during his absence, the first and second rounds of time slaughter had caused chaos, resulting in many deaths. Zhang Yi didn't linger and continued toward the Miasma Swamp. Earlier, when the swamp was set ablaze, the forest there seemed to mutate. The ground was scorching, and the trees grew wildly, as if desperately attacking. Now, everything had returned to calm, and he smoothly reached the edge of the swamp. From a distance, Zhang Xiaotian, He Yangwang, and others were leading a team of experts to besiege a mud monster in the giant pit of the ruined swamp. The situation had changed significantly. Previously, when Zhang Yi fled the small forest, there was only one colossal mud monster. Now Zhang Xiaotian and his team were attacking a giant mud monster, while others dealt with numerous smaller mud monsters, creating a chaotic scene. These smaller mud monsters seemed to be some kind of biological swarm, their reality hard to discern. Zhang Yi had previously sensed that the colossal mud monster in the slope area was an illusion, and now it was even harder to distinguish between real and fake. Despite his clear vision, he still couldn't determine whether the mud monsters before him were real or mere illusions. The current battle situation was clearly leaning towards Zhang Xiaoyan's side, with the human players holding an absolute advantage. The more realistic-looking sludge monster had lost its aura of mental control, showing signs of both anger and an urge to flee. Just as the sludge monster was about to turn and escape, Zhang Xiaotian blinked forward, swiftly cutting off its retreat from behind. With a light push off his toes, he leaped 3 to 5 meters into the air, his silver spear raised high. The spearhead was adorned with a golden talisman shimmering with a cold light, exuding an aura like a divine weapon descending upon the world. With a furious roar, he launched a decisive strike at the sludge monster. It was almost certain that this blow would end the monster's life. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the silver spear and talisman were about to strike the sludge monster's head, a sudden and powerful gust of wind appeared in front of it, far surpassing the strength of Zhang Xiaoyan's attack. The silver spear, the talisman, and even Zhang Xiaotian himself were forcefully pushed back by the wind, retreating over 10 meters. The scene left all the human players utterly stunned. Zhang Xiaotian was the strongest among them, yet a mere gust of wind had effortlessly blocked his ultimate strike and even pushed him back. He Yangwang and the other 2 companions' expressions changed drastically as they anxiously shouted, "This is bad. Is there another powerful enemy in the shadows? Could it be that hidden beast player? Should we retreat?" They even gripped their teleportation stones tightly, ready for an emergency escape. The sludge monster, however, froze in place, motionless. Zhang Xiaotian furrowed his brows, a sense of doubt arising in his heart. This gust of wind seemed to only block the attack without any malice. Otherwise, with such power, it could have easily inflicted internal injuries on him. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, but He Yang and the others were already growing impatient. Yang Miao urged anxiously, "Boss, are we retreating or not?" "No need, I think." A voice slowly emerged. The voice did not belong to Zhang Xiaotian but came from another direction, Zhang Yi. He Yang and the other 2 turned their heads to see Zhang Yi, their eyes widening in shock. Yes, it was indeed Zhang Yi. However, this fact left Wang Shuyan in disbelief. She questioned, You just deflected Zhang Xiaoyan's fatal strike?" Her voice was almost breaking. The players battling the sludge monster nearby were equally stunned. With just a casual wave of wind, Jiang Yi had blocked Zhang Xiaoyan's ultimate strike and even pushed him back over 10 meters. This was simply unbelievable. If this were true, then the Jiang Yi standing before them was very likely the top-ranked player on the leaderboard, the same Jiang Yi who had triggered 2 world announcements. It was like suspecting all along that a colleague shared the same name as the world's richest person, only to discover that they were indeed the billionaire themselves. The shock was beyond imagination. Many players who were familiar with Jiang Yi's name were so stunned they almost held their breath. Though they harbored doubts, no one dared to disbelieve. One by one, they stared at Jiang Yi with wide eyes, as if seeing a ghost. Wang Shuyan was utterly speechless, as if something had gripped her throat, leaving her unable to utter a single word. He Zhang and Yang Miao were slightly more composed, but their nerves were taut, their minds a whirlwind of emotions. Especially He Zhang, whose feelings were particularly intense and completely unsettled. Damn it! The top-ranked player on the leaderboard, a super powerhouse who had triggered consecutive world announcements, turned out to be a member of the Daredevil squad from the Lu Tian Club. Should he feel exhilarated or despairing? He could only silently pray that no one in the club had offended Jiang Yi, but he had already made up his mind. Anyone who had offended Jiang Yi would be immediately removed from the club from this moment on. As for himself, he probably hadn't offended Jiang Yi, right? He Zhen reflected deeply in his heart. At the same time, Zhang Xiaotian, who had just had his attack blocked by Jiang Yi, was also utterly shocked. Although he had already suspected that this Jiang Yi was the top expert who had recently appeared on the leaderboard, finally confirming it now stirred up a massive wave of emotions within him. Who could have imagined? The little ant he had casually saved back then had grown so quickly into his rival. Even someone he could only look up to. This fate is truly terrifying to the extreme. But aside from shock and amazement, Zhang Xiaotian had another question. Why did Jiang Yi block his attack? To steal resources? Zhang Xiaotian felt something was off and stared at Jiang Yi with a complex expression. Not just him, but the gazes of many players on the scene were also focused on Jiang Yi. Everyone thought Jiang Yi had acted to steal the kill, but no one dared to question his strength. Guan Ling remained silent, shocked and conflicted. This battlefield of ruins and massive craters seemed to have fallen under Jiang Yi's sole control. Jiang Yi did not explain, merely gazing calmly at the mud monster he had just saved. Then, he suddenly smiled and said slowly, "Let's talk again." His tone was calm, completely unlike a negotiation between opposing factions, but rather like old friends catching up. This sentence left everyone stunned. Talk about what? Talk to that mud monster? Just as everyone was puzzled, the massive and ugly sludge monster suddenly transformed into a black-robed figure. The hood on his head covered his entire face, making it impossible to see his features. All the players were shocked by the scene. The sludge monster was actually the beast race player they had been searching for all along. But just now, Zhang Xiaotian had clearly almost killed the sludge monster. Could it be that the beast race player wasn't a match for Zhang Xiaotian? Something's off. Only then did everyone vaguely realize that Jiang Yi might not have blocked Zhang Xiaoyan's attack just to steal the kill. Just as everyone was filled with questions, the black-robed figure stood in the center of the giant pit, surrounded by players, and suddenly burst into wild laughter. His voice was dry and hoarse, as if it had been scorched by fire, making it impossible to discern its original tone. Accompanying the laughter were arrogant and overbearing words. "Jiang Yi, is that you? Now you want to talk to me? Too bad you missed your chance. I don't want to talk anymore." It turned out that this beast race player had once approached Jiang Yi for a discussion but was rejected. Now, dressed in a black robe, his arrogance had doubled, and he kept laughing maniacally. Although his face was concealed, Jiang Yi could feel the icy gaze locked onto him. The black-robed man spoke arrogantly. "I told you. I hope you don't cry with regret before you fall. But you didn't listen. I once gave you a chance to kill me, and you didn't cherish it. Now, sorry. I won't let you take my head so easily. I will personally send you to hell." The surrounding players were utterly confused, but a few sharp ones caught onto the key points. Throwing the game? This beast race player actually took the initiative to throw the game to Jiang Yi. But why? Could it be that he's tired of living? Just now, the mud monster was forced to death by Zhang Xiaotian. Could that have been intentional too? What kind of trick is this bizarre beast race player up to? Everyone was filled with doubts, secretly speculating in various ways. In this tense and anxious atmosphere, the man in the black robe slowly raised his right hand, his aura suddenly becoming oppressive. On the little finger of his right hand, he was actually wearing a charred ring. His mouth emitted a kh sound like flames burning, and he shouted with great momentum, "Light! Tset! Fire! See!" From his arrogant and confident tone, everyone could feel that this light thread fire C was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying and powerful ability. Many players were so nervous they were on the verge of collapse, all wondering in their hearts. Could Zhang Yi withstand this? Could he turn the tide? But Zhang Yi's face remained calm, even carrying a hint of an inscrutable expression. Everyone was puzzled. Did he really have confidence? However, what was even stranger, when the man in the black robe had arrogantly shouted light thread fire C, just now, there was no reaction at all on the scene. Zhang Yi showed no signs of being affected either. Could it be that this seemingly ultimate move, light thread fire C, was actually some kind of immobilization technique? Everyone was dumbfounded. The man in the black robe seemed a bit confused as well. His face was hidden under the black hat, so no one could see his expression, but he quickly raised his hand again with an air of dominance and shouted, light thread fire C. Still no reaction. The atmosphere froze for a moment. The man in the black robe suddenly spoke in a grim tone, filled with murderous intent, yet his arrogance remained undiminished. In that case, then all of you shall perish with me. In a low, hoarse voice, he added, Chaos Fire Domain. Activate. Chaos Fire Domain. Open! He roared, exuding an overwhelming aura. But still, there was no response. Zhang Yi held back a laugh, his face twitching slightly. Unable to resist, he spoke rather politely. How about this? I'll help you open it. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. His tone as gentle as a kind teacher scolding a child. Come on. Thread flame C. Whoosh! A faint flame flickered lazily in front of the man in the black robe, swaying indifferently without attacking anyone. This unexpected scene deeply shocked the man in the black robe. His eyes widened, his pupils nearly bursting, clearly realizing something. He abruptly threw off the ring on his hand, his body instantly disappearing, only to reappear halfway through his escape. Not far away, Zhang Yi's polite voice rang out. We haven't finished talking yet. Why the rush to leave? At this moment, the man in the black robe was trapped within the orange forbidden domain Zhang Yi had just unleashed, caught in a predicament. No one could see his expression, but everyone could sense his panic. The black ring flew voluntarily into Zhang Yi's hand, and the air was filled with awkwardness. The arrogance of moments ago had instantly turned into embarrassment. Zhang Yi also felt a bit awkward inside. Originally, he had thought, the little thread flame was so powerful that it might pierce through the Qin Lake world during the lottery draw, or even cause trouble in Jiang City, being mistaken by top players as a world boss and surrounded. But reality proved he had overestimated this dim-witted thing. It had been so easily tricked away. Zhang Yi suspected that the black-robed beast player hadn't even put in much effort. Just a casual wave of his finger, and the thread flame had followed him. What shocked him even more was, the small filament transformed into a ring, allowing him to simultaneously master the two skills, Sea of Filament Flames, and Chaotic Fire Domain. He had originally thought this was a special privilege exclusive to the relationship between a master and a servant, but in reality, this ability belonged to the small filament itself and was not a benefit of the servant status. Recalling what Qian Shang had said in the arena about borrowing the ring to play for 2 days, Zhang Yi speculated that he might have already discovered the secret of the small filament. So, could Zhang Yi really lend this ring, formed by the little creature, to others to play with at will? At this moment, he was unaware of the undead race's special secret of transforming the body into an artifact, but he had a faint suspicion in his heart. He put the black ring back on his hand, and sure enough, the skill bar now included Sea of Filament Flames, S, and Chaotic Fire Domain, SS. Then, his gaze fell on the black forbidden domain prison. The cage resembled a beast cage used to confine ferocious creatures. The man in the black robe reached out and pinched the bars, only to feel a sharp electric shock. What shocked him even more? This was actually an orange-grade item. How long had the Doomsday game just begun in this human domain? And yet, an orange-grade item had already appeared. Moreover, even the heaven-defying ring he had picked up had come from this person's hands. At this moment, the beast race player's face was full of shock and twisted expressions, cursing incessantly in his heart. He didn't even dare to touch the bars of the cage again. His gaze fixed on Zhang Yi as he gritted his teeth and growled, "You're F*** and playing me." Zhang Yi was speechless. "How am I playing you? Weren't you the one trying to amuse me?" The words sounded genuine, making everyone who had played this game feel secondhand embarrassment. The man in the black robe was so furious that his eyes turned bloodshot. He slumped directly inside the forbidden domain prison, giving up entirely. However, he quickly adjusted himself, regaining his arrogant demeanor. He laughed hoarsely and said, "You said you wanted to talk to me? Ha ha ha. I don't want to talk. Aren't you strong? If you've got the guts, kill me. Kill me. This arrogant display shocked all the players present, but they also recalled his earlier mention of feeding kills, vaguely understanding that killing him might not be a simple matter. Just now, Jiang Yi also intercepted Zhang Xiaoyan's attack, clearly realizing that killing this person would be troublesome. Several powerful individuals frowned deeply, as the situation became increasingly difficult to handle. The black-robed man in the forbidden zone grew even more arrogant. After laughing, he provocatively stared at Jiang Yi and said, I bet you don't dare to kill me, you coward. He insulted Jiang Yi, but many present felt the atmosphere ignite with anger. Yet, the one who should have been the most enraged, Jiang Yi, suddenly smiled. He walked forward slowly, deliberately squatted down to show respect, and said, You're right. I don't dare to kill you. But, buddy, take a look at this. He flipped his hand, revealing a strange roly-poly toy in his palm. The roly-poly was round, half Buddha and half demon, contradictory yet eerie, exuding a chilling power. The black-robed man's pupils suddenly contracted. This was another orange-grade item. How could this be so far from what he had imagined? The black-robed man began to suspect. Could it be that Jiang Yi was actually the strongest beast race player? How could he have been suppressed so miserably? He tried his best to suppress his inner shock, but still put on an arrogant face. Just an orange-grade item. Do you think it can lift the curse on me? Ha, naive. The other players were utterly shocked upon hearing this. What was going on? That roly-poly was actually an orange-grade item. According to speculations in the chat channel, Jiang Yi should have drawn the elixir of immortality from the orange wheel, which explained why he could still use the red wheel to draw items. But now, all of this left the players with nothing but question marks in their heads, adding to their astonishment. Jiang Yi didn't care, raised an eyebrow and stared at the man in the black robe, smiling. Naive? Then let's see who's more naive. As soon as he finished speaking, the roly-poly doll in his hand began to sway more rhythmically. One side of the roly-poly Buddha statue suddenly emitted a deep Buddhist chant, carrying a sense of ethereal sorrow, while the other side produced sounds mixed with ghostly wails, battlefield roars, and cries of anguish, low and oppressive. Ordinary players listening to it only felt a heavy weight on their hearts, as if a large stone was pressing down on them. But the man in the black robe inside the cage seemed to be suffering like Sun Wukong under the tightening of the golden circlet. His body twisting in pain, letting out piercing screams, his voice dry and hoarse, sending chills down one's spine. In less than a minute, the previously arrogant and domineering man in the black robe had begun to scream in despair, occasionally interspersed with broken pleas for mercy. Talk, talk, I'll talk to you. Stop, stop it, stop. Ah. He clutched his head, even banging it against the ground, overwhelmed with agony. Jiang Yi remained expressionless, waiting calmly for a minute before putting away the roly-poly Buddha statue, slightly lowering his head, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. If you'd cooperated earlier, you could have avoided all this trouble. The Buddhist chant ceased, and the man in the black robe collapsed to the ground, looking like a pile of mud. His chest heaved, proving he was still alive, but his condition was extremely poor. The other players, seeing his half-dead state now and recalling his earlier arrogance, felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Their gazes turned complex as they looked at Jiang Yi. This time, they had essentially won by following Jiang Yi's lead. Jiang Yi still held the roly-poly Buddha statue in his hand, his gaze steady and unhurried as he stared at the man in the black robe. Since you want to talk, start by introducing yourself. Tell me your identity and your race. The other players also kept their eyes fixed on the man in the black robe. This was a rare opportunity to capture a beast race player alive. However, the man in the black robe lay there half dead, his voice weak yet mocking. Race? Haven't you already guessed it? Jiang Yi's eyes flashed, and he calmly said, You are human. The players looked at each other in confusion. They had always thought it was a beast race, but it turned out to be a human race player? What on earth is going on? Why is he doing this? And how did he get that beast race trial scroll in his hand? Zhang Xiaotian frowned and took a few steps toward the cage, carefully observing the man in the black robe. His brows furrowed tightly as the words, traitor to the human race, surfaced in his mind. He Yangwang and Guanling felt the same. The man in the black robe suddenly let out an eerie laugh. His voice was no longer arrogant, but instead carried a trace of desolation. Yes, the human race. Then his tone shifted, and hatred erupted. But I am not a traitor to your human race. Zhang Xiaotian, He Yangwang, and the others frowned, feeling that this was nothing more than the sophistry of a traitor. Only Jiang Yi remained calm, quietly watching him. After a moment, the black-robed man's gaze turned to Jiang Yi, his tone steady. Since you know I carry a curse, You must have guessed my origins. Jiang Yi nodded, his tone even steadier. You are a human from another domain. Indeed, in certain domains, while humans are the dominant race, those worlds are not purely human. Many other races also exist there. Conversely, in beast race domains, it is inevitable that some humans exist as well. Every ecosystem requires a complete ecological chain. At the top are the most dominant species, while the middle and lower tiers allow other species to survive. However, the bottom-tier species often live in miserable conditions. Just like in a world where humans are at the top, pets can be treated well, but rats and cockroaches are driven away by everyone. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had vaguely heard that in some beast race domains where humans existed, the situation was even worse. Those humans were almost always at the very bottom of the ecological chain, despised like rats on the street. The reason was simple: human players were too weak. In human-dominated domains, this sense of weakness was not as apparent. After all, everyone was human, and no one had the capital to mock another. But in beast race domains, the situation was entirely different. Beast race players were naturally long-lived and had innate advantages. Humans, on the other hand, had short lifespans, no innate talents, low bloodline quality, and pitifully low attribute caps. As a result, they could only sink to the bottom of the ecological chain. This black-robed man was precisely such an existence. On the surface, he appeared arrogant and domineering, but in reality, in the beast race domain, he lived humbly, enduring scorn and bullying as one of the weakest at the bottom. At this moment, his gaze, hidden beneath the black robe, remained fixed on Jiang Yi. Suddenly, he brought up the human traitor they had discussed earlier. Do you remember when you mentioned human traitor? He rasped, his voice sounding even drier and harsher. Ha ha ha. I wanted to laugh so hard at the time. He laughed like a madman. You actually said such a stupid phrase. You human domain players are so simple-minded to come up with the words, traitor. But what about us humans living in the beast race domain? Traitor? What a joke. We can only be dogs, slaves, death servants. Every word he spoke struck the air like a knife. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and piercing, his laughter maniacal yet tinged with a faint sorrow. He continued to roar. Traitor? Over there, dogs curry favor with humans, and no one calls them traitors because dogs pose no threat to humans. They even rely on human scraps to survive, yet they feel proud. We humans in the beast realm are the same. We have no right to resist, so why call us traitors? Without the means to fight back, we can only live humbly. The black-robed man screamed madly, finally shouting loudly, I am not a traitor to humanity. The sound echoed through the silent giant pit, reverberating endlessly in the minds of all the human players. Zhang Xiaotian was deeply shaken. When he first heard the words human traitor, he was filled with disgust for the black-robed man. Coupled with the black-robed man's previous ridiculous behavior, it had already made him detestable. Now that disgust was replaced by shock. Recalling the black-robed man's arrogance and laughter, it unexpectedly carried an indescribable sorrow. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly felt how fortunate those in the human stronghold were. He almost blurted out, Since you're human too, now that you're here, the black-robed man could completely let go of the past and live with dignity. But then he remembered the curse mentioned by the black-robed man and Jiang Yi. He fell silent. Jiang Yi was less shaken, his experiences more extensive, and his face showed almost no change. The man in the black robe finished shouting, but he didn't argue back. Instead, he calmly asked, Then which realm are you from? Who is the strongest race there? What is your purpose? As soon as the three questions were asked, the man in the black robe fell completely silent. He lay half dead on the ground of the cage, his neck suddenly stiffened, and he said in a desperate tone, Just kill me. Jiang Yi wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled faintly. This man in the black robe clearly lacked any backbone. That statement could only mean one thing. He couldn't reveal the truth. On him, there was undoubtedly a curse he was destined to bear. Combining his past experiences, Jiang Yi vaguely pieced together some clues. After thinking for a moment, he softly speculated, If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Silver Horn realm, of the Silver Moon clan. Their goal must be the core of the realm, right? With just a few words, the man in the black robe immediately fell silent. Although his face was hidden by the black robe, making his expression unreadable, everyone present could feel the shock in his gaze as he looked at Jiang Yi. In other words, Jiang Yi's guess was correct. He raised an eyebrow and then asked the man in the black robe, So, the core of the Qinghai beast world is also on you? The man in the black robe strained his neck, remaining silent, looking as if he was on the verge of death. Jiang Yi casually shook the Buddhist tumbler in his hand. Suddenly, the man in the black robe sat up in shock, pulling out a silvery white object resembling a giant dragon scale from his hand and casually tossing it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi caught it steadily. The object was not large but very heavy, exuding a mysterious texture. The three people beside him, He Yang and Wang, all widened their eyes, while Wang Shuyan gasped softly, "The core of the realm!" Although Zhang Yi had lived through 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had obtained a realm core. But as it seemed now, this thing only had 2 functions. One was to grant the holder a +1 to their luck value. The other was to control the passage to the Qinghai Beast World. Previously, the realm core was in the hands of the man in the black robe, and he had set the Qinghai passage to a semi-closed state, causing those who entered to be unable to leave, trapping them here. Now that the realm core was in Zhang Yi's hands, he had the authority to leave this beast world. But the problem was, the previous time slaughter game hadn't ended yet. He hadn't even completed the second round of the slaughter mission. If he failed, it would mean a death sentence of direct obliteration. This was a blatant death threat. Zhang Yi casually toyed with the silver-scaled realm core in his hand. He didn't rush to open the passage but instead leisurely asked the man in the black robe, "Can you end that time slaughter game?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to see these people continue to slaughter each other, including himself. He hadn't completed the second round of kill tasks yet, and if pushed to the brink and erased, he might really kill 2 people randomly just to survive. But such an act would undoubtedly leave an indelible scar in his heart for life. Zhang Xiaotian didn't aspire to be a hero, but he hoped that no matter the circumstances, he could have a clear conscience. This was his heroic romance, and he was willing to fight to the death for it. At this moment, Zhang Yi's words might preserve that bit of romance for him. The other players had mixed feelings. The one feeling the worst was the black-robed man in the forbidden prison. His face under the black robe remained turned toward Zhang Yi. Without answering immediately, he said in a deep voice, "With your strength, if you make it through the entire time slaughter, you will undoubtedly be the last one standing." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Indeed, this slaughter game would ultimately leave only one survivor. If that were truly the case, the one most likely to survive would be Zhang Yi. However, the black-robed man seemed to harbor a special secret. He wasn't afraid of death. Perhaps he could survive as well? In any case, most ordinary players were destined to be cannon fodder. Everyone's tense gaze was fixed on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi remained silent, but the man in the black robe continued. "And as long as you persist until the end, the reward you receive will absolutely exceed your imagination. The talents you obtained in the first round are just appetizers. The true final reward is 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than these talents." Hearing this, the ordinary players gasped. What kind of reward could be 100 or 1,000 times stronger than talents? They couldn't even begin to imagine. And that reward was almost within Zhang Yi's grasp. Just moments ago, everyone had been tense, but now they were completely panicked. Some even began to entertain wild thoughts. If they could somehow kill Zhang Yi and then compete fairly, would the ultimate grand prize fall into their hands? What if it actually worked? That would undoubtedly be a miracle of instant wealth, a chance to soar to the top. Although the chances of success were extremely slim, the temptation was simply irresistible. However, only a few outliers truly entertained such thoughts, while most could only secretly fantasize in their hearts. After all, with strength in numbers, almost no one was truly confident they could take down Zhang Yi. Moreover, Zhang Xiaotian had maintained a clear stance from beginning to end, firmly unwilling to let this time slaughter continue to the end. He was resolutely standing on Zhang Yi's side. With 2 strong players joining forces, the others had no chance to take control. Even if they harbored thoughts of resistance, they lacked the strength to challenge. At this moment, the hearts of many players were in turmoil, but outwardly, they all remained silent, quietly waiting. Only Shang Qinghua secretly sent Guanling a message. "Do you think Zhang Yi will truly give up the final reward and end the time slaughter early?" Shang Qinghua was a top student. While others treated their exclusive fate discs like mobile phones, he had long since materialized his fate disc. This message was sent to Guanling using brainwaves, showing no outward signs. He had even taught Guanling this trick, so when Guanling received the message, he didn't check his phone, but simply frowned and secretly glanced at Shang Qinghua. At this moment, the black-robed man's words continued. "This timed slaughter game, for all of you, terminating is harder than completing. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. One is risk-free with high returns, the other is high risk with no returns. Who wouldn't know which to choose?" The words of the man in the black robe made the atmosphere even heavier, and everyone present grew more tense. If Zhang Yi really insisted on being unable to end the game, he might win, but as for the others, they would probably all die. Guanling was feeling down, but still replied to Shang Qinghua, "Let's listen to Zhang Yi. We have no choice." After reading it, Shang Qinghua lowered his head, a shadow flickering in his eyes, and sent a message. "I remember you once said, you don't like leaving your fate in someone else's hands. Now Zhang Yi is controlling all of our fates. Are you really okay with that?" Guanling's brows furrowed even tighter, and she cast a warning glance at Shang Qinghua. She replied seriously and calmly. "First of all, the timed killing game was initiated by the man in the black robe, not Zhang Yi. Secondly, stop using fate as an excuse. People need to be clear-headed and self-aware. Lastly, don't say I didn't warn you. Zhang Yi is not someone you can afford to provoke." On the surface, she said this, but in reality, Guanling was not swayed by Shang Qinghua's doubts. She still had some confidence in her own fate. Her gaze calmly swept over Zhang Xiaotian. Ever since He Yangwang and Zhang Xiaotian, these big shots, appeared, she had gradually been relegated to a supporting role among the group of strong players. But her thoughts were meticulous, and her observations sharp. When Zhang Yi previously referred to Zhang Xiaotian as benefactor, although his tone was flippant, Guanling faintly sensed something different. Later, when Zhang Yi voluntarily shared the information he had, on the surface it seemed Zhang Xiaotian had paid a price. But Guanling speculated, if Zhang Xiaotian hadn't intervened, this timed killing game might have truly continued to the end, with Zhang Yi as the sole survivor and ultimate winner. But because Zhang Xiaotian appeared, Zhang Yi decided to end this game. The words of the man in the black robe, Zhang Yi had already understood them deeply. His decision was made the moment he exchanged the special roulette with Zhang Xiaotian. Now, no matter how much the man in the black robe said, it couldn't change his mind. Understanding this was the real reason why Guanling felt slightly relieved at this moment. She looked at Zhang Xiaotian, her gaze complicated. Perhaps the lives of everyone present were spared by Zhang Yi and saved by Zhang Xiaotian. If Guanling knew about Zhang Xiaotian's half-joking, life-saving grace to Zhang Yi, she might marvel even more at the wonders of fate. Moreover, Guanling hadn't yet realized one thing. For other players, the ultimate reward of the time slaughter was an enormous temptation. But for Zhang Yi, the situation was entirely different. He had simpler ways to grow stronger, such as the roulette draw, or participating in the trials of the beast race players in the future. When the time came to kill beast race players, he certainly wouldn't hold back. This time, the reason he made his decision was largely because of Zhang Xiaotian. Not just because of the life-saving grace, but also because the thousand-faced god was the hope of the human race. Although Zhang Yi was selfish and always put himself first, he wasn't so cold-hearted as to be indifferent to the extinction of the human race. Besides, the current situation didn't require him to sacrifice himself. Therefore, his choice didn't surprise Guanling faced with the man in the black robe repeatedly weighing the pros and cons. He remained unwavering and even said impatiently, "Now it's my choice, not yours. You just need to tell me how to end this trial." These two plain words instantly silenced the scene. The ordinary players found it hard to believe that Zhang Yi was actually willing to give up the final generous reward for their sake. Such magnanimity made many people look at Zhang Yi with newfound admiration. When Zhang Xiaotian looked at Zhang Yi, his gaze was complicated. Whatever everyone else could think of, he had more or less guessed as well. It was his appearance that changed Zhang Yi's mind. In just 1 month, Zhang Xiaotian had saved many people, including Luo Shan recently. His attitude toward saving people was carefree and unrestrained. He neither sought rewards nor cared about being repaid with ingratitude. He hadn't expected that this unintentional kindness would actually receive a response. This is probably the principle of unintentionally planting willows, yet they grow into shade. Of course, although most people admired Zhang Yi, there were still some who harbored doubts, such as Shang Qinghua. He simply couldn't believe that Zhang Yi would be so kind-hearted as to give up a high-reward, risk-free option to terminate the game. He suspected there was a conspiracy behind Zhang Yi's actions. He had seen too many people who said one thing and did another behind the scenes. Who could guarantee that Zhang Yi wasn't one of them? Shang Qinghua remained vigilant, his mind racing as he searched for an opportunity to turn the situation around. The most conflicted, however, was probably the man in the black robe. He truly hadn't expected that after hearing so much analysis, Zhang Yi would still choose to terminate the game. He began to wonder how the brains of the humans in this realm were wired. Filled with resentment over Zhang Yi's decision, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, Even if I tell you how to terminate it, what if I'm lying? If I play some tricks and create a gap in information, you might end up losing your life."
Viang Yisiket.
Sai, you're right. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere on the scene grew tense again. Everyone thought to themselves, wasn't he just being admired a moment ago? How could he change his mind so quickly? Shang Qinghua secretly rejoiced, feeling that his judgment was spot on. He had known all along that Zhang Yi wasn't so kind-hearted and would never give up such a grand reward. However, after sighing, Zhang Yi raised his hand and formed a hand seal. A transparent mark resembling a chain flew toward the man in the black robe. Zhang Yi said calmly, "I'll place a spiritual imprint on you. If you lie again, I'll sense it." The man in the black robe immediately changed his tone. "I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier." Zhang Yi commanded coldly, "Cut the nonsense and tell me directly. How do I terminate this timed killing game?" Seeing his attitude, the man in the black robe understood that Zhang Yi intended to terminate the game before the second round of settlement. Time was tight. After a moment of silence, he stopped stalling. The difficulty lies in this. You need to gather all the people marked by the game and perform a contract termination ritual together.
Wang Yi frowned.
Contract termination ritual? The man in the black robe sat up straight, his tone serious. "I can help you perform the ritual. But first, you need to gather all the participants in the game. Gather all the players." Zhang Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Can you confirm when everyone is present?" The man in the black robe nodded. "I can." Zhang Yi's gaze swept over Zhang Xiaotian, He Yangwang, and the others. In the giant swamp pit where they were, many official players with combat abilities had already gathered. However, players like Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming, who were unofficial participants, were not present. Zhang Yi understood that their combat abilities were weak and they were likely placed elsewhere. So he instructed, "Gather Zhou Yiming, Luo Shan, and the other unofficial players immediately. Also, gather any official players you can contact. Time is tight. Assemble at the giant pit in 5 minutes." Zhang Yi's tone was firm. This operation was entirely for the purpose of saving lives. Zhang Xiaotian, He Yangwang, and the others nodded immediately and sprang into action. At the same time, Zhang Yi dispatched a large number of people to quickly spread the message about the 5-minute assembly throughout the entire Qinghai Beast world. Soon, the call to gather echoed among the crowd. "Gather! All players selected for the timed slaughter game. Assemble at the swamp crater before 11:45. Those who fail to arrive will be executed." 5 minutes later, nearly 300 players had gathered in the scorched crater, far exceeding expectations. But the black-robed figure in the forbidden prison said calmly, "Not everyone is here yet." Zhang Yi was not surprised. He knew that, with so many people, some would inevitably be missed. He raised his right hand and touched the ring on his pinky finger. "In 1 minute, I don't want any living beings outside the crater. Can you do it?" His words were arrogant, but his tone was calm. The players exchanged glances, unsure who he was speaking to. Little Lamp Silk confidently responded, "I can." Immediately, the ring transformed into a black streak and flew out of the crater. This scene shocked both the black-robed figure and the players. The ring could understand human speech. Many inexperienced players instinctively thought of the artifact spirits from cultivation novels. Those were at the level of celestial artifacts. No wonder Zhang Yi had risen so quickly. Some novel enthusiasts even imagined plots where the ring housed a master alchemist or a beautiful mentor. At this moment, Luo Shan was also in the crater, his face filled with terror. He hadn't expected Zhang Yi's reputation among the elites to skyrocket in such a short time. The Zhang Yi who once shouted about defying fate was now making him truly understand what it meant to defy the heavens. Everyone almost unanimously believed that all of this was because of that ring. The black-robed figure pondered for a long time, deeply shaken. Soon, this shock swept through the entire crowd. Everyone in the crater, including self-proclaimed powerhouses like Zhang Xiaotian and He Yangwang, widened their eyes in disbelief. What the hell was this? How did the entire Qinghai Beast world get incinerated in one go by Little Lamp Silk while no one was paying attention? Zhang Yi himself was also stunned. He had previously witnessed the power of the Chaos Fire domain in the Beast Arena, and even with his total attributes at only 5,000, he had found it astonishing. But with Little Lamp Silk's 60,000 total attributes and her X-level talent, a spark can ignite a prairie fire. Her attack was utterly apocalyptic. He had originally given Little Lamp Silk 1 minute, worried it wouldn't be enough time. Yet the fire domain had barely taken 10 seconds to burn the entire Qinghai Beast world to ashes. This was simply absurd. Everyone in the crater took a deep breath, overwhelmed by shock, fear, and lingering dread. It was truly a close call. Thankfully, everyone had obediently followed orders and gathered in time. Otherwise, that terrifying fire domain would have obliterated everything, leaving no survivors. Although many players had already speculated in the chat channel that Zhang Yi's strength far surpassed that of the second-ranked Luo Changqing, the gap was enormous. But now, seeing the overwhelming power of the Ring Grandpa by Zhang Yi's side, they finally realized that the Ring's combat strength might even surpass Zhang Yi's own. This was just too outrageous. With the Ring's assistance, Zhang Yi was practically invincible. The blow was too much, and shock and a mix of emotions churned in the players' hearts. Of course, there were also a very small number of players whose envy turned their eyes red, jealous of Zhang Yi for possessing such a heaven-defying ring. Not long after, the ring obediently flew back into Zhang Yi's hand. The area around the massive pit was deathly silent. Even breathing became light and slow. Zhang Yi's gaze swept toward the man in the black robe, and he said coldly, "This time, is everyone here?" The man in the black robe nodded respectfully, his eyes scanning the massive pit as he replied in a deep voice, "One is still missing." Zhang Yi knew that it was impossible for any players to still be alive outside the Chaos Fire domain. The last person must be hiding within the massive pit. He raised an eyebrow and said coldly to the air, expressionless, "I'll give you 3 seconds to show yourself. If you don't, face the consequences." The brief words carried no overt threat, but the shock of the earlier fire domain made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Within 3 seconds, a stiff figure slowly emerged. It was a thin young man who dared not meet Zhang Yi's gaze. Trembling, he stammered, I mean no harm." Zhang Yi gave him a faint glance, said nothing more, and turned to ask the man in the black robe, "Now that everyone's here, what's next?" The man in the black robe looked at the forbidden domain cage surrounding him and hesitated before replying, "Can you release me first?" Zhang Yi raised his hand, and the forbidden domain cage instantly shrank into a small form and flew back into his hand. With control over the domain's core and a spiritual imprint in place, he had no fear of the man escaping. The man in the black robe showed no intention of fleeing. He swiftly moved closer to Zhang Yi and, leveraging his intimidating presence, shouted to the nearly 300 human players, "The upcoming contract-breaking ritual requires everyone's full cooperation. Listen carefully to the following steps." These players were already prepared to cooperate, and having just experienced the shock of the Chaos Fire domain, each of them was tense and focused, not daring to be distracted. The man in the black robe continued, "Step 1. I will collect everyone's blood to draw the summoning array. Step 2. I will summon a contract-breaking altar. Step 3. Once the altar mutates, everyone must destroy it within 3 minutes. Don't worry, with Big Boss Zhang Yi here, Step 3 won't be a problem. But for Steps 1 and 2, I need everyone's full cooperation. No disruptions allowed." The man in the black robe revealed through his words that the difficulty of the contract termination ritual lay in the lack of unity among people. For Zhang Yi, ending the game was harder than continuing it. Once he decided to continue, he was almost guaranteed to win. But to end it, everyone had to cooperate, which was often very difficult. He immediately asked, what would happen if something went wrong in the first or second step? The man in the black robe was silent for a moment before slowly replying, "The consequences vary. If there's an error in the blood collection, such as missing someone's blood, the altar might fail to summon. But if someone deliberately mixes in strange blood, the consequences would be even worse. The altar might mutate and start crazily absorbing human blood during the second step. The third step would become impossible to complete, as the altar would become indestructible." The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, and everyone's expressions turned tense. There are also many strange possibilities that are hard to predict. The second step is critical. If someone fails to inject blood into the altar within 30 seconds, the altar might drain the blood of everyone else. There are other unknown dangers as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's expression remained calm, but the other players in the pit began nervously whispering among themselves. They were more afraid of disunity than Zhang Yi was, fearing that someone might deliberately sabotage the process. Zhang Yi was strong and could hold his own if something went wrong. But for these ordinary players, any mistake would likely mean instant death. The group whispered among themselves, trying to figure out a way to ensure that no one would act out of line and that the contract termination ritual could be completed safely. Because they simply did not trust one another. It's hard to trust even between two people, let alone hundreds together. Who knows if there's someone among these 300 people who might outsmart themselves. While everyone was feeling uneasy and anxious, Shang Qinghua suddenly stepped forward and said solemnly, "Zhang Yi gave up the trial rewards to save all of us. And that's already remarkable. We should remain grateful to our savior. If there was a mistake in the contract termination ceremony, the only ones who suffer are ourselves. We're all smart people here. No one would be foolish enough to sabotage and harm themselves, right?" These words made sense, and the players nodded in agreement. In truth, they themselves wouldn't dare to mess around. They were only suspicious of others. Perhaps the doubts in everyone's hearts weren't so necessary. But Guan Ling frowned slightly. When she had just received a message from Shang Qinghua, he had said that Jiang Yi controlled everyone's fate and asked if she could accept that. And now he was suddenly calling Jiang Yi their savior? This made Guan Ling feel conflicted and puzzled. Shang Qinghua's expression was even more complicated than Guan Ling's, as he hesitantly looked at Jiang Yi. There was a hint of fear in his tone. Actually, regarding this ceremony, my personal opinion is, if there really is someone suspicious, it might be you, Jiang Yi. After all, the information about the ceremony was spread by that mysterious figure in the black robe. You said you used a mental imprint to verify the truth, but the rest of us were all isolated outside while you did it. What if you two teamed up to set up this contract dissolution ceremony? Wouldn't that mean we've all been played? Shang Qinghua's words were quite bold and a bit risky, but he carefully observed Jiang Yi's reaction as he spoke, afraid of provoking him. However, Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged. In fact, Shang Qinghua calling Jiang Yi a lifesaver was not only to calm people down, but also to deliberately place a moral halo on Jiang Yi. This way, Jiang Yi maintains a good image in front of everyone, so his actions cannot be too excessive. He even has to pretend to be understanding and tolerant. This is precisely the calculated strategy of Shang Qinghua, and also the basis of his confidence in daring to express doubts. After speaking, Jiang Yi neither interrupted nor changed his expression. Shang Qinghua secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had gained the upper hand. But he hadn't expected that, just as everyone was suspicious and doubtful. Jiang Yi had no intention of explaining. Instead, he smiled faintly. That smile instantly made Shang Qinghua nervous, his heart sinking to the bottom. What Jiang Yi said next plunged him into complete despair. This top student. I think you might have misunderstood. Jiang Yi's words sounded like he was about to explain something, but what he said next was shocking. I never intended to be anyone's savior. None of you need to feel grateful to me, and you especially shouldn't use the moral halo of a savior to try to bind me. That kind of thing doesn't work on me. These words were spoken lightly, making Shang Qinghua's face instantly turn pale. Then, Jiang Yi added with a cold smile, the doubts and concerns in your heart can be easily resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Qinghua felt an overwhelming sense of fear and threat. He suddenly regretted it, and a warning from Guan Ling flashed through his mind. One must know their place. Jiang Yi is not someone you can afford to provoke. At that moment, Shang Qinghua forced himself to shout, Boss, I was wrong. Before his words were finished, a deafening thunderclap exploded, and a bolt of lightning struck Shang Qinghua directly. It was as if divine punishment had descended. Shang Qinghua's body was scorched black by the lightning, and he collapsed to the ground, dead beyond recognition. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Yi swept his gaze across the crowd and said indifferently, Well, the concerns have been resolved. Anyone else doubting me? Feel free to step forward. His tone was cold and provocative. Faced with this feel free to step forward, no one dared to respond, and the entire scene was silent. Even Zhang Xiaotian, who had always valued human life, felt that Shang Qinghua deserved it. The situation was crystal clear. Jiang Yi was the general and everyone else were soldiers. This current contract termination ceremony is a war that must be won. The general's words are ironclad law. An unknown soldier questioning and disrupting morale here is simply courting death. Shang Qinghua clearly hasn't positioned himself correctly, thinking he can converse with Jiang Yi on equal terms. He's too clever for his own good, forgetting the ending of the death of Yang Xiu. Guan Ling shook her head silently on the side, even suspecting that Shang Qinghua's information was an attempt to use her relationship with Jiang Yi to speak up. Little did he know, her connection with Jiang Yi was merely superficial. At the scene, apart from Zhang Xiaotian, no one held a more special place in Jiang Yi's heart. Guan Ling glanced indifferently at the charred corpse struck by lightning, then coldly shifted her gaze away, showing not a trace of sympathy. On the contrary, Wang Shuyan's face was much darker. After all, Shang Qinghua was a member of her Blood Swallow Club. Although his words offended Jiang Yi, it shouldn't have led to his direct death. She could only suppress her anger, forcibly holding back from saying more. Jiang Yi scanned the crowd, clearly observing all their reactions. Not a single person raised doubts or concerns again. He said calmly, Now you have no other choice but to trust me. I believe we can successfully terminate the contract, and you must believe it too. His words carried no excitement, yet were full of power. Those players who had just been wavering in their hearts instantly wanted to believe him, because they truly had no other choice. Since this is the only path, they must be more resolute and determined. At this moment, Luo Shan mustered his courage and shouted loudly, Boss, I believe in you. You will definitely lead us to successfully terminate the contract. Zhang Xiaotian nodded and smiled at Luoshan, responding firmly, I believe too. Responses surged like a tide, with everyone expressing their support for Jiang Yi. He Zhang and the players from the Lutian Club also voiced their support. Boss, I trust you. Even if I don't trust myself, I trust you. You will definitely put an end to the time slaughter. If we work together, we will survive. These shouts, though simple, stirred a strong sense of unity within the massive pit, like the sound of war drums inspiring soldiers on the front lines, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. Almost all the players shouted in unison, Believe! The voices were synchronized, pushing the collective atmosphere to its peak. Even the usually composed Jiang Yi couldn't help but be moved. The frenzy and passion of a group can sometimes lead to a loss of reason, a phenomenon known as the crowd mentality. It can cause trouble, but at this moment, this nameless fervor and unity were their greatest strength. The black-robed figure standing to the side, though not part of the same faction, fell into deep thought as they watched, their gaze complicated. Jiang Yi raised his hand, calming the fervor. The eyes of the 300 players became even more resolute. Next, for the contract-breaking ritual, I need to divide everyone into 2 groups, Jiang Yi said. Those who completed the second round of time slaughter, stand to my left. Those who didn't, stand to my right. Don't worry, this is just for better management. If you say you trust me, then don't hide anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the players who hadn't completed the task openly moved to the right. Zhang Xiaotian, Luoshan, Guanling, and others were among them, about 170 to 180 people in total. The remaining 100 or so players, though looking awkward, obediently stood to the left. This included the 3 big shots He Yang, Wang San, and Zhou Yiming, Wang Shuyan's beloved pet. Jiang Yi calmly scanned both sides and continued, Here's the situation. The contract-breaking ritual will likely conclude before the second round of time slaughter is settled. Those who haven't completed the task will be erased at that time. So I trust that you, those on the right, are all hoping for this to go smoothly and won't cause any trouble. The players on the right nodded emphatically. After all, if the contract breaking failed, they would undoubtedly die. To survive, they had no choice but to support it. Jiang Yi looked at Zhang Xiaotian. I'll leave this group to you. Zhang Xiaotian solemnly agreed, understanding the weight of the responsibility. Although they rarely caused trouble, they had to ensure zero risk. After all, if the contract termination failed, he himself would be erased. Then, he turned to the group on the left. Your team, even if the contract termination fails, won't face immediate danger. I'll be watching you. If anyone tries to play tricks, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to explain. His tone was cold and stern, with only the final sentence. All right? Carrying a hint of gentleness. He Yang and Wang nodded in support, and the players on the left cooperated unanimously. The 2 teams began donating blood as instructed by the man in the black robe, with Jiang Yi and Zhang Xiaotian taking turns supervising. The entire process was orderly. The man in the black robe collected a large jar of blood. Jiang Yi, Zhang Xiaotian, and the man himself were the last 3 to donate blood. After the preparations were complete, Jiang Yi and the man in the black robe discussed the timing of the ritual and the second round of timed killing settlement. Finally, the man in the black robe made a special request to Jiang Yi, hoping that this contract termination ritual would succeed. He had finally earned the right to engage in a fair negotiation with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi remained silent for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Immediately, the figure in the black robe seized the moment and pulled out a peculiar, dark gray pen. One end of the pen resembled the tail of a creature, sharp and jagged. The other end was shaped like a bizarre, ferocious beast unknown in the Jiangyu region, its blood-red maw wide open. The black-robed figure dipped the blood-red maw end into the jar of blood beside him, and the blood level instantly dropped by more than half. Then, he took out a dark silver scroll, its surface covered with intricate dark golden patterns. He spread the scroll flat in the center of the massive pit and touched a specific pattern with the tip of the pen. Immediately, the dark golden patterns on the scroll emitted a dim glow, and the entire scroll rapidly expanded, growing several times larger until it was as big as a basketball court. The crowd instinctively stepped back. The black-robed figure began moving across the enormous scroll, the beast-shaped pen in his hand continuously spraying blood from the blood-red maw, drawing crimson trails that gradually replaced the dark golden patterns on the scroll. Jiang Yi seized the moment and shouted to the crowd on both sides, "Positions ready, prepare." Everyone focused nervously. The black-robed figure suddenly darted out of the scroll's range. At the same time, the crowd felt an intense spatial pressure. The air above the massive pit suddenly sank, and a faint scent of blood filled the heavens and earth. Next, a bizarre altar appeared at the center of the large scroll, resembling a mirage, initially seeming illusory and unreal. But soon, the altar transformed from a phantom into clarity, like a colossal object descending from the heavens, and a sudden tremor struck beneath their feet. The man in the black robe and Zhang Yi spoke simultaneously. Now! 30 seconds. Zhang Xiaotian and his subordinates charged forward from the north side of the altar, while Zhang Yi led his team to attack from the south. As they approached the altar, some of the weaker individuals turned pale, yet they gritted their teeth and pressed their blood-stained palms onto the altar. In an instant, everyone gasped in shock. The altar was actually absorbing blood. The atmosphere grew tense, and some began to suspect that something had gone wrong. The man in the black robe reassured in a deep voice. "Don't panic. The altar is fine. Everything is normal." As soon as he finished speaking, someone from Zhang Xiaotian's side breathed a sigh of relief. "It's true. It only absorbed a little, and it ended quickly. My blood infusion is complete." This team had not completed the second round of time slaughter earlier, so their contract termination process was swift. Their blood-stained palms only needed a few seconds on the altar to finish. In contrast, Zhang Yi's side took longer for their blood infusion. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but suddenly, the face of a thin, invisible young man in Zhang Xiaotian's team changed drastically, and he shouted, "What's going on? My invisibility talent is gone." Then, more voices suddenly erupted. "Mine is gone too. All the talents are gone. Terminating the contract not only ends the time slaughter, but also takes away our talents." This news was like a bolt from the blue, throwing the players surrounding the altar into chaos. Talents were the precious skills they had gained by killing countless others. The man in the black robe had never mentioned that terminating the contract would result in losing talents. In an instant, people's hearts wavered, and panic spread. Yet most of them, despite their unbearable pain, dared not resist. After all, talents were important, but one needed to stay alive to use them. At this moment, some players insisted on continuing to inject blood into the altar. However, Zhou Yiming completely erupted. He stared intently at the talent he had lost, his heart burning with rage. For the sake of one talent, he had gone through countless twists and turns, and even failed multiple times to kill someone. He had also been severely injured by Zhang Xiaotian, nearly losing his life. After Zhang Yi left, he managed to kill someone to obtain the talent, survived under Wang Shuiyan's resolute protection, and even killed 2 people in the second round to complete his task. But now he was being told, this contract dissolution would make him lose his talent. Was this some kind of joke? All the suffering he endured before was for nothing? Absolutely not. The talent he fought so hard to protect could not be lost. Zhou Yiming gritted his teeth. He noticed that after the altar had absorbed enough blood from others, their hands could be withdrawn from the altar. He was still being drained of blood, but the force wasn't strong. He tried pulling his hand with force, and it actually moved. His hand successfully withdrew. Moreover, his talent was still intact. Feeling secretly delighted, he put on a facade of having already completed the blood injection. No one should suspect anything, right? Everyone withdraws their hands after finishing the blood injection. However, just as he was smugly thinking this, whoosh, an arrow suddenly shot over, striking him right in the center of his forehead. Zhou Yiming's eyes widened as he stiffly collapsed onto the blood-stained altar. In his final moments, he couldn't believe he had actually been killed. How could this be? Everyone here had come to save him. He was the most important one. Yet he didn't die at the hands of the ferocious beasts, but from the arrow of a human subordinate. No. Impossible. He hadn't lived enough yet, but in the end, like Shang Qinghua, he died unwillingly. This scene stunned Zhang Yi's team. However, no one dared to question Zhang Yi. They had come to this world of ferocious beasts to save Zhou Yiming. Yet the critical arrow had been shot by Zhang Yi. Everyone still dared not slack off for a moment and continued to pour blood onto the altar. Wang Shuiyan, however, was frozen in place. Earlier, she had watched Shang Qinghua be killed and managed to accept it, but now she had to watch Zhou Yiming be killed. That was her most important brother in the entire world. Wang Shuiyan's mind went blank, and her thoughts were in complete disarray. Her brother Yiming actually died just like that. She was in terrible shape, completely unable to think. He Zhang and Yang Miao, standing nearby, were both worried for her. They had long seen it coming. This woman was bound to meet her end because of Zhou Yiming sooner or later. But they never expected it to end like this.